Chapter 1. The System, that cunning merchant. Have I transmigrated? Moreover, I become Xue Qinghe, that unfortunate, good-natured prince who died against the backdrop of a wall. Looking at the immaculate palace adorned with intricate eaves and carvings, Su Xian was utterly bewildered. He merely dozed off while using the restroom, and yet he somehow managed to transmigrate. As if that were not enough, of all the characters to become, he had to turn into Xue Qinghe, the prince who was tragically killed by Qianren Xue without even having met the protagonist. Was his fate to be even less significant than that of nameless passersby? After all, at least they had made an appearance, while he had been completely replaced. Damn it! While others transmigrated to places like Highness Sect, or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, or the Beginner's Village, Holy Spirit Village, he had become a mere prince. And his martial soul was a swan? Was this some kind of joke? The thought of potentially being eliminated at any moment, coupled with the treacherous intrigues of the court, sent a chill down Su Xian's spine. Damn it, right now. I wish I could return, which remarkable fellow countryman can assist me in this endeavor. Ding! The time for instant kills has commenced. The host may purchase any item from the shop at a price of 1/10 a santh, with no limit on quantity, until the time expires. System? Su Xian's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. In this day and age, systems had become standard, akin to a buy an edge at one free deal. What was there to be excited about? If you have the ability, why not offer a buy 10 to 1 free promotion? A single system is about as useful as a hammer. With a sigh, he perused the system's information, feeling rather exasperated. If you're already selling at a discount, couldn't you reduce it a tad further? Even a millionth would suffice. If not, allow me to take charge and make it entirely free. As a system, you ought to be extravagant, otherwise you will be looked down upon. People fight for a breath of air, and Buddhas contend for a stick of incense. System, you must not falter. Huh, what a futile endeavor. Seeing that the prices in the shop had not reverted to zero, Su Xian understood that his grand strategy had been vetoed by the damned system, and he let out a deep sigh. Woe is me, I alone bear the brunt of all expenses. Tenthasanier Hunter Shadow Leopard Soul Bone, 800 gold. Fragrant and enchanting celestial item, 3,500 gold. 300 level 8 fixed soul guided cannons, 188,000 gold. Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, 200,000 gold. Damn it, what a scheming merchant. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices, Su Xian felt a pang of anguish in his heart. How absurdly expensive. Those were gold coins. Gold coins. I have never even seen a single one in my lifetime. Woe is me. I truly wish to weep. I really do. System. Keep pretending. If you can handle it, the world is yours. Bring me all the gold coins from the manor, and convert everything of value into gold coins. A commanding roar erupted from the palace, and Su Xian's gaze was resolute. He was not seeking items for the system, he merely wished to slap the system's face with gold coins. Indeed, that was precisely his intention. Before long, murmurs filled the palace bedroom, punctuated by the occasional expletive. Damn it, this Tenthasanier soul bone looks so hideous, and yet it costs hundreds of gold. What a merchant, a truly cunning merchant. Ugh, how can this medicinal herb taste so awful? How did Ning Rong Rong and the others manage to consume it? Wow, I've already spent 200,000 gold so quickly. What a heartache. Luckily, I still have a pile left, though not much. Maybe around 3 million gold? As he observed the ever-growing pile of items in the room, some of which could barely fit in their boxes, Su Xian finally understood he was here to enjoy a life of ease. With the equipment he currently possessed, even a limit de law would meet his demise, and he could even contend with deities. Cultivation? What a joke. All he needed to do was lie back and watch the drama unfold, being a good little prince. Chapter 2. Young Master, my name is Xue. Please vote for recommendations and rewards. Before long, Su Xian had swept clean the system's instant kill products, leaving not a single item behind. Alas, he had only managed to procure a little over 2 million gold to slap the system's face, and now the system was left bruised and out of stock. How disappointing. However, remembering that the next batch would arrive next month, Su Xian's spirits soared. Using gold coins to slap the system's face was a duty he could not shirk. No one could compete with him. Why haven't I encountered a martial soul? Wouldn't it be splendid to have a dual martial soul? Gazing at the heap of junk he had acquired, Su Xian felt utterly unqualified to mingle in the realm of Douluo. Others began with dual or even triple martial souls, while he was left with just one. Was he not shameless? Though he had no intention of cultivating a martial soul, possessing multiple martial souls would certainly be impressive. Indeed, Su Xian had no plans to cultivate a martial soul with this instant kill system. What was the point of training? He could comfortably lounge as a leisurely prince, perhaps charming a beautiful lady for a chat. Ahem, engaging in heartfelt conversations, and when the mood struck, casually stroll through the streets with a dog. Wasn't that delightful? Cultivation? That was utterly out of the question. He would merely spend a bit each month, acquiring a plethora of odds and to pass the days. Sigh. The greatest agony in life lies in suddenly losing one's aspirations, living in daylight yet resembling a blind person. Of course, this was certainly not his desire to be lazy. Indeed, absolutely not. After rummaging through the assortment of goods, Su Xian began to stow away the scraps into his storage ring. Damn this decadent life. Casting a glance at the opulent palace before him, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh. Then he cheerfully exited the palace. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. Just as he stepped outside, Su Xian had yet to fully explore when he was intercepted by two soldiers clad in silver armor. The Emperor is looking for me? Su Xian was taken aback. Then he promptly realized that he was now Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince. But what did that have to do with Su Xian? Not going. He wouldn't go even if it killed him. He had yet to savor the wonders of this other world. Tell my father I am currently occupied and that he may summon me another day. With that, he waved his hand and departed, leaving the soldiers gaping in astonishment. What the hell? He actually refused the Emperor's summons and suggested meeting another day. What the hell? Are you the Emperor, or is he? Is the prince really this audacious now? As Su Xian vanished from sight, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly despondent. Eldest prince, wasn't he said to be gentle and amiable? The stout soldier looked at the lean soldier, his perplexed expression conveying much. Without responding, the lean soldier kicked him. What the hell? What are you doing? The stout soldier exclaimed in anger. Seeing you shout in pain, I know I'm not dreaming. The lean soldier replied earnestly. Stout soldier, I'm at a loss for words. Damn it, I think you need a beating. Ugh, that hurts. Be gentle, you bastard. Having departed from his princely palace, Su Xian found himself on the bustling streets of Tiando City. One must admit, Tiando City was indeed vast, with streets that were astonishingly wide. The ground was paved with gray-white stones, meticulously arranged. Even Su Xian felt that the roads of the future paled in comparison. As for the towering Gothic architecture, it was extraordinarily opulent. Any single building, if placed in later generations, would be considered high-class villa. Of course, compared to his princely palace, they were mere trifles. He was not bragging, he was merely stating a fact. However, where should I go? Observing the throngs of people, Su Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. Delicious food? There was nothing particularly special about the otherworldly cuisine, and besides, he had plenty at home. Schools for cultivating combat souls? There was no need. He felt nauseated just seeing a school. Entertainment? Now that could be enticing. The entertainment options of this other world were unlike anything seen in later generations, truly spectacular. For instance, the soul fighting arenas, or those young ladies striving for a living. Slurp. He would temporarily stifle his drool. He could let it flow later. Onward. You scoundrel. How dare you steal my bun? He'll beat you to death. Wah. Please don't hit me. He'll return it. Just as he ambled halfway, the cacophony of shouts and cries suddenly assaulted his ears. Su Xian turned his head to see a tavern worker, dressed in ragged attire, dragging a girl by the arm with a stick in his other hand. The girl appeared to be no more than 11 or 12, disheveled and weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy. As for the surrounding onlookers, they seemed all too accustomed to the scene, casting only a fleeting glance before averting their eyes. The coldness of humanity is truly heart-wrenching. Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted. Shaking his head, Su Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. Release that girl, let me handle this. Hey, let that girl go if you have any grievances. Come at me. Su Xian quickly altered his stance and shouted, Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The attendant exclaimed, his gaze fierce and his voice booming. Is it how ruthless you are? When I become ruthless, even I fear myself. Is one gold coin sufficient? He tossed a gold coin directly, his expression serious, though internally, Su Xian felt a pang of regret. Damn it, a fraction of a soul bone. Just like that, gone. Woe is me. Pretending to be impressive is far too difficult. Consider yourself fortunate. Casting a frightened glance at Su Xian, the attendant uttered a final remark to the girl before hastily seizing the gold coin and fleeing. All right, my dear, it's time for you to go home. Do not steal from others in the future. With that, Su Xian prepared to leave, but was unexpectedly seized by the girl. I have no home now. I implore you to take me in, sob sob. With a thud, she knelt down, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow palpable, stirring Su Xian's heart with compassion. Indeed, there is no shortage of unfortunate souls anywhere, Sai. Very well, you may accompany me, but you must obey my commands from now on. After a moment's deliberation, Su Xian helped the girl to her feet and said, Yes, yes, thank you, my lord. Forcing a smile, glistening tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks, her wide eyes fixed on Su Xian, brimming with gratitude. Since you're following me, refrain from expressing thanks. Look at you, crying so much you've turned into a weeping figure. Chuckling, Su Xian reached out to wipe the tears from her face and tidy her disheveled hair. I hadn't expected you to be quite beautiful. Gazing at the girl before him, her features exquisitely tender and charming, Su Xian couldn't help but tease, then inquired, By the way, what is your name? My lord may call me Xue from now on, the girl replied timidly. Xue? That's a lovely name, quite fitting for you. Suddenly, his words faltered, and Su Xian's expression darkened, his tone rigid as he inquired. I grant you the chance to rephrase your words. Now tell me again, what is your name? Chapter 3. I truly am a talent. Seeking recommendations and donations. Big brother, I beg you to take her away. I shall never attempt to be a hero again. Sob sob. Alas, those words were lost on the attendant. Oh no. Su Xian felt utterly despondent at that moment. It was akin to, after finally purchasing a house on the wedding night, discovering you are a man besides feeling utterly frustrated. Su Xian had no other sentiments at that moment. Woe is me. Why must I have such a loose tongue? I wish I could slap myself. Why is my heart so soft? Now look where it has led Mesophon to mush. Reflecting on his foolish act of heroism, believing he had acquired a maid, Su Xian truly wished to beat himself into submission. Saving Xue, only to have her as a maid, and once she understood his nature, to magnanimously send him off to the afterlife. He was spiraling deeper into a self-destructive narrative. Cold-hearted and ruthless? Su Xian felt he could not embody that. There was no choice. If Xue were to perish at the outset, the author would undoubtedly render him a mere footnote. Such a suicidal course of action was absolutely out of the question. You mentioned you are homeless, correct? Su Xian asked, somewhat apprehensively. Yes. Xue nodded, her expression dim. I possess 2,000 gold coins sufficient for you to live in Heaven Do City. We shall part ways here. Producing a purple card from his ring, Su Xian directly placed it in Xianrengshu's hand and prepared to depart. Staring at the gold coin card, Xue was momentarily stunned, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What? Did you not promise to take me as a maid? Why are you suddenly retracting it? Hastily, she pursued him, grasping his leg, her voice tinged with despair. I am not an ungrateful person having received your grace. I must repay it as a servant. If my lord finds me unworthy, I would prefer to die rather than survive in this world, for I have no family left. Her face, weary and tear-streaked, conveyed a poignant sense of hopelessness, her sorrowful demeanor truly heart-wrenching. Su Xian, Oscar, I truly owe you a golden statuette. Observing Xianrengshu's exquisite performance, Su Xian felt compelled to applaud, but life is filled with disappointments. Why seek death continually? There are countless vistas yet to behold in this world. Living is worthwhile, is it not? Helpless, Su Xian attempted to console her, while internally, he felt a wave of frustration. I'm the victim here. Now, I find myself comforting my adversary. Could there be anything more ludicrous? Even someone as kind-hearted as you, my lord, finds me unworthy. What meaning is there in my existence? With a vacant gaze fixed upon Su Xian, Xue allowed her tears to cascade down her cheeks, her heart as desolate as ashes. Are you truly serious? Su Xian's expression darkened as he spoke. Indeed. Xue resolutely nodded that a sharp clang resonated through the air as a dagger clattered to the ground, its silver blade glinting ominously. Since you feel that life holds no meaning for you, perhaps you should reunite with your parents in another realm. You may find a better existence. I wish you well. Take it. This is the only thing I can do for you. Compassionately, Su Xian picked up the dagger from the ground and placed it in Xue's hand. His expression filled with sorrow and helplessness. Staring at the dagger in her grasp, Xue was momentarily stunned, her disbelief directed at Su Xian. What the hell? I threatened to take my own life. And you dare to hand me a dagger? Brother, I am but a tragic orphan. Is there no shred of humanity left in you? Wasn't it said that the crown prince is benevolent and treats others with kindness? It's all a facade. It must be a lie. As if awakening from a dream, Xue gazed vacantly at the dagger, the helplessness on her face unmistakable. Damn, should I live or die? I'm waiting here. It's urgent. Suddenly recalling her mission, Xue gritted her teeth, steeling her resolve as she thrust the dagger towards her abdomen. Holy crap! Seeing her resolve, Su Xian was taken aback, quickly intervening to stop her. A faint smile crept onto Xue's face, her eyes momentarily sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance before returning to their usual state. She lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Su Xian. The remnants of her tears shimmering, her pitiable smile filled with hope. You have won. You should stay. Su Xian sighed, replying with a sense of resignation. Such a fierce person, truly ruthless, especially with this level of determination. And yet she intends to kill me. I am moved, truly. Sob, sob, sob. I am so touched. Hold your gratitude. If you wish for me to accept you, I have conditions, as Su Xian observed the smile on Xue's face. He felt an increasing sense of discomfort within. We are both seasoned in the ways of the world. When it comes to games, I am of ancestral caliber. Now, it's my turn. As long as the young master is willing to accept me. I shall certainly agree, Xue responded, filled with gratitude. Ha! The bait has been taken. Su Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he solemnly stated, if you wish for me to accept you, you must marry me. What do you think? What? A thunderous ringing echoed in her mind as Xue stood frozen, her pupils dilating in shock as she stared blankly at the man before her. Had she truly not misheard? He was asking her to marry him. What the hell? She had come here to complete a mission, not to sacrifice her own happiness. Absolutely not. However, suddenly an idea struck her, and Xue began to waver. 2 years, just give her 2 years, and she would surely succeed in deciphering the man before her. This was her confidence. Besides, she was only 12 years old. Marriage was still far off. Furthermore, as the esteemed crown prince, Xue Qinghe was highly likely to inherit the throne. The emperor would undoubtedly not allow her to marry a common orphan. Given this, her chances seemed favorable. It wouldn't hurt to agree for now. Observing the hesitant and conflicted expression on Xue's face, Su Xian couldn't help but smile, knowing that whichever choice she made would ultimately benefit him. Even if she later intended to take his life, he would still hold the title of her fiancé, and he was curious to see if she would have the heart to act against him. Besides, as the saying goes, love grows over time. He was confident he could win her over. Not only was he saving himself, but he was also acquiring a potential partner. He was truly a remarkable talent. Undoubtedly, he needed to pen a novel chronicling this tale. Titled My Fiancé, The Crown Prince, guaranteed to be a bestseller. Chapter 4. Oh, my dear father, seeking recommendations and donations, as long as you agree to take me in, I am willing to marry you. Biting her lip, Xue found it difficult to voice her feelings, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. That's the spirit. From now on, you shall be my wife. Su Xian's heart raced with excitement. After all, this was Xue, the future celestial being. Marrying her would mean a lifetime of ease. Wow, this is the charm of a person. Just look. In less than a day since my arrival, I've already secured a wife. Who could achieve such a feat as swiftly as I? But wait, a man mustn't boast of speed. What a sin. Wife, Qian Xue's lips twitched violently, feeling a deep-seated aversion to that title. Sob, sob, sob. I am here on a mission, not to sell myself. This will be our token of love. You must take good care of it. As he spoke, Su Xian produced another storage ring from his spatial ring and placed it on Qian Xue's finger. A token of love? Qian Xue's pupils constricted, her mind momentarily blank as an indescribable sensation washed over her. Could it be that he truly intended to marry her? Gazing at Su Xian's gentle, affectionate smile, Qian Xue felt a sudden tremor in her heart, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Kawaii. Come, my dear, let us enjoy ourselves in Douluo City. Noticing Qian Xue lost in thought, her adorably dazed expression made Su Xian's lips curl upwards as he took her hand and led her away. In the imperial palace of the Douluo Empire, what did you say? The crown prince has refused my summons and wishes for me to come another day. Fixing his piercing gaze upon the kneeling soldier, the formidable Snow Night Emperor radiated a chilling aura, resembling a lion on the verge of fury, causing the surrounding guards to tremble in fear. Reporting to your Majesty, the crown prince indeed said so. Enveloped in a deep and dangerous atmosphere, the soldier felt his limbs turn cold, responding with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the Snow Night Emperor fell silent, his fingers drumming on the throne, lost in thought. He knew his eldest son, Xue Qinghe, to be warm and courteous. He would never disregard his father's command. Could something urgent have occurred? Hence, the Snow Night Emperor chose to trust Xue Qinghe. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What has Qinghe been up to recently?" Huh. The soldier was taken aback by the tone of the inquiry. He had no idea what the crown prince was doing. Before he could respond, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared within the palace. Bowing slightly to the Snow Night Emperor, the oppressive atmosphere erupted instantly, dark and terrifying, freezing the soldier in place as he bowed his head even lower. Your Majesty. The crown prince unexpectedly gathered all the wealth from his estate today, and then spent 2 hours alone within the palace. After refusing your Majesty's summons, he proceeded towards the eastern side of Douluo City. At this point, the man in black paused, and the Snow Night Emperor's brows furrowed, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. The crown prince's inexplicable accumulation of wealth and his refusal of the emperor's summons instantly led him to suspect treason. However, remembering that it was Xue Qinghe, the Snow Night Emperor shook his head, his expression softening. Among his 4 sons, he would suspect anyone of rebellion, but Xue Qinghe was an exception. He could not bring himself to believe that. Yet, what could be the reason? His brows knitted tightly as the Snow Night Emperor was deeply puzzled. But noticing that Night Shadow seemed to have more to say, he quickly urged, "Speak plainly. I shall not hold it against you. Your Majesty, 10 minutes ago, the Shadow Guard reported that the Crown Prince seems to have gone to Qinghe Courtyard." As he spoke, Night Shadow lowered his head, unwilling to meet the Snow Night Emperor's gaze. Qinghe Courtyard. The Snow Night Emperor was momentarily stunned, his gaze turning blank as if he had misheard. What the hell? What kind of place is Qinghe Courtyard? It is the largest den of debauchery in Douluo City. This rebellious son, refusing my summons and venturing to such a place. How utterly enraging. An overwhelming, tyrannical aura surged throughout the palace as the Snow Night Emperor's face turned purple with rage, his roar echoing through the halls. Summon someone. Bring the Crown Prince back immediately, if there is any resistance. Force him back. Yes. Watching the soldier depart, the Snow Night Emperor sank back onto the throne, exhaling deeply to suppress his fury. Night Shadow, what kind of women do the other noble families in the palace possess? This rebellious son would rather frequent such places, utterly disgraceful to the royal dignity. The Snow Night Emperor's anger was far from abated as he shouted. Hearing this, Night Shadow opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. This matter was not one he could speak on as a mere subject. You have watched Qinghe grow up. Consider yourself his half-uncle, so just speak freely. The Snow Night Emperor said impatiently. I dare not. Night Shadow quickly clasped his fists in response, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. After organizing his thoughts, he finally spoke. I believe the Crown Prince's visit to such a place was not intended to expose his identity. He may simply wish to experience it and unwind. He expressed that he felt overly stifled within the palace, too intimidated to contemplate matters of romance. Upon hearing the implication behind the term Night Shadow, the Emperor Xue raised an eyebrow and inquired. Night Shadow remained silent, the silence itself conveying his meaning. I understand, the Emperor replied, and he too fell into contemplation, pondering the possibilities that lay within. However, the more he reflected, the more convinced he became of the likelihood. Qinghe had already reached the age of 14, yet he had not entered into any matrimonial arrangement, nor had there been any whispers of a lady whom he favored. Being part of the royal family, he could not act solely according to his desires. Perhaps Qinghe had repressed his own feelings for far too long. Otherwise, given his character, how could he possibly dare to engage in such behavior? With a sigh of resignation, the Emperor Xue began to worry. Gazing at Night Shadow with a tone akin to that of a concerned father, he asked, Night Shadow, do you believe it is time for me to seek a suitable match for Qinghe among the nobility? What? Your Majesty can be so capricious. Night Shadow was taken aback by the sudden shift in the Emperor's demeanor and topic. Indeed, it is indeed time to seek a marriage, the Emperor chuckled heartily. Observing Night Shadow's bewildered expression, a man without a family cannot establish his career. By providing Qinghe with a sense of belonging, he can devote himself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the empire. Elevating his masculine rationality to new heights, more importantly, I shall be able to embrace my grandchildren sooner. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. The Emperor's face flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am brilliant to conceive such a plan. Alas, this wretched heart of a father longs for a place to rest. Chapter 5. The Shameless Royalty. Seeking recommendations and rewards, in the Qinghe courtyard. At the center of the loft, several enchanting ladies clad in revealing garments danced seductively, laughter and merriment surrounding them, akin to a paradise of bliss. At a nearby elegant table, Su Xian sat with Qianren Xue, quietly observing the performance. Shameless, as she watched the ladies flaunting themselves and vying for attention, Qianren Xue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Indeed, all men are but lecherous. Her gaze towards Su Xian turned scornful, and the last remnants of her goodwill dissipated. Such a prince was of no use to keep. It would be better to spare herself the trouble. Why are you staring at me? Seeing Qianren Xue's mix of indignation and embarrassment, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Damn it. I did not come here to indulge in debauchery but to rescue fallen maidens. Even if I were to partake, it would be done in secret. Who in their right mind would bring their wife along for such escapades? Is that not inviting disaster? And as for Su Xian, he had always conducted himself with integrity and propriety. Did you not say you would marry me? Why then do you bring me to such a place? Qianren Xue protested, her dissatisfaction evident. Given her pretense, even in anger, she restrained herself. She did not appear furious, but rather like a wronged soul, frowning in a manner that evoked sympathy, resembling a fragile maiden. This is my first visit here as well. I thought to let you experience it, lest one day I find myself here, and you cannot locate me to bring me back, Su Xian replied with a smile. He came merely to observe, not to covet the charms of these women. Indeed, absolutely not. Though she recognized Su Xian's words were teasing, upon hearing his playful remarks, Qianren Xue could not help but blush. Feeling somewhat flustered, the innuendo in his words was too suggestive, akin to flirtation, and she found it difficult to bear. Similarly, Qianren Xue felt a sense of confusion, her inner turmoil leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. She could sense that Su Xian genuinely intended to marry her, treating her as a wife. Yet she, a spy for the spirit hall, was meant to replace him. Would she truly have to take action against this man? To kill her fiancé, or even her husband? A chill enveloped her, and Qianren Xue could not suppress a shiver. Are you cold? Observing her tremble, Su Xian raised an eyebrow and removed his white brocade robe, draping it over her delicate frame. The warmth enveloped her, alleviating some of her internal chill. Qianren Xue gazed at Su Xian, her expression complex and difficult to decipher. Silent, she lowered her head, drawing her knees to her chest, curling up as if that were the only way to cast aside all thoughts. The path to winning her heart was fraught with challenges. Watching Qianren Xue in this state, Su Xian could not help but sigh inwardly. In her eyes, he only perceived confusion, not a desire to give up. Xue Qinghe had treated her well during her years as a maid, yet look at how he was ultimately cast aside. Qianren Xue's confusion stemmed from his desire to marry her, thus creating her inner conflict, and this was also his best opportunity. Bibi Dong's cold demeanor toward Qianren Xue made the latter cherish familial bonds and emotions all the more. And this was his chance. Ha ha ha. The sweet journey of nurturing a beloved begins today. Prepare the snacks and drinks, as Su Xian intended to call for some dishes to let Qianren Xue sample. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed through the Qinghe courtyard. Silver-armored heavy infantry, the royal guards. Su Xian's pupils constricted sharply. No way. My father couldn't have come here to capture me, could he? Damn it. Does the royal family have no sense of shame? With such a grand display, do they not fear others discovering my presence here? You may be shameless, but I still have my dignity. Ah, we must flee. My dear wife, my father has sent people to apprehend me. With a swift declaration to Qianren Xue, he scooped her up amidst her startled cries. Crash! Pure white wings unfurled from his back, and Su Xian leapt out of the window, intent on making his escape. Ideals may be grand, but reality is often harsh. Captain Ya, you are here too. Spotting the imposing figure blocking his path, Su Xian greeted him awkwardly. As for continuing his escape, he did not even entertain the thought. The man before him was the captain of the royal guards, a master of the Soul Douluo level, unless he was prepared to fight in Heaven Do City. It would be wiser to surrender. His Majesty commands that the Crown Prince be brought back. Should you refuse, we are authorized to use force. I kindly ask the Crown Prince not to make this difficult for me. Xue Qinghe stated with a slight bow, a chilling intent radiating from him. Not to make it difficult. Not to make it difficult. I too wish to see the Emperor, and I am in a rush. So I took the shortcut. Su Xian hastily waved his hands, wearing a look of innocence. Those who recognize the times are wise. He meant it sincerely and was not backing down. Qianren Xue, Xue Qinghe, is your shortcut to leap through windows? Crown Prince, please. Observing Xue Qinghe's reckless demeanor, devoid of royal decorum, Xue Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly, then he gestured for him to proceed. Please return to the palace and wait for me. I shall be back shortly. Reluctantly setting Qianren Xue down, Su Xian smiled gently, smoothing her disheveled hair. You truly are the Crown Prince. Suddenly coming to her senses, Qianren Xue covered her mouth, feigning shock. Su Xian, do stop with the theatrics. Am I not the Crown Prince? Are you truly unaware? With a dismissive glance, Su Xian chose not to expose her, turning his gaze to Xue Qinghe with an air of authority. Captain Yu, this is the future Crown Princess. I kindly ask you to arrange for her safe return to the palace. Crown Princess. Xue Qinghe's pupils widened, scrutinizing Qianren Xue closely before promptly agreeing. I shall see to it. I am off. Wait for my return at home. With a smile, Su Xian tousled Qianren Xue's hair before heading toward the palace. Qianren Xue stood momentarily dazed before departing under the guard's escort. After walking for a while, she suddenly spotted a flower shop. And Su Xian halted, fearing he might flee. Xue Qinghe quickly followed. Good sir, do you have any thorny flowers? Su Xian inquired. To the Crown Prince, all thorny flowers are unprocessed and unsuitable for gifting, the shopkeeper replied cautiously. Bring them to me. Let me take a look. As Su Xian gestured, the shopkeeper, not daring to be negligent, promptly brought out several pots of flowers, their long stems indeed bristling with thorns. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, instantly discarding the notion of using them for a contrived apology. Carrying such would be painfully impractical. Forget it. I'll change my mind. Bring out the thornless plants instead, and send some to my residence. Stating they're a gift for the Crown Princess. Of course, I will attend to it right away. Chapter 6. Being an emperor is too humiliating. As Su Xian ambled leisurely ahead, burdened with 3 bouquets of flowers, Xue Qinghe felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, his gaze laden with incredulity. Brother, the girl is genuinely here to atone for her misdeeds, and those are indeed thorns. And you are gallantly carrying flowers. Are you certain you have come to seek forgiveness rather than to declare your affections? You do, Zhong. When you meet my father later, remember to report the truth. I merely caught a glimpse of the dancing at Qinghe courtyard. And I have done nothing else. Su Xian couldn't help but remind him, turning his head. At these words, the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth twitched sharply, but he refrained from responding. How could you be so foolish? You've already visited Qinghe courtyard and claimed to have done nothing? What's next? Are you planning to return from Qinghe courtyard in a few days with an imperial grandchild, thereby infuriating His Majesty? Before you realize your errors. Brother, how can you be so oblivious? Just as they entered the palace, a fervent voice resonated beside them, and a resolute-looking youth approached briskly. Brother, as the first prince, how could you venture to such a place? Are you not concerned about inciting Father's displeasure? The youth, donned in light armor and bearing a resemblance to Xue Qinghe, was clearly anxious. Xue Qinghe, the second brother of Xue Qinghe, known since childhood as a combat enthusiast with exceptional talent and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. Second brother, do you truly believe your words are sensible? What? Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xue Qinghe, who was hurling invectives. I am merely looking out for you. How could you twist my intentions? Brother, are you all right? You seem off, he observed, frowning at Su Xian. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Xian scoffed, his displeasure evident. Is this really the time for you to be concerned about me? Could you perhaps engage in something that requires a modicum of intellect? Damn it, how have I lost my wits? Glaring at Xue Qinghe's infuriating demeanor, Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, ready to explode. However, recalling that his elder brother might have a deeper plan that he had yet to grasp, Xue Qinghe relaxed his fists and spoke in a hushed tone. Brother, if you have any tasks for me, do not hesitate to assign them. I assure you I will handle them impeccably, striving to persuade father to release you. Clang. Ouch, brother, why are you hitting me? Xue Qinghe exclaimed, clutching his forehead in indignation as he glared at Su Xian. Is this how you treat your kin? Seeing that Xue Qinghe remained oblivious, Su Xian felt a pang of despair under Xue Qinghe's bewildered gaze. He laid out the stakes. You see, As the second prince, should you not aspire to something greater? If I were to falter, father would undoubtedly choose between the two of you for the throne. You risk squandering a 50% chance of becoming emperor. Why do you not cherish this opportunity? Coming here to plead on my behalf, are you out of your mind? Instead of using this moment to put me down and ensure I cannot rise again. Do you think you are worthy of this dragon robe? Su Xian was deeply disheartened. This foolish brother had no awareness of his princely duties. Did he not desire the throne? Look at Yongjing. Observe the Xuanwu Gate, and then look at Zhu Di. These are the actions befitting a prince. Alas, apologies, he was perhaps unaware of such matters, clearly beyond his comprehension. Thus, when we enter, remember to thoroughly chastise me. The harsher the better. Do not show me any mercy. As he noticed Xue Qinghe staring blankly, questioning the meaning of life, Su Xian patted his shoulder and offered a gentle reminder. Meanwhile, Yu Qianxing stood utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape at Su Xian's audacity. What the hell? The first prince is instructing the second prince on how to undermine his own position, encouraging his affectionate younger brother to stab him in the back. Goodness, the implications of this are staggering. How ruthless, how extraordinarily ruthless. Despairing, Yu Qianxing wished to cover his ears, pretending he had heard nothing. Yet, the reality was painfully clear. Brother, are you jesting with me? Xue Qinghe gasped, his hair standing on end in horror. His face trembling in disbelief. Who has the time to joke with you? Ensure your words are well organized. Do not let elder brother think less of you. With a swift slap to Xue Qinghe's forehead, Su Xian reprimanded him. He had no desire to be the crown prince, let alone the emperor. Only by distancing himself from such perilous roles could he safeguard his well-being. What was so appealing about being emperor? Rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the dog, never knowing when one might meet with sudden demise. In times of peace, one must guard against assassination, and in times of crisis, one's head aches from the burden of leadership. In short, life itself becomes a constant state of anxiety. As for the supreme authority of the emperor, were this ancient times, Su Xian might have felt a twinge of envy. But in the Douluo Continent, the emperor of the Tiando Empire is more a mere ornament. The Wuhuan temple dominates, and the empire must rely on the upper three sects, while the lower four sects blatantly disregard the emperor. Even the five kings are hypocritical, secretly betraying him. What a farce of supreme authority. The emperor can only command ordinary folk, while a platinum bishop from the Wuhuan temple dares to confront you. What is there to be proud of? Beyond the emperor's authority, all that remains are the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. What? The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Merely mentioning this made Su Xian even more incredulous. The emperor's harem ostensibly consists of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, but in reality, it is merely a collection of wives and concubines, just like his father, who has only 3 wives. And it was only through his mother's insistence that he dared to marry the 2 concubines. The entire history of Douluo is a chronicle of a man bound by his wife's will. What a farce of 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 beauties. In conclusion, becoming a prince is the wisest choice. He harbors no grand ambitions, merely wishing to lead a leisurely life in this alternate world. This way, he need not worry about Qian Ringshu and the Wuhuan temple plotting against him, allowing him to gradually warm her heart. To achieve this goal, for the sake of a future filled with happiness, Su Xian felt it necessary to put in earnest effort. Yes, it is time to strive. Whom do you intend to look down upon? Can you discuss this with father? Just as Su Xian basked in his own self-satisfaction, a chilling voice suddenly erupted beside him, startling him. Father? What the hell? I have seen His Majesty. I pay my respects to father. As he observed Xue Qinghe and Yu Qianxing bowing, Su Xian's last vestige of hope was shattered. Father, when did you arrive? Why did you not inform me? The corners of Su Xian's mouth twisted in helplessness as he turned to greet his father with an awkward smile. I arrived not long ago. Merely observing Wu Jie's approach, the Snow Night Emperor fixed his gaze on Su Xian, his expression impassive and inscrutable, leaving everyone uncertain of his current emotional state. This is not long at all? Do you believe that merely walking with me to Qingya courtyard counts as a lengthy visit? What should I do if my father discovers that I am teaching my benevolent younger brother how to ruthlessly seize the throne? I am in dire straits. Su Xian lamented inwardly, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 7. I have revealed my hand. My name is Su Xian. Father, I have come specifically to confess my wrongdoings. Hastily flipping to a new page, Su Xian pointed at the bouquets behind him, his large eyes filled with sincerity. My son, you truly seem to be filled with genuine remorse, do you? The Snow Night Emperor's cold laughter echoed, his words dripping with a chilling mockery that swept through everyone's hearts like a cold wind. Is this your confession? Is this how I have raised you? As the first prince, it is one thing to visit such disgraceful places, but to incite your brother to vie for the throne, is this the conduct of a human being? And now, you have completely abandoned all sense of dignity, seeking to atone. I shall slap you across the face if you dare utter such nonsense. Xue Qinghe felt a shudder run through him, hastily gesturing for his subordinates to leave. Xue Qinghe, sensing the tension, also made a swift exit, unwilling to remain any longer. In an instant, the vast palace square was left with only Su Xian and the Snow Night Emperor. The atmosphere heavy with an eerie silence. What a farce of brotherly affection. Observing Xue Qinghe abandon him so readily, Su Xian scoffed inwardly, feeling a twinge of disdain. However, realizing that a formidable boss was still present, Su Xian regained his composure. Now that we are alone, Father, I must tell you what has transpired, for your temperament has changed so drastically. With eyes like blades, the Snow Night Emperor fixed his gaze on Su Xian. An invisible pressure descending in an instant, causing Su Xian's heart to tremble. It appeared that the moment to demonstrate his acting skills had arrived. With a slight sigh, Su Xian organized his thoughts before finally speaking. Father, I am no longer the original Xue Qinghe. What? Upon hearing this, the Snow Night Emperor was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Su Xian. You are no longer Xue Qinghe? What the hell? If you are not, then who is? Is your mind addled to utter such nonsensical words? The expression of the Snowy Night Emperor softened slightly as he focused his gaze, yet he could not discern anything from Su Xian's face. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for being ungracious. Father, do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly. Su Xian quickly reassured the Snowy Night Emperor. Subsequently, he recounted his extraordinary experiences, leaving the Emperor momentarily stunned. You mean to say you ventured into a world a myriad of years hence? The Snowy Night Emperor's jaw nearly dropped. His countenance filled with shock and disbelief. Even his resilient form trembled slightly. I too was astonished. In the mere span of a single slumber, I found myself in the future for decades, Su Xian lamented, a matured demeanor gracing his features. Alas, life is indeed a performance, often accompanied by artifice. After a prolonged scrutiny of Su Xian, the Snowy Night Emperor realized this was not mere folly. The young man's demeanor was quite stable. Could it be that Qinghe truly did not deceive him? A flicker of doubt lingered in the Emperor's mind. After all, this was a notion too preposterous to accept. How could one traverse to the future and return? Merely hours had passed, yet decades had elapsed in the other realm. It was uncanny. Father, if you remain skeptical, I possess something that might assuage your doubts, aware of the Emperor's reluctance to readily believe. Su Xian lowered his voice, signaling that a momentous revelation was at hand. Let us retire to my study. We shall discuss it further. The Snowy Night Emperor, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. Very well. The two swiftly proceeded to the study, where the guards were promptly dismissed by the Emperor. Produce the item forthwith. Without it, I cannot accept your word alone, he commanded sternly, understanding that the Emperor would not be easily convinced without tangible evidence. Su Xian grinned inwardly, for he had an abundance of such treasures. Father, behold, this is a level 5 soul-guiding cannon, a weapon from millennia hence, capable of enabling low-ranking soul masters to unleash extraordinary might, sufficient to vanquish a soul king. As he spoke, Su Xian retrieved a long, sleek black tube from his storage ring that bore some resemblance to a firearm, but was significantly larger, especially at the mouth, which resembled a basin. A soul-guiding cannon. The Snowy Night Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the cannon, sensing a subtle threat emanating from it, though it posed little danger to him. It was evidently a formidable weapon. Could it be that what he claims is true? This weapon truly has the potential to slay a soul king. With such armaments, does the Empire need to fear other powers? A treasure indeed. The emergence of the soul-guiding cannon had blown a massive hole in the defenses of the Snowy Night Emperor's heart. My son, could you demonstrate its power for your father? The Emperor's eyes glimmered with urgency, his voice trembling with anticipation. It requires a soul master to unleash its full potential. So, hand it over. I shall test it myself. The Emperor interrupted, his gaze sharp and expectant, laced with a hint of disdain. Disdain? Indeed. Were you looking down upon me just now, father? Su Xian's expression darkened as he coldly inquired. My son misinterprets. There was no intention to belittle you. Now, quickly, show me the soul-guiding cannon. Seeing Su Xian conceal the cannon behind him, the Snowy Night Emperor's lips twitched involuntarily, struggling to suppress his urge to seize it, while maintaining a facade of cordiality. Really? Su Xian remained skeptical. Indeed, the Emperor nodded earnestly. his smile betraying the turmoil within him. How dare you doubt me? Observing Su Xian retreating behind him, the snowy Night Emperor felt a pang of hurt, his anger simmering beneath the surface. However, this was not the time for such musings. With a resounding boom, white soul energy surged into the cannon. The snowy Night Emperor focused intently on the transformation occurring within it. A faint golden pattern flickered across the cannon's surface, a massive energy coalescing at the muzzle before it was unleashed with a violent thrust. Boom! The sturdy palace wall was obliterated, collapsing entirely. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. As the hall bore a gaping hole, the surrounding guards instinctively stepped forward, only to be sternly rebuked by the snowy Night Emperor. With eyes ablaze, he turned to Su Xian, breathless with urgency. My son, how many of such weapons do you possess? Having witnessed the cannon's formidable power, the Emperor was overwhelmed. It was astonishing. Not even a Soul King could withstand its might, let alone a Soul Emperor. With these weapons, the Imperial Army's strength would surge tremendously. Furthermore, if these could threaten a Soul Emperor, surely there existed armaments capable of endangering Soul Saints and Douluos. Without hesitation, the snowy Night Emperor contemplated the prospect of researching such weapons, secretly fortifying the Empire's might. In due time, the Tiando Empire could unify the continent, and he would emerge as its sole ruler. The thought sent waves of excitement through the snowy Night Emperor, a man of ambition. Observing the Emperor's eyes gleaming with fervor, Su Xian silently rolled his eyes. Yet, having hooked him, all was well. A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips as he retrieved 50 additional soul-guiding cannons from his storage ring. Suddenly, his expression morphed into one of agony, tears streaming down his face as he began to lament. Father, you have no idea of the torment I endured in the future. I was so severely bullied. Woe is me. Each of these weapons cost a fortune, 100,000 gold coins. How could I ever amass such wealth? After struggling to earn a living and even marrying a princess, I was abruptly thrust back here. My life is fraught with misfortune. His tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, each sob resonating with heart-wrenching despair. Su Xian's mournful wails were enough to elicit sympathy from any listener. The snowy Night Emperor's eyes reddened as well, particularly upon hearing the exorbitant price of each weapon, feeling as though his heart were being cleaved in two. 51 of these weapons amounted to a staggering 5 million gold coins. It was unfathomable how his son, alone in the future, had endured such hardships to acquire these treasures. The soul-guiding cannons represented not just a chance for the Empire's resurgence, but also embodied the toil and sacrifice of his son. It was no wonder Su Xian's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. All became clear to the Emperor. My son, I understand now. You have suffered greatly these years. The snowy Night Emperor, his heart aching, gently lifted Su Xian. His gaze filled with compassion, his voice choked with emotion. Father, Su Xian flung himself into the Emperor's embrace, tears and snot mingling as the pent-up emotions burst forth. Enough, enough. It is all in the past. The snowy Night Emperor reassured, patting Su Xian's shoulder, his tone gentle, akin to that of a caring father, devoid of any authoritative gravity. After a time, Su Xian's emotions began to stabilize. Father, you mentioned I married a princess in the future. Technically, she would be my descendant. Suddenly, the snowy Night Emperor appeared to recollect something, his expression darkening. Yet, considering his son's plight, he bore no reproach, though internally he grappled with the matter. Descendant? Su Xian wore a befuddled expression before realization struck, sorrow flooding his heart. Father, you do not understand. The Empire had long been extinguished. The snowy Night Emperor, what? He was nearly overwhelmed, nearly choking on his words, his complexion paling, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable rage. His heart wrenching in anguish. This is my empire, destined to endure for eternity. How could it possibly fall? Pray, let us converse earnestly. What truly transpired? Why did our illustrious Tiando Empire meet its demise? The imposing hands of the Snow Night Emperor clutched Su Xian's arm with fierce intensity. His gaze ablaze with fury, reminiscent of a maddened lion revealing its ferocity. In response, Su Xian hastily recounted the events of the future Douluo world, embellishing the tale. The Tiando Empire was vanquished by the foreign Sun Moon Empire, which posed an insurmountable threat before the soul-guiding devices. The Snow Night Emperor's jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging upon his forehead. The Sun Moon Empire, we shall be irreconcilable foes. He could scarcely fathom that the Tiando Empire fell to an overseas power. It was an absurdity of the highest order, to struggle against the Spirit Hall and the Xinglua Empire, only to be ultimately defeated by a foreign entity, was a reality he could not abide. Alas, I have finally been outwitted. Observing the Emperor's wrath, Su Xian felt a twinge of delight. Ha! Even the shrewdest Emperor cannot escape my exceptional performance. With this, he managed to smooth over the situation. allowing him to continue living as Su Xian without concern. Ah, such is the power of strength. One cannot contend with it. After a brief moment, the Snow Night Emperor regained his composure, pondering deeply before solemnly advising, "My son, this matter must not be disclosed to others. Let it remain buried within your heart. You have not returned to the future. Consider it as a mere slumber, understood?" Indeed, Su Xian nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grains. The Snow Night Emperor, satisfied, fixed his intense gaze upon the soul-guiding cannon on the ground and spoke in a tone that suggested negotiation. "As for these weapons, might I be entrusted with them?" "Absolutely not. These are the fruits of decades of my labor. You cannot simply take them." Su Xian's eyes narrowed in vigilance, his arms outstretched protectively in front of the soul-guiding cannon. "I am your father, the Emperor." The Snow Night Emperor growled through clenched teeth. "Why did no one in the future address me as my son? And now you seek to take advantage of me." Su Xian met the Emperor's gaze unflinchingly. As their eyes locked, the Snow Night Emperor's heart quaked, guilt and tenderness washing over him, his face slightly flushing. "If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Your father guarantees compliance. Would that be agreeable?" He conceded. "Finally, we have arrived at this juncture. All my efforts have not been in vain. First, I have taken a fancy to a young lady and wish for her to become my royal consort." The Snow Night Emperor's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. However, upon witnessing Su Xian packing the soul-guiding cannon into his storage ring, his resolve solidified. "I shall issue a decree to bestow her as your royal consort. The wedding can be arranged when you both come of age." This was not an act of capitulation, but rather a consideration for Su Xian's decades of solitude, a sentiment of a caring father. "Indeed, that is the case. I also wish to construct a recreational establishment to amass wealth, and I expect the expenses to be covered by you, my father. What a sum this requires. If you lack the funds, you can request them from your father." The Snow Night Emperor expressed reluctance. Do not be deceived by appearances. Despite the empire's wealth, it is, in truth, quite impoverished. Each soul-guiding cannon costs 100,000 gold coins. "Do you intend to purchase them?" The Snow Night Emperor gasped. 50 million gold coins. Cough, cough. Let it be built. I shall issue the orders forthwith. Chapter 9. The Treachery of Kin. Do you desire the throne? "Father, in that case, I shall relinquish these weapons to you." Reluctantly parting with the weapons, Su Xian felt a pang in his heart. These 51 pieces had cost him nearly 60 gold coins. He was now left with a mere 4,949. Alas, one less means one less. Rest assured, your father will safeguard these items with utmost care. No outsider shall learn of them. The Snow Night Emperor spoke with grave seriousness, for these items were vital to the future of the empire, and their existence must remain concealed from all but the most loyal. Should word escape, the empire would face the wrath of various factions, and the soul-guiding cannons would be irretrievably lost. Do not entertain thoughts of elevating Wuji and the others. Some things are rightfully yours, and neither you nor the empire can evade this truth. As Su Xian departed, the Snow Night Emperor felt compelled to remind him, believing that Su Xian's aversion to the throne stemmed from an awareness of the empire's impending doom. However, as the emperor of the Tiando Empire, he would never allow such a fate to transpire. Clenching his fist resolutely, the Snow Night Emperor vowed silently. Su Xian nodded vacantly, admitting to himself that he scarcely understood these words. Without inciting the likes of Xue Wuji, how could he comfortably assume his role as the idle prince? Emperor? That was an aspiration forever beyond his reach. Such burdensome tasks were better suited for his beloved younger brothers. Alas, to willingly relinquish the throne was a rarity indeed. Not only that, but for the sake of the empire's future, he was even willing to sacrifice himself by marrying Bibi Dong's daughter, living a life filled with both joy and suffering. For the country and family, he had done all that was possible. Should those two fools refuse to claim the throne, he would not hesitate to bestow upon them a sound thrashing at the palace gates. Two figures shivered in unison, feeling a chill course through them. "Brother, do you think our elder brother has lost his mind, asking me to frame him?" Xue Wuji glanced at the frail Xue Mingong beside him and could not refrain from speaking. "Perhaps our elder brother simply wishes to evade the throne, or there may be other reasons behind his actions." Xue Mingtong responded with a smile that, in contrast to Xue Wuji's impetuousness, Xue Mingtong appeared far more mature. His demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of cunning, desiring to avoid the throne. Xue Wuji was taken aback and, upon contemplation, discerned a hint of truth to it, prompting a smile. "So, our elder brother shares my sentiments. What is so appealing about being an emperor? It is far more gratifying to live freely as a general." Xue Mingdong. "I am astounded. You too do not wish to be emperor. Why does it suddenly feel like the throne is losing its allure? Are you not concerned that this matter might reach our father's ears, leading to severe punishment? He glanced around to ensure no one was listening before Xue Qinghe replied, I fear not. Our father is well aware that I am ill-suited for the role of emperor. You are far more fitting than I. Xue Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly. Being a prince is already exhausting enough. Every action must embody royal decorum, and even visiting the Soul Arena is out of the question. Let alone stepping onto the battlefield. Goodness. Fearing that Xue Qinghe might utter more nonsense, Xue Qinghe hastily covered his mouth. How could you? While I understand your reasoning, such words should not be spoken openly. If others overheard, they might believe I am genuinely vying for the throne against our elder brother. What will the ministers think of this? What will our father think? Though I secretly covet the throne and wish to contend with my elder brother. Such matters should not be aired publicly. By my word, you are truly undermining your brother. What are you two doing, engaging in an indirect kiss? Observing the peculiar closeness of Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe. Su Xian felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, instinctively creating distance between them. Ugh, stay away from me. At these words, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe immediately separated, disgusted, brushing off their attire. Indirect kiss. Can you not articulate your thoughts properly? They shot Su Xian a glare, grateful that no one else was present, lest the misunderstanding escalate. The prospect of the city being rife with rumors of the royal brother's peculiar affections sent chills down their spines. Brother, seeing you like this, father has not punished you, has he? Xue Qinghe inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Having committed such a grave error, you emerged unscathed. Truly, elder brother is exceptional. Do you desire me to be confined or subjected to punishment? Su Xian retorted, somewhat irked. As he gazed at Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These three unfortunate souls had all fallen victim to Qian Rengsh's machinations, enough to gather a table for a game of Douluo. However, now that he had arrived, such occurrences would no longer transpire. Elder brother, you jest. You are unscathed. We are overjoyed, Xue Qinghe promptly replied. With Xue Qinghe nodding in agreement, Su Xian rolled his eyes. Had Xue Qinghe made such a statement? He might have believed it. Yet Xue Qinghe was a quintessentially cunning prince. To phrase it favorably, he was resourceful. Less favorably, he was deceitful. His words were not to be taken at face value. Nonetheless, despite his lack of exceptional cultivation talent, Xue Qinghe was indeed the most suitable candidate for the throne. With the same blood coursing through their veins and shared destinies, Su Xian felt an undeniable kinship with the two. Thus, the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the Tiando Empire shall rest upon your shoulders. The gaze filtered through the presence of Xue Qinghe as Su Xian looked at Xue Qinghe and inquired with a gravitas that resonated. Old 3, do you aspire to become an emperor? By heavens. Xue Qinghe's complexion shifted dramatically, startled by the unexpected query. He glanced at Su Xian, then at Xue Qinghe, and a wave of doubt washed over him. Was today truly an inauspicious day? What audacity! Both of them broached the subject of the throne. And the old man is still around. Is there a death wish in the air? Aren't they concerned about being misconstrued as traitors? Moreover, brother, what do you mean by asking me this? How am I supposed to respond? Isn't this akin to placing me upon a grill? At merely 12 years of age, with a heart heavier than most, you could simply ask if I wish for it, with an exasperated pat on Xue Qinghe's forehead. Su Xian pressed on, facing the oppressive stares of both men. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath and slowly uttered a single word. I do. The voice was deep and resonant, filled with an undeniable weight, revealing Xue Qinghe's true sentiments. Now, this makes things simpler. Su Xian clapped his hands in delight, and under Xue Qinghe's bewildered gaze, he divulged his inner thoughts. Old 3, I have little ambition for the throne anymore. I intend to live my life as a carefree prince. From now on, it will depend on your efforts to satisfy the old man. Therefore, young lad, strive forth. The future of the empire belongs to you, as well as to me, but fundamentally, it is yours. Chapter 10. The Man of the Angel God. Brother, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? With each word, Xue Qinghe felt increasingly entranced, unable to fathom Su Xian's declaration. That throne is of utmost supremacy. Countless souls have fought tooth and nail for such power, enduring life and death struggles. As the eldest prince, he is the most favored heir to the throne. How can you suddenly tell me that you do not wish to be emperor? What nonsense is this? If it were second brother Xue Qinghe saying this, he might believe it, considering his penchant for combat and his detachment from power struggles. But you, the most favored successor by our father, with the highest esteem in Tiando City, and the greatest influence among all princes, he could not accept it.is anyone here jesting with you, if I had this time to spare. I certainly would not be tending to your sister-in-law. Su Xian retorted, his tone laced with irritation. What the devil? This is my genuine sentiment. Could you not offer a bit of cooperation? For instance, swear an oath before me. Dying to aim for the throne? You, however, dare to question my sincerity? Am I the sort to betray my own brother? Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this term, the attention of both Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong instantly shifted. Even Xue Mingtong's thoughts on the throne dissipated as he stared at Su Xian, mouth agape. Brother, you are merely 14. You do not even have a girlfriend. Where does this wife come from? Is this some sort of exaggeration? Moreover, without our father's decree, how could you possibly marry? Oh, I forgot to mention, I have set my sights on a young lady, and the old man has already issued his command. We shall wed upon reaching adulthood. Su Xian explained. How come we were not informed of this at all? Xue Wuji, perplexed, pondered how a sister-in-law had suddenly materialized. Brother, does our mother know of this? Such matters need not concern you. Let us return to our previous discussion. Su Xian swiftly waved off their inquiries. This matter must be settled today, and he could not allow these two fools to escape. No. Brother, do enlighten us about this sister-in-law, Xue Wuji insisted, his eyes aflame with curiosity. Is she from a prominent family, worthy of your admiration? Is this truly the time to discuss such trivialities as the throne? Su Xian felt a surge of anger at their banter. He had no intention of engaging with their frivolity. Pointing at Xue Mingtong, he threatened sternly, if you dare to utter that you do not wish to be emperor, or that you cannot become one, I shall break your legs, Xue Mingtong. What the hell? Are you forcing me into a corner? Is this something I can decide, as if I were a duck being shoved into a pond? Brother, would you not inquire if I wish to be a prince? Feeling that his presence was being overshadowed, Xue Wuji could not restrain himself any longer. Just you? Su Xian cast a derisive glance at him, full of scorn. Do you believe you could outmatch old three? If you wish to compete with him for the throne, you had better become a title Douluo, or else you shan't even grasp how he will outmaneuver you. With that, Su Xian chose to ignore the two fools and departed. Xue Wuji, what the hell? Do you truly think so little of me? With fiery eyes, he glared at Su Xian as he walked away, then turned his gaze back to Xue Mingtong. Third brother. I have been feeling restless lately. How about you and I have a little competition? Cracking his knuckles with a grin that belied his intentions, Xue Wuji appeared deceptively amiable. If he were not gritting his teeth. With veins bulging in his arms and his eyes burning with malice, he would seem quite cordial. Curse it. I may not match your intellect, but I can certainly best you in a brawl, if I do not seize this moment while you are still unprepared and without power. When else will I have the chance to show you some affection? Your second brother is still your second brother. Second brother, you jest. How could I possibly be your opponent? Seeing Xue Wuji's fierce demeanor, Xue Mingtong's heart quaked, and he prepared to leave, only to find himself grabbed by Xue Wuji. Third brother, why are you so eager to leave? It matters not who wins or loses. We are brothers. Do not take it too seriously, Xue Mingtong. I am getting beaten up. How can I not care? What the hell? You are really going to throw punches? Xue Mingtong dodged, his anger flaring. I never speak falsehoods. Do not blame me for bullying you. I shall grant you 3 moves. Fine. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Let us begin. Father, what brings you here? Xue Mingtong was struck with terror. Cough. Father? Xue Wuji halted his actions, quickly searching for an explanation, only to find that the Emperor Xue was nowhere in sight. Damn it. I have been tricked. Second brother, I shall take my leave. We shall engage in our duel another day. With that, Xue Mingtong urged his horse-drawn carriage forward and sped away. Xue Wuji, you cowardly wretch, I spit on you. Having exited the palace, Su Xian made his way to his residence, his face aglow with joy. Radiating a smile, from this day forth, he too would have a wife, though this wife may harbor impure intentions, perhaps even scheming to usurp him. What of it? A love devoid of challenges is hardly love at all. He relished the thrill of adversity. Moreover, this wife was not only beautiful, but also possessed an impressive background and extraordinary potential. To marry her was a stroke of fortune beyond measure, something others could only envy. While his coercive approach might seem somewhat despicable, from the moment she acquiesced, their fates were irrevocably intertwined. She is my Su Xian's woman, from this day forth, and for eons to come. I vow to bring you happiness, shielding you from any harm, with a gaze as resolute as iron. Su Xian silently swore he would not allow her tragic past to repeat itself, although Qianren Xue currently held no affection for him. He firmly believed that one day she would come to realize that in her heart, besides the spirit hall, there exists the indelible shadow of one person, him, who could not be dismissed or replaced. Her true singularity. Oh, ha 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 ha. He, Su Xian, is destined to become the man of the angel god. Chapter 11. Let us go. Your attire is truly stunning. I can hardly recognize you. I in the back garden, observing Qianren Xue quietly seated in the pavilion. Admiring the fish, Su Xian approached with a smile. The palace gown and long skirt accentuated her elegant and slender figure, the golden embroidery gleaming with a noble aura, complemented by her flowing golden locks. Everything about her was breathtakingly enchanting. You have returned. The emperor has not mistreated you, has he? As Qianren Xue turned her gaze towards Su Xian, who was approaching, she immediately welcomed him with a complex expression that was difficult to decipher. Upon turning around, Su Xian was utterly astonished by her stunning beauty. Her exquisite features were masterfully crafted, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, and her elegantly contoured M-shaped lips were both refined and ethereal. She exuded a haughty yet playful charm, radiating an aura of nobility and sweetness, strikingly delicate yet enchanting. To have such a wife, he would willingly sacrifice 50 years of his life. Yet, Su Xian was not inclined to relinquish even a single year. For she was undeniably his wife. Now and in the future, what could he possibly do to change that? With a light chuckle, Su Xian fixed his gaze upon her and spoke candidly. I have delightful news for you. After my relentless pleas, which bordered on desperation, my father, though reluctant, has issued a decree to crown you as the imperial consort. How could he not be reluctant, if it weren't for the threat of the soul-guiding cannon? Would he have consented? 51 soul-guiding cannons amounted to a fortune of millions in gold coins. TSK, what an expensive wife he had acquired. Yet, it was worth it. After a brief pause, observing Qianren Xue's dazed expression, he could not help but burst into laughter. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be my wife and the grand imperial consort of the Tiando Empire. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her ears, leaving Qianren Xue momentarily stunned, her limbs growing weak. Had she truly become the imperial consort? What the hell? She had come as an undercover agent, and now everything had changed so abruptly. As the emperor of the Tiando Empire, how could he truly allow his legitimate son to marry a lowly, solitary girl he had only met once? Was this the conduct of an emperor, a father? Damn it. She wanted to escape. She was done with this. Don't be so agitated. We have many days ahead of us. Quickly supporting Qianren Xue, Su Xian looked at her and gently caressed her face, teasingly saying "da-da." In an instant, her complexion blushed like a cherry blossom. Qianren Xue, resembling a startled rabbit, hurriedly fled from Su Xian's embrace. Your face is all flushed. She glared at Su Xian in embarrassment and anger, her heart racing uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to any man. Seeing Qianren Xue's adorably flustered demeanor, Su Xian could not help but find joy in her reaction, deciding against further teasing her. Patience was key. If you find it uncomfortable here, feel free to let me know. Do not hesitate to speak up. His tone was warm, and his gaze was as gentle as flowing water. He looked deeply into her eyes before issuing a firm command. Yeshing, from this day forward, you shall protect her closely, ensuring she suffers no harm. Yes, Your Highness, a cool, feminine voice echoed from an unknown source. Qianren Xue immediately regained her composure, her gaze sweeping across the courtyard, her expression subtly shifting. As she glanced around, Qianren Xue realized that Su Xian had already vanished. Just as she was searching for him, a hearty laugh rang out, followed by a melody she had never heard before. Delicate clouds weave intricate patterns, shooting stars convey hidden affections. The silver river flows silently. When the golden wind and jade dew meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Tender feelings resemble flowing water. Cherished moments feel like dreams. Who would dare to consider the way back from the Magpie Bridge? If two hearts are truly intertwined for a long time, would it matter if they meet at dawn or dusk? Understanding the meaning behind the lines, Qianren Xue's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. When the golden wind and jade dew meet, is this referring to him and me? It surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. She murmured softly, her heartbeat quickening, feeling an embarrassing warmth within. Such overt expressions of affection were unprecedented for her. You rogue, I would never like you. She stamped her foot, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Oomph, and you are the Grand Prince, yet you act so recklessly. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards, but recalling her identity, Qian Rinxue's expression stiffened, her heart tinged with bitterness. Xue Qinghe, you have fallen for someone you should not. You and I are destined to be impossible. You should give up. Steeling herself, Qian Rinxue's gaze regained its resolve. She had come here to prove herself to that woman and for the future of the Spirit Hall. She absolutely could not be burdened by personal feelings. Never. Writing poetry to woo women and then making a swift exit, leaving space for the lady's imagination, was the ultimate wisdom learned by countless transmigrators. Just as he lightly walked away, waving his sleeve, he left behind a majestic and captivating silhouette. Without a doubt, Su Xian could surmise the expression on Qian Rinxue's face at that moment. Her heart was undoubtedly blooming, wishing to dedicate herself entirely to him. Alas, such was the allure of a transmigrator, akin to fireflies in the dark night, illuminating the dawn against the backdrop of eternal night, a force that could not be hindered. With a sigh, Su Xian, hands clasped behind his back, strolled away. He did not return to his palace, but wandered around the estate. Although Tiando City appeared safe, who could guarantee that accidents would not occur? For the royal family, safety was never a given. Thus, for his own security, Su Xian had to prepare in advance. Within the second kill system, he had purchased numerous magical formations, determined to fortify the estate into an impregnable fortress. All right, having set up more than a dozen formations of various sizes, he encircled the entire estate. Su Xian clapped his hands, an expression of anticipation flashing in his eyes, wondering who might become the first of the sacrificial offerings. These formations would be difficult to breach, even for a title Douluo, let alone lesser beings. At this moment, Su Xian found himself somewhat eager for a title Douluo to come knocking, just so he could indulge in some playful torment. A 30th level soul master, ruthlessly slaughtering a title Douluo. Just imagining that scene is incredibly thrilling. Having completed all of this, Su Xian returned to his study, beginning to draft the blueprints for the entertainment city. He came to Tiando City primarily to earn money, as the system required financial contributions, and gold coins were essential. Should he encounter something extraordinary, like the Pangu axe, he would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of zeros following the numeral 1. There were numerous ways to earn money in the modern era, yet the entertainment options in Douluo Continent, soul fighting, were rather monotonous. He had no fear of his entertainment city failing to bring in revenue. Furthermore, Su Xian aimed to transform Tiando City into the most fortified stronghold. Not even a title Douluo or an ultimate Douluo would dare approach without kneeling in submission. In doing so, he would be able to live in peace, leisurely enjoying life with his beloved wife. Chapter 12. Your matters, I decide. Bang! Hearing a knock at the door, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, interrupted before he had even put pen to paper. What is it? He inquired directly. Your Highness, the Empress summons you to the palace, requesting that you bring the Grand Imperial Consort along. She wishes to meet her. My mother. At those words, a gentle and elegant figure floated into Su Xian's mind. Warming his heart. A mother's love was most evident, especially in his case. Typically, if he made a mistake, his mother would intervene, and his father would not dare utter a word. In this world, she was the one who loved him most. This was the most profound aspect retained from the memories of Xue Qinghe after his fusion. Even he felt envious and touched by it. His mother wanted to meet her daughter-in-law. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Moreover, Qian Rinxue had never experienced a mother's love. Perhaps his mother could offer her some emotional warmth. He certainly did not want his wife to remain cold and aloof. I will enter the palace shortly. Please have the messenger inform them to return. Su Xian replied. Yes. With the design of the entertainment city temporarily halted, Su Xian set down his pen and returned to the back garden. Qian Rinxue had not yet departed. She leaned against the railing, delicately stirring the water for the goldfish, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony. Those lines, did you truly write them? Noticing someone approaching, Qian Rinxue glanced over before turning away to speak to herself. If you like them, I could write you a poem every day, never repeating a single one for a lifetime. Su Xian replied with a smile. All right, that might be an exaggeration. My skills in copying are not that remarkable yet. However, in the presence of a lady, how could a man admit to such limitations? He had to maintain his facade. No need. Although they are well written, I do not particularly like them. Qian Rinxue paused, then shook her head. Su Xian, what are you talking about? Observing Qian Xue suddenly adopting a composed and mature demeanor, Su Xian was utterly perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Dear lady, you are supposed to be a destitute girl. Having just been crowned as the Grand Imperial Consort, shouldn't you be displaying surprise and anxiety? How is it that you are revealing your true character on the very first day? Are you not afraid I might suspect your origins? As an undercover agent, could you at least exhibit some professionalism? To speak candidly, Su Xian would much rather confront the delicate and fragile Xue than face the formidable Qian Xue at this moment. There was simply no comparison. The latter posed an insurmountable challenge. However, as a man, would he capitulate when faced with the haughty and aloof beauty of the semi-dominant type, like Qian Xue in her current state? One must pursue relentlessly. For a man to win a woman's affection, first, he must be unashamed. Secondly, he must be utterly unashamed. Thirdly, he should be unashamed to the core. The Empress has summoned us to the palace to meet her. If you have no objections, let us depart at once. With a mind already made up, Su Xian's expression remained impassive as he stated plainly, I am feeling a bit unwell. May we postpone our visit? Qian Xue furrowed her brow slightly before outright refusing. She wished to avoid entanglements with the royal family for fear that she might find herself unable to act later. Unwell? Su Xian smirked, then approached Qian Xue with purpose. No worries. The palace has imperial physicians. I shall take you to see one. What are you planning? Noticing the suggestive smile on Su Xian's face, Qian Xue's expression tightened, and she quickly stepped back a few paces. I intend to take you to see the physician. As he spoke, Su Xian quickened his pace, scooping Qian Xue into his arms. A wave of fragrant warmth enveloped him, her delicate form exuding an enchanting softness that stirred something deep within Su Xian. What are you doing? Put me down. The rich scent of masculinity emanating from his sturdy chest made Qian Xue's face flush crimson as she began to struggle. You are my wife now. What harm is there in a little embrace? Besides, you claim to be unwell, and I couldn't possibly let you walk. With a tone of unwavering conviction, Su Xian appeared utterly unperturbed, provoking Qian Xue to grit her teeth in frustration, yet feel helpless. I feel much better now. Please put me down, she protested emphatically. Do not fret. I am not fatigued. Su Xian resolutely shook his head. The maidservants in the residence, witnessing Su Xian carrying Qian Xue, wore expressions of envy as they murmured among themselves. This scoundrel. Hearing the laughter around her, Qian Xue's face burned hotter, her lips pursed in indignation as she glared at Su Xian, her eyes a tempest of embarrassment and fury. I assure you, I am fine. If you doubt me, put me down and see for yourself. Unable to withstand the peculiar gazes of those around her, and realizing the exit was just ahead, Qian Xue, in a tone almost pleading, bit her lip and said, Are you really going to put me down? If I put you down, that would make me a fool. I refuse to let go. Today, I shall cast aside all semblance of shame. You are not well, so there is no need to argue, he declared, carrying Qian Xue into the estate, in the astonished gazes of passers-by. Su Xian climbed into the carriage. Humph, whether you are well or not is not for you to decide, Qian Xue exclaimed. Did I just see the crown prince? Someone gasped in disbelief. I never imagined the typically courteous and humble crown prince would act so recklessly. It is truly astonishing. What do you know? The crown prince is already 14. I suspect that girl might very well be the one he fancies. What a joyous occasion. We have all benefited from the crown prince's generosity and ought to show our appreciation. Congratulations, Your Highness. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a wave of congratulations swept through the street. Curse it. Thankfully, I am a prince. Otherwise, with that uproar, I might have been executed by old men that very night. Can you set me down now? Hearing the commotion outside, Qian Xue, utterly mortified, had lost her former composure and timidly reminded him, her cheeks aflame. No, I enjoy holding you. Su Xian replied without hesitation, shaking his head. You enjoy holding me? Qian Xue exclaimed in disbelief. For heaven's sake, as the crown prince, could you not display a modicum of dignity? Qian Xue's ears seemed to steam with anger. She realized fully now that this man was doing it on purpose. Put me down. I am uncomfortable like this. Unable to freely use her soul power, she found herself unable to break free. Qian Xue, though humiliated and furious, had no choice but to plead do. Just when she thought Su Xian might finally set her down, he shifted his grip, pulling her closer into his embrace, the solid warmth of his chest pressing against her back as Su Xian leaned back against the carriage seat. She was still in his arms. merely in a different position. Indeed, a more comfortable one. Qianren Xue. Woo, this is not how I envisioned this scenario would unfold. Chapter 13. Shall we demonstrate once more? Embracing Qianren Xue's slender waist. Su Xian gazed upon her flustered, indignant yet helpless visage, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leaned his head against hers. Do not take it too far. With a defiant glare at Su Xian, Qianren Xue was utterly mortified, her face aflame. From now on, you should call me husband or lord. Unfazed by her ire, Su Xian playfully pinched her cheek and feigned displeasure. Not a chance. We are not wed yet. None of this counts. Just as her beauty seemed to bloom, Qianren Xue opened her mouth to retort, but upon recalling that she had indeed agreed to marry him, she quickly amended, it's just a matter of a few years. If you are in a hurry, I can prepare for the wedding in advance. That Su Xian chuckled. You, seeing Qianren Xue poised to argue, Su Xian swiftly interjected, some things, once promised, cannot be undone, even if I perish. You shall remain my wife. Of course, with you by my side, I shall strive to live a few more years. I certainly will not meet my end before marrying you. His gaze deep and smoldering with warmth. Su Xian locked eyes with Qianren Xue, who trembled slightly, becoming silent as she stared ahead, her thoughts a tangled web. Before long, the carriage came to a halt before the palace. Stay still, as Qianren Xue prepared to rise. Su Xian quickly halted her, lifting her once more. No sooner had they disembarked than two figures hurriedly approached. Ahem. Staring at Su Xian holding Qianren Xue, Xue Wuji and Xue Mingdong were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, envy shining in their eyes. Damn it, you're carrying your royal sister-in-law into the palace. You're spoiling her too much. What about your dignity as the crown prince? Put me down at once. Hearing Qianren Xue's indignant shout, and seeing her flushed cheeks, Su Xian promptly set her down. Greetings, royal brother. Greetings, royal sister-in-law. Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong cleared their throats before offering their respects. Your highnesses. In the future, do not concern yourselves with such formalities. If they displease you, simply inform me, Su Xian said, noticing Qianren Xue's inclination to reciprocate the greeting. He grasped her hand firmly, dismissing the need for such hollow customs. Indeed, what elder brother says is quite right. Royal sister-in-law need not be overly courteous, Xue Mingtong replied with a smile, and Xue Wuji nodded in agreement. Let us be off. Mother must be anxiously awaiting us. We should hurry. Ignoring Qianren Xue's resistance, Su Xian took her hand, and she found herself powerless to oppose him. By the way, third brother, what happened to the bruise on your face? Just a minor injury. I bumped into something while ascending the steps. It's nothing serious, though. I am curious how this incident occurred. Perhaps we could reenact it later? Xue Mingtong suggested. Reenact what? You fool, Xue Wuji exclaimed, chuckling as he shook with laughter. I too am quite curious. Shall we have another go at it? Xue Mingtong teased, his shoulders shaking with mirth. What the hell? I haven't even sought retribution from you, and you dare to bring it up? You're curious about what? This injury was caused by you. How humiliating. I want to speak of it, and you think you're in the right, in the palace. Your Majesty, why have you suddenly arranged for Qinghe to marry without consulting me? Who is the bride? As her mother, I deserve an explanation. Dressed in a splendid phoenix gown, Nangong Ling glared icily at the Snow Night Emperor, her expression as frigid as frost, each word laden with a sense of authority. The Snow Night Emperor felt overwhelmed, hastily defending. This was his request. He even threatened me, his father. What can I do? Qinghe is already 14 and deserves a wife. I couldn't very well refuse when he found someone he liked. Besides, have you not always wished to become a grandmother? Undoubtedly a couple. The Emperor of the Snowy Night swiftly absolved himself of responsibility, simultaneously diverting attention elsewhere. Weren't you so eager to become a grandmother? In this way, I have fulfilled your wish. Perhaps in a few years, you might be cradling a chubby little boy. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a grandmother, Nangong Ling's face brightened with a gentle smile. If Qinghe has taken a liking to her, she must possess both beauty and character. Do tell me, which family does she hail from? How old is she this year? The Emperor of the Snowy Night sighed in relief. She is not the daughter of any noble minister, but rather a girl he rescued from the roadside. And according to Yi Ying, she is quite lovely. An orphan. At these words, Nangong Ling's expression shifted, but she quickly composed herself. She was unconcerned by such details. As long as her son was fond of her, if Yi Ying remarked on her beauty, it was likely she was indeed a stunning maiden. Otherwise, her son wouldn't have been so smitten at first sight. By the way, how old is she? As if struck by a thought, Nangong Ling's expression became serious as she regarded the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Age is a matter of great importance when it comes to future marriage and childbearing. While an early marriage is acceptable, childbirth must occur only when one is of age, lest it lead to harm. According to Ying, she seems to be a year or two younger than Qinghe. Probably around 12 or 13. The Emperor of the Snowy Night responded with a hint of awkwardness. 12 or 13. Upon hearing this number, Nangong Ling's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. To be frank, she was quite displeased with this age. 12 or 13 implies it would be at least 6 or 7 years before she could meet her grandson, even if the girl were 2 or 3 years older than Qinghe. She would find it acceptable. However, this age was far from her expectations. The future is long, so do not rush. Qinghe is already clamoring to marry her. Are you still worried he won't pursue that girl? Just wait a few more years and see when your daughter-in-law's belly starts to swell. The Emperor of the Snowy Night couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, such a lack of propriety. Where is the demeanor befitting an emperor? Nangong Ling shot him a glare, yet his words brought her comfort, easing her fixation on the daughter-in-law's age. The Emperor of the Snowy Night. What demeanor befitting an emperor? If I were to put on airs in front of you, I might as well be courting death. Woe is me, feeling so despondent. Chapter 14. Take matters into your own hands, and prosper. Clang. The palace doors swung open, and Nangong Ling craned her neck to catch a glimpse. Smiling as she saw Su Xian holding a girl's hand. This rascal, just like his father, is quite affectionate towards his woman. As her gaze fell upon Qian Xue's exquisite features, Nangong Ling's eyes sparkled, and she instinctively nodded in approval. The girl's appearance was indeed to her liking, graceful and ethereal, exuding an air of nobility. Her son certainly has an eye for beauty. Greetings, father and mother, Qian Xue said. Bowing as she and Xue Qinghe paid their respects, as they performed their greetings, Su Xian mischievously pulled Qian Xue forward, winking playfully. Mother, this is the daughter-in-law I found for you. My taste is quite commendable. Isn't it, you little rascal, taking advantage while feigning innocence? Nangong Ling filtered out Su Xian's reckless behavior, her face lighting up with a knowing smile. Her attention turned to Qian Xue as she beckoned. You are called Xue, aren't you? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Seeing the gentle, warm smile on Nangong Ling's face, which seemed capable of melting ice and snow, Qian Xue felt her resistance diminish significantly and slowly approached. Rascal, I've already smoothed things over for you with your mother. Don't blow your cover on the other side. The Emperor of the Snowy Night cast a knowing glance at Su Xian, subtly reminding him. Father's impressive. Su Xian secretly gave a thumbs up, causing the Emperor of the Snowy Night to feel a swell of pride. What can I say? This is his prowess when it comes to managing his wife. None in the Tiando Empire can compare. Child, from now on this will be your home. If you find anything uncomfortable, feel free to tell your mother. Gently pulling Qian Xue aside to sit with her. Nangong Ling's gaze softened, as if she were looking at her own daughter, growing increasingly satisfied as Nangong Ling held her hand. Qian Xue felt a warm current flow from her arm, penetrating her heart and lungs, causing her breath to quicken. Her small hand instinctively tried to withdraw, but then hesitated, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Do not be too reserved. Today is a family gathering, and I simply wish to see my daughter-in-law. You are even better than I imagined. Marrying you is this boy's fortune. Noticing Qian Xue's subtle movements, Nangong Ling smiled warmly, patting the back of her hand with maternal affection. Let us serve the meal. Everyone is hungry. Seeing Qian Xue with her head bowed in silence, Nangong Ling assumed she was shy and did not press further. She nodded to the Emperor of the Snowy Night, instructing, bring forth the meal. Leave 2 to serve, the rest may withdraw. The Emperor of the Snowy Night immediately complied. Yes, before long, the meal was served, and everyone took their seats, with Qian Xue being pulled to sit beside Nangong Ling. Son, come sit here by your father. Upon noticing Su Xian attempting to sit next to Qian Xue, the Emperor of the Snowy Night raised an eyebrow and spoke up. What? Hearing this, Su Xian paused, casting a displeased glance at the Emperor. Damn it. I want to sit with my wife to share intimate moments. Why meddle? This is absolutely revenge for this morning's events. Are you so afraid of losing your daughter-in-law that you can't bear to let her out of your sight? Just as Su Xian ground his teeth in frustration, Nangong Ling's teasing voice rang out, her face brimming with mischief and laughter. She still had some daughterly matters to discuss with her daughter-in-law. After all, and surely couldn't allow Su Xian to linger. Couples teaming up, I concede. Is that enough? After shooting a disgruntled glare at the Emperor of the Snowy Night, Su Xian finally settled beside him. How dare you glare at me? The Emperor of the Snowy Night raised an eyebrow, feeling a touch of grievance. Damn it. I am only looking out for you. You know nothing. Can't you see your mother wants to discuss matters with your wife? Of course, the Emperor of the Snowy Night felt this way because he believed Su Xian had experienced too much in his past life and felt a sense of debt, wishing to strengthen their father-son bond. Second brother, come over here a bit. Do not disturb Xue and your mother. Noticing that Xue Qinghe was seated too close to Xue, Su Xian instinctively raised an eyebrow and stated firmly, Xue Qinghe. Looking between himself and Xue, where there were still 2 empty seats, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched violently. Brother, you are going too far. At this rate, you will have no brothers left. Under Su Xian's icy glare, Xue Qinghe was compelled to move his seat next to Su Xian. Giggles like silver bells rang out. Seeing her son's domineering, protective demeanor, Nangong Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter, clearly enjoying herself. The Emperor of the Snowy Night shook his head, smiling without a word. Indeed, my eldest son is just like him. A flush of crimson spread from her neck, coloring Xue's cheeks as she felt her ears burning with embarrassment. Instinctively shooting a glare at Su Xian, enough dawdling, let us eat, the Emperor of the Snowy Night reminded them to looking at the food on the table, Su Xian displayed a pained expression, suddenly finding it hard to dig in. It wasn't that he was picky, it was just that the dishes did not align with his accustomed tastes. Bread, thin porridge, chicken, beef, lamb, and silver fish, predominantly fried and roasted, the Western-style dishes were poorly represented in vegetables. With only a scant offering of radishes and spinach, some of which he didn't even recognize, from the presentation, the dishes looked quite appealing, yet Western cuisine typically prioritized nutrition over flavor. To a Hunan native like Su Xian, this spread resembled nothing more than bland broth. Without chili, without various seasonings, even the colors appeared starkly pale. After taking a small bite of fish, an overwhelming fishy taste surged into his throat, nearly causing him to gag. Damn it, do they not know to use yellow wine, green onions, ginger, and garlic to mask the fishy flavor? What on earth am I supposed to eat? Is the food not to your liking? Noticing Su Xian's subtle movements, the Emperor of the Snowy Night inquired at this. Nangong Ling, who had been fervently serving Xue, also glanced over. Upon seeing that Su Xian's bowl had no meat at all, she couldn't help but frown. Qinghe, how can you not eat meat? Here, take this chicken leg. Rushing to her feet, she thoughtfully served Su Xian some food, allowing her to sit with peace of mind, and then she resumed her quiet conversation with Xue. Su Xian, mother, I truly appreciate it. Woe is me. Looking at the bowl of food, particularly the chicken leg that still oozed with a hint of blood, appearing barely cooked, Su Xian felt a wave of nausea. Cough, cough, my stomach feels a bit off. Please go ahead and eat. With a brief greeting, Su Xian rose swiftly and departed the palace, leaving the Snow Night Emperor and others in a state of astonishment and suspicion. Though they chose not to pursue the matter further, outside the palace, he realized that only through his own efforts could he secure a life of abundance. Sighing in resignation as he patted his belly, Su Xian promptly made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 15. The Clash of Eastern and Western Culinary Arts. To traverse to another realm and indulge in exquisite feasts, Su Xian, through his audacious journey, demonstrated that such notions are utterly preposterous, misleading countless young dreamers yearning for a fantastical adventure. The dishes of Douluo might possess an enticing aroma, for they are indeed fried and roasted, yet they utterly fail to live up to the term delicious. Just look at the roasted chicken of later generations, where the quantity of seasoning is nearly equal to that of the meat itself. Now consider the Douluo version, a bare roasted chicken with but a sprinkle of spices. One might think it was merely charred over an open flame and served as is for the spiciness. Alas, his palate was unrefined, and he could not discern it. Adapting to local customs? Nonsense. Having crossed realms, why should he endure such indignities? He resolved to eat and drink freely, refusing to settle for anything less. Otherwise, what was the point of his transmigration? Your Highness, what brings you to the kitchen? Upon seeing Xue Qinghe approach, the head of the imperial kitchen, Yaka, was filled with trepidation, hastily moving to prevent Xue Qinghe from entering. I intend to prepare a few dishes for my father and mother, so they can gather some ingredients for me. Su Xian commanded. You cannot cook yourself, Your Highness, Yaka exclaimed in alarm, waving his hands in protest. What? Did you not hear my command? Su Xian's voice turned cold. Understood, understood. I shall have them prepare it at once. Yaka shivered involuntarily, his heart racing as he quickly stepped aside. Fetch me a fish, and prepare some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Don't forget the chili peppers. The authoritative tone resonated through the kitchen, leaving Yaka momentarily dazed. Perplexed as to why Su Xian required these ingredients, which were typically unnecessary for their usual cooking. However, he knew better than to question it and hurriedly dispatched someone to procure scallions and ginger from the apothecary. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. Yaka bellowed in anger upon noticing the other cooks lingering to watch. If word got out that the crown prince was cooking, would not the emperor and empress have him executed? Yes, sir. The others immediately snapped to attention, aware of the gravity of the situation, and promptly vacated the kitchen, vowing never to mention the day's events. You will assist me shortly. Su Xian cast a sidelong glance at Yaka. Of course, it is my honor, Yaka replied, flabbergasted, eager to ensure no one else could take his place. Despite managing the royal kitchen, Yaka remained a commoner, merely holding a minor official title that in this world, rank was insignificant. Only nobility conferred land and power. To put it bluntly, he was merely the emperor's personal servant, a role passed down through generations, a stark contrast to Su Xian's princely status. Assisting a prince would be a matter of pride for him. Even for generations to come. Su Xian was quite pleased with Yaka's attitude, especially since he discovered that this world still had scallions and ginger, albeit regarded merely as medicinal herbs, originally from the Xia kingdom. It seemed unlikely they would appear in the predominantly western Douluo world. Perhaps the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, coupled with its immense primal forests, allowed these spices to take root and flourish here. After all, in a fantastical realm capable of producing cannons, isn't it reasonable that a few spices could exist as well? Wait, why was he dwelling on this, as long as it tasted good? That was all that mattered. As he reminisced about the delectable dishes of the future, Su Xian felt his mouth water, especially for the unjust fate of scallions and ginger, relegated to the status of medicinal ingredients. Such splendid seasonings should be mingling with meat in the pot, releasing their captivating aroma. Scallions and ginger. Thank you for your invitation. We believe the apothecary is a better option. Before long, the ginger and other ingredients were procured, and Su Xian donned a chef's attire, embarking on his inaugural culinary performance in this foreign realm. Yaka, prepare the fish and these bullfrogs. Not chop the fish. Keep it whole, and cut the frogs into pieces. Your Highness, they are ready. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Xian hurried over to commence cooking the stir-fried bullfrogs and steamed fish. He added onions to the pot to infuse flavor, followed by the frog meat, chili peppers, and of course, a splash of cooking wine. Your Highness, you truly know how to cook. Yaka was rendered speechless as he watched Su Xian deftly chopping ingredients. Cough, cough. The aroma was overwhelming. Could it be burnt? Hiss, it was quite spicy, and tears streamed down his face. Was this really cooking? Can scallions and ginger even be used in dishes? Yet soon after, Yaka's mind was filled with uncertainty. Su Xian's unfamiliar techniques and the peculiar scents wafting from the dishes challenged his understanding. Especially when he saw Su Xian chopping the medicinal herbs and adding them to the pot, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Those ingredients were pungent and spicy. How could they possibly be edible? Once the dishes were finished and plated, the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Su Xian couldn't help but relish the moment. Thankfully, he had learned to cook before. Otherwise, arriving in this realm would have left him utterly bewildered. It became evident how vital it was to master a craft. No, skills were paramount. Alas, those protagonists in novels, who relied solely on their system's powers, seemed woefully inadequate compared to his well-rounded abilities. Cough, cough. Remain humble, remain humble. After neatly packing the dishes, Su Xian strolled toward the harem. Does it sound like I have a harem, or that I'm on the path to establishing one? Hiss, contemplating such pleasures. Qinghe, are you all right? Why did you take so long to return? As Su Xian stepped into the palace, he was greeted by Nan Gongling's voice, tinged with both concern and a hint of anger, seemingly reproaching him for his lengthy absence. What do you have in your hands? Before Su Xian could respond, Nan Gongling's attention was drawn to the food box he held. Cough, cough. We're all family here. I personally prepared 2 dishes for you to sample. Su Xian replied. Indeed, he absolutely did not find the food on the table unpalatable. Rather, he wished to express his filial piety. You can cook. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongling was momentarily dumbfounded, while the Snow Night Emperor dropped his food in shock. Eyes wide with disbelief, Before his expression softened somewhat, as for Xue Wujie and Xue Mingtong. They looked as though they had seen a ghost, their eyes bulging in astonishment, as if to say, "Brother, please stop joking. What dishes can you possibly make?" Unfortunately, as princes, they had never even set foot in the kitchen, let alone cooked. "Truly, you are remarkable, brother. We cannot compare." Glancing at the steaming food box, Xue Wujie and his brother exchanged looks, unable to suppress their admiration. "Why must you be so exceptional, brother? Could you not grant us a chance to shine?" Chapter 16. Conquering with Culinary Delights. "Qinghe, you can actually cook?" Nan Gongling instinctively swallowed. Incredulous. "Just a little skill. It's nothing grand." Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, downplaying his talents. After all, he possessed many more skills, and he feared that excessive praise would leave them at a loss for words in the future. "Come now, everyone, have a taste." With that, Su Xian presented the fish and stir-fried bullfrogs, taking a seat beside Qian Xue. The enticing aroma burst forth instantly, captivating even Qian Xue, who couldn't help but inhale deeply. The presentation is quite appealing. "Qinghe, you must have devoted considerable effort to learn this. Moreover, the method seems rather unique," Nan Gongling remarked, noting the red and green garnishes on the steamed fish, the tender white flesh peeking through. Appearing exceedingly succulent he probably learned it from elsewhere. "It certainly isn't the cooking style of Tiando City," the Snow Night Emperor interjected, eager to sample the delicacies from this otherworldly cuisine. "Come, everyone, dig in." A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips as he waved invitingly. He then picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in sauce, and placed it in Qian Xue's bowl, gently advising, "This fish is quite sweet, though the seasoning might be a touch mildly spicy. Do try it. If you enjoy it, I can prepare it for you daily at home." His gentle and considerate demeanor left the four of them momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had forgotten his mother after marrying his wife. Nan Gongling murmured to herself, while Xue Yidi felt a tinge of jealousy, as if his son had been abducted by someone. Bathed in the sourness of romance, both Xue Wujie and his companion felt deeply wounded. Silently pushing their food around, their hearts already resolute. "So, you want to flaunt your affection, do you? Just wait. I shall find a girl I fancy and show you just how to display love. Can you not behave this way?" Embarrassment surged within her, as Qian Xue's face flushed with a deep crimson, feeling an intense heat that made her wish to burrow into a hole at that very moment. "You should give it a try. The flavor is exquisite." Su Xian, oblivious to the atmosphere, urged her on. "Emicheng," she softly replied, blushing fiercely as she picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth, a delightful taste immediately blossoming within. "How delicious!" Qian Xue's eyes sparkled, unable to contain her surprise. Having never before tasted such succulent fish, there was not a hint of fishiness. The flesh was tender, dissolving like tofu, and the sweetness burst forth in her mouth. Compared to the grilled fish she had eaten previously, this preparation was far more flavorful, irresistibly whetting her appetite for more. "But I'm glad you like it." Su Xian coughed lightly, causing Qian Xue to redden once more. Just as he was about to serve her some frog meat, a discontented cough interrupted from the side. "Mother, you should try some too. The flavor is delightful, and Xue has already sampled it for you." Glancing at the resentful and angry expressions of Nan Gongling and Xue Yidi, Su Xian hastily placed fish into their bowls, his face adorned with an innocent smile that made them roll their eyes in exasperation. "Sampled for us? The first bite went to your wife, and now you prance around like a peacock." They scoffed inwardly, though dissatisfied with Su Xian. Nan Gongling and Xue Yidi wasted no time in trying the dish. "It truly is delicious. How have we never tasted such food before?" Nan Gongling exclaimed, staring hungrily at the fish. Before Su Xian could speak, Xue Wujie and his companion were already indulging heartily, witnessing their exaggerated enjoyment. Xue Yidi, without hesitation, joined the feast. Though Qian Xue felt full, she could not resist having a couple more bites. In no time, the fish was nearly gone. I seem to have not eaten yet. "Wujie, you both should learn from your elder brother. Filial piety towards parents is essential. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing the fish almost depleted while they continued to eat, Xue Yidi raised an eyebrow, reminding them ominously, "Indeed, father, your eloquence is remarkable. If I didn't know you were hoarding the fish, I might have felt guilty. However, this cannot stand. Father, the fish is too delicious. Its intense flavor may affect your health. Let my brother and I bear the burden for you." Xue Mingyong showed no inclination to yield due to Xue Yidi's status. Their hurried eating was entirely for Xue Yidi's health. Not merely because of the fish's exquisite taste. Exactly. Father, you usually don't care for fish, Xue Qinghe added, unable to suppress his grumbling. Oh, you two ungrateful children. Seeing Xue Yidi behaving like a child, competing with his sons over food, Nangong Ling could not help but chuckle. Such warmth was a sight she hadn't seen in ages. Qinghe, you should eat some too. You've worked hard. Under the watchful eyes of Xue Yidi and his sons, Nangong Ling placed the final piece of fish directly into Su Xian's bowl, her eyes filled with gratitude. With Nangong Ling's intervention, Xue Yidi and his sons had no choice but to relent. Immediately calming down. Mother, this frog meat is quite good as well. You should try it, though it might be a tad spicy, so be cautious. Feeling a warm glow inside, Su Xian's eyes shimmered with emotion as he pointed to another plate of frog legs. Speaking gently, all right, I shall give it a taste. Nangong Ling nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a bit spicy, yet the flavor was equally exquisite, and she could manage it. You three sons, don't just stare. If you wish to eat, then help yourselves. Noticing Xue Yidi's eager gaze, filled with anticipation yet hesitant to speak, Nangong Ling encouraged. Wait. As the three gluttons prepared to dig in, Su Xian immediately halted them. How is it that I haven't eaten yet? You three have devoured all the fish. Now you wish to ravage this dish too. Is this how one behaves? Do not forget, I prepared this meal. Qinghe, elder brother, what are you doing? Seeing Su Xian snatch the plate away, Xue Yidi's trio glared at him in indignation. That I haven't eaten yet. Why are you taking it? That plate was for the three of you. This one belongs to us three. Oh, you three grown men dare to snatch. Su Xian retorted scornfully. Duh. At his words, Xue Yidi's trio found themselves at a loss, reluctantly laying down their chopsticks. That's right. Mother, do enjoy more. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xian then served additional dishes to Qianren Xue and Nangong Ling, finally feeling at ease to eat. This is truly delicious. Chapter 17. Captured. Seeking recommendations and rewards. I'm full. You can have the rest. Just as Su Xian was enjoying his meal, a pair of chopsticks suddenly reached into his bowl, presenting a plump frog leg. He paused. Following the movement, a faint blush crept onto Qianren Xue's cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. Her eyes glancing away. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Xian felt an exhilarating thrill. This was the first step towards a long journey. As she finally took the initiative, it was worth it for a prince to venture into the kitchen and cook. I'll give you my portion. You should try it too. We can have Qinghe cook again another time. Observing Qianren Xue's behavior, Nangong Ling smiled knowingly and, noticing Xue Yidi's trio looking on eagerly, promptly relinquished her share. Thank you, mother. Damn. Can't you show a little consideration for me? You all snatched it so quickly. Father, you're accustomed to fine delicacies. Don't be so particular. Does that even make sense? So it's fine dining for me. While you princes are to subsist on scraps, our treatment cannot compare to yours. Father, you two ungrateful wretches. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together, a scene not witnessed in a long time. As night fell, the four of them departed the palace. If you enjoy my cooking, I'll make you some more tomorrow. Grasping Qianren Xue's hand, she offered a token resistance before yielding, and Su Xian tightened his grip. Seemingly unwilling to let go. As Qianren Xue saw her reflection in Su Xian's gentle gaze, her heart fluttered, and she involuntarily nodded. Hee, elder brother, I wonder if you'd welcome me often dropping by for meals. Xue Qinghe appeared out of nowhere, mischievously speaking with eager eyes fixed on Su Xian. Get lost. The distance to the Tiando Empire is as far as you can go. Su Xian retorted without hesitation. Just for food, you wish to disrupt our world of two. Do you believe I want to take a knife to you? If you dare to come over often, believe that I'll break your third leg. Xue Qinghe. Wow. How ruthless. In the residence of Prince Su Xian, the hour was late, yet Qianren Xue, clad in her night attire, remained wide awake. Resting her chin on her hands, she sat by the window, her gaze drifting towards the moon hanging in the sky. Memories of the warm dinner scene from earlier that evening flitted through her mind, captivating her heart. Once, she had yearned for the simple joy of sharing a meal with her family, where happiness and sorrow intertwined, as long as they were together. However, with the passage of time, her hopes had turned to disappointment, her disappointment to longing, and her longing to despair. Her parents seemed like enemies. Her father was indifferent, and her mother looked upon her with disdain. Throughout her life, apart from a close bond with her grandfather, she had not felt a shred of warmth from her parents. Yet now, it appeared that she could sense it. Moreover, someone who cared for her even more had entered her life. The thought of Su Xian's gentle demeanor, as if he wished to cradle her in his palms, brought a warm rush to her heart, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. This feeling was exquisite, so enchanting that she felt as if she were dreaming, almost forgetting the purpose of her presence here. For a fleeting moment, she truly wished to be an ordinary girl, to linger in this state, free from cares, forever cherished by that foolish boy. Alas, she understood that such a wish was impossible. She could not change her identity as the daughter of Bibi Dong. Nor could she alter the antagonistic relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. The thought of her true identity being exposed tightened her heart painfully. She could hardly fathom Su Xian's reaction upon discovering who she truly was. Would he feel betrayed and furious enough to wish her harm? Or would he be driven to madness by the revelation? She dared not dwell on such thoughts. Perhaps it was time to return and confess to that woman that her plans had failed. After a moment of inner turmoil, a bittersweet smile of resignation appeared on Qian Rinxue's face. Logic whispered that perhaps this was the best outcome, while she had not yet sunk too deep. And while Su Xian had not become irretrievably entangled, she ought to extricate herself before their fates collided. Yet, did she truly wish to leave this place? Gazing around the room, her eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Despite it being her first day here, she had glimpsed the essence of a home. She was reluctant to return to the Spirit Hall, to that shattered, desolate ice palace that filled her with despair. Just as Qian Rinxue was lost in her thoughts, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the door. Unlike the usual sounds, these footsteps seemed deliberately muted. Startled, she instinctively lay down on her bed. Squinting her eyes cautiously towards the door, the creaking sound of the door opening broke the silence as a figure stealthily entered and closed the door behind them. That it was him. Her pupils dilated in surprise. Joy flickering in her eyes, she had not anticipated that the visitor would be Su Xian. However, was it truly necessary for him to sneak around in his own residence, not wanting to reveal her awareness? Qian Rinxue feigned sleep, curious to see what he intended to do. He had truly fallen asleep. Quietly approaching the bed, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qian Rinxue asleep. His vigil through the night had not been in vain. Finally, he could rest. Watching her peaceful slumber elicited a smile from him as he gently climbed onto the bed. Boom! What are you doing? Qian Rinxue's heart raced as she bolted upright, clutching the blanket tightly. Her eyes wide with alarm as she stared at Su Xian. Whoa! Su Xian was equally startled, nearly tumbling off the bed from the shock of discovering she was still awake. Taha, I just came to see if you were asleep. He stammered, awkwardly meeting her glare, which was filled with indignation, as if she viewed him as a shameless intruder. How am I supposed to handle this? I was planning to lie down next to my future wife. He thought frantically, feeling the urgency of the situation. Then why are you getting on the bed? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her lips pressed tightly together. Disbelief etched across her crimson face. I thought you might not be comfortable alone. So I came to keep you company, Su Xian replied, his own cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Before she could react, he rolled onto the bed. You. Qian Rinxue's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively pulled the blanket away from Su Xian. Fearful of what he might do, don't worry. I'll sleep on this side and promise not to touch you. He assured her hastily at that moment. Qian Rinxue, only in her mid-teens of 15, was not about to entertain any impropriety. Knowing such matters could wait for another day. Really? She asked, her skepticism palpable. Really? I swear. After much coaxing, Qian Rinxue ultimately relented, permitting him to share the bed. However, feeling the intensity of his gaze upon her, warm and piercing, made her heart race, rendering her unable to sleep. What are you staring at? She turned to confront him, her voice tinged with shyness. Su Xian merely smiled at her, his eyes unblinking, filled with a tenderness that made her heart flutter. With a beautiful and charming wife by his side, he had no further aspirations. He intended to cherish her for a lifetime, never letting go. Bored, Qian Rinxue turned away, clutching her blanket tightly, gazing out the window. Lost in her thoughts, time flowed gently by. Are you asleep? A chill breeze wafted through the window. Qian Rinxue shivered slightly, turning her head slightly to glance back at Su Xian, unable to resist the urge to speak. After a brief pause, receiving no response, she turned fully around. Are you asleep? She observed Su Xian curled up like an infant, a sweet smile gracing his face in slumber. Qian Rinxue paused, her heart swelling with tenderness. Perhaps you will come to hate me someday, she murmured to herself, then closed her eyes, temporarily setting aside her inner turmoil, surrendering to the tranquility of the night. Outside, the stars shifted in the heavens, and before long, the night began to fade, a faint light creeping into the room. Qian Rinxue's lashes fluttered, her body feeling heavy. Her drowsy eyes slowly opened, and what she beheld left her utterly astonished. There lay Su Xian, entwined around her like an octopus, his limbs wrapped around her, his head resting on her shoulder. In that instant, Qian Rinxue was rendered speechless. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, echoing like thunder, penetrating the stillness. What happened? Su Xian jolted awake, his mind still clouded with sleep as he blinked at Qian Rinxue. His gaze lingered on her, a heated glimmer flashing in his eyes as he swallowed hard. What are you looking at? Turn around this instant. Qian Rinxue's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she kicked him away and hastily closed her nightgown. Su Xian was completely caught off guard by her sudden kick. Tumbling off the bed and experiencing a momentary daze. Ouch, my head, it hurts so much, he groaned, clutching his head with both hands, staggering to his feet, his face contorted with pain, a vivid red trickling down from his scalp. Are you all right? Alarmed at the sight of blood, Qian Rinxue rushed to support him. Who are you? Su Xian opened his eyes slightly, bewildered, stepping back cautiously. Furrowing his brow, he stared at her with confusion, his expression cold and distant. As if a sudden chill had swept through the room, Qian Rinxue's heart sank at the indifference and strangeness in his gaze, leaving her anxious and unsettled. Could it be that he truly has amnesia? The thought struck her like lightning, causing her face to drain of color as she stammered. You don't remember me? I'm Xue. Fixing her gaze upon Su Xian, she searched his eyes for any flicker of recognition, hoping against hope that he would respond to her name, even just a little. Yet, despair washed over her as she found no reaction. Su Xian's expression remained chillingly calm, devoid of any trace of familiarity. I don't know anyone named Xue. All I remember is that I have a wife who promised to marry me. You know her. The brows furrowed into a mountain shape. And Su Xian stared blankly at Qian Rinxue, his clear and innocent eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment and wonder, as if everything around him was utterly novel. Upon hearing those words, Qian Rinxue's face flushed with alternating shades of red and purple. Caught in a limbo of whether to laugh or cry, bewildered that he, even in his current state, could remember that he had a wife. With tears welling in her eyes, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. His indifferent demeanor cutting through her like a knife, reopening her wounds. She had just encountered someone who cared for her, and now, she had inadvertently caused him to lose his memory. This simply could not stand. Absolutely not. Tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string, as Qian Rinxue sat despondently on the bed, her eyes vacant, as if her very soul had been drained, presenting a fragile and helpless sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Do not move. I shall take you to find grandfather. He will surely cure you. In the depths of her despair, Qian Rinxue seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, forcing a bitter smile as she supported Su Xian, intending to lead him to Qian Douluo. Wait, Qian Douluo. A jolt of fear surged through Su Xian, his hollow gaze abruptly shifting, panic rising within him. What the hell? This plot seems to have escalated. How on earth do I wrap this up? If I reveal everything now, will I be struck down on the spot? Initially, he had only intended to feign madness to mask the awkwardness of earlier, perhaps teasing Qian Rinxue to gauge her reaction. He never anticipated she would take it seriously. Could it be that his acting skills were too convincing? Yet, there was no little golden statuette awaiting him in this world. If he went to the martial soul hall, he would face Bibi Dong in front and Qian Douluo behind, one being a mother-in-law and the other a grandfather, forming a formidable duo. Just as Su Xian contemplated finding an opportunity to recover, a sudden dripping sound echoed, causing Qian Rinxue to halt. Her gaze fixated on the blood trickling from her arm. The blood appeared to be thickening, unmoving as it dripped onto her hand. This blood seemed excessively viscous, causing Qian Rinxue to frown, her delicate nose twitching as the familiar scent wafted towards her, darkening her expression immediately. Tomato sauce. Clenching her lips, Qian Rinxue enunciated each word, her eyes burning with rage as if she were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Su Xian, is it too late to beg for mercy now? Surely I want to die, right? Wife, please refrain from striking my face. I admit my mistakes. Sob, sob, sob. He hastily clung to Xue's legs, pleading for pardon. However, before he could finish, a fierce punch flew towards him, showing no mercy whatsoever. What the? You're actually going to hit me? His pupils constricted, and Su Xian instinctively rolled away to evade the blow. Chapter 19. Xue Qinghe. What does it matter to Su Xian? Wife, let us talk this over calmly. Please don't resort to violence. With a face full of panic, Su Xian hurriedly pleaded, not wishing for this confrontation. Yet his acting skills left him no choice. As he continued to plead and soften his stance, he stepped backward, fearing Xue might suddenly explode. Do you think I'm foolish and easily deceived? Tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes, Xue suddenly smiled, her voice trembling as it grew hoarse, the bitterness of her tears piercing her heart, filled with sorrow and trepidation. Perhaps it was only a girl who truly cared that would react this way, while he, in turn, was wounding her heart. Wife, I was wrong. Feeling an unbearable sting within, Su Xian's eyes reddened slightly as he knelt beside the bed, his body bent over. If you wish to hit me, then do so. This time, I shall not evade. His deep, soulful gaze fixed tenderly on Xue as he spoke earnestly, then retrieved a whip from his storage ring, offering it to her. Gazing at the whip, Xue was momentarily taken aback, her sorrowful tears cascading uncontrollably. Oh, you not understand. Just now, I truly thought you had forgotten me. Sob, sob. Her voice was like a lament, filled with heartache. Xue leaned against Su Xian's back, lightly striking his shoulder in a release of her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks, landing on his back. I was wrong. I shall never deceive you again. Feeling the coolness of his back, Su Xian couldn't help but shed tears. Guilt painted across his face as he turned to embrace Xue's frail form. This time, she did not resist but simply wept, like a child, using her tears to alleviate the fears and anxieties within. The sound of their sobbing filled the palace, as Su Xian and Xue held each other, quietly awaiting the passage of time. This man and woman seemed to compose the most beautiful painting in the world. Their hearts shattered, yet sweetly envious. All that remained were the words of blessing, wishing for their constant companionship. After a while, Xue ceased her crying, her eyes narrowing as she suddenly bit down on Su Xian's shoulder. Ouch! Ah! Her eyes widened, the pain piercing through her, eliciting a cry from Su Xian, his face contorting in agony as veins throbbed on his forehead. Why do women always have such a penchant for this? Gritting his teeth, Su Xian stifled his cries, only for Xue to suddenly stop. If you dare deceive me again, I will not let you off. With teary eyes, Xue glared at Su Xian's bleeding shoulder, her heart aching as her lips quivered, yet she refrained from speaking, feigning anger. I wouldn't dare. I promise I won't do it again. Su Xian hastily shook his head. After this bloody lesson, he wouldn't dare to repeat his folly. He understood all that needed to be understood. He could be secretly pleased, but dared not tread further down the path of self-destruction. You still think there will be a next time? Her eyes gleamed with menace. Xue bared her teeth, coldly stating to Su Xian, what on earth is happening? Is this a script for a drama? No way. I swear there won't be a next time. Su Xian hastily assured her. Seeing Xue smile satisfactorily, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, enduring the pain in his shoulder as he helped Xue up, unable to resist smiling at her tear-streaked face. Ultimately, he had triumphed in this world. What are you grinning about? Does your shoulder not hurt? Xue cast him a sidelong glance. It hurts so much, I can hardly move my arm. I fear I won't recover for a year. And from now on, you will have to support me. With his right hand resting on Xue's waist, Su Xian's face was etched with pain, earning an eye roll from her at his mediocre acting. Keep pretending. Strip off your shirt. I'll bandage your wound. Noticing the blood still seeping from Su Xian's shoulder, Xue spoke with concern. Is that really appropriate? After all, we aren't married. Su Xian weakly pointed out. Xue, what the hell? You dare mention not being married now? Where did you sleep last night? Don't you have any self-awareness? Are you going to take it off, or not? Xue ground her teeth as she spoke. I'll take it off, but be gentle. I'm afraid it'll hurt. Ouch. Ow. Look at your foolish grin. You really do resemble a simpleton. As they shared breakfast, noticing Su Xian's continual goofy smile, Xue couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him playfully. Su Xian, what the? My wife actually dares to call me a simpleton. As a man, the pillar of the family, can I tolerate this? Even if I were to be beaten or starve, I could not endure such humiliation. Let us have some porridge. It's lighter in the morning. Seeing Su Xian sulking, Xue smiled, then brought him a bowl of porridge. My hand is injured. How about you feed me? Su Xian spoke weakly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Your left shoulder is bitten. You still have your right hand. Rolling her eyes at Su Xian, didn't he refuse, slowly sitting beside him, open wide. Ah! Observing Xue's tender care, Su Xian felt immense joy within, realizing he had succeeded that in just one day, he had stolen a girl's heart, a speed that could only be deemed miraculous. Indeed, the three great treasures of a man pursuing a woman were not mere legends. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. I would rather die than lose my dignity. However, his heart was entirely bound to her. Your Highness, it is time for your class. Watching Su Xian still indulging in the affections of the princess, unconcerned with the passage of time, Qinghe, who assisted him in his daily affairs, couldn't he help but remind him, class. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, memories belonging to Xue Qinghe resurfacing immediately. Indeed, being a prince had its drawbacks. With a deep sigh, Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince, found himself burdened not only with daily lessons in etiquette at the Moon Pavilion and training at the Royal Academy, but also with the myriad affairs of Tiando City. His responsibilities encompassed the training of the Royal Guard, financial audits, judicial oversight, and the observation of administrative processes that in essence, he was being cultivated according to the rigorous standards expected of a crown prince. Albeit with most of his duties being supervisory in nature, limiting his actual power. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Night Emperor held high hopes for him. Yet, why should Su Xian concern himself with the affairs of Xue Qinghe? He was not Xue Qinghe. Why should he attend those lessons? He resolutely declared, I shall not go. Not even under duress. You go to the Moon Pavilion and request a leave of absence for me. Telling them I have injured my arm and am unable to attend. Also, please extend my apologies to the Royal Academy and the Royal Guard that in summary, he insisted. Today, I am injured and shall go nowhere. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 20. The Ideological Transformation of Xue. Do you not fear your father's reproach for neglecting your studies? Xue, observing Su Xian's blatant lies, could not help but interject. Su Xian cast a surprised glance at Xue, who seemed to grasp his reasoning, offering a slight smile that she did not shy away from. That a knowing smile crept across Su Xian's face. After all, he knew his father would not dare to reprimand him, lest his mother take issue. Having a formidable mother indeed afforded one a certain audacity. Moreover, he continued, his tone slightly pausing for effect, I simply wish to live as a leisurely prince, spending my days in your company, strolling with dogs and wandering the streets, rather than assuming the burdensome mantle of an emperor. If my father does not relinquish his hopes for me to ascend the throne, he shall never change his mind. Alas, this is all the fault of my predecessor, so exceptionally talented, born to be an emperor. What else could he do? With unambitious younger brothers, he can only resign himself to a life of complacency. Indeed, Su Xian is not motivated by laziness, but rather seeks to ignite the ambition of his younger siblings to strive for the throne. In the royal family, how can one not vie for the throne? This, I unequivocally affirm, it is certainly not due to a desire to be idle. I shall repeat. It is absolutely not because of laziness. Xue, you claim you do not wish to be emperor. Xue's mind momentarily faltered, her tone tinged with incredulity as she questioned, but what is wrong with being emperor? Her large, glistening eyes fixed intently on Su Xian, making it difficult for her to comprehend his perspective. Being emperor, after all, placed one above millions, wielding immense power, commanding the realm, and enjoying the exalted status of the 9-5. In this world, emperors belong to the elite echelon of power, a status that was often coveted yet seldom attained. History was rife with tales of bloody battles fought for the throne, where royal families turned against one another in their relentless pursuit of supremacy. Now, for him to suddenly declare his disinterest in the throne was utterly nonsensical. Not only could she not believe it, but few would accept such a notion. What could possibly be wrong with being emperor? Su Xian shook his head, believing it was time to enlighten Xue with a modern perspective. Modern people, we do not shoulder this burden. You merely wish to be idle. As he observed Xue's curious gaze, filled with affection and intrigue, Su Xian began to explain. To be emperor entails a ceaseless barrage of state affairs. Waking early and retiring late, leaving no room for rest, ultimately wearing down one's body. Just look at my father. He rises at 4 or 5 in the morning, and though he is not yet 50, his hair is nearly all white. Indeed, being an emperor was undeniably arduous. Xue nodded solemnly, her heart reluctant to see Su Xian endure such a fate. However, even with this understanding, she remained unconvinced. The power of the emperor, the wealth of the realm, such accolades were the envy of all. Gazing earnestly at Su Xian, her eyes shimmering with longing, she pondered. Her ultimate goal in arriving at Tiando City was to ascend to the throne herself, thus allowing the Spirit Hall to directly seize control of the entire Tiando Empire. Supreme authority? A mocking smile crept onto Su Xian's face, deepening Rinxue's confusion. Such authority was merely an illusion for the common folk. If my father were to issue a decree for the Spirit Hall to submit to the Empire, would they acquiesce? Su Xian spoke slowly, his expression rife with derision. Upon hearing this, Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. The question was indeed a poignant one for the Spirit Hall to submit to the Empire. Such thoughts bordered on the fantastical. With the current power of the Spirit Hall, annihilating the Tiando imperial family would be child's play, were it not for the concern that the other 3 top sects of the continent might unite against the Spirit Hall, coupled with the fear of inciting a war that would engender widespread animosity and undermine public support. The Spirit Hall would have long since acted to unify the territories. In that woman's eyes, the Tiando imperial family was but a larger ant, a mere balancing scale to maintain the people's hearts. The struggle for power has always been dominated by absolute strength. Yet the Tiando imperial family lacked even a titled Douluo and relied on the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, rendering them pitifully weak. You see, even you deem it impossible. With a sigh, Su Xian found himself feeling a tinge of sympathy for the Night Emperor. While both were emperors, their outcomes were starkly different. In the ordinary world, emperors commanded respect, unflinchingly executing judgments. In the fantastical realm, emperors were but puppets, kowtowing to their sects, enduring humiliation at the hands of both protagonists and antagonists alike. A truly tragic existence. Though this characterization may be somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless illustrates the emperor's precarious position. 2 words encapsulated: utterly pathetic. Thus, to be an emperor, it was an aspiration he would never entertain. Not even if he were to unify the continent would he hesitate. Let alone the Spirit Hall. Even if my father were to command the allegiance of the other 4 sects, would they comply? To be emperor meant grappling with endless bureaucratic matters, deciphering the complexities of human nature, engaging in political machinations, and living in constant fear of assassination. Never a moment of peace. Therefore, to be emperor was, in reality, far less appealing than being a carefree prince. Su Xian concluded. His tone was resolute, his gaze piercing. A prince who does not aspire to be an emperor is not a good brother. At this juncture, Rinxue seemed to grasp the implications. Indeed, the emperor of the Tiando Empire was somewhat pitiable, while the life of a leisurely prince appeared quite appealing. However, she mused, what if one day the Spirit Hall were willing to submit to the empire? Would you still think being emperor was undesirable? Rinxue asked earnestly. Undesirable. Su Xian understood the implications behind her words, recognizing that only she could make it happen, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. Why not? Rinxue inquired, her brows furrowing that if Su Xian desired to be emperor, her inheritance of the angel goddess legacy would surely command the Spirit Hall's obedience. The unified empire, a supreme throne. Was that not enough to entice anyone? Do you wish for me to become emperor? This time, Su Xian did not respond but instead turned his gaze toward Rinxue, a hint of puzzlement and disbelief lacing his tone. This left Rinxue's heart trembling, as she found herself at a loss for words. Truth be told, she did not wish for Su Xian to become the crown prince, let alone the emperor, for the dangers were too great. Even if she could not bring herself to act, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, refusing to allow any hope of the imperial family to persist. What troubled her even more was the future. A grand conflict would inevitably erupt between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. If Su Xian were emperor, what role would she play? Would she assist him in combating her mother and grandfather, or would she support her grandfather and mother against him? It was certain that the defeated party would face ruin, if not death. Yet, should he remain a carefree prince, the outcome would differ. She could protect him from the impending war, ensuring his safety regardless of the victor. Perhaps you should remain a carefree prince. No matter the outcome, I shall support your decision. With a quiet sigh, Xue earnestly replied. However, as she uttered these words, she felt a strange discomfort within herself. What wife does not wish for her husband to achieve greatness? Yet here she was, encouraging her eldest son not to become an emperor. Truly a remarkable situation. In the grand tapestry of history, she might very well be one of a kind. Chapter 21, 500 billion. To marry a wife? After breakfast, Xue entered the palace to pay her respects to Ling. The first reason was to have a heartfelt conversation, as there were some things left unsaid by Ling the previous night due to the late hour. Moreover, she genuinely enjoyed spending time with her mother-in-law, Ling, engaging in warm and comforting chats, which prompted her to visit early, also as a gesture of courtesy. The second reason was to request a leave of absence for Su Xian. After all, as the crown prince, it was inevitable that his idleness at home would invite gossip among the court officials, and she served as the perfect excuse, one that the ministers would likely not contest. With the approval of her mother-in-law, even if the Night Emperor felt displeased internally, he would find it difficult to blame Su Xian. Although she was aware of Su Xian's desire to live a carefree life and his intention to dissuade the Night Emperor, she was unwilling to see him burdened with heavy responsibilities. Gradually and with patience was the way to approach the matter. Ling was quite warm towards this prospective daughter-in-law, engaging her in conversation until midday. She had initially intended to keep her for lunch within the palace, but was completely defeated by a remark from Xue, which made Ling feel both amused and envious, ultimately allowing Xue to leave. This little rascal, after so many years of raising him, has never cooked a meal for me as his mother. He truly forgets his mother once he has a wife. Watching Xue depart, Ling felt a pang of sorrow. Had it not been for Xue's presence yesterday, that boy would likely have kept his secrets hidden. It just so happened that she hadn't left the palace in quite a while, and a visit to Qinghe Mansion sounded appealing. The more she thought about it, especially recalling the dishes prepared by Su Xian, the more her heart ached with anticipation. Such delectable food was simply not available within the palace. Bring the carriage. I intend to leave the palace, she commanded, and as if struck by a sudden thought, her eyes lit up, and her voice, both gentle and authoritative, echoed within the palace. Meanwhile, Xue had returned to her residence, her face radiating with a sweet and warm smile, as if she had just received some magnificent news. Upon hearing that Su Xian was in the garden, she hurriedly sought him out. Observing Su Xian, who was enthusiastically holding a pen, seemingly engrossed in drawing something, Xue tiptoed and approached him slowly from behind. Was it a tower, or perhaps a castle? Gazing at the triangular structure on the blueprint, she covered her mouth in surprise and began to murmur. Sensing her presence, Su Xian turned around with a smile. You're back. What do you think of my design for the Entertainment City skyscraper? Entertainment City? Taking the blueprint, she scrutinized the architectural details, her brow furrowing in curiosity. What is the purpose of designing this? And why is the center of the building empty? Pointing to the hollow section of the tower in the middle, her face was filled with intrigue, as if she desperately sought an answer. Su Xian chuckled. This entertainment city will feature a variety of fun attractions, ensuring substantial profits. Profits? Xue was taken aback by his answer. Are you in dire need of money right now? The notion of a prince contemplating financial gain was utterly unbelievable. Very much, he nodded glumly, his voice tinged with regret, that we currently have just over 700,000 gold coins left. And it won't be long before it's all gone. Only 700,000? Xue was stunned, her voice rising in disbelief. 700,000 gold coins might seem like a fortune to an ordinary person, but for her and Su Xian, it felt rather pitiful. Not to mention the daily expenses of the mansion. In Tiando City, valuable items could easily cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Moreover, as the crown prince, various meetings, receptions, and ceremonies were unavoidable, including personally congratulating marquises and dukes on their birthdays, with gifts that could not be trivial. Calculating all of this, that amount of gold was indeed woefully insufficient. Where on earth did all your money go? Xue placed her hands on her hips, adopting the demeanor of a housewife, glaring at Su Xian with an expression that practically screamed wasteful. In the prince's residence, it's impossible to be so impoverished. I spent 2 million on a few items yesterday. Su Xian replied awkwardly. He had gone on a shopping spree in the system, buying everything he could, fully embracing the mindset of a newly rich person. However, he couldn't divulge the details to Xue. After all, the existence of the system was a secret not to be shared freely. Although he trusted Xue wouldn't betray him, he couldn't rule out unexpected circumstances. He certainly didn't want to be the protagonist who exposed his system and met an untimely demise right at the beginning of his journey. Otherwise, it would be impossible to boast about it later while seated at a table in the underworld. 2 million. What on earth did you buy to spend so much gold? Xue's face turned into a pout as her anger grew. You managed to squander over 2 million gold coins just because I was late by an hour or two. If I had come even later, would this household have been completely wiped out? Wasteful, truly wasteful, she seethed, her lips trembling with indignation. It seemed that just as she was ready to take charge, she was faced with such a significant challenge. Is this some sort of debt from your past life that you're repaying? That item was quite valuable, probably worth tens of millions of gold coins. But seeing Xue so furious made Su Xian feel increasingly embarrassed. It appeared she was ready to take charge of their finances. And he felt somewhat inadequate. As a man, if he didn't save up a few 100 million gold coins for his thoughtful wife to manage, could he still call himself a man? Readers, we strongly demand that this author, who writes such nonsense and speaks without understanding the situation, be brought out and dealt with. Upon hearing that the item was so valuable, Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly inquired. Where is that item now? I gave it to father yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let me marry you, Su Xian replied, his gaze filled with helplessness and innocence. If he had sold that soul guide device to the Night Emperor, he wouldn't be in such a financial bind now. To marry a wife, he had spent tens of millions of gold coins. He could only wipe his tears while feeling a mix of joy and regret, knowing it was indeed worth it. According to the exchange rate, in Douluo Continent, an ordinary family could live on a single gold coin for a year. On Earth, a typical family's annual living expenses might amount to around 10,000 renminbi. 50 million gold coins, when converted to the modern world, would amount to 5 billion renminbi. 5 billion renminbi to marry a wife? His blood pressure was nearly through the roof. He needed a moment to calm down. Upon realizing that Su Xian had done this for her, Xue was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the Night Emperor had agreed to let him marry her. It turned out to be for this reason. A rosy hue crept across her cheeks, filling her heart with sweetness. My mother just gave me 1 million gold coins, so we can save a bit from now on. I will keep an eye on our expenses. With a hint of guilt in her voice, Xue delicately retrieved a golden card from her storage ring and placed it in front of Su Xian. Chapter 22. Teaming up to mooch a meal? Seeing Xue behaving like a little wife, obediently handing over the gold card, Su Xian couldn't help but smile. You should keep this money for yourself. Being in charge isn't easy, and I'll think of ways to earn money. He placed the gold card back in Xue's hands and pulled her to sit down. Gazing at her, Su Xian's expression softened, a satisfied smile enveloping him like a gentle spring breeze. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? The mansion had plenty of places that required funding, and with his capabilities, he had no fear of being unable to earn money. Furthermore, the fact that his mother had given this money to Xue clearly indicated that she intended for her to take charge, and he couldn't take that away from her. But aren't you planning to build this entertainment city? Xue hesitated, her tone filled with concern. The entertainment city appeared to be an enormous undertaking, likely towering over 100 meters high. A significant project indeed. Su Xian's lips curled into a smile. Rest assured, the funds for building the entertainment city will come from father. If it truly comes to fruition, it will probably require nearly 10 million gold coins. That's good. Then I will hold on to this money for you, Xue said, visibly relieved, obediently stowing the gold card away. Shouldn't we have lunch now? Just as Su Xian was about to finish the remaining parts of the drawing. A clear and slightly aggrieved voice chimed in, causing Su Xian to pause. Turning around, he saw Xue pouting adorably, gazing at him with eager anticipation, her expression vividly embodying that of a little foodie. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Xian took her hand and pulled her into his embrace, affectionately rubbing her cheek. All right, I'll go cook for my little wife right away. With that, Su Xian made his way toward the kitchen. With a sweet smile, Xue felt her cheeks flush with excitement as she carefully gathered up the blueprints from the table. Your Highness, the Empress and Lady Yang have arrived at the residence. You should go greet them. As soon as Su Xian departed, his maid promptly arrived to report that the Empress had come. Xue couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Hadn't she just left the palace? Why was she visiting the estate again? With her curiosity piqued, Qian Ruxue hurried toward the main hall. In the grand hall of the prince's residence, two gentle and virtuous women sat together, engaged in a quiet conversation. One of whom was naturally Nangongling, the other, clad in a flowing purple gown and appearing to be around 40, exuded an air of dignified elegance. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating charm, and her well-proportioned figure radiated a mature allure. Sister is truly fortunate. It seems that before long, she will be cradling a grandchild. Observing Nangongling, Yang Xuenning's eyes brimmed with envy, her smile genuine and graceful, reflecting her sincere happiness for her sister, akin to that of close friends. As for feelings of jealousy or resentment, Yang Xuenning harbored none whatsoever. After all, whether it was through the emperor's favoritism or the royal lineage, she possessed no competitive advantage. Moreover, had it not been for Nangongling's earlier matchmaking efforts, she would not have achieved her status as a favored concubine. With Nangongling's amiable and gentle demeanor, the three women in the harem shared a sisterly bond. Nangongling smiled knowingly and shook her head. Xue is still young. This matter can wait a few more years. At least there's something to look forward to, sighed Yang Xuenning, suddenly recalling that today was a day of celebration. She quickly changed her tone. I wonder what kind of beauty has captivated the crown Prince Qinghe to such an extent that His Majesty issued a decree on the same day. Had I not heard it from you, sister, I would hardly believe the words of those servants. Yang Xuenning gazed at Nangongling with curiosity. After all, she had watched Qinghe grow up, though gentle by nature. His discerning eye was anything but ordinary. If he were so impulsively enamored, how extraordinarily beautiful could the woman be? She has arrived. You may see for yourself, Nangongling said, gesturing towards the entrance with a smile. Beckoning Qian Ruxue over, the imperial concubine promptly rose, turning her gaze toward the grand entrance. Dressed in a form-fitting white palace gown that complemented her golden hair, each movement of hers emanated an ethereal and sacred presence. Her delicate features glistened like jade, and her elongated eyes carried a strikingly cool allure. Particularly, her refined and noble demeanor resembled that of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, leaving one feeling inferior and unworthy of her presence. Upon seeing Qian Ruxue, the imperial concubine's eyes brightened, internally praising Su Xian's discernment. Greetings, mother. Qian Ruxue quickly approached to pay her respects as Nangongling stood. This is Aunt Yang Xuenning. You may call her Aunt Xue. Nangongling clarified, noticing Qian Ruxue's uncertainty in addressing the imperial concubine. Xue has met Aunt Xue. Qian Ruxue began to bow, but the imperial concubine gently held her back, smiling. We are all family. There is no need for such formalities. You are now officially the crown prince's consort, and Aunt Xue has nothing to bestow upon you. This bracelet was a gift from His Majesty to me, and now I present it to you. With that, the imperial concubine produced a box from her sleeve and placed it into Qian Ruxue's hands. Thank you, Aunt Xue. Qian Ruxue hesitated at the imperial concubine's warmth, but, upon receiving a knowing glance from Nangongling, accepted the gift. That is just right, the imperial concubine said, satisfied as she gently patted Qian Ruxue's hand, her gaze filled with affection, growing increasingly pleased with her. Noticing Su Xian's absence, the imperial concubine raised an eyebrow and inquired, by the way, where has Qinghe gone? Why hasn't he come with you? At this, Qian Ruxue's face flushed. Feeling shy, she could only cast her eyes toward her mother-in-law, Nangongling's sister. You are unaware. Nangongling leaned closer to the imperial concubine, whispering an explanation to Ta. The imperial concubine burst into laughter upon hearing that the esteemed prince was cooking for his wife, teasingly looking at Nangongling. No wonder you were out of the palace at noon. Now it all makes sense. She had been strolling in the palace when she learned that Nangongling was heading to Su Xian's residence, and as an aunt, she felt compelled to congratulate the couple and meet Qian Ruxue. Thus, she accompanied her. Little did she expect that the mother of the nation would come for such a reason. Is it wrong for a mother to wish to taste her son's culinary creations? Nangongling replied earnestly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Intrigued by Nangongling's response, the imperial concubine asked, Is Qinghe's cooking truly that delectable? Nangongling chuckled. You should have seen the two children from Wuj, nearly fighting with His Majesty for a taste. The imperial concubine's curiosity intensified, and turning to Qian Ruxue, she said, Today, and also intends to join you for a meal. You wouldn't mind, would you, Xue? In the kitchen, Su Xian was fervently preparing dishes, all simple home-cooked meals, yet their flavors were unparalleled. Big brother. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice echoed, as melodious as honey. Turning around, he saw a little girl timidly standing at the door. Her fitting palace gown making her appear as delicate as a porcelain doll, her features exquisite, and her skin radiant. The girl, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, still bore some baby fat, yet the vivacious aura about her hinted at her future beauty. "Xue, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the little girl, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, then beamed as he approached, pinching her chubby cheeks with affection. "Mother said to come see Big Brother," she replied innocently. Her large, sparkling eyes pure and unblemished. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is your mother here too?" Xue blinked her long lashes, her sincerity radiating an adorable naivety. Su Xian couldn't help but ruffle her hair when Qin Yao interjected. "The imperial concubine came with the empress. They should be in the grand hall now. The princess insisted on finding you, so I brought her along. But my mother is here too," Su Xian replied, his expression perplexed. "Xue just returned, and now she's here. Could it be that they came for a meal?" He pondered the timing, realizing that it was likely they had come to dine since usually matters in the palace were settled after meals. "Wow, this is supposed to be our first day of peace and quiet as a couple, and yet my mother comes to intrude. Does she not feel the slightest bit embarrassed? And bringing the whole entourage along. Thank goodness there aren't 72 concubines in the harem. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed. Yaoer, could you find out if my mother plans to dine here?" Su Xian commanded with a serious demeanor. "Your Highness," Qin Yao replied directly. "The Empress's personal maid has informed me that is indeed the case." Su Xian exclaimed. "What? My mother really has come to crash the meal." He mused. Could it be that after gifting Xue a fortune, she feels guilty and wants to eat it back? Shaking his head, Su Xian set aside those thoughts. Glancing at Xue, he said gently, "Xue, Big Brother is busy preparing food. The kitchen is a bit messy. Why don't you go play with your sister-in-law in the front yard?" Gripping Su Xian's arm, Xue's big eyes sparkled with anticipation, her sweet voice chiming. "Can Xue stay here for dinner too?" Su Xian playfully pinched her nose, his heart melting at her adorableness, smiling broadly. "Of course, soon, Xue will see delicious food." "Yay!" Xue nodded enthusiastically, turning to grasp Qin Yao's finger, just as the latter was about to lead her away. The little girl paused, her expression suddenly worried as she looked back at Su Xian, biting her lip, her big eyes brimming with concern. "Big Brother, will sister-in-law not like Xue?" Su Xian chuckled, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Your sister-in-law is very kind. She will absolutely adore little Xue." "Yay, then I will go find sister-in-law," Xue exclaimed, sighing as he watched her leave. Su Xian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He returned to the kitchen, realizing that his task had suddenly become quite formidable. But who was he? A man must never yield to challenges. In the grand hall, the three women continued their idle chatter. "Xue, come here to mother." The imperial concubine beckoned affectionately as she spotted Xue returning, lifting her into her embrace. "Xue, is your big brother cooking?" Big Brother said he is making something delicious for Xue." Xue swallowed hard, her gaze wandering around the grand hall until it finally settled on Xue. "Xue, this is your elder brother's wife. Quickly call her sister-in-law," Yang Fei said with a smile. "This is your Aunt Xue's daughter, Xue Qinghe." Noticing the puzzled look on Xue's face, Ling quickly explained, her eyes filled with warmth. "This girl just got off the carriage and immediately insisted on finding her elder brother. We couldn't stop her. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful." Xue jumped down from Yang Fei's embrace and trotted over to Xue, her clear black and white eyes shimmering brightly as they fixed intently on her. Faced with the adorable girl before her, Xue felt a bit flustered. Having grown up alone in the spirit hall, she had no experience dealing with children. However, Xue's innocent and endearing demeanor made her feel an overwhelming sense of affection. She reached out and ruffled the girl's little head. "You are also very beautiful. When you grow up, you will surely be even prettier than your sister-in-law." Xue beamed with satisfaction, her innocent gaze lingering on Xue. "Will Xue be able to be a wife for elder brother in the future?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the grand hall fell into an immediate silence, staring blankly at Xue. Xue's face flushed crimson, as if 1,000 galloping alpacas had raced through her mind. A mere 3 or 4-year-old girl was actually vying for her husband. Ling couldn't help but chuckle at the remark, covering her mouth as she burst into laughter. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Yang Fei's face turned red with embarrassment as she quickly scooped Xue into her arms, gently patting her little head while trying to suppress her laughter. "You are your elder brother's sister. How could you possibly be his wife? You mustn't say such things in the future, understand?" Xue little face was filled with grievance and confusion as she dared not question why. Only nodding obediently. Children speak without filter. Dear sister, do not take it too much to heart. Nangong Ling console.it is my fault for not educating her properly and making you and Xue the subject of amusement. Yang Fei added with an apologetic smile, though her expression remained serious. Not at all, Your Majesty. Just as Nangong Ling was about to speak, she was interrupted by a sharp and enthusiastic voice. Two figures hurriedly approached, one robust and lively, the other gentle and reserved, both wearing expressions of joy as if they had encountered good fortune. That we greet you, mother, aunt. Upon seeing Yang Fei, Xue Qinghe and his companion quickly bowed, the former rising to his feet, his jade hand raised, showing utmost respect. Greetings to you both, sister-in-law. Please don't. If elder brother finds out, he will surely punish us. Sensing Qian Rinxue's intention to return the greeting, Xue Qinghe and his companion felt a jolt of anxiety and immediately intervened. They could not afford to offend her. Given their elder brother's current obsession with his wife, they would rather face his wrath than let her be wronged. What brings you here? Nangong Ling asked with a smile. Clearly aware of their intentions, feigning ignorance, we heard that mother was leaving the palace, so we specially came to accompany her. Xue Minggong replied promptly. Oh, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, Nangong Ling responded, I believe the time is getting late. Why don't you return to have your meal? Xue Qinghe and his companion were taken aback. Now that we are here, how could we leave so easily? Are we shameless? They thought we won't leave, not even if it kills us. Mother, we have nothing to do. We will stay here and chat with you, Xue Minggong said, his expression calm and composed, exuding an air of elegance. For lunch, we can just have a little here with elder brother. What the hell are you doing, third brother? Just as he finished speaking, Xue Qinghe's face turned pale with fury. Xue Mingtong felt utterly exasperated. You foolish teammate. Why did you let that slip? I truly regret teaming up with you. Chapter 24. That kitchen knife is only 0.1 centimeters away from me. What? Those two rascals are here too. Upon hearing that Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong had also arrived, Su Xian felt a surge of anger rising from within, a fierce blaze igniting in his eyes as if it could incinerate the void. Damn it! They haven't visited my residence in 800 years, and now they come merrily drawn by the aroma of food. Is this what brotherly loyalty looks like? Bah! Do they really think this place is a public canteen where meals are free? Glaring at the 3 dishes already prepared, Su Xian felt his rage boil over. Originally, he had planned to prepare just 4 dishes, as he and Qian Rinxue would have enough to eat. However, with mother and Aunt Xue plus Xue, he would need to add a few more dishes, aiming for a total of 6 dishes and a soup. Now, there were a full 7 people. Moreover, judging by Xue Qinghe and his companion's appetites, he thought, even if I prepare a few more plates, it wouldn't suffice for those 2. Am I supposed to spend the entire afternoon cooking and hiding in the kitchen? Oh, apparently I can still serve the dishes and make an appearance in the hall. As the protagonist, how could I end up cooking in the back kitchen? Do those 2 not realize I am the beloved child of the author? This is simply intolerable. Enraged, Su Xian brandished a kitchen knife and charged towards the grand hall. You think you're skilled? Allow me to introduce you to my kitchen knife. Mother, we merely came out of concern for you and Aunt Xue, hoping to keep you company, Xue Mingtong said, casting a fierce glare at Xue Qinghe, his foolish teammate. Yet, he maintained a calm smile, exuding an aura of unflappable composure. Before they could react, the atmosphere shifted as Su Xian stormed into the grand hall, knife in hand, his gaze locking onto Xue Qinghe and his companion. A chilling wind swept through the space, causing both of them to shudder in unison. Grabbing the 2 by their collars as if they were chicks, Su Xian dragged them out of the hall, leaving only their cries for help echoing in the air. Did you just say that was Qinghe? Yang Fei covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. In her memory, Xue Qinghe was the epitome of royal decorum, always poised and never uttering a foul word. Had she fallen into a dream or encountered a ghost today, especially when she recalled Su Xian wielding that kitchen knife with such fervor? Her shock deepened. Perhaps, Nangong Ling replied, equally stunned, nodding uncertainly, her own heart racing with disbelief. Observing Nangong Ling and Yang Fei's expressions, Qian Rinxue's demeanor shifted slightly, but she quickly smiled and replied nonchalantly, perhaps he has been overwhelmed with work lately, which has made his temper flare. I hope mother and Aunt Xue won't find it amusing. Hee. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling and Yang Fei burst into laughter, clearly amused by the couple's defense of each other. Noticing their teasing expressions, Qian Rinxue's face turned slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head. Xue, you must learn to take care of Qinghe. You should also learn to cook, she continued. As mother and Aunt Xue are here. They won't mind. Rather, they will be pleased to see you two harmonious as a couple. However, remember that Qinghe is a prince. When there are outsiders present, you should still be mindful of his dignity. Nangong Ling's countenance radiated warmth as she earnestly cautioned. She bore no resentment towards Su Xian's impudent actions. The Emperor of the Snowy Night had subtly indicated to her that Qinghe might undergo some changes. His appearance and temperament could shift, yet his gaze and emotions would remain steadfast. Nangong Ling understood that the individual before her was still her child, and that was sufficient. Moreover, the current iteration of Qinghe filled her with joy and reassurance. Within the royal family, excessive compassion could be deemed a transgression. Upon hearing her words, Xue nodded thoughtfully. She certainly would not allow Su Xian to bear the brunt of her burdens alone, for she too would feel remiss. Let us proceed and take a look, lest we stir up further trouble. Nangong Ling, satisfied, nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to the desperate cries of Xue and his companion, prompting her to rise and step outside. With Xue and the others trailing behind in the kitchen yard, a fierce confrontation was unfolding. Brother, shall we join forces? Brother is surely no match for us. I believe that is a sound plan. Observing the exchange of glances between the two, Su Xian discerned their intentions. So, you intend to team up against me, do you? Do you truly think you can prevail? With a swift motion, a flash of silver sliced through the air, severing it like gossamer. With a resounding thud, a kitchen knife embedded itself mere millimeters from Xue Ming's foot. Startled, Xue Ming's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out as he cast a fearful glance at the knife, trembling in trepidation. Years later, as Xue Ming reminisced about the events of this day, he could not help but exclaim, at that moment, the knife was a mere 0.1 centimeters from my foot. Yet, with a single breath, its master would utterly forgive me, for I had made the most correct decision of my life. Although he had made countless right choices throughout his existence, he deemed this one to be the most flawless. Brother, it was all second brother's idea to drag me into this. I am not to blame. Xue Ming protested, his face a portrait of grievance, tears welling up. Xue exclaimed, you coward. Brother, do not heed his words. It is this rascal who harbors ill intentions. Otherwise, how could I possibly have come here? Chapter 25. The extraordinary maneuvers in the kitchen. So soon to back down? Witnessing Xue and Xue Ming shift blame onto one another, Su Xian shook his head in disappointment. We are all brothers. How can one shirk responsibility like this? This predicament is quite taxing for me. Do you not realize I suffer from indecision? Your antics are giving me a headache, since you both claim it is the other's fault. Let us all share the consequences. Su Xian sighed. What? Upon hearing this, Xue and Xue Ming were momentarily taken aback. We argue back and forth, and your solution is simply to share the punishment? What was the point of our bickering then? If you have objections, we can discuss them at length. Rest assured, I am not one to cause trouble without reason. I prefer to persuade with logic. Noticing their lingering dissatisfaction, Su Xian donned an innocuous smile, and with a swift motion, a gleaming golden sword appeared in his hand, slicing through the ground with a sharp crack. Xue and Xue Ming's expressions turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a fly. Is this your idea of persuasion? We may not be well educated, but do not deceive us. Whatever my brother says goes, they hastily replied. The sword before them seemed to emanate an unusual power. Should it suddenly unleash its might, they would have no means of resistance. Truly, their elder brother was a master of persuasion, and they respected reason. Precisely. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the sword with resolute authority. You too, go assist in the kitchen. Do not expect to feast without contributing. What, do you wish to have a word with my sword? Ahem. No need for that. We shall go at once. Very well. Witnessing the two, buoyed by his exhortations, eagerly entering the kitchen, Su Xian could not help but smiled. A few minutes later, upon observing the feathers swirling in the kitchen, Su Xian's expression darkened, and he hastily covered the dishes. Second brother, is this your idea of plucking a chicken? Gazing at the whole chicken that Xue presented, his face filled with indignation, Su Xian felt an overwhelming urge to strike. The outer feathers were gone, yet the abundant down remained. If this were to go in the pot, I might as well skip dinner today. What a travesty. The white feathers are stuck too tightly. I simply cannot pluck them off. Xue replied, his tone laced with grievance. On the verge of tears, having never engaged in such tasks before, he found it exceedingly dirty and unpleasant. Wowu, I came to enjoy a meal, not to toil. Cannot pluck them off? Hearing this, Su Xian paused momentarily, glancing at the area where Xue had been plucking. then at the dry chicken, feeling utterly despondent. You are attempting to pluck them without hot water? Why would I need hot water? Can it be done without? Xue Wuji replied, utterly bewildered. The feathers were not difficult to remove. With a bit of effort, he could pull them off, though the fine down posed a challenge. Truly, you are a primitive brute when it comes to plucking feathers. I am in awe. Covering his forehead in exasperation, Su Xian found himself at a loss for words. The thought of this chicken enduring such brutal treatment after its demise sent chills down his spine. Second brother, plucking chicken feathers requires scalding them first. That is how one achieves cleanliness. Observing that Xue Wuji lacked even this basic knowledge, Xue Ming felt a twinge of pity for him. You spend all day grappling with others. Yet your mind never seems to engage. Unlike myself, who, despite possessing lesser cultivation talent, excels in various aspects. Just now, when it came to the realization that hot water is needed for plucking feathers, I understood the moment my brother spoke. As for the cabbage leaves, he was undoubtedly skilled. Just look at how pristine and immaculate they were. Indeed, some things are innate. I wish to be humble, but my abilities do not allow it. Third brother. Spare me the condescending remarks. If you are so capable, why not give it a try? Xue Wuji retorted, incensed by Xue Ming's smugness. Plucking cabbage is simple, but this task is arduous and filthy. I am truly at my wit's end. Hearing this, Xue Ming fell silent, obediently tending to the cabbage to avoid being called out. He was not foolish. Handling cabbage leaves was far easier, and he could easily spend half an hour on this pile. By the time I finish, the dishes will be nearly ready, and I can make my exit. A perfect plan. Continue with your task. I shall handle the cabbage for now. Su Xian, utterly speechless, replied, moving toward Xue Ming's side. Cabbage was relatively easy to handle, and he expected that Xue Ming would have already completed his task. Brother, I have finished with the cabbage. Take a look. It is clean and tidy, as pure as snow, and will surely be delicious, Xue Ming proclaimed proudly, glancing at the bowl filled with pale yellowish cabbage, and then at the pile of vibrant green leaves nearby. Su Xian forced a smile. Third brother, let us chant a slogan together. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. What do you mean, brother? Xue Ming asked, utterly perplexed. Confirmed. You are not from another world. You are a native. With that, he struck him on the forehead, producing a crisp sound. Out, brother. What are you doing? Xue Ming yelped, clutching his head and retreating in fury. He had done nothing wrong. Why was he subjected to personal attacks? Do you usually discard the cabbage leaves when you are at home? Only eating the hearts? Su Xian gritted his teeth, exasperated. You have no idea how precious these ingredients are. To waste them is a crime. Should I be left to prepare a banquet of boiled cabbage hearts? These leaves can be used? Xue Ming was taken aback, even forgetting the pain as he looked at the verdant leaves on the ground in bewilderment. Earlier, while plucking the leaves, he had pondered this very question, but ceased when he found the inner cabbage to be pure. You usually do not eat cabbage? Su Xian's face darkened as he asked through gritted teeth. Have you never seen a pig run after eating one? You lack even this basic knowledge. What the heck? You are princes, not celestial beings untouched by the world. I generally prefer spinach, Xue Ming explained weakly. I am utterly defeated. I have no words left, no anger remaining. It has all dissipated. Brother, what are you doing? Seeing Su Xian brandishing a kitchen knife, Xue Ming's complexion paled, and Xue Wuji rushed over, desperately clinging to him. Brother, please remain calm. Let us discuss this. We are all brothers here. Bang, bang. Before long, two figures were unceremoniously expelled from the kitchen, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 26. Are they not ashamed? Fear of a formidable adversary pales in comparison to the dread of a team as inept as a bunch of pigs. It was only now that Su Xian truly comprehended the essence of that phrase. Having those two assist him in the kitchen was nothing short of a test of his own fortitude. After sending them away, Su Xian resumed his culinary endeavors, determined to prepare 2 more dishes, having already completed Six.I in the backyard. Mother, you must take our side. Brother is bullying us, Xue Wuji and his companion. Covered in dirt and bearing the marks of a foot upon their chests, lamented the Nangong Ling with tearful eyes. Nangong Ling remained impassive, waving her hand dismissively. You two should go wash up. What? Wash up now? They have been bullied. Can't you show a little sympathy? They protested. Mother, not only did brother threaten us to help with the cooking, he even kicked us. You must stand up for us. Their resolve steeled. They insisted on seeking justice. After all, how could they hold their heads high in the future if they did not? As princes, to be struck and remain silent was an indignity that could not bear. Humiliation was acceptable, but disgrace was absolutely intolerable. Seeing Xue Wuji and his companion reporting their grievances, Qianren Xue felt a pang of anxiety. Before she could plead on their behalf, Nangong Ling's voice rang out. Qinghe, what do you think of this matter? She inquired curiously, glancing towards the kitchen. This, Yang Fei and Qianren Xue turned to look. Even Xue Qinghe widened her eyes in surprise. However, where was brother? Xue Qinghe was utterly perplexed. A brisk gust of wind swept in from behind, causing both Xue Wuji and his companion to shiver, their expression shifting from anger to exhilaration in an instant. Mother, the dishes prepared by brother are exceptionally fragrant. We witnessed it ourselves. Indeed, while assisting brother in the kitchen, we learned so much and should follow his lead. They sang praises of Su Xian in unison, their hearts filled with sincerity. They were brothers. After all, such treachery was beneath them. Even if others voiced discontent, they would not abandon him. Witnessing the abrupt change in demeanor of Xue Wuji and his companion, Yang Fei and Qianren Xue were left dumbfounded. Are you two jesting? Your Highness, the dishes are ready, and everyone can proceed to the main hall for the meal, Qin Yao announced with a bow. What? A woman? Upon hearing this, Xue Wuji and his companion froze, their minds racing as they turned around, each feeling as though 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through their thoughts. What the hell? That wasn't brother. Seeing Nangong Ling and the others smirking, they wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Utterly humiliated, mother, they gazed at Nangong Ling with tearful eyes, shocked by her betrayal. Was this truly the behavior befitting a mother? Do you have any questions, or should I summon Qinghe to discuss this matter with you? Nangong Ling teased, having witnessed their earlier disgrace in the kitchen all too clearly, feeling a mix of embarrassment on their behalf. While she herself could not cook, it reflected poorly on her as a mother if her sons could not manage it either. Look at your brother. He is also a prince. Yet how does he surpass you so greatly in this regard? No, that's quite enough. The two quickly shook their heads, not wishing to provoke Su Xian further. Their brother was now akin to a powder keg. Whoever sparked him would face the explosion. Very well, let us proceed to the main hall and see what culinary delights your brother has prepared. Nangong Ling declared as she took Qianren Xue by the hand and left, with Yang Fei and Xue Qinghe following suit, leaving the two brothers behind in a state of dejection. In the main hall, a delightful aroma filled the air, and the nearby maidservants were visibly salivating. Su Xian surveyed the 7 dishes and a soup on the table, nodding in satisfaction. Such culinary prowess was far too exceptional to be confined to a mere restaurant. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind as he envisioned a grand avenue leading directly to him. With the exquisite delicacies on display, he need not worry about a lack of customers. He could easily establish a gourmet section within the entertainment complex. Brother, what delightful dishes have you prepared for Kuer? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Xue Qinghe approached joyfully, her cherubic face aglow with excitement. Especially as the tantalizing aroma wafted toward her, ruffling her hair, Su Xian picked up Xue Qinghe and brought her to the table. Look, there's your favorite chicken leg, he said, presenting her with a drumstick. Mother said I can't eat first, Xue Qinghe protested, shaking her head, her eyes fixated on the chicken leg, drooling with anticipation. Don't worry, with brother here, everything is fine. Su Xian disregarded the royal decorum, placing the chicken leg firmly in Xue Qinghe's hands. This chicken leg is so fragrant and flavorful. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe could no longer resist, opening her mouth to devour the treat, her eyes sparkling with delight. At that moment, Nangong Ling and the others arrived. And upon seeing Xue Qinghe munching on the chicken leg, Yang Fei's expression turned stern. Kuer, your aunt has yet to give permission. How can you eat first, Xue auntie? I was the one who let her eat. Please don't blame her, Su Xian interjected hastily. All right, everyone take a seat and savor Qinghe's culinary skills. Nangong Ling waved her hand, unconcerned with the small matter, and took her place at the head of the table. Xue Wuji and his companion exchanged glances filled with discontent before taking their seats at the end of the table. This chicken seems similar to the fish we had last time. Is it also steamed? Knowing that no one would touch their chopsticks until she did, Nangong Ling curiously picked up a piece of chicken and inquired. It is indeed steamed. The meat is tender and succulent. Xue auntie, you should try some, Su Xian replied, placing a piece of chicken on her plate as a gesture of respect for the elders. The flavor was undeniably exquisite. No wonder Wuji and the others were so invested. Their visit to Qinghe had certainly been a treat. As the juices spread across her palate, the chicken was as tender as a soft-boiled egg, prompting Yang Fei to beam with delight and exclaim her approval. Su Xian smiled, allowing Yang Fei to continue caring for Xue Qinghe while he tended to his own family's needs. Meanwhile, Xue Wuji and his companion remained focused on their meal, their expressions resolute and unyielding. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why the Empress was absent from the palace. Turns out she is here in Qinghe. Suddenly, a rich and resonant voice broke the atmosphere as the Snow Night Emperor entered with a beaming smile. Everyone, even if one arrives late for a meal, they will never be absent. Chapter 27, Snow Night. Mine, all mine. In the backyard, having finished lunch, the Snow Night Emperor did not take his leave. Originally, he intended to have a heart-to-heart with Su Xian. What? You need 1 million gold coins. However, upon hearing Su Xian's grand vision for the entertainment complex, his expression changed drastically, and a mouthful of tea sprayed forth. His face etched with distress. That was 1 million gold coins. Despite the empire's wealth, with substantial tax revenues, the total treasury amounted to merely 300 million, which was also subject to daily military expenditures and the monthly payments for soul masters. As long as there were no natural disasters or calamities, all would be well. But should an unexpected event occur, the empire's finances would be thrown into turmoil. 300 million was a carefully balanced figure. Increasing it would be challenging, while preventing it from dwindling was equally difficult. Thus, this 300 million gold coins represented the empire's long-term treasury reserves. To suddenly part with 1 million, while it seemed a mere 30th, was an astronomical sum. Moreover, all for the purpose of constructing a tall building. Just thinking about it felt like a loss. He had initially assumed Su Xian's ambitions for the entertainment complex would only require a few 100,000 gold coins. But now, what the hell? I just extorted 50 million gold coins for your soul guide, and now you want to take back 1 million? No, absolutely not. I never agreed to any terms. He was determined to deny it. Thinking that if he simply refused to acknowledge it, he could save 1 million gold coins. Why would he not do so? Father, are you planning to play the rogue? Noticing the emperor's changing demeanor, Su Xian remained unfazed. What emperor was not shameless? It was just that no one dared to speak of it. Cough, cough. You know the treasury is not abundant. 1 million is simply too much. The Snow Night Emperor awkwardly rubbed his nose. The current state of affairs on the continent was far from optimistic, especially with the threat posed by the Spirit Hall, which would inevitably lead to conflict. These funds were more essential for military preparations. Then how much do you believe you can offer? Su Xian asked coldly, his eyes narrowing. 500,000. How does that sound? On a snowy night, the Emperor of Snowy Night pondered for a moment. Then hesitantly spoke. Su Xian, doesn't your heart ache, my lord? How can one bargain so ruthlessly, slashing the price to a mere 1/20th? That's exceedingly stingy. If you were short on funds, I might as well negotiate with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. They would likely be eager to purchase soul-guiding devices. Looking at the Emperor with a cold disdain, Su Xian leisurely reminded him, absolutely not. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Snowy Night slammed the table in outrage. His eyes turning a shade of blood red, he had fully comprehended the might of the soul-guiding devices. They were undoubtedly formidable weapons. A typical Soul King wielding a level 5 soul-guiding cannon could pose a threat to a Soul Emperor. This was indeed a strategic asset that he could not allow it to know. Wait. Seemingly realizing something, the Emperor turned to Su Xian and asked cryptically, my son, do you still possess soul-guiding cannons? I believe there are still a dozen or so left. Su Xian replied nonchalantly to this. The Emperor could no longer remain composed. His gaze fixated on Su Xian with fiery enthusiasm, grinning in a rather lascivious manner that he was coming, and he was bringing soul-guiding devices with him. In the blink of an eye, the Empire was about to gain several more experts at the level of Soul Emperor. How exhilarating! He proclaimed that the soul-guiding cannons were all his, and no one else could claim them. Ahem, just as the Emperor was contemplating yielding to coax Su Xian into relinquishing the soul-guiding cannons, he noticed Su Xian already scribbling away. Intoning with great conviction, a level 5 soul-guiding cannon would cost at least 2 to 3 million gold coins. Otherwise, it would seem somewhat unprofitable. For a level 6 cannon, gathering around 5 million gold coins should be feasible. Perhaps I should sell them 2 level 6 cannons. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is in dire need of self-defense capabilities, and I doubt they would hesitate to buy. Sigh. Even engaging in minor business requires meticulous calculations. Life truly is difficult. The Emperor of Snowy Night, I have a mother that I wonder if I should curse. Is this truly what you consider minor business? Did you learn your math from an art teacher? As a prince, you actually contemplate selling items to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School without even offering me a share. You are no son to me. No son. The Emperor was seething with rage internally, wishing to cleave Su Xian in twain to see if his heart was indeed red. How utterly heartless, cold, and unreasonable. Although the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were partners and even had familial ties, public matters were public and private matters were private. How could they be conflated? My son, did you just mention level 6 soul guiding cannons? Do you have any of those left? Suddenly, it seemed the Emperor realized something, rushing over with eyes ablaze, filled with uncontainable excitement. Level 6 soul guiding cannons. 1 punch per little soul, Emperor. In an instant, the level 5 soul guiding device in his hand lost all allure. What level 6 soul guiding cannons? When did I ever mention those? Father, do not overthink it. Su Xian quickly shook his head, his eyes reflecting sincerity. What need had he for bicycles or level 6 soul guiding cannons? He was wholly unaware of such matters. Observing Su Xian's abysmal acting, the Emperor clenched his fists tightly, feeling a rush of frustration. If you produce 5 level 6 soul guiding cannons, I shall grant you 10 million gold coins. What do you say? The Emperor ground out through clenched teeth. 5? Are you out of your mind? So my level 5 soul guiding cannons are to be given away for free. If I were to approach the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, 2 level 6 soul guiding cannons should suffice for 10 million gold coins. It seemed as though the Emperor was non-existent. Su Xian stroked his chin, murmuring calculations to himself. The Emperor, oh dear, my 40-meter greatsword. I feel an overwhelming urge to cleave this boy in two. The Emperor pronounced each word with great effort, veins throbbing on his forehead. Just earlier, the level 5 soul guiding cannons had yet to be compensated, and what is wrong with people these days? Can we not possess a modicum of trust between one another? Su Xian couldn't help but shake his head, feeling deeply hurt. The Emperor, you wish to climb higher, do you? That great sword of mine. Do not overstep. I am your father, the Emperor bellowed. Father, shortly I will negotiate a substantial business deal with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and upon my return, I shall share 2 million with you. Su Xian blinked his large eyes, particularly emphasizing the last 3 words, preparing to leave, which made the Emperor want to commit murder. 2 million. Very well. The Emperor inhaled deeply, his gaze icy as if ready to kill. He was the Emperor of Snowy Night. Had anyone else dared to threaten him thus, they would have perished several times over by now. Ha ha, I knew my father values integrity. Come, let us sign a contract and seal it. Su Xian produced a piece of cloth, grinning broadly at the Emperor while raising an eyebrow. The Emperor, damn it. Do you not trust me? To clarify the financial situation of the Tiando Empire, a single gold coin roughly equates to a family's living expenses for a year in ancient China. This would be akin to about a tael of silver during the Song Dynasty. The Song Dynasty's annual treasury revenue was approximately 4 to 5 million taels, and this was merely the income. A sum of 10 million gold coins is extraordinarily high to put it in context. When Tang San and his companions won championships, they only received a fraction of that. Merely to explain the situation. Chapter 28. As long as you run fast, you won't be caught. After sending off the somewhat pained Emperor of Snowy Night, Su Xian gazed at the cloth in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. Coughing, he glanced around to ensure no one was present, then focused his eyes on the numerals 1 and 2 of the 2 million gold coins. Feeling a pang of distress, for the numeral 1, should he simply add a horizontal line, or perhaps 2? Or should he change it to 5 or 9, or even add a vertical line? For the numeral 2, should he add a horizontal line or convert it to 5? Sigh. This truly poses a challenge. However, adding a vertical line to 1 would yield 10, and 10 million is rather unreliable as a figure. Sigh. Perhaps I should leave some face for my father. After some thought, Su Xian ultimately decided against altering the numeral 1, opting instead to change the 2 to 5. Sigh. Individuals like him, who consider others, are becoming increasingly rare. A mere 3 million should fall within his capacity to bear. Moreover, the additional 5 million beyond the 10 million was rightfully his. Should anyone attempt to renege, they ought to consider who he is. Ha ha ha. My dear, let us head to the treasury to procure funds. With a grand gesture, Su Xian led Xue towards the treasury. The Tiando Empire operates without a strict bureaucratic system, with a relatively loose governance structure directly accountable to the Emperor. The royal finances are primarily overseen by the Minister of Finance, specifically the Treasury's custodian. Based on the historical information I researched about medieval Western European nations, please forgive any inaccuracies on the streets of Tiando City. An ornate carriage swiftly glided by, reappearing around another corner in a flash. Within the carriage, upon hearing of Su Xian's audacious actions, Xue was taken aback, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Husband, are you not afraid of your father punishing you for treason? To alter a royal decree without permission is a grave offense. tantamount to rebellion. Even if you are the eldest prince, you cannot bear such a charge. When did I ever alter the decree? My dear, do not speak nonsense. Su Xian feigned innocence, rebutting. Was he the kind of person to amend royal decrees? The decree clearly stated 15 million, and it had nothing to do with him. Uffed. Seeing Su Xian's shameless demeanor, Qian Rinqiu nearly burst into laughter. She had never encountered someone so brazen. Clearly, he was the one who altered it, yet he refused to admit it. What are you doing? Suddenly embraced, Qian Rinqiu was startled, her cheeks reddening slightly. Rub my back for me. I nearly wore myself out at noon. Gently tugging at her arm, Su Xian blinked his eyes pitifully and then found a comfortable position to lay down. All right, I shall rub your back. Observing Su Xian's antics, Qian Rinqiu smiled and began to massage his back gently, her technique rather clumsy, evidently a first-time endeavored dough. That feels good. Dear, you can speed up a bit. Yes, just there. A little lower. Oops, how indecent. Entering the royal palace, Su Xian made a beeline for the treasury. Should he delay until the emperor regained his senses and issued any secret decrees regarding the treasury, he would find himself in dire straits. In this day and age, fortunes could change in mere moments. Taking advantage of the emperor's current distraction, he intended to secure the gold coins as swiftly as possible. The security at the treasury was notably stringent, guarded by the royal guards. Both the royal guard and the royal knight order serve as the primary protective forces of the Tiando Empire. Composed of soul masters, the treasury's defenses consist of 3 visible layers, while the hidden forces remain unknown. Your Highness, what brings you here? Upon noticing Su Xian's approach, the captain guarding the first forbidden gate immediately came forward to greet him. I have been commanded to enter and attend to matters, Su Xian replied impatiently, before leading Qian Rinqiu inside. The captain, recognizing both Su Xian and Qian Rinqiu, one a prince and the other a princess consort, did not impede their passage or conduct a search. Since they were entering alone, towering walls flanked them on either side, stretching 100 meters high and barely a few meters wide, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The second forbidden gate was guarded by a general, who similarly refrained from conducting a search. Did you not mention that there were 3 layers of protection? Qian Rinqiu inquired with a raised eyebrow, her curiosity piqued as they arrived at the entrance of the treasury. There are only 2 guards here, and we pass through effortlessly without encountering a 3rd layer. There is indeed a 3rd layer of defense. It is simply not commonly visible, Su Xian replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. As the treasury serves as the empire's vital resource, it would be unthinkable to lack formidable guardians. The overt 3rd layer of security is a Soul Saint, but the fact that they had reached this point indicated they had already passed scrutiny. They simply had not detected any anomalies. Upon entering the treasury area, Su Xian sought out the treasury keeper. Zidamo. By the decree of my father, I am to withdraw 15 million gold soul coins. Please expedite the process, as I have urgent matters to attend to. He handed Zidamo the official document, his expression grave and commanding. 15 million. Zidamo was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. After inspecting the document bearing the imperial seal, he thought little of it. Your Highness, I shall attend to this at once. Please wait a moment. With a slight bow, he entered the restricted area of the treasury. Ordinarily, protocol dictated that he report to the Minister of Finance, who would then verify the order with the emperor. However, such procedures were primarily for ordinary ministers. Princes typically operated outside these constraints, especially one of such esteemed character as the eldest prince. Thus, Zidamo harbored no suspicions. The thought of forgery or altering an imperial decree was far from his mind. He would not wish to court death. Are you not concerned about being discovered? Qian Rinqiu asked nervously, lowering her voice as they sat in a room. If they do, we shall simply make our escape. As long as we run swiftly, they will not catch us. Su Xian shrugged, his demeanor relaxed and untroubled. This treasury, were it not for his rationality, would have been emptied long ago. There was no need for him to quietly come here for money. His presence was already a concession made for the sake of wealth. You truly possess a bold heart. Taken aback by Su Xian's response, Qian Rinqiu fell silent, realizing how carefree he was in life. Escape? Where would we go? We would only be caught and beaten, unless we fled to the Spirit Hall's Spirit City. Even with a large heart, it only accommodates you. It cannot contain others. Su Xian chuckled. Be serious. Do not always jest with such reckless words, Qian Rinqiu replied with a frosty glance, though the slight blush on her cheeks and the upward curl of her lips betrayed her amusement. Your Highness, here are the 15 million gold soul coins. After a while, Zidamo emerged with a box. Su Xian did not bother to count the coins and promptly accepted the box containing the gold cards. Wow, 15 million gold coins in hand. The winds are fierce. Let us make haste. Chapter 29. Another reward. Within the carriage, Su Xian felt exhilarated. The thrill of acquiring money and fleeing was indeed delightful. It seemed he would need to make more visits in the future. As he opened the brocade box, 5 gold cards and 1 diamond card lay quietly within, redeemable at any bank in the empire. The gold cards typically held values between 1 million and 5 million. And with 5 of them, it was likely they were all 1 million each. While the diamond card was worth 10 million, take these 3 gold cards. Quietly enjoy your riches, and I shall handle the household matters, he said, handing 3 gold cards to Xue, who smiled brightly and accepted them with both joy and gravity. She now belonged to someone, and who could predict the future? It was better to cherish the present. Isn't it just managing the household? I am more than capable. By the way, what is your martial soul? Seemingly recalling something, Su Xian feigned ignorance. Being a wealthy lady is a must, but I cannot allow Xue to become a burden. After all, he aspired to be the man of the angelic deity. My martial soul is a white goose, but I lack soul power, so I cannot cultivate, Xue admitted, her gaze flickering slightly. She felt guilty but had to lie to avoid revealing too much. Su Xian, what do you mean lacking soul power? You possess innate level 20. Do you think I am unaware? Nevertheless, he felt pleased with her cleverness. She had not foolishly claimed her martial soul was a swan, but rather a white goose. Swan martial souls were generally unique to the royal family of Tiando. Had she said that, they would likely have had to visit the German orthopedic hospital for a consultation. Gently pulling Xue into his embrace, Su Xian held her delicate, snow-white hands, a soft smile gracing his face. Not having soul power is not a great concern. Tell me, do you wish to cultivate? Her shy expression faltered slightly as she lifted her head. Realizing Su Xian's intentions were genuine, Xue gazed at him with wide, astonished sapphire eyes. You have a way for me to cultivate. Of course, your husband is quite capable. This is but a small matter for me. Seeing her acting convincingly, Su Xian felt utterly relieved, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. As he spoke, Su Xian retrieved a bound book from his storage ring. This is the Xiantian skill. Even ordinary individuals can cultivate soul power by following the instructions within, even without innate power, allowing you to swiftly reach the title Douluo realm. And here is a book on human meridians and a compilation of Taoist 5-element theories. You should find it easier to understand these alongside the Xiantian skill. Recalling that the Xiantian skill was a Taoist method, distinct from the church's teachings, Su Xian produced 2 additional books from his storage ring. He had acquired these cheaply, truly a mere 2 coins each for martial arts manuals. You are giving me a technique that can cultivate soul power just like this. Xue stared at Su Xian. Her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they might spill at any moment. For soul masters, cultivation could only be achieved through meditation, a painstakingly slow process. This technique was considered priceless among soul masters. Is this truly nothing? Just some trifles, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, his tone gentle. What trifles? This is a priceless treasure, Xue retorted, exasperated. Looking at the technique before her, Xue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Such treasures could only be given away by the fool before her. Yet, she felt the need to keep deceiving him. Realizing this, Xue felt increasingly indebted to Su Xian, resolutely pushing the technique back towards him, determined not to accept it. What are you doing? Su Xian furrowed his brow, with tears glistening in her eyes. Xue gazed at Su Xian, her voice trembling slightly. You should keep this technique. You currently possess only 30 levels of soul power, and it can help you cultivate to title Douluo more swiftly. She knows my level 30. It seems my wife's strength is not to be underestimated. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, though he did not point out the inconsistency in her words, with Xue's innate level 20 soul power. Even at just 14 years of age, she likely had already reached around level 50. But how fortunate I am to have such a wife. I do not need it. I possess the ability to protect myself. You should keep it, Su Xian insisted, shaking his head, then added, I have more to give you later. Just use this for your own cultivation more. Xue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, seeing Su Xian's deep affection, she felt it inappropriate to continue her refusals. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you. She gazed at Su Xian, Xian Rinxue silently vowed to work diligently on her cultivation, ensuring he would never suffer harm, though you not wish to express anything to me. Seeing her accept the gift so readily, Su Xian felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the dramas were misleading. When girls felt joy or gratitude, were they not meant to be more expressive? Why did it seem absent in her case? Express what? Xian Rinxue stared vacantly, utterly perplexed. Su Xian, there are not only straightforward men but also straightforward women. Since you are unwilling to give, I shall take it by force. With his right hand reaching around Xian Rinxue's neck, Su Xian smiled sweetly, his gaze traveling from her eyes to her nose, and finally settling upon her delicate pink lips. In an instant, Xian Rinxue's pupils dilated as she did not have time to react before Su Xian leaned closer. In that fleeting moment, an electric current surged from their lips straight to her brain, causing Xian Rinxue's face to flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. After a moment of shy struggle, she seemed to exhaust all her strength, her body going limp, and her arms gradually encircled Su Xian. Time itself seemed to freeze in that singular moment. 2 minutes later, the two slowly parted, Xian Rinxue, nestling her head down, much like a quail, in Su Xian's embrace, overwhelmed with shyness, her face flushed and enraptured, her gaze somewhat dazed. Now do you understand what I mean by indication? Su Xian teased, caressing Xian Rinxue's golden, silky hair with an affectionate grin. I don't know. Xian Rinxue pouted, her lips tingling. A suggestion. This is undoubtedly a blatant suggestion. Su Xian blinked his large eyes. Shall I teach you once more? No. You. 1 minute later. Now do you comprehend? You're truly clever. Let me reward you once again. No, so embarrassing. Chapter 30. A pleasurable experience. Irresistible. You are incorrigibly mischievous. Always taking advantage of me. Xian Rinxue playfully pounded her fist against Su Xian's chest, exhaling softly, her blush still not entirely fading. In all fairness, we both share the losses. How could this be considered taking advantage of you? Su Xian replied earnestly, prompting Xian Rinxue to roll her eyes at his shamelessness. Fearing Su Xian might act up again and be seen by passers-by, she quickly changed the subject. Don't you have something else to give me? This celestial herb, known as water fairy jade skin bone, can assist you in your cultivation. Even at the soul master level, it should be no problem to elevate your soul power by several levels. As he spoke, Su Xian produced a transparent jade vial from his pocket, revealing a white, exquisite plant that appeared as pure as a pristine lotus. Indeed, this is a divine-grade medicinal herb. I have several more, but this particular one is most beneficial for your cultivation. Water fairy jade skin bone nourishes the sinews and bones and opens the 8 meridians, while the Xiantian technique also requires the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians, allowing you to avoid many detours. Several levels? Xian Rinxue gazed at Su Xian in disbelief. Cultivation as a soul master emphasizes gradual progression. Even a genius would require at least a month or 2 of arduous training to advance a single level. She, with her 50-level soul power, was naturally born with 20, and the subsequent 30 levels were achieved through 8 years of diligent practice. 1 herb equates to a year of cultivation. Xian Rinxue found it hard to believe. If others discovered such a herb, they would go mad with envy. Though water fairy jade skin bone may not be as valuable as the Xiantian technique, it is still a rare treasure. You are only at 30 levels right now. You should keep it for yourself. Gaining a few levels would be advantageous. After pondering, Xian Rinxue declined once more. Given Su Xian's current soul power, he would likely struggle to catch up to her. It would be wiser for him to enhance his strength for future self-defense. Still refusing, I'm about to lose my temper. I detest when my gifts are rejected. Su Xian insisted, shoving the herb into Xian Rinxue's hands. Am I in need of this single herb? I require a wholesale market for celestial herbs. Xian Rinxue stared blankly at the herb in her hand before quickly snapping out of it. You have more than one here. Her voice shot up in pitch, filled with astonishment. Yes, the taste isn't particularly pleasant. Consuming too much can be a bit overwhelming, Su Xian stated seriously. Xian Rinxue, what do you mean? Overwhelming? This isn't just a matter of taste. Observing Su Xian's feigned profundity, she felt an urge to rob him, wondering how many more treasures he was hiding. Without hesitation, Xian Rinxue tucked it away again. And upon seeing Su Xian's intent to move, she immediately blocked him with both hands. Don't do that. My mouth feels numb. I'll make it up to you later, Su Xian. What the heck? When did I say I wanted to kiss you? I thought I was self-absorbed, but it turns out you're even more so. Who's planning to kiss you? Su Xian sighed. Who are you calling self-absorbed? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, baring her tiger teeth in a playful snarl. You, hurry and give me your hand. It hurts, not letting go. You brought this upon yourself. I surrender. I surrender. Please let go. 3 minutes later. Have you realized your mistake? Su Xian asked, his expression a mix of anger and amusement. I have. Qian Rinxue's cheeks were flushed, radiating warmth as if ripened, her eyes dreamy and softened, collapsing into Su Xian's embrace. Will you dare pinch me again? He pressed out. I want to dare. Qian Rinxue hastily assured him. That's more like it. Satisfied, Su Xian nodded, then playfully gave her rear a light slap. Why are you still hitting me? Qian Rinxue's eyelashes fluttered, her breath soft as if melting into water, her voice sweetly soothing. Quite delightful, I must say. I find it hard to stop. Qian Rinxue, shameless. You only know how to bully me. At the prince's manor. Your Highness, Lady Tang from the Moon Pavilion has arrived as soon as he returned to his courtyard. The steward rushed in. What brings her here? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. She rarely visited, and her presence likely boded ill. You continue your training. I'll go see what she wants, after pinching Qian Rinxue's adorable face. Su Xian headed towards the Great Hall, while she obediently retreated to her room to practice. In the Great Hall, a beautiful woman in a silver palace gown sat gracefully, exuding an aura of elegance akin to a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Her complexion was noble and dignified, and though she appeared no older than 18 or 19, her mature, seductive charm was undeniably alluring. Lady Tang, what a rare pleasure to have you here today. Su Xian's voice echoed even before he arrived, prompting Tang Yuehua to direct her gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Su Xian, Tang Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. I heard the first prince was injured, so I came to check on you. She replied with a smile, maintaining her composure. It's merely a minor injury. There's no need for concern. Lady Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, then took a seat beside her. His gaze appraised the alluring woman before him, and he couldn't help but marvel at her captivating figure and beauty. Her aura was intoxicating, making one yearn to embrace her tenderly, were it not for the knowledge that Tang Yuehua was already 30 and a cultivation failure. Su Xian would scarcely believe her skin could remain so flawless. Beautiful women are often drawn to heroes. Even though Tang Hao had disappeared for 2 years, he remained an idol among soul masters on the continent. And Tang Yuehua was no exception. Unfortunately, Tang Hao was her elder brother, and he had taken a liking to soul beasts. What a convoluted tale, enough to fill a movie titled Brother, Love the Grass. Sister, don't. Noticing Su Xian's gaze, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and sympathy, Tang Yuehua's expression shifted, displeased with his impudent scrutiny. It seems your noble demeanor has altered considerably. I fear this might hinder your graduation, but if your injuries are not severe, you must continue attending lessons at the Moon Pavilion each day, she asserted, her tone brooking no argument. Initially puzzled by the Snow Night Emperor's orders, Tang Yuehua seemed to grasp the situation upon seeing Su Xian. His demeanor was far too casual, as if he had forgotten the strict etiquette of the royal family. Had it not been for the remnants of nobility still lingering about him, she might have suspected he was an impostor. Chapter 31. Ingenious strategies in place. If I don't graduate, then so be it. I never intended to continue my studies anyway. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly at her words, disdaining the pompous noble etiquette. What was the point of such frivolity? Just because one is different does not make them superior. Even the mightiest cannot withstand a single punch from another. Moreover, he has always swayed others with reason, garnering their heartfelt respect and submission. Having reached the realm of conquering without the need for battle, rendering such trivialities as mere paper useless. What? You do not intend to continue your studies at Yuexian? Tang Yuehua's eyes widened, nearly bulging out of their sockets as she stared incredulously at Su Xian upon hearing his words. As a noble, etiquette serves as the foundation of social interactions. Otherwise, one risks being looked down upon by fellow aristocrats. Think that the Grand Prince of the royal family would contemplate abandoning the study of court etiquette is nothing short of a jest. She had only taken over Yuexian for less than 2 years. If the Grand Prince were to suddenly drop out, how would that reflect on Yuexian in the eyes of other nobles? If even the magnanimous Grand Prince were to withdraw, it would be nothing short of a farce, utterly tarnishing Yuexian's reputation. Aunt Yuehua, perhaps you could draft a certificate stating an inability to graduate. So I can explain to my father? Su Xian tentatively suggested that a certificate of inability to graduate? I would be slapping my own face. Even someone as composed as Tang Yuehua felt her composure cracking at this moment. Her chest heaving with suppressed anger. Taking a deep breath, she managed to contain her inner fury and inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why you are unwilling to continue your studies at Xue Qinghe?" Her tone, though cool, was laced with profound curiosity. She prided herself on not being arrogant, yet she could not deny that under her stewardship, Xue Qinghe had flourished, earning a stellar reputation in Tiando City, even during Su Xian's time there. He had been humble and diligent, never once slacking. Thus, this sudden shift was perplexing. It was akin to receiving an admission letter from Tsinghua or Peking University, only to declare an intention to tend cattle at home. Such aspirations were not for the average person. I have merely experienced an epiphany, deciding to dedicate the remainder of my life to endeavors of significance. Pausing slightly, Su Xian seemed to resonate with a deeper understanding, exclaiming, "When I reflect upon my past, I shall harbor no regrets over a life wasted, nor shall I feel shame for a life of mediocrity. Even at the brink of death, I will proudly declare that my life was devoted to the most magnificent of causes." Su Xian lifted his gaze, an enigmatic aura enveloping him, reminiscent of an ancient monk who had traversed the world. Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her voice slightly hurried. "Could you share with me what meaningful and magnificent pursuits you envision?" "Certainly, it is to cultivate myself at home, to gather strength, striving to be a good husband, and to become a commendable father. Even in my final moments, I can take pride in having contributed to the enduring peace and stability of the empire for centuries to come," Su Xian proclaimed, standing tall and resolute. "Tang Yuehua, what utter nonsense about the empire's peace and stability. You merely wish to stay home with your wife in bliss, thinking you can play the grand figure? Huh. It seems, Your Highness, you have truly changed. You would never have uttered such self-indulgent words before." Shaking her head, Tang Yuehua chose not to press further. She was a disciplined individual, and her persuasive efforts could not sway the current Su Xian. "Your Highness, I must take my leave now. Take care, no need to see me off. Do visit often." Su Xian waved enthusiastically, his face beaming with a smile, showing no intention of seeing her out. Tang Yuehua, I truly have no idea whether to curse or not. After bidding farewell to Tang Yuehua, Su Xian summoned the butler, Old Qian, and the commander of the guards. "Your Highness, may I inquire what matters you seek from us?" Old Qian, hunched and with a weathered face filled with respect, stood alongside the curious guard commander. "Old Qian, please travel to the southern city or nearby Tiando City and gather some construction craftsmen for me. I require the construction of a tall building." Su Xian stated plainly. "Your Highness, does the palace not have imperial builders? Why employ others?" Although he was uncertain of Su Xian's intentions, Old Qian voiced his thoughts. "What is available now may not be in the future." "Do as I say." Su Xian waved his hand, his tone serious. His father was still unaware of the clandestine dealings involving the 6th-level soul-guided cannon. Once he discovered the state of the treasury, he would likely explode with rage. It was improbable for him to simply come here and take money, but he would not let it slide easily if he knew that Su Xian had employed the imperial builders. He would certainly intervene, and at that point, free labor could transform into a hefty expense. Thus, he needed to block that route. Apart from the palace builders, there were indeed others capable of constructing tall buildings in Douluo Continent. For instance, the Yu family. Old Qian nodded, refraining from questioning the rationale, and inquired further, "How many individuals does Your Highness require for this task?" "I need at least 1,000 for now," Su Xian replied thoughtfully. Given the large scale of the entertainment city, Su Xian aimed to complete the construction as swiftly as possible, thus requiring a considerable workforce. So many. Old Qian's expression stiffened, astonished yet increasingly curious about the magnitude of Su Xian's intended construction. While the middle-aged man beside him also exhibited a change in demeanor, Su Xian turned to the military commander, directing, "Commander, please set off immediately for Longxing City and speak with the head of the Yu family. I wish to hire them for my construction project." "Understood." The commander promptly replied that I possess 3 scrolls, each containing sequential instructions. If their head declines, you shall open the first scroll, and if they still refuse, proceed to the second, which will guide your actions. Grabbing the scrolls from the table, Su Xian flicked his wrist, sending them soaring into the commander's steady grasp. Scrolls? The commander regarded the scrolls curiously, wondering what secrets they held. Nevertheless, as it was Su Xian's directive, he was determined to carry it out, and quickly agreed. Perhaps I should fashion myself a feather fan like Zhuge Liang's someday. Watching old Qian and the others depart, Su Xian couldn't help but shake his head, a wave of solitude washing over him. The 3 scrolls contained unfathomable secrets. There was no fear of the Yu family rejecting his proposal. Ha ha, I am truly a genius. After the announcement of the new installment was mistakenly placed, indeed. You read that correctly. This book is once again available for purchase. Ahem. Now let us return to serious matters. Indeed, it is time for the lamenting segment. Xian Ruxue. Husband, our household is devoid of rice. Why is there no one subscribing or donating? Su Xian. What the heck? You spendthrift. I have given you so much gold. And you tell me there's no rice? Xian Ruxue. It's precisely because there is too much gold. Our granaries are overflowing, leaving no room for rice. Su Xian. So, are we left with nothing but gold to eat? Ahem. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. My dear wife, this is the moment to lament. We are out of gold, are we not? Yes, yes. Xian Ruxue quickly nodded in agreement. Su Xian, satisfied, declared, Good, go fetch a broken bowl, while we have the daylight. Let us teach everyone how to survive on their knees. A minute later, Xian Ruxue returned with a broken bowl. Looking at the gold bowl in her hands, Su Xian was at a loss for words. My dear wife. In this manner, no one will have sympathy for our plight if we beg. Xian Ruxue pouted, feeling wronged. But this bowl is indeed the most broken we have. Su Xian, filled with indignation, proclaimed, I declare, the attempt to garner sympathy has failed. No sooner had he spoken than a slipper came hurtling towards him, knocking him flat on the ground. The author appeared, wielding an axe, a fierce expression on their face as they approached menacingly. You better sell your plight well. If the results are poor, don't blame me for making you a eunuch. As the author glanced at Su Xian's lower half, the implication was unmistakable. Su Xian. What the hell? Are you forcing me into this? Woe is me. I plead for subscriptions. If we reach 700 initial subscriptions, there will be at least 4 updates daily. For every 100 in donations, additional updates without limit. Kneeling to survive. To my dear readers, if you enjoy this genre, I recommend the book Douluo's Strongest Ancestor, which is entirely free. Please cast your votes. Chapter 32. External Soul Bones, Truly Fragrant. Seeking recommendations and donations. In the palace. Nangong Ling was tending to her flowers when she saw the Snow Night Emperor storming towards her, looking quite displeased. Your Majesty, why does your countenance appear so grim? It is all due to that rebellious son. The Snow Night Emperor's face darkened as he took a sip from the teacup on the stone table, struggling to suppress the fury within. A rebellious son. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling immediately set down the kettle and approached the stone table. Her expression filled with concern. Your Majesty, could it be that Wuji has caused trouble again? No, it is Qinghe. He audaciously altered my decree and withdrew 15 million gold coins from the treasury on a snowy night. The Emperor of Snowy Night's chest heaved violently, and as he roared, he abruptly slammed his hand down, startling Nangong Ling. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. It felt as though smoke was billowing from his 7 orifices. Typically, he was the one scheming against others, yet today he found himself outmaneuvered by his own son. How infuriating! Were it anyone else who dared to tamper with the imperial decree, he would have long since issued a command for their dismemberment. After all, that was 3 million gold coins at stake. This was undoubtedly an act of revenge. Without a shadow of a doubt, the emperor surmised that Su Xian was being ungrateful, refusing to pay, and harbored resentment, thus deliberately scheming to extract money from him. Very well, you have chosen to confront me, and in doing so, you have piqued my interest. Qinghe, Nangong Ling exclaimed, hastily inquiring how he could possibly commit such an act. Moreover, without your Majesty's decree, he could not have withdrawn such a vast sum from the national treasury, 15 million gold coins. At last, Nangong Ling comprehended the source of the emperor's ire, and his anxiety deepened. Fearing the emperor's wrath would be severed, he possesses my decree. The emperor ground his teeth, forcing out this declaration through clenched jaws, and then bitterly elucidated. That ungrateful wretch altered the decree from 12 million to 15 million. Pilfering an additional 3 million from the treasury, 0.3 million. The mere mention of that figure felt like a knife piercing the emperor's heart. He had tirelessly endeavored to fortify the royal family's wealth, only to be dealt such a blow, losing a staggering 15 million gold coins. What the hell? That amount represents half a year's tax revenue for the empire. Nangong Ling was equally astounded, unable to fathom Su Xian's audacity. Your Majesty, that is indeed 12 million gold coins. Why would you grant Qinghe such a sum? Nangong Ling pressed, furrowing his brow. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he had let slip a crucial detail. Given Nangong Ling's nature, he would undoubtedly pry for answers. He claimed he wished to construct some form of entertainment venue and specifically requested it from me. The emperor replied, his expression shifting slightly. And you acquiesced? Over 1 million gold coins, no less? As anticipated, no sooner had the emperor finished speaking than Nangong Ling's relentless questioning ensued. The emperor retorted, do you think I wanted to grant him that? But I had no choice. That brat openly threatened me. Woe is me. This imperial role is truly vexing. Though seething with indignation, the emperor maintained his composure. He had no intention of revealing to Nangong Ling the matter of Su Xian's return to the modern world. At least not now. Should the news of the soul-guided cannon leak, the empire would suffer irreparable losses. Alas, I thought he was of sufficient age to achieve something on his own, which would earn the respect of the ministers. The emperor sighed deeply, his demeanor softening considerably, perfectly embodying the image of a father concerned for his son. Indeed, life is but a play, all reliant on one's acting skills. So it is, Nangong Ling nodded slightly. But now that the money had already been dispensed, he thought the additional 3 million was inconsequential. I believe Qinghe, he must feel the funds were insufficient, hence his unilateral alteration of the decree. Since he has taken it, let him have it. Nangong Ling's mind had already formulated its own suspicions, and his gaze towards the emperor shifted, tinged with a hint of disdain as he remarked, 12 million is granted, and 15 million as well. An extra 3 million is hardly a concern. Upon hearing this, the emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by an extra 3 million is hardly a concern? This was a matter of 3 million. It was a blatant provocation aimed at him as a father. If he could audaciously alter the decree now, would he not soon be bold enough to trample upon him in the future? Initially, the emperor had entertained the thought of sending Nangong Ling to reclaim the funds, but now he was utterly disheartened. Truly, it seemed that mothers always favored their sons. Woe is me, this fatherhood is exceedingly burdensome. In the prince's estate, Xue had retreated into her room to cultivate. Without his wife around to enjoy leisurely days, Su Xian found life rather dull. Never mind, I shall also engage in cultivation. He sighed, shaking his head as he returned to his own chamber. Dear readers, damn, you said you wouldn't cultivate. Yet here you are, cultivating for real. The protagonist's words are indeed deceiving. I scoff at you. In the bedroom, Su Xian lamented, during my wife's seclusion, I can only pass the time by absorbing soul bones. With a deep sigh, he leaned against the headboard, his gaze lingering on the 3 boxes atop the bed. Lost in thought, the box on the right contained a pair of miniature, pristine white wings. Su Xian's first thought was that he had finally secured his Zhuge fan. The middle box housed a pair of sharp claws, glinting menacingly, radiating an overwhelming power that sent chills down his spine even through the box. These would be quite handy for cracking walnuts. As for the box on the left, it contained a single eye, appearing exceedingly eerie, causing Su Xian's heart to quiver with unease. Indeed, there is a reason why expensive items hold their worth. Gazing at these 3 treasures, Su Xian took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He had spent 50,000, 10,000, and 100,000 gold coins respectively to acquire them, but why this reckoning? Each item's value exceeded 100 million gold coins. Indeed, the 3 items before him were all external soul bones. The wings and the eye would be difficult for him to absorb given his current circumstances. Although soul bone absorption is not strictly limited by soul power levels, and luck might allow a first-level soul master to absorb a 10,000-year soul bone. Such occurrences are rare and typically confined to ideal conditions. The benefits of a 10,000-year soul bone are immense. Coupled with the terrifying energy it contains, it could very well tear him apart. However, the 2,000-year dark gold claws seemed like a viable option to experiment with, and perhaps serve as a medium for attempting to absorb other external soul bones. Yet before that, for safety's sake, he needed a soul ring. After securing the wings and eye, Su Xian retrieved a crystal box the size of a pen holder from his storage ring. Inside the crystal box lay a small black bird, seemingly in slumber, with silvery patterns entwining its body, evidently sealed by some force. Tai Ji, If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent for me to eliminate you." Muttering to himself, seeing that the bird did not react, Su Xian surmised it had lost all hope for this world. Thus, upholding the noble tradition of doing good deeds without seeking recognition, he sent it off to the afterlife, in no need to thank me. This is merely my duty. Now for the 2,000-year soul ring. Here I come. Chapter 33. So broke, only money remains. Ah, how delightful. Having absorbed the soul bone and soul ring, it was already the break of dawn the following day. Su Xian stretched lazily, feeling invigorated, completely unfazed by the fatigue of staying up late. However, it was time to sleep, and not going to bed with Qianren Xue, not sharing a bed with his wife, was simply unacceptable. As he stepped out of the room, Su Xian's attention was immediately drawn to a figure in the courtyard. There lay Qianren Xue, sprawled across a stone table, draped in a thin shawl, sound asleep. How could she fall asleep here? Would it not be better to wait for me in her own room? Shaking his head, he gazed at Qianren Xue's devotedly beautiful face. His heart ached with tenderness. Such a wonderful wife. One is truly enough. Without waking her, he gently supported her leg and back, lifting her into his arms. Qianren Xue's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lazily wrapped her arms around Su Xian's neck. Murmuring, "I'm sleepy. Let us go to your room." Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito, and she seemed too exhausted to fully open her eyes, merely fluttering them before closing them once more. "All right, to my room we shall go." Without any ulterior motives, Su Xian smiled and nodded, then carried Qianren Xue to his chamber. Laying her down on the bed, he watched as she curled up like a lazy cat. And with a gentle smile, he too settled down quietly, sweetly embracing her in his arms as she nestled in, seeking a comfortable position. A satisfied smile graced Qianren Xue's face as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was noon. Her nose twitched slightly. Qianren Xue rubbed her drowsy eyes, the hazy black mist before her dissipating, revealing clarity, upon awakening to find Su Xian holding her. She pouted, her clear eyes sparkling with mirth. The energy expended during cultivation had been considerable. She hadn't expected to fall asleep while waiting last night. All she recalled was a familiar figure appearing, bringing her back to her room. Perhaps due to the comfort of familiarity, she had offered no resistance. Still in bed at noon. "Aren't you worried about what others might think?" With a playful pinch to Su Xian's nose, Qianren Xue cautiously released his hands. "You're awake," she said, her movements gentle yet sufficient to rouse the drowsy Su Xian. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and with a startled exclamation, he embraced Qianren Xue once more, pulling her back onto the bed. "Don't be like that. It's already noon. You should get up quickly." Despite her gentle nudges, Qianren Xue found herself unable to break free from his grasp. Her cheeks flushed a soft hue as she looked at Su Xian with a hint of helplessness. "Since it's already noon, I might as well lie here a little longer and chase away the laziness." Qianren Xue's waist was slender, her demeanor as gentle as water and her skin as smooth as silk, prompting Su Xian to tighten his hold, indulging in a bit of mischief. Deep down, Qianren Xue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness but yielded to Su Xian, her face blooming with a radiant smile. As Su Xian playfully tickled her waist, he inquired, "By the way, how is your absorption of the celestial grade herbs coming along?" "Stop it." Qianren Xue laughed, playfully rolling her eyes at him, but in the blink of an eye, her expression shifted to one of excitement. "I've indeed been cultivating using the Xiantian technique, and with the aid of the herbs, my soul power has already reached level 3. If I complete the absorption, I may even surpass level 10. Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The effects of the water fairy jade body were even better than she had anticipated. The enhancement of her physique and the unblocking of her meridians allowed her to wield her soul power with greater ease. As for her soul power, even after absorbing less than half, she had already reached level 52, and upon full absorption, she could potentially exceed level 53. "You must strive hard then. I am currently at 37 level soul power. If I manage to absorb all the celestial grade herbs in my possession, I might soon break through to level 40, Su Xian said, feigning nonchalance, yet feeling an underlying bitterness as he spoke, that in his past life, he had already faced challenges due to his background, but he never expected this world to be even more judgmental. After absorbing 2,000 years worth of soul rings and bones, along with reaching the 30 level power threshold, he was still only at 37 level soul power. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, also 14, had already surpassed 50 levels. With a natural 20-level advantage, it felt akin to having a VIP status. Fortunately, the author had granted him a boon. Otherwise, he would struggle to make his way. Cough, cough. Here I express my profound gratitude to the author for their support. Today's accolades are not solely due to my efforts, but also theirs. All right, enough of the trivial chatter. Back to the main topic. Observing Su Xian's smug demeanor, Xue felt a sense of private satisfaction as she echoed his sentiments with a smile. I know you are impressive. No one else can compare. However, we truly ought to get up, she reminded him. Su Xian shook his head. You get up first, then release your hold, Xue retorted, tapping the arm wrapped around her. I'll let go once you get up. Su Xian replied earnestly. Xue exclaimed, how can I get up if you don't let go? So you really don't want to get out of bed, huh? Humph, lazy pumpkin. An hour later, Su Xian finally agreed to rise. And as for what transpired in between, it is best left unspoken, as it would be deemed inappropriate for the young readers. Honestly, just write it down. Do you think I'm so in need of this mere currency? Hurry up, arrange it. By afternoon, Su Xian had no intention of preparing a lavish lunch. He simply boiled some sweet porridge to refresh and cool off. Within the garden pavilion, the two were enjoying their breakfast. No. Lunch. Xue's movements were graceful and composed, appearing more noble than Su Xian at that moment. Meanwhile, Su Xian was heartily munching on bread, occasionally sipping sweet porridge and sampling the prepared cold dishes. Radiating contentment, gazing at Xue, a smile adorned Su Xian's face, as if everything felt just right. Would you accompany me to a place later? He murmured. Where to? Xue paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure as she noticed Su Xian's earnest gaze fixed upon her. To visit some relatives, and along the way, I'll introduce you to a few people, Su Xian replied. All right, but I need to prepare first, Xue agreed without hesitation, sensing that Su Xian was headed to a place she already knew. Just a simple gift will do. It doesn't need to be extravagant. What matters is the thought and practicality that my grandfather's family doesn't lack in wealth, Su Xian advised. Xue nodded, then recalled that their estate was practically devoid of possessions, replying with a hint of frustration, but everything in the estate has been exchanged for gold by you, hasn't it? Su Xian. Wu. It seems we are indeed left with nothing but gold. Chapter 33. My aunt, the female general, seeking recommendations and support the Nangong family, a hereditary duke in the city of Tiando, is one of the most esteemed noble families outside the royal family. Xue Qinghe's mother hails from the Nangong family. It is worth noting that the Nangong family is the wealthiest among the dukes in Tiando City. Without the support of the Nangong family, Xue likely would not have claimed the throne. Su Xian's purpose for coming here was to seek out his grandfather, Nangong Yinshan, intending to acquire a plot of land to establish an entertainment city. Tiando City is a place where land is as precious as gold, largely occupied by various nobles and factions, with the royal family having limited land at their disposal. Moreover, even if the royal family had land, the old man Xue would not grant it to him. He was probably still contemplating how to retaliate against Su Xian. That old man is truly devious. Yet, if he thinks he can thwart me, he underestimates Su Xian greatly. Not to boast, but before long, he will have Xue kneeling and singing "Conquer Me." Easily passing through the Nangong estate, Su Xian had yet to meet his grandfather when he unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid, his aunt. Nangong Qiu. Nangong Qiu is his mother's sister, yet she is a rather peculiar individual. While his mother, Nangong Ling, is gentle and elegant, Nangong Qiu is as cold as a block of ice, seemingly never offering a warm expression to anyone. Moreover, she is one of the commanders in the Imperial Army, a true female hero, compelling even the most outstanding men to bow their heads in submission. That Su Xian's aversion to Nangong Qiu is not due to her personality, but rather because she left an indelible mark on him during his childhood. Back then, he was merely 6 years old. It was truly a time more beastly than human. Cough, cough. Don't get the wrong idea. He was just taken to a military camp. Nothing else happened, and life was quite tolerable, training a day and resting 3 or 4 days. Honestly, I'm not lying. Fine, he could no longer deceive himself. It was a day of training, followed by 3 or 4 days of lying in bed, only to collapse from exhaustion again. Those days were nothing short of a shadow over his childhood. In the courtyard, a woman dressed in men's attire was practicing swordsmanship. She possessed an exceptionally striking appearance, her brows elegantly shaped, eyes as clear as a tranquil spring, and long, flowing hair that danced in the breeze, creating a breathtaking sight. Her tall, lithe figure was taut, her curves exquisite, and each sword strike resonated powerfully, exuding an aura of heroism. Yet, the woman was undeniably cold, her face seemingly frozen in an eternal winter, making her seem unapproachable. Upon seeing Su Xian, the woman halted her practice. Nangong Xue frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" Her voice was chilling, akin to the gust of cold wind that rises when glaciers melt, imparting an air of severity that implied her disapproval of Su Xian's arrival. Nangong Xue glanced at Su Xian, her gaze shifting to Xue, particularly their intertwined hands, her expression revealing a subtle shift in emotion. In the past, Su Xian might have been intimidated by her, but he was no longer the same Xue Qinghe. He had learned to regard life and death with indifference, ready to confront any challenge. "What are you staring at? I'm not here to find you," he retorted, giving Nangong Xue a defiant glare as he tugged at Xue's hand, his expression brightening instantly. "This is my mother's sister. Just call her aunt like I do." "Xue? Are you sure you just called her aunt, and not that my ears have temporarily malfunctioned?" Noticing Su Xian's evident disdain for his aunt, Xue naturally sided with him, addressing Nangong Xue coolly as aunt. She did not introduce herself or engage in further conversation. Her brief words conveyed her stance clearly as, "Oh, this is the princess consort conferred by His Majesty?" Nangong Xue's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. How uncouth. Her gaze was devoid of emotion as she coldly sneered, then continued in a low voice, "I had thought you would have matured into a true prince by now. Yet you still act so recklessly. Do you realize that you might one day become the emperor?" Upon mentioning the title of emperor, Nangong Xue's tone grew notably weighty, filled with disdain for the world. Hearing Nangong Xue's remark about lacking upbringing, Xue's face turned a deep shade of purple, her fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Feeling the intent to kill. Nangong Xue's gaze swept over, but Xue quickly regained her composure, failing to notice anything amiss. "Were you just berating her for her lack of upbringing?" Releasing Xue, Su Xian fixed an unwavering stare at Nangong Xue, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling coldness, and the soul power within him began to stir restlessly. His wife, no one had the right to lay a finger on her. Etiquette. This was a deep-seated anguish in Xue's heart. She might choose to endure, but as her husband, he could not let this slide. Though he understood that Nangong Xue meant well, the latter's persistent imposition of her will upon him was perplexingly irksome. From this point onward, he would forge his own path. Sensing the surge of Su Xian's soul power, Nangong Xue was momentarily taken aback, yet considering her soul's sovereign strength, her confidence bordered on arrogance. With a disdainful expression, Nangong Xue coldly inquired, "What? Do you intend to strike at me? How audacious! You, a mere soul emperor, dare to challenge me. Have you no understanding of the harsh realities of society? Do you think victory is assured for you?" Gesturing dismissively at Xue, Su Xian signaled her to refrain from intervening, his gaze flickering with icy resolve. Under Su Xian's frigid scrutiny, a flicker of fear momentarily crossed Nangong Xue's heart, swiftly replaced by renewed confidence. "Since you wish to fight, let me witness your true abilities." With a flourish, her sword transformed into a gleaming silver arc, embedding itself into a nearby boulder. Her long hair billowed, and black soul power erupted forth, crackling like popping beans, as 6 soul rings slowly emerged beneath her feet. A 6-ringed soul emperor. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and a black card appeared in his hand, just as he intended to merge it into his body. A voice suddenly interrupted Xue. "Although Qinghe is a junior, he is still a prince, as a general. How can you be so discourteous?" The voice was gentle, akin to a refreshing breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, instantly uplifting. Upon hearing this, both Su Xian and Nangong Xue immediately reined in their soul power. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should I hear you insult her again, do not expect me to show you respect as an elder." Coldly delivering his words, Su Xian departed with Xue, heading deeper into the Nangong residence. "Fortunate? Disrespect me?" Nangong Xue raised an eyebrow, then laughed coldly. "If it weren't for my father's intervention, would you have been able to leave with dignity?" Despite harboring disdain, A flicker of inexplicable admiration glimmered in her eyes as she watched Su Xian's retreating figure, seemingly unperturbed by his rudeness. Chapter 33. This grandfather is truly magnificent. In the backyard, a winding path led to tranquility, where the fragrance of tea wafted among the flowers and foliage. An elderly man dressed in simple garments was savoring his hot tea, his once dark hair now streaked with strands of white. The old man's visage remained youthful, exuding an aura of warmth. "Grandfather," Su Xian called out with a smile, hastening toward him, yet Nangong Yunshan seemed preoccupied, his attention focused on Qianren Xue, with a slight smile gracing his lips. Akin to ripples spreading across water, he nodded approvingly. "That I heard yesterday that you gained a princess consort. I thought you were muddled in your judgment, but it appears your taste is indeed commendable." To dare to address the Emperor Xue by name, Nangong Yunshan was indeed a figure of renown in Tiando City. After all, a father-in-law of such stature was simply formidable. Hee, Su Xian chuckled, appearing somewhat silly as he tugged at Qianren Xue's sleeve. "Xue, meet grandfather." Qianren Xue promptly understood, bowing gracefully to Nangong Yunshan in a show of respect. "Excellent, excellent." A hearty smile illuminated Nangong Yunshan's face, clearly pleased, as he beckoned Su Xian and Qianren Xue to approach. Without needing Su Xian's assistance, he poured each of them a cup of tea. "Try the tea I had someone bring back from the Xingluo Empire." Nangong Yunshan extended his hand, lifting his cup. Su Xian took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Tiando Empire, located in the northwest, lacked the climate of the Xingluo Empire, and thus the tea was inferior. Flattered by Su Xian's praises, Nangong Yunshan felt a flush of embarrassment, dismissing the compliments with a wave of his hand. The knowing glances exchanged between them did not escape his notice. With a teasing smile, Nangong Yunshan remarked, "You, my boy, have become quite the eloquent speaker in our time apart. It's no wonder your daughter-in-law is utterly captivated by you, and I'm merely relying on my looks. What can I do if I'm too handsome?" Su Xian waved his hands dismissively, feigning helplessness. He wasn't one to charm with mere words. Had it not been for Qianren Xue's infatuation with his appearance, would she have fallen so swiftly? Observing Su Xian's self-adoration, Nangong Yunshan was taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You certainly have the audacity to say that. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" After the laughter subsided, Nangong Yunshan grew serious, nodding earnestly in his youth. "Xue was not as handsome as you. Just look at this old man and your mother. If it weren't for the Nangong family traits, you wouldn't possess such striking features. Su Xian, what the heck? Grandfather, you're just finding ways to praise yourself? Ugh, shame on you." After some light banter, Nangong Yunshan refrained from immediately inquiring about Su Xian and Qianren Xue's purpose for visiting, instead broaching the subject of Nangong Qiu. "Your aunt's personality is such that she often fails to endear herself to others. It's not a recent development that you find her displeasing. To be honest, I prefer your mother's disposition. Looking back, I regret allowing her to join the imperial army, which has changed her so that a deep sigh escaped him, and a hint of melancholy clouded his demeanor. He had only 2 daughters. The elder was happily married, now a mother of the nation, which brought him great satisfaction. Yet his younger daughter, over 40, remained unmarred by suitors, causing him endless worry that in terms of family background, strength, and beauty, few could rival Nangong Qiu in Tiando City. Yet she exhibited no interest in romance, consumed only by her relentless pursuit of cultivation and command. How could a girl conduct herself in such a manner? His expression softened slightly as he turned to Qianren Xue. Apologizing regarding what transpired earlier, "Xue, please do not take it to heart. Xue is simply forthright. She did not mean any harm. It's nothing. I won't hold it against her." Seeing Nangong Yunshan apologize, Qianren Xue felt unworthy and hastily waved her hands. Her earlier resentment dissipating. "Qinghe has you. That is indeed a blessing." Nodding in satisfaction, Nangong Yunshan offered a commendatory remark, causing Qianren Xue's cheeks to flush as she furtively glanced at Su Xian, her eyes sparkling. "Su Xian, indeed, grandfather is remarkable. This assist is truly masterful." Nangong Yunshan smiled contentedly, then turned his gaze to Su Xian. "Now, let us discuss what brings you here, for you do not grace my abode without purpose." His tone held a hint of playful reproach, and Su Xian offered an awkward smile before revealing his intentions. "Land?" Nangong Yunshan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "In this realm, land is not something your family alone can dictate. You should seek your father, Emperor Xue, for that matter. Why come to me? Well, yesterday I swindled him out of some funds, and it seems this grievance won't be resolved anytime soon, so I sought you out. Grandfathered Su Xian scratched his head sheepishly, explaining that a note of intrigue colored Nangong Yunshan's voice. Pray tell, what transpired? Omitting the details regarding the soul guiding device, Su Xian recounted how he had swindled Emperor Xue out of 3 million. To think I must conceal such an impressive feat, it weighs heavily on my heart. Ha ha ha. Nangong Yunshan was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. What a splendid deed. Your father is seldom at a loss. Yet here he has fallen to you. He patted Su Xian on the shoulder, clearly pleased, relishing in the moment. Having spirited away my daughter, it seems the tables have turned. How does it feel to be on the receiving end? I wholeheartedly support you in this matter, for the Nangong family may lack many resources, but we are not short on wealth. With a grand gesture, Nangong Yunshan readily acquiesced to Su Xian's request. Should your father raise any objections, have him seek me out. I shall have a word with him. The notion of vexing Xue filled him with delight. After all, as a father-in-law, it was only natural to relish in such moments. Given that he had only 2 daughters, the family fortune would ultimately be left to them. Better to pass it to his grandson than to that scoundrel Xue. Su Xian. Wow. Truly, grandfather is awe-inspiring. Such a temperament mirrors mine, or perhaps it's I who mirrors him. Filled with admiration, Su Xian exclaimed, Grandfather, you are magnificent. Today, I shall prepare a meal for you. Let me showcase my culinary skills. Stop, stop, stop. The last meal your mother prepared nearly choked me to death. At my age, I wish to live a few more years that I appreciate the filial sentiment, but there is no need for you to cook dinner. With a hasty wave of his hand, Nangong Yunshan's complexion paled, especially recalling the last incident, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Once was more than enough for such devilish cuisine. He simply could not endure another bout, even if he were to starve or leap from the walls of Tiando City. He would adamantly refuse a second serving. Chapter 34. A couple's mixed doubles, arranged. In the evening, within the grand hall of the Nangong family, is this truly your creation? Gazing at the fragrant dishes laid out before him, Nangong Yunshan appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly bulging out. His royal grandson possessed such culinary skills, yet he had never heard of it before. Undoubtedly, it must be his own grandson. No one else could be so gifted. Indeed, the legacy of the Nangong family is formidable. It's just mediocre. It will suffice for a meal. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. This is merely the beginning. I am not boasting. I once studied at the prestigious New Oriental Academy in the Xia Kingdom, that I have never bowed to anyone except those from Lanxiang. Observing the arrogant exuberance on his face, Nangong Yunshan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. Such unashamed behavior had no connection to the Nangong family. It must have come from that rascal Xue. Truly a disgrace. Xue, come join us for dinner and sample Qinghe's culinary prowess. Upon seeing Nangong Xue approach, Nangong Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, then gestured for her to come closer. He was well aware that Su Xian and Nangong Xue did not see eye to eye. Yet they were family, and mending their relationship would be beneficial. Still here, noticing Su Xian still present in the Nangong residence, Nangong Xue furrowed her brows, then turned her gaze to the dishes on the table, her nose slightly twitching, deepening her frown. After a sweeping glance at Su Xian and the others, she ultimately shook her head. You all enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to in the army. With that, Nangong Xue departed, showing no consideration for Nangong Yunshan. Su Xian remarked, no wonder she remains unmarried. Who would dare to marry someone with such a temper? With a somewhat displeased expression, Nangong Yunshan sighed internally, forcing a smile as he looked at the two. Well then, let us eat. She is usually quite busy and seldom dines at home. The aroma of this dish is truly delightful. Nangong Yunshan could not help but sing praises for the meal prepared by Su Xian. His appetite thoroughly whetted. Even at his age, he found himself reclining in his chair, unwilling to move. After enjoying dinner at the Nangong residence, night had fully descended. Su Xian and Qian Rinxu took their leave. As they departed, Su Xian promised earnestly to return with the family next time, and that he could drop by to chat with him when he had the time, which finally led to his release. The two did not take a carriage but chose to walk back, sending away the accompanying guards, leaving just the two of them. The night in Tiando City was enchanting. The Western Gothic architecture, illuminated by soul-guiding lights, was distinct and intricate, shrouded in an air of profound mystery, as if concealing great secrets. Hand in hand with Qianren Xue, they strolled aimlessly through the streets, enveloped in the twilight. The atmosphere a blend of bustle and tranquility. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Qianren Xue's distracted demeanor, Su Xian could not help but inquire. Hesitating, Qianren Xue finally asked, her expression peculiar. "Are auntie and mother truly biological sisters? One is gentle and lovely, while the other is as cold as ice. Their personalities are utterly divergent." Not only did she find it hard to believe, but anyone encountering such a situation would react similarly. Upon hearing the question, Su Xian burst into laughter. With a serious face, Qianren Xue pouted. "What are you laughing at?" Facing each other, Su Xian wrapped his arms around Qianren Xue, finding the situation amusing. "I once asked Mother that very same question. Do you wish to know her answer?" "What did Mother say?" Leaning against Su Xian's chest, Qianren Xue smiled radiantly, her jewel-like eyes filled with curiosity. "Mother said, 'You have eyes of your own. Can't you see for yourself?'" As he spoke, Su Xian mimicked Nangong Ling's eye roll, causing Qianren Xue to stifle a giggle. Indeed, the stark contrast in their personalities raised suspicions. Recalling Nangong Ling's appearance, Qianren Xue felt compelled to clarify. Nangong Qiu resembles Nangong Ling. Yet not entirely. The former has a more chiseled visage, as if sculpted by a master craftsman, with brows like swords and a stunningly cold beauty, while Nangong Ling exudes an air of elegance and grace, akin to a noble lady. However, there were certain similarities, such as their lips and eyes, though these features could easily be overlooked in light of their overall appearances. Gently ruffling Qianren Xue's hair, Su Xian decided not to continue the previous topic. Smiling as he asked, "Where shall we go next?" "I shall follow your lead. Why return home when I have brought my wife out? Places like Songxia, Tianzhong, and Watanabe are far more exciting than home." He coughed, bringing the conversation to a halt. The decision not to return home stemmed from his belief that it would be far too dull. He preferred to take Qianren Xue out to enjoy the city. In this world devoid of phones, computers, and even electricity, the nightlife consisted only of brothels and soul-fighting arenas. Su Xian had visited the brothel a few days prior and found it unremarkable, so he saw no reason to return. Did he fear Qianren Xue might lose control? No. As a man, he could certainly make such decisions for himself. After all, what was a little beating? Who cares? As for the soul-fighting arena, he had read plenty about it in novels, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Qianren Xue shook her head, her gaze fixed on Su Xian. "I am unfamiliar with Tiando City. I will defer to you. Wherever you go, I will follow." Resting his chin on Qianren Xue's forehead, Su Xian wore a gentle smile, affectionately holding her close. "Then let us go watch the soul fights, once the entertainment center is completed. There will be even more fun activities. I will take you out to play then." Qianren Xue softly agreed, and Su Xian led her towards the grand soul arena, under the glow of the soul-guiding lights. Their silhouettes elongated, gradually merging with the night, much like their figures fading into obscurity. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City is the largest in the continent, and certainly one of the most renowned. The arena hosts both ordinary soul fights and life-and-death duels. The former is widely participated in, while the latter is often used to settle disputes among nobles, whether over territory or women. Only the surviving party can withdraw, making it a cruel and bloody affair. "How about we form a team and participate in a dual soul fight?" Su Xian proposed. Watching soul fights from the sidelines was rather dull. It would be far more engaging to demonstrate to them how to conduct themselves. Having crossed over, he could not waste his martial soul. The couple's mixed doubles must be arranged. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? My strength is quite weak. I only possess third-level soul power. Wouldn't that merely be a hindrance to you?" Qianren Xue quickly shook her head, as with her current level of soul power, she had no soul skills, and the arena would likely not permit her participation. "Not a problem. It's just 2 against 1. You can simply watch me fight." Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. How could he allow his wife to engage in a duel against a soul master? That was far beneath her level. If he did not take this opportunity to show off, what if she revealed her true strength? He would then become the one living off her success. Woe is the humble protagonist, seeking comfort online. What if you get hurt? Perhaps you should participate in a one-on-one soul fight instead, and I will cheer for you from the sidelines. Qianren Xue replied, concerned. Given Su Xian's current strength, he had a high chance of winning in a one-on-one match, and she truly did not wish to hold him back. Chapter 35. An honest heart. Couples are like birds of a feather, facing adversity together. Before he could finish speaking, Su Xian abruptly halted, realizing the inauspicious nature of his words. We are a couple. How can I allow you to watch alone from the sidelines? That simply won't do. Seeing Su Xian so insistent, Qianren Xue had no choice but to relent. All right, I will follow your lead. However, you must promise not to take unnecessary risks. It is merely a soul fight, not worth it. Qianren Xue continued to advise. Upon hearing Qianren Xue's words, Su Xian found them somewhat peculiar. Why did it feel as though those words did not originate from her? In his memory, Qianren Xue should be a fiercely competitive person. Had he perhaps softened her resolve? Do you not wish for me to be invincible, defeating all challengers and becoming a towering hero? Su Xian gazed at Qianren Xue with a strange expression, unsure whether to feel touched or resigned to feel touched. With her saying this, it seemed he was destined to live a life of ease. To feel resigned? Did it imply that he was not capable enough? Was he perhaps too low-key in his daily life? It seems that I must put on a facade of sophistication. Su Xian murmured to himself, increasingly resolute in his determination to engage in the soul arena. How else could he showcase his masculine prowess if not by defeating a few young challengers? Such embarrassing moments should never be witnessed by others, especially not by his beloved wife. Of course, he hoped. Qianren Xue, without hesitation, interjected, adding, however, more than anything, I wish for you to live well. The smile on her face rippled like gentle waves, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed intently at Su Xian, as if he were the only person in her world. Ahem. Even a man with skin as thick as a fortress like Su Xian found it difficult to withstand the sweetness of Qianren Xue's words. His cheeks flushed slightly, and warmth coursed through him. Puffed. Seeing Su Xian's bashful demeanor, Qianren Xue couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen you shy. It's rather adorable. As she spoke, she reached out her delicate hand and playfully pinched Su Xian's cheek, her autumn-like eyes brimming with mirth. Su Xian remarked, I've encountered a bold woman. Perhaps I should just surrender to her. Let us proceed to the soul arena. Noticing Su Xian's gaze growing increasingly fervent, as if he wished to scorch her with his intensity, Qianren Xue's heart fluttered. She hurriedly took his hand and led him away. Fearful he might tease her in public. How could you toy with me and then simply brush it off? It's truly heartless, Su Xian lamented, his voice adopting a delicate tone, reminiscent of a heartbroken maiden. Full of melancholy, Qianren Xue retorted, do you believe I would not retaliate? I could easily knock out a teasing specter with a single punch. She realized, however, that she had perhaps overlooked what a teasing specter was. As she observed Su Xian feigning flirtation, Qianren Xue's face flushed a deep red, a mixture of exasperation and amusement. How can there be such brazen individuals in this world? Could you not be a tad more serious? Qianren Xue scolded, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. But who instructed you to act so carelessly, thinking you could merely walk away after indulging? Su Xian muttered. What did you say? Qianren Xue exclaimed, her cheeks burning as she became flustered. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Ignore me? I find that hard to believe. Women always say one thing while their hearts betray them. Su Xian teased before adding, very well, I shall cease my jesting. Gently cradling Qianren Xue's exquisite face, Su Xian smiled tenderly, unable to restrain himself from squeezing her cheeks, just as she had done to him moments before. That you're always teasing me. Why not speak a little about yourself? Pouting like a petulant child, Qianren Xue glared at him with her enchanting eyes, her expression one of indignation. My apologies. I am simply one to apply double standards, Su Xian exclaimed, reveling in the sight of her adorable sulking demeanor. Before pulling her into an embrace, inhaling her delightful fragrance, and whispering, would you like me to continue teasing you in the future? You. Qianren Xue's face flushed crimson, and she quickly pushed Su Xian away. Her beautiful eyes wide as she struggled to find her words. Such shamelessness, Qianren Xue thought to herself, astonished that Su Xian could utter such audaciously flirtatious words. Being a lady, she found it hard to bear. Her heart ablaze with embarrassment, yet a hint of sweetness lingered within her. Since you are silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. With a sly smile, Su Xian swiftly lifted Qianren Xue into his arms. Let us go, he exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child, his face aglow with happiness as he dashed down the street. Hey, put me down. I can walk. Not a chance. I refuse to let you go. If you don't put me down, I shall cry. Go ahead. Even if you weep your heart out, this is my territory. I truly will cry. You shall regret it. Should I really let you down? You mustn't hurry. Su Xian mused. Truly, they all claim to be disinterested. Yet their hearts betray them. The Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena of Tiando City comprises an astounding 50 arenas in total, including the primary arena. Upon entering the 10th District Arena, Su Xian retrieved 2 masks from his storage ring. Don these. Otherwise, it will be easy for people to recognize you. There was nothing amiss with a prince visiting the Soul Arena, and his brother, Xue Qinghe, frequented it as well. However, bringing his wife along could lead to unwanted attention from the aristocracy in Tiando City, potentially resulting in embarrassing situations that he could hardly endure, especially under Nangong Ling's reproach. Moreover, given his handsome appearance, should a beautiful woman take an interest, it would complicate matters further. Ultimately, his wife was exceptionally beautiful, and her allure should be reserved solely for his eyes. Xue did not object. In fact, she eagerly donned the mask to avoid any unwanted scrutiny. This mask is quite exquisite and lovely, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she admired the golden phoenix mask. However, upon closer inspection, her expression shifted to one of concern. This mask seems unusual, Su Xian explained. This mask contains a flow of soul power within it. It serves as a defensive mechanism, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a super Douluo. Should you find yourself in danger, you can utilize it, that he elaborated. The full name is an emergency defense soul guiding device, which stores soul power. Upon receiving a powerful attack, the array will automatically activate for defense. This is a peak level 8th grade soul guiding device. It is not 9th grade simply because it can only be used once for defense. However, it can withstand a full-force strike from a super Douluo, while an ordinary title Douluo's attacks can be repelled several times without issue. Chapter 36. A Genius of Shrek Academy. Seeking recommendations and support. Withstanding an attack from a title Douluo? The revelation struck Xue like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her lips trembled slightly as she stared incredulously at Su Xian, her breath quickening. Where did you acquire such an item? To withstand an attack of that caliber was something she, even with her soul bones, could not achieve. This small mask possessed such formidable power, coupled with the celestial herbs and Taoist techniques Su Xian previously revealed. It was all utterly bewildering. Anticipating Xue's curiosity, Su Xian sighed as he beheld her wide-eyed expression. He could easily fabricate a multitude of excuses, just as he had done with the Emperor of the Snow Night. Yet he had no intention of doing so. Looking at her sincerely, Su Xian, with genuine regret, said, I promised I would not deceive you in the future. May I wait until I am ready to share before I tell you? His eyes shimmered with a depth of emotion, as if a river of time flowed within them, stirring waves of guilt and sincerity. He was not prepared to be entirely forthcoming, as he was, after all, a traveler from another world. Fearing that Xue might find it difficult to accept. Upon hearing his words, Xue felt no anger. Rather, she was deeply touched that Su Xian remembered his promise and did not offer her empty platitudes. He truly cherished the words he had spoken to her. With her eyes glistening and a soft smile blooming on her lips, she resembled a field of flowers in full bloom. Gently taking Su Xian's hand, she clasped it tenderly, as if cradling a delicate flower, and gazed lovingly at him. Then let us speak when you are ready. I will not press you further, but a sense of warmth enveloped Su Xian's heart. And a knowing smile graced his features as he nodded earnestly. Such is the charm of a good wife, who never makes things difficult for you, but instead silently accompanies you, hand in hand, through life. I shall adorn you with it. With a slight motion of his lips, Su Xian took the mask and carefully placed it upon Xue's face. The phoenix's eyes seemed to merge with her own, and the golden decorative feathers blended seamlessly into her flowing golden locks, creating a harmonious look. I shall don mine as well. With a playful smirk, Xue took hold of Su Xian's mask, which was adorned with a magnificent golden dragon. As Xue reached for it, Su Xian couldn't help but move his lips, lightly brushing against her palm. How sweet! Her heart fluttered, and Xue shot him a glare, a mixture of shyness and helplessness washing over her. Once she steadied herself, she carefully placed the mask upon him. This is the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Use it if danger arises. Considering that Xue would likely not reveal her true strength during their battles, Su Xian retrieved a Zhuge Divine Crossbow from his storage ring in battles at the Soul Master level. Its power was sufficient to annihilate foes, and more importantly, it did not require significant soul power to operate. Without any inquiry, Qianrengshu took over the Zhuge Divine crossbow and promptly placed it into her storage ring. Subsequently, the two made their way to the registration desk in Area 10 to sign up for the soul fighting competition. After a brief registration and testing of some information, Su Xian obtained an Iron Soul Fighting Badge. However, upon seeing Su Xian's martial soul, the Swan, the attending young lady exhibited a noticeable expression of surprise. Of course, this was beyond her control. Prudence was essential for longevity, especially since the royal family was one of the proprietors of the soul fighting arena. Nevertheless, when she glanced at the information filled out by Qianrengshu, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Goodness, a level 3 soul power registration. Are you jesting with me? With such a level, lacking even a single soul skill, how could you possibly compete? Internally fuming, the responsible lady wore a forced smile, politely informing Qianrengshu that the minimum requirement for participation in the soul fighting arena was to be a soul master. Perhaps you should reconsider. Having anticipated this outcome, Qianrengshu felt no surprise, gazing at Su Xian with a hint of disappointment. Su Xian exclaimed, "No way, absolutely not. What a joke. I refuse to play solo." This was akin to purchasing a ticket in the 5th row for oneself while securing a seat in the 13th row for a girlfriend, mistakenly believing it to be romantic, when in reality it was rather foolish. The regulations of the soul fighting arena were established by people, and the two of them were merely participating in a team battle. He could simply take on two opponents. Su Xian remained calm and amiable. The responsible lady hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Su Xian produce gold medals and coins, she immediately understood her course of action. "I will handle it right away." After a series of operations, she quickly recorded Qianrengshu's information into the database, and once Su Xian and his companion departed, she promptly reported the matter to her supervisor. Upon arriving at the 2v2 soul fighting area, Su Xian and Qianrengshu registered for their 2v2 soul fighting badges and then moved to the railing to observe the ongoing battles that on the field. Two teams were engaged in a fierce clash, both comprised of great soul masters. One team wielded beast martial souls, the Earth Bear and the Toothed Dog, while the other team showcased plant-type martial souls, the Man-Eating Flower and the Purple Thorn. It was indeed a commendable contest of defensive agility versus control and brute force. The skirmish on the field was intense, with soul skills colliding energetically, igniting the entire audience. Watching the somewhat lackluster combat, Qianrengshu felt little engagement, yet her face radiated a joyful smile as she nestled quietly beside Su Xian. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" As the two were engrossed in the spectacle, a surprised voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Su Xian turned to see a man, seemingly in his 20s, with handsome and resolute features, tall stature, and slightly tanned short hair, with bangs angled forward and tied back in a short ponytail. He was dressed in the distinctive teacher's attire of the Tiando Royal Academy, exuding an air of discipline and cleanliness. The peculiar aspect was his identity. He was Qin Ming, indeed, the most exceptional disciple to have graduated from Shrek Academy, for now, and 10 years later, he would become the second youngest Soul Emperor in the continent. After graduating from Shrek, he joined the Royal Academy last year, and despite his youth, he had already begun to make a name for himself. At 20 years old and a level 47 Soul Scholar, he was well established, commanding the respect of other teachers at the Royal Academy. Is Teacher Qin here to watch the soul fighting as well? Su Xian inquired curiously. Qin Ming smiled and shook his head, stating plainly, "I don't have that luxury. I'm here specifically to train the students as the Soul Master competition is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt enlightened. This year, 2 participants would employ martial soul fusion techniques, and it was apparent that the Academy placed significant emphasis on Qin Ming. "Apologies, but why are you wearing a mask?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Ming could not help but inquire about Su Xian's masked visage. Su Xian was about to respond without hesitation, but halted midway, shocked at his own oversight. "Wait, I'm still wearing a mask." Su Xian pointed at himself, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. "You recognized me while I'm donning a mask? How is that even possible? In dramas, male characters disguised as females remain unrecognized, yet here I am, in a mask, and you see right through it. This is absurd. How can a supporting character possess such high intelligence while I, the protagonist, struggle?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he pointed to the token hanging at Su Xian's waist. "Your Highness, your token is still hanging there. It would be hard not to recognize you." Glancing down, Su Xian's face darkened as he realized that he had absent-mindedly worn the token he had taken out for registration. Wearing a mask while having the token on his waist was akin to trying to pass gas while wearing pants. Entirely redundant. Woe is me. This is not a reflection of my intellect. Dear author, please delete this part. It's too embarrassing. The atmosphere became somewhat silent as Su Xian discreetly tucked away the token. What did you just say to me? Su Xian asked, bewildered. Qin Ming, slightly puzzled, replied, I was asking why your highness is here. Not that. What was the previous statement? Su Xian gestured dismissively, adopting a serious demeanor. The previous statement. Let me think. I believe it was me asking how your highness found the time to come here. Yes, Su Xian nodded, satisfied. I'm terribly sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not your highness, nor am I Xue Qinghe. You might want to search elsewhere. Su Xian stated with utmost seriousness. Qin Ming. Is it truly possible to retract one's words after letting them slip? I've been conversing with you for quite a while, and you inform me you are not Xue Qinghe. What is this? Do you think I'm easily deceived? The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant, only to be shattered by a sudden burst of laughter. Xue, covering her mouth, struggled to suppress her laughter, her beautiful shoulders trembling as she fought to contain her amusement. And who might this lady be? Although a bit flustered internally, Qin Ming noticed Xue beside Su Xian and felt somewhat impolite. Apologizing for his earlier remarks, Su Xian interjected, Well, since my wife has been mentioned, it seems I can no longer keep it a secret. Alas, I am indeed Xue Qinghe. Teacher Qin, you've won this round. Teacher Qin seems unaware of the recent developments. This is the royal consort of the Tiando Empire, my wife, Xue. As Su Xian introduced her, Xue ceased her laughter, offering a polite nod to Qin Ming in acknowledgement. Qin Ming's expression turned grave as he hastily bowed, realizing his prior indiscretion. My apologies, I did not recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness. He had been engrossed in tactical research at the academy and had not kept up with news in Tiando City. Unaware of such significant events, Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, then curiously inquired, Teacher Qin, how is the strength of the first team at the Royal Academy currently? In the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the championship was predominantly in the hands of the Spirit Hall. Previously, the Royal Academy could contend with the Spirit Hall on somewhat equal footing, but Su Xian knew that ever since his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, took power, she had diligently worked to transform the Spirit Hall into an insurmountable behemoth. Perhaps, starting from this year's Soul Master competition, it would entirely belong to the Spirit Hall. Even Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianheng spoke of the Spirit Hall's team with trepidation, fearing defeat before the battle had even begun. Qin Ming sighed slightly, his expression revealing concern. The Academy is indeed striving to enhance the strength of the team. Currently, the first team comprises 5 Soul Scholars and 2 Soul Masters. And while teamwork is not an issue, the overall combat capability still requires improvement. If only the martial soul fusion technique could be utilized by 2 Soul Scholars, the Academy's chances of victory would significantly increase. Mentioning the martial soul fusion technique, Qin Ming expressed a sense of helplessness. Such techniques were rare and could not be forced. The Academy was fortunate to have students capable of such feats. However, it was regrettable that the fusion technique between 2 Soul Masters still lacked considerable explosive power. In the last Soul Master competition, the Spirit Hall had fielded an entirely Soul Scholar team, including 2 at levels 47 and 48. In comparison, the Royal Academy's first team held no real advantage, and even with a martial soul fusion technique, the Soul Master level could only suppress 2 Soul Scholars, and it was uncertain if they could secure a victory. Hence, Qin Ming had devised rigorous training for the 2, aiming to elevate them to Soul Scholar status through combat. They are still a bit weak. Upon hearing this, Su Xian could not help but shake his head, feeling a sense of underestimation within his judgment. The upcoming Soul Master competition would undoubtedly see the emergence of a Soul King from the Spirit Hall. Even if the Royal Combat team consisted entirely of Soul Zone, the odds of their victory were slim to none. Moreover, it was conceivable that the Spirit Hall team might even possess a soul fusion technique, which could lead to an even more devastating defeat, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Hiss, as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, how could he tolerate such an outcome? No, it was imperative to assemble a team of beautiful cheerleaders to rally their spirits. For a loss in battle was inconsequential, but the cheerleading team must not falter. This was a matter of pride. Regarding the Soul Master competition, Su Xian maintained an attitude of hopeful anticipation. Winning would be splendid. Yet losing should not bring despondency, for it was a predetermined fate. Thus, the cheerleading team was crucial, as it could provide them with the inner strength to recover from defeat, preventing complete collapse. Indeed, the cheerleaders were of utmost importance. Akin to the significance of a well-fitted suit, should one be unfamiliar with this statement, they could search for Wang Luodan's suit is very important. Alas, for the future of the empire, he truly racked his brains. All for the sake of this old man who must reward him. At the very least, he should grant a few 100 million. Shaking his head, Su Xian felt overwhelmed by the multitude of concerns weighing on him. Of course, he was not particularly eager to witness the cheerleading performance. He was certainly not that kind of person. Absolutely not. Chapter 38. Dignity. What is its worth? Tonight's fifth battle of the Soul Arena features the Royue combination facing off against the Xue combination. Royue is a newly established duo this month, and although they are newcomers, they have already achieved 3 consecutive victories, showcasing formidable strength. Even more enviable is the fact that Royue consists of 2 stunningly beautiful young ladies, whose combat is truly a feast for the eyes. One can only wonder what delightful surprises they will bring us tonight. Pausing slightly, the host felt a shiver run down his spine and continued speaking as per the directives from above. As for the Xue combination, they are a freshly formed team, and we hope they can perform splendidly tonight, achieving a commendable result. Under normal circumstances, the host would have made light-hearted jests about the new Xue team. But now he could only say this much. There was no choice. Orders had been issued from above, and even the information regarding the Xue combination had been obscured, leaving him with little to elaborate on. On the viewing platform, noticing Su Xian seemingly preparing to leave, Qingming could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, are you not going to stay and watch?" The outcome of this battle had already been predetermined. Making further observation rather pointless, Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of certainty that left Qingming utterly bewildered. How could the result be predetermined before the battle had even begun? Observing Su Xian's unabashed confidence, Xue could not help but chuckle. This fellow truly had no shame in boasting about himself. As Su Xian departed with Xue, Qingming chose not to press further and continued to observe the unfolding scene below. Has the Xue combination arrived? Upon noticing the absence of Su Xian and his companion, the host immediately took the microphone to inquire. "They have arrived." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a melodious voice rang out, followed by Su Xian and Xue emerging hand in hand. Cough, cough. Upon seeing the two, Qingming's eyes widened in shock, followed by a fit of intense coughing, his mind racing with expletives. What the hell? So you two are the Xue combination. Especially when recalling Su Xian's earlier declaration of the outcome being predetermined, Qingming felt even more speechless, as it seemed to imply a foregone victory for them. This was truly an outrageous display of self-admiration. Where was the dignity befitting a prince? In the Soul Arena, Su Xian surveyed the opposing team with keen interest, his heart fluttering with excitement. This was his first group competition in this otherworldly realm, and it was with 3 female opponents. The Royue combination consisted of 2 sisters around 17 or 18 years of age. The slightly taller sister possessed an oval face, her piercing eyes exuding a subtle allure, with every movement radiating charm that tugged at the heartstrings. As for the younger sister, her round face and large azure eyes complemented her silver hair, cascading down to her waist, giving her a delightfully kawaii appearance. As they made their entrance, the duo instantly captivated the audience's cheers. However, when compared to his wife, Xue, they fell short by a considerable margin. The more mature-looking girl stepped forward, declaring coldly, "I am Lin Ro." With the martial Soul Snow Rabbit, a 33rd level agility attack system Soul Master, following suit, the younger sister Lin Xue stepped slightly forward, her hands clasped in front of her as she spoke with a sweet and gentle tone. "I am Lin Xue, with the martial Soul Snow Bear, a 31st level power attack system Soul Master." Observing them, Su Xian's expression turned quite peculiar, as a line from a previous life echoed in his mind. Are these 2 little tadpoles a bit off course? The elder sister, cold and elegant, was named Ro, yet her martial soul was that of an adorable snow rabbit. Are you certain the name was chosen for you, and not for the martial soul? The younger sister, cute and charming, bore the name Xue, yet her martial soul was that of a ferocious snow bear. Therefore, was he to witness a kawaii little lowly going berserk? Hiss! How could he possibly bring himself to strike? Ba, It seemed he would need to reason with them. Are you looking down on us, sisters? Noticing Su Xian lost in thought without introducing himself, Lin Ro furrowed her brow, her expression turning icy. Su Xian quickly snapped back to reality. I am Su Xian, with the Martial Soul Swan, a 37th level agility attack system soul master. Wow. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Even Lin Ro and Lin Xue's expressions shifted, becoming serious. 37th level. An agility attack system flying Martial Soul Swan. Could he possibly hail from royalty? The host seized the opportunity, raising his voice enthusiastically. Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard? Su Xian of the Xuelian combination is actually a 37th level soul master, outclassing Lin Ro of the Royue combination by 4 levels. It appears we are in for a fierce showdown. As for the martial soul, he was not foolish enough to announce it openly. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Orders had been given from above, and wearing a mask while possessing the martial soul swan was already quite apparent. Boom. Hurry up and start. What are we waiting for? Lin Ro, Lin Xue, we support you. Don't be afraid. Defeat this guy. Kid, go for it. Don't tarnish our manly reputation. In the audience, the crowd's faces flushed with excitement, their fervent cheers resembling a roaring tempest. As they seemed unable to contain their eagerness, amidst the clamor, Qin Ming on the viewing platform wore a horrified expression, eyes fixed on Su Xian, as if he had encountered a ghost. Impossible. How could his strength have increased so rapidly? Qin Ming found this utterly unfathomable. He distinctly remembered that during the last display of strength, Xue Qinghe had only been a 29th level Great Soul Master, in the span of just 1 month. He had suddenly ascended to 37th level. Such a meteoric rise in power was akin to riding a rocket. This was utterly absurd. Pointing at Qian Renxue beside him, Su Xian kindly reminded, she will not be participating in this battle. It will be just you two against me. If I lose, then so be it. What do you mean by that? Don't think that just because your soul power exceeds ours, you can look down on us. We do not require your leniency. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro became furious, her expression as cold as ice. For as soul masters, they too possessed a sense of dignity. A 2-on-1 match. They could never stoop to such a level. What we seek is a fair contest. Lin Xue chimed in, her tone frosty, her adorable face puffed up in indignation. Alas, these foolish girls had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, observing their stubbornness. Su Xian could only shake his head in resignation that if it were him, he would simply unleash a powerful soul skill and crush them in one fell swoop. Fairness, dignity, what value do those concepts hold? If you decide to strike at her and she gets injured, I will not take responsibility. Before the battle commenced, Su Xian could not help but issue a warning. The power of the Zhuge divine crossbow was immense. The two soul masters could not withstand its might. If they were to be grievously injured or even perish, it would be beyond his concern. This is none of your business. If we lose a 2-on-2 match, we will accept our fate. We won't blame anyone else. Lin Xue retorted defiantly, her face set in determination, the flames of anger igniting in her eyes. Su Xian. In this day and age, it's truly a challenge to be a good-hearted person. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Soul Bone Skill. As the sound of the battle spirit echoed, Su Xian's inaugural fight commenced. Rather than immediately manifesting her martial spirit, Su Xian remained still, observing the transformations of her opponents. Given the habitual nature of the two, it was apparent they would refrain from attacking her in her usual state. Otherwise, they would deem their victory unearned. Lin Ro's martial spirit manifested as a snow rabbit, enveloping her in a layer of shimmering white fur, with her ears becoming pointed and adorned with pristine, snowy fluff. In contrast, Lin Xue grew taller, taking on a portly appearance, her body similarly cloaked in white fur. With her hands resembling stout barrels, her petite features clustered together, exuding a charmingly fierce demeanor. The sight of Lin Xue evoked memories of Majin Buu from Dragon Ball in Su Xian's mind. As the resemblance was striking, noticing Su Xian's immobility, Lin Ro arched an eyebrow, questioning whether Su Xian intended to concede without a fight. Concede? A smirk danced at the corners of Su Xian's lips as a pair of immaculate feathered wings unfurled from her sides, radiating a brilliant white light that soared skyward, lifting her above the battle arena. Lin Xue. At the call from her sister Lin Ro, Lin Xue understood immediately, her yellow soul ring glowing beneath her feet as her once stout hands were enveloped by a solid white giant fist. With a thunderous crash, her hands intertwined before her, effectively shielding her vital areas as she charged toward Xue, eager to test her opponent's defenses that Su Xian, capable of flight, rendered the two unable to reach her. Redirecting their focus solely on Xue, heeding Su Xian's warning, Lin Xue adopted a cautious stance, activating her second soul skill, Twin Arm Guard, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. This is unfair. We agreed on 1-2. Yet she has taken to the skies. Lin Ro lamented as she observed Lin Xue's advance. Recognizing the situation, Xue felt compelled to conceal her strength. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Lin Xue, retreat! Lin Ro exclaimed urgently, sensing the imminent danger as she noticed Xue's weapon. Lin Xue, too, felt a chill of foreboding, her instincts warning her of the threat the crossbow posed, a weapon that could very well claim her life. With a sudden stomp, she came to an abrupt halt, akin to a vehicle slamming on the brakes, and swiftly retreated. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as white streaks of light cascaded from the sky like meteors. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the luminous streaks were not mere light, but rather a flurry of white feathers, sharper than any blade. Originally, Su Xian had intended for her first soul skill, 1,000 feathers, to shield Xue from Lin Xue's assault. However, with Lin Xue's retreat, the target shifted to both adversaries. Despite Xue's masked defense, which could withstand years of their attacks, it still felt excessively unfair. Additionally, Su Xian harbored concerns. What if an unexpected injury befell her? Clang! Without further ado, Lin Xue's robust hands spread wide, interposing themselves before Lin Ro as feathers collided with her palms, igniting sparks akin to exploding stars. Dazzling to behold, suddenly, Lin Ro vanished from Lin Xue's sight, darting toward Xue like a bolt of lightning, her second soul ring already aglow beneath her feet. Not good, unfortunately, before she could reach Xue. Lin Ro sensed an oncoming threat, propelling herself away in a manner defying the laws of physics. Boom! Su Xian swung her fist through empty air, surprise flickering in her eyes as the purple glow of her soul ring began to dim. Your soul skill is impressive. To have evaded my third soul skill is no small feat, she remarked, genuinely astonished. Her third soul ring, derived from a 2,000-year-old peregrine falcon, significantly enhanced her speed. The third soul skill, Skyward Dash, propelled her downward at a velocity unmatched, reaching approximately 4 times her normal flying speed. The likelihood of evading it was virtually non-existent, making Lin Ro's ability to do so all the more remarkable. Lin Ro exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, her expression grave. Your speed is indeed formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely fallen short. That a momentary pause allowed a self-satisfied smile to grace her lips. My second soul skill, Precognition, grants a 50 chance of evasion, something you had not anticipated. It became clear to Su Xian. The peregrine falcon was adept at capturing hares, so her speed was undeniably impressive. However, the nature of her soul skill was somewhat flawed. A 50 chance of evasion, while slightly inferior to Xiao Wu's teleportation, was nonetheless remarkably practical. Boom! A sudden burst of white light drew Su Xian's attention. She turned sharply to see a round, white energy sphere rapidly coalescing before Lin Xue's mouth, erupting forth with the force of a thunderclap, hurtling towards Su Xian. The surface of the snow-white energy sphere appeared unremarkable. Yet within lay a terrifying power, its calm exterior concealing explosive peril, well-timed. Su Xian mused, her gaze sharpening. The 3 combatants formed a line. Should she evade, the energy sphere would strike Xue instead, with such skill and combat awareness. It was no wonder they had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the expert-laden Heavendo City. They were indeed formidable. However, it was time to bring this to a close. Su Xian narrowed her eyes, her arm shimmering with golden light as a massive golden claw materialized, perfectly melding with her hand. With a swift motion, the golden brilliance radiated outward as she sliced through the air, the sound of tearing paper resonating. In the void, a 1-meter diameter golden claw burst forth, rippling the very fabric of space as it passed, its sharpness too terrifying to gaze upon directly. This is a soul bone, on the viewing platform. Qin Ming's pupils constricted in shock, his expression one of sheer horror as he fixated on the golden claw in Su Xian's grasp. Not only he, but many in the VIP section recognized the soul bone, their faces reflecting astonishment. With a swift motion, the claw tore through the energy sphere as if it were mere parchment, causing a violent explosion of icy shards that enveloped the arena in a chilling aura. Ice shards rising like a towering formation. Lin Xue, get away! Lin Ro shouted urgently. Realizing her sister was momentarily dazed, she knew that they were not aligned to withstand such a terrifying assault, though. Lin Xue snapped back to reality. Her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the claw rushing toward her, her heart racing with dread. She could even feel her martial spirit trembling in terror. Indeed, her martial spirit was afraid. Chapter 40. Men sing of conquest, women sing of the ugly. Boom! The sound of a heavy collision erupted on the battle platform as two figures were hurled away. Although Lin Ro had not been directly attacked, she chose to stand with her sister, fearing for Lin Xue's safety. Unfortunately, the power of the soul bone attack was overwhelming. Even their combined efforts with their third soul skill proved futile. The dark golden terror claw bear, a soul beast of dominion, was a force so formidable that even a tidal Douluo of 10,000 years would struggle against it, surpassing even the forest's king, the titan great ape. The right palm bone was the most powerful soul bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. Its ferocity unmatched by other soul bones, that it was no surprise that soul masters could not withstand the might of the dark golden claw. Even those of spirit ancestor rank would find it insurmountable. After all, a 1,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear could hunt 10,000-year level soul beasts, its power terrifying in its own right. How incredible! It took down both opponents in one blow. What a powerful attack. What was that claw? It was astonishing. To triumph in a 1 versus 2 match was a remarkable feat. Who was this individual? As the spectators absorbed the sight of Lin Ro and Lin Xue being thrown from the arena, a hush fell over the audience before erupting into exuberant cheers. Even Qin Ming stared in disbelief, his heart racing at the memory of the earlier assault. What terrifying offensive power! He gazed at Su Xian, his eyes trembling slightly as realization dawned. He finally understood what she meant when she said the outcome was already determined. Even at level 47 as a spirit ancestor, he had no confidence in withstanding that previous attack. Let alone the two sisters. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming regarded Su Xian, a surge of ambition igniting within him. If only he could join the imperial battle. It seemed this matter would require the intervention of the faculty. A flicker of calculation crossed Qin Ming's mind as he steadied himself. After exchanging a few words with the two students, he hastily departed from the soul arena. Above the arena, a skylight opened, revealing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence. His calm and profound gaze shimmered with intrigue. When did this young man become so formidable? Observing Su Xian below, the old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he found himself murmuring in disbelief. Xuemo, I wish for your cousin's visit to the soul arena today to remain confidential. You understand what must be done, do you not? The old man turned to glance at the woman behind him, his voice light, yet carrying an icy undertone that swept through the room. Grandfather, I know what to do. The woman smiled faintly, her demeanor seemingly unruffled. In the soul arena, Su Xian was blissfully unaware that he had garnered someone's attention. Had he known, he would have never set foot in such a place. The experience and its outcome left him thoroughly disenchanted. Achieving victory in such a manner brought him no sense of accomplishment. He would have preferred to unleash his artillery and guide them in a spirited performance on stage, which would have been far more exhilarating. Next time, if I encounter a man, I will have him sing conquer. If it's a woman, she shall sing the ugly duckling. Should anyone dare utter a dissenting word, I shall truly unleash my artillery. The duel concluded, and the match was claimed by the Xue Lian duo. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Su Xian departed with Qian Renxue, having exercised restraint with the two sisters, ensuring he did not wreak havoc upon their delicate spirits. It was already late as they stepped back onto the bustling street. I shall never return to the soul arena again. It is utterly uninteresting. Su Xian glanced at Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat listless. While a 1 versus 2 battle was undoubtedly impressive, something felt amiss, leaving him slightly discontented. Perhaps it is the sourness of love that lingers. Shouldn't you be pleased with your immense strength? A charming smile illuminated Qian Renxue's face, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Xian. Next time, let us join forces to give others a good thrashing. I would be even more delighted. As Su Xian raised an eyebrow, his anticipation evident in his response. It seems I must strive harder in my cultivation. Otherwise, I shall never catch up to you. Xue replied earnestly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Keep it up, if you manage to win my heart. I might just entertain you, da. Why have my thoughts been wandering astray lately? Has the surge of male hormones overwhelmed me? Suddenly, Xue's smile faltered, her expression turning cold at a visible pace as her gaze darted toward the empty street behind them. Let us go. It is time to return home. Noticing the change in Xue's demeanor, Su Xian remained unperturbed, gently holding her hand as they walked forward. Whoosh, out of nowhere, a figure emerged, blocking their path. A middle-aged man clad in black, his triangular eyes gleaming with greedy malice, bore an eagle-like nose and a sinister smile that suggested he was no ordinary foe. Su Xian halted, displaying no sign of alarm as he calmly turned to leave. Exuding an air of composure, leave the soul bone behind, and I shall grant you a path to safety. The man's cold voice resonated ominously in the silent alley, remaining stationary, as if he had already secured his hold over Su Xian and Xue. Fool! With a slight glance back at the man, Su Xian slowly opened his mouth to utter a brilliantly crafted insult, then quickened his pace. You seek death, boy! The man roared in fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he charged towards Su Xian. 1, 2. Su Xian silently counted, and before he could reach 3, the man abruptly halted, bewildered as he beheld the swirling blue light surrounding him. From above, a hexagonal pattern rapidly expanded beneath his feet. 6 luminous pillars rose from the ground, forming a closed energy barrier that enveloped him within the array. The man's face turned pale with terror as his 5 soul rings erupted with power, instantly completing his martial soul transformation into a wolf-like form. He unleashed a fierce wave of energy that crashed against the energy barrier. Alas, the attack vanished as if into a bottomless abyss, and before he could regain his senses, a surge of energy rebounded from the barrier. His pupils constricted in alarm as he recognized the energy as his own and hastily attempted to evade. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the granite street, creating a crater several meters wide, black smoke billowing from the depths. As he surveyed the array, the man's expression darkened, his heart racing with trepidation. Just as he was engulfed in panic, a mocking voice echoed through the air that, "Oh dear, is this not the fellow who sought the soul bone? How amusing that you find yourself ensnared." With a satisfied nod, Su Xian tapped the energy barrier, a smug grin plastered across his face, as if it bore a sign saying, "Hit me, you despicable wretch. If you have the gall, release me." The man's face contorted in rage, his voice a guttural growl. "Fool, if you were capable, why not come out and bite me? You were barking quite enthusiastically earlier. Why not show yourself now?" The man. How I despise this situation. Chapter 41. This formation has 500 more? I concede. I misjudged. If you release me, I shall depart at once. What say you? Gazing at Su Xian's infuriating demeanor, the man was filled with outrage, yet recognizing his predicament, he forced a smile and capitulated. Since you've erred, shouldn't you offer some form of recompense? Su Xian replied with an innocent smile. The man. What the hell? Am I the one robbing, or are you? Hearing the word recompense, Xue's face flushed crimson, as if recalling some inappropriate imagery. Young man, here are 30,000 gold coins as my apology. What do you think? The man was on the verge of tears. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have sought trouble. Now he found himself in a situation where he had failed to steal a chicken and lost a handful of rice. A mere 30,000 gold coins? How pitiful! Su Xian retorted disdainfully that I expected to encounter a notorious bandit, someone swimming in wealth. Yet here I am with a soul king who possesses a mere 30,000 gold coins. How dare you continue to roam Tianshou City, reduced to such a pitiful state of robbery? Ugh! The man. How dare you call me poor? 30,000 gold coins is not enough for you. The man mentally cursed Su Xian's family. Yet, on the surface, he feigned a friendly demeanor, resembling an earnest man. Su Xian. Are you performing for me? Do you not know I graduated from New Oriental? The Oscars still owe me 100 or so golden statuettes. With a look of contempt, Su Xian waved his finger, revealing a gap in the formation the size of a ruler. Hand it over. Su Xian declared with a look of disdain. Upon seeing the gap, despair washed over the man. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. He reluctantly presented the black gold card, with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. The man said, "Young brother, may I now be released?" "Release you? Of course. I am a man of my word." Su Xian replied with feigned righteousness, then swiftly changed his tone. Not only shall I release you, but I shall also offer you a complimentary ride home, and no need for that. Simply releasing me will suffice. Seeing Su Xian's sudden kindness, the man felt a surge of anxiety and hastily waved his hands. He vividly recalled how he had fallen into the trap. Recognizing that this fellow was undoubtedly a cunning schemer, Su Xian furrowed his brow. You do not appreciate my goodwill. Then I shall leave it to your discretion. The man was utterly frustrated, his voice choking with emotion. Now that is more like it. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction, then tossed a black wooden box into the air, the red numbers on it counting down. 30, 29. In 30 seconds, this formation shall open. With that, Su Xian swiftly took Xue hand and fled, leaving the man in a state of bewilderment. As he stared at the wooden box before him. Skepticism flickered in the man's eyes, especially as he sensed the flow of soul power within, causing his anxiety to heighten. Meanwhile, Su Xian and Xue had already distanced themselves significantly when it came to robbing soul bones. Su Xian had no intention of showing mercy. He would not allow someone to sever his limbs and then simply let him go. As for robbing wealth, that was an impossible dream. Wealth was not merely material, but rather a matter of life and death. A few thousand gold coins for a soul bone, a handful of coins for a 5th-level soul guiding device, 1 coin for a Zhuge divine crossbow. Thus, his current principle in life was clear: no life, no wealth. Seeing Su Xian so smug, Xue was exasperated, her tone tinged with annoyance. The power of the array was quite impressive. Are you really going to discard it so easily? The array performed remarkably well, as it was even unable to withstand the full force of a Soul King. And now, it was simply discarded like this. How extravagant! Upon hearing this, Su Xian nonchalantly waved the black gold card in his hand, reasoning that he had recouped his losses. After all, that array could only defend against the attacks of a Soul Emperor, and its quality was too poor to be of any real use. The array was called the 6-star array, a disposable item that sold for merely 20 gold coins in the system. Yet he had profited 30,000 gold coins. What an impressive return on investment. After this incident, Su Xian also realized that earning money was too troublesome. It was far quicker to seize it. Should he perhaps carry a few level 9 fixed soul cannon to the Pope's palace for a stroll? Who knows, perhaps his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, would take pity on him, sparing him from harm, and generously grant him a few billion gold soul coins as a New Year's gift. What a brilliant idea. He truly was a genius. However, why did it feel like he was courting disaster? This was akin to carrying a nuclear bomb to rob a bank in the United States. On the other side, upon hearing that the array could defend against the attacks of a Soul Emperor, Xue's eyes instantly turned red, her teeth clenched in fury. That array was a treasure, and it had been carelessly discarded. A wasteful act indeed. Wasn't she supposed to be in charge? What was going on? Noticing that Xue's expression was somewhat off, Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously inquired, "How many of such arrays do you have left?" Xue gritted her teeth and demanded. "Can you not answer that?" Su Xian pondered for a moment. "No. We cannot have good things lying around to be squandered," Xue decisively countered, insisting that any valuable items should be kept with her, lest they be wasted. Seeing her unwavering stance, Su Xian checked his storage ring and system space before slowly responding. "There are probably over 500 of those arrays." "Over 500? Xue's eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank, as if her very soul had detached from her body, rendering her weak and unsteady. "Oh dear, my wife, are you all right? My wife." Su Xian hurriedly embraced Xue, his expression suddenly turning tense. Boom! At that moment, a sudden burst of sparks shot into the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. Xue was jolted awake, glancing towards the direction of the flames and immediately understanding. Her face paled, as if she had been deeply startled. "Did you just say you have over 500 of those arrays?" "Yup." Su Xian nodded vigorously. "My dear, what are you doing?" Su Xian asked, puzzled, as he watched Xue reach out her hand. "I want them," Xue declared with righteous fervor. "Su Xian. We're still out in public. Can't we discuss this later?" After a brief moment of misinterpretation, Su Xian understood what Xue meant, and with a slightly pained expression, he asked, "How many do you want?" Seeing Su Xian so accommodating, Xue raised 5 fingers, her face steadfast. "Oh dear, my wife, you're being too greedy, asking for 500 right off the bat." Su Xian exclaimed, feeling as though he might burst into tears. This was his lifeline. I'll settle for 50. Noticing Su Xian's sorrowful demeanor, Qianrenxue's icy facade melted away, replaced by a sweet smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had my heart racing. With a delicate wave of her hand, Su Xian playfully scolded. Qianrenxue. Chapter 42. The Birth of the Strongest Man. Having entrusted Qianrenxue with 50 arrayed discs and scrolls, Su Xian did not play any tricks. He indeed possessed over 500 defensive arrays of the Soul Emperor level. However, he had 100 of the Soul Saint level arrays, 50 of the Soul Douluo level, and even 20 of the Title Douluo level arrays, 5 of which were already set up in the Prince's mansion, leaving him with 15. Thus, 50 Soul Emperor level arrays were merely a drop in the bucket. A playful gesture to amuse his wife, he was truly generous. Although he felt a twinge of regret, it was far more comfortable now. You have any other arrays? Just as Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, Qianrenxue's voice rang out again, her smiling gaze fixed on him, reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's paycheck. Here, paycheck refers to money, so do not misconstrue it. Su Xian's expression froze. Oh dear. Being a good man is so arduous. Author, why not give me a scoundrel-esque character to play? With my 7 parts roguishness, 3 parts flirtation, and a sprinkle of sweet talk, winning over all the beauties of Douluo would be a breeze. I could even share a couple to warm the bed. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, the author chuckled and said, I want them all, as he looked at Qianrenxue's beaming countenance. Su Xian's face fell, painted with despair and ennui. Just tell me how many you want, and at what level, so I can prepare myself. Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled. Do you have any higher level arrays? Initially, based on Su Xian's prior tone, she had merely speculated, but now it seemed there truly were higher level arrays. A significant find. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a hidden stash of money. Su Xian, I seem to have been ensnared. Seeing Qianrenxue's excited expression, Su Xian couldn't help but want to slap himself. That oh dear, it seems that the age-old saying holds true. Behind every great man lies a crafty wife. Nodding silently, Su Xian suddenly yearned for a moment of tranquility. Although he was unsure where to find it, he desperately desired it at that moment. Qianrenxue knelt before Su Xian, embracing him with both hands. Her sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Playfully, she inquired, Do you have any arrays that can defend against a Title Douluo? Kawaii. Ahem. His heart racing, Su Xian nodded silently, unable to restrain himself from embracing Qianrenxue. Relishing the tender warmth of his beloved, while others had valuable items singularly, his collection resembled a wholesale market. With starry eyes, Qianrenxue gazed at Su Xian, her expression imbued with longing. Then please give me a couple. Should you squander them, I still have reserves that might assist you in the future. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Su Xian was pleasantly surprised that this silly girl was considering him. Truly, she was a frugal and resourceful wife. I'll give you 4. Let us ensure a peaceful 4 seasons, he declared grandly. Why joke? The things I give to my wife are still mine. Have I ever been stingy? He planned to return to the system's wholesale market one day to procure dozens more, creating a romantic atmosphere. No need. I'll just take 2 that you should keep the rest for your own protection. She replied, smiling slightly as she selected 2 from the 4 arrays and returned the other 2 to Su Xian. Su Xian did not decline. Given Qianrenxue's strength and status, her risk was nearly non-existent. Unlike him, who always faced threats, as he gently traced his thumb along Qianrenxue's lips, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, subtly suggesting, Since I bestowed upon you such fine gifts, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Not at all. With a slight blush, Qianrenxue turned to escape from his embrace, her playful demeanor utterly adorable. I'm heading home to sleep. You can take your time. She cheekily stuck out her tongue, made a silly face at Su Xian, and then skipped away towards her residence. Bouncing and leaping, under the glow of various lights, Qianrenxue's graceful figure danced like a butterfly amidst a vibrant garden. A sight to behold. Even in sleep, you won't be alone. It seems you're merely pretending to be indifferent while your heart is sincere. A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips as he hurried after her. The Prince's mansion. There was nothing to report from the Moon Pavilion, nor had there been any occurrences in the imperial affairs. The snowy Night Emperor seemed to have forgotten about Su Xian. Wishing he would not show up for his studies at the Royal Academy, Su Xian had initially thought he could escape. However, the outcome was evidently contrary to his expectations. just after Su Xian and Xue finished breakfast. A member of the Academy's faculty arrived at the mansion. Xinghe, the vice chair of the Royal Academy's committee, a level 79 control system battle soul saint, with a martial soul known as the Black Demon. Although he specialized in control, the Black Demon's peculiarities and swiftness rivaled those of an agility-type soul. Naturally, he was also destined to become the future head of the Royal Academy. Vice Chair Ming. Why have you come so early? Is there something you need? Su Xian directly addressed the kindly, yet subtly sinister elder before him. Xinghe smiled. I merely heard that His Highness was injured and wished to check in on him. With a detached chuckle, Su Xian did not pursue the conversation further, opting instead to continue sketching on a piece of paper. After all, they were both ancient foxes. Was it really necessary to engage in a dialogue reminiscent of strange tales from a Chinese studio? Xinghe interjected. What do you mean by that chuckle? Noticing Su Xian's dismissive attitude, Xinghe felt a subtle shift in the latter's demeanor. Something had changed, yet it was difficult to pinpoint precisely what. As if it were simply in Su Xian's nature to behave thus, Su Xian remained silent. Xinghe took the initiative to inquire. What are your thoughts regarding the Spirit Hall? Formidable beyond compare. The Empire stands no chance. Even 1,000 of you would be no match. Su Xian replied without hesitation. Xinghe was taken aback. What on earth? Did you have gunpowder for breakfast? You're practically spitting fire. Exercising restraint, Xinghe refrained from losing his temper and instead nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, with the Haoyan clan retreating, the Spirit Hall has been growing increasingly powerful. Its momentum is now unstoppable. Shifting the conversation, Xinghe fixed his gaze on Su Xian. Does His Highness not sense any impending crisis? Upon hearing this, Su Xian cast a cursory glance his way, still remaining silent. Crisis? The greatest peril lay within his own household. Discussing crises with the young master was absurd. As for the Spirit Hall, it was merely an ally of his mother-in-law. Although he was currently navigating a precarious situation, he believed that as long as he maintained balance, he would remain the most formidable man on the continent, with ties to the imperial family and dark forces alike, the crown prince of the empire, the future consort of the angel god, the future son-in-law of the Rakshasa god, the son-in-law of the continent's pinnacle powerhouse, the limit Douluo, Chapter 43, the ultimate game of wisdom, wealth, and spirit. If you have something to say, Ming, just say it. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger, Su Xian declared, wishing to avoid any further convoluted exchanges. The image he was drawing was nearly complete, and he had pressing business to attend to. In that case, I shall speak plainly. We wish for His Highness to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition on behalf of the Academy. Upon finishing, Xinghe's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed intently at Su Xian. Anticipation evident in his expression. Did Qin Ming inform you of this? Su Xian's brow arched, and his tone grew cold. Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter is known only to the three of us old fellows. It will not be revealed to anyone else, Xinghe quickly assured him, convinced that Qin Ming had indeed spoken the truth. To his astonishment, the Crown Prince possessed such remarkable talent, achieving the rank of Soul Master at merely 14 years of age and already exhibiting combat prowess akin to that of a high-ranking Soul Sect. If he could join the Royal Academy's team, their chances in the finals at Spirit City 3 months hence would undoubtedly improve. The Royal Academy had endured 2 consecutive losses in the 5-yearly competition. They could not afford to lose again. It was not merely a matter of the Academy's reputation, but of the honor of the entire Tiando Empire. You want me to participate in the Soul Master competition? Su Xian's expression darkened, and he quickly shook his head, resolutely refusing. Not a chance. I simply do not have the time. While participating could allow him to wield a level 9 spirit cannon before the Pope's palace. Asserting dominance and engaging in extortion, he had always preferred to keep a low profile. Such shameless and despicable actions were beneath him. Besides, the Soul Master competition prohibited the use of spirit devices, thereby severely limiting his ability to showcase his talents. If permitted, he could unleash a level 7 spirit bomb, creating a thunderous explosion that would captivate the audience. But fighting barehanded, what was the point? You land a punch, and I return it with a palm. Do you not understand the principle of reciprocal force? It was akin to warfare. I bring cannons, missiles, and nuclear weapons, yet you wish to duel with daggers. Ridiculous! Why should I entertain such foolish demands? I could simply deploy my artillery and rain down a few hundred rounds instead. Why complicate matters? Seeing Su Xian's refusal, Meng Xinji grew anxious. Your Highness, this is not merely an academy matter. It also concerns the honor of the Empire. As a royal prince, you ought to contribute. Indeed, I have contributed. I was just contemplating forming a cheerleading squad, Su Xian retorted, blinking innocently, his eyes filled with sincerity. Meng Xinji was left speechless, his frustration evident. A cheerleading squad. What use is that? The louder the cheers, the more devastating the defeat. This is not support. It is humiliation. Are you truly so cold-hearted and unreasonable? With a deep sigh, Meng Xinji felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his disappointment in Su Xian palpable. This empire did not belong to them. It belonged to the royal family. If even the crown prince displayed such irresponsibility, what hope remained for the empire? Not at all. I am not cold-hearted. I merely see things clearly, Su Xian remarked, shaking his head as he completed the final stroke of his drawing, a smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, Meng Xinji's eyes narrowed, sensing a glimmer of hope. I would like to hear more. Very well. Let me embrace this cold-hearted image, Su Xian said, having initially intended to discuss the philosophy of lethargy with Meng Xinji. However, with his work complete, he felt no desire to prolong the conversation. He shrugged, feigning indifference. Meng Xinji, what the hell? Are you jesting with me? I take my leave. With a dramatic flourish, Meng Xinji departed in a huff, leaving no room for further discussion. Good riddance. I too have important matters to attend to. Su Xian sighed softly, making no attempt to retain him, for he had pressing affairs of his own. This was a contest of strategy, intellect, and wealth, leaving no room for distractions. Wife, I have completed the item. Come and play. A voice resonated with piercing clarity as Su Xian dashed out of the grand hall, clutching the finished product. 3 minutes later, Su Xian and Qianren Xue found themselves seated upon a plush, velvety sofa. Are you planning to perform divination for us? Qianren Xue inquired, observing the cards before her, reminiscent of tarot cards, her expression slightly disinterested, as she had anticipated something more entertaining from Su Xian. These are not tarot cards. They are called playing cards, a rather fascinating game. Su Xian explained patiently, his lips twitching. Playing cards? Qianren Xue paused momentarily, then picked up a card emblazoned with the word Joker, realizing it bore little resemblance to tarot cards. What does this represent? She shook the card. Curiosity piqued. Su Xian, feeling rather pleased with himself, replied, this represents the Emperor. Depicted with a scepter, the highest-ranking card in the deck. The one below it is the Queen. Her eyes lighting up as she grasped the concept, Qianren Xue inquired, so these cards are ranked by value? Precisely. Su Xian commended her with a thumbs up, and she smiled back, her face glowing with delight. That he continued, the ace symbolizes 1, suggesting 1 below 10,000 above, indicating a prince. The king represents the 4 dukes of the Tiando Empire. But as their territories are smaller, they are not counted. The queen signifies the queen and concubines, while the jack represents the generals and military of the nation. The remaining cards are ordered numerically from 2 to 10, representing various ranks of soul masters. The more he explained, the more exhilarated he became, reveling in how accessible his descriptions of playing cards were in the realm of Douluo. Hearing this novel interpretation, Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clung to Su Xian's arm, her voice taking on a playful tone. Just tell me how to play. All right, let's start with the simplest game called Jiajin Hua, a type of poker. Su Xian said as he deftly pulled Qianren Xue into his embrace. She made no attempt to resist, instead relaxing against him, relishing the warmth emanating from his chest. Thus, Su Xian commenced his very first teaching session in the Douluo Continent. While Qianren Xue appeared as an eager student, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if a door to a new world was about to swing open. Why is it that 3 cards with 2 aces, or 2 queens, cannot defeat 3 soul masters with the rank of 8? Qianren Xue pouted slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Those 3 soul masters are all rank 8 cards, suggesting they can unleash a trinity of martial soul fusion techniques. Oh, I see. But why can they still not defeat ranks that are all card 8, like 3, 4, 5? Qianren Xue pressed further. The ranks 3, 4, and 5 are consecutive, known as a straight, indicating strong teamwork. However, 2 aces or queens may lead to infighting. Su Xian explained. Then why do 3 cards of the same suit outperform a straight? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Qianren Xue challenged. Cards of the same suit represent a shared season, implying they will act collectively. While the 3 cards forming a straight are merely a coincidence, Su Xian clarified. Then, stop. I'm at a loss for words. Please don't ask any more. Oh dear, Su Xian exclaimed. I am utterly distressed. Thankfully, my mind is quick. Sob Sob to In Chapter 44. A clear defeat. After much effort, Su Xian finally managed to pacify Qianru Xue, who also grasped the rules of the game. However, with a playful smirk, Su Xian remarked, Since this is a game, shouldn't we wager something? Otherwise, it feels rather dull. What do you wish to bet? Qianru Xue asked, her interest piqued. Yet, upon noticing the mischievous glint in Su Xian's eyes, she became wary. Betting money could strain our friendship, and besides, it's all our money, so there's nothing to wager. Su Xian, feigning seriousness, began to eliminate options. Qianru Xue nodded in agreement, understanding that she did not require money. Whatever she asked for would surely be granted. How about this? If you win, you get to kiss me, and if I win, I get to kiss you. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as Su Xian maintained an impassive expression, appearing entirely amenable. Yet, Qianru Xue rolled her eyes in embarrassment and indignation. After spending a few days with Su Xian, she was well aware of his cunning nature. Humph, I knew you were trying to take advantage of me. You scoundrel, you were up to mischief this morning, and I absolutely refuse to agree to your terms. After a moment's reflection, Qianru Xue devised a plan that if I lose, I will agree to one thing you ask of me. And if you lose, you must agree to one thing I ask of you, and you cannot back out that I ask at anything at all? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, a sly smile gracing his lips. Absolutely not. We are still young and unmarried, so don't even think about it. Seeing Su Xian's expression, Qianru Xue realized his intentions were less than innocent, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Betraying her embarrassment, Su Xian feigned shock, gazing at her incredulously. What are you thinking? I merely wanted you to give me a back rub, and you twisted it. Qianru Xue retorted, I've already removed my pants. And you say this? You shameless rogue. Understanding that Su Xian was deliberately playing a trick to entice her, Qianru Xue felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. She pushed herself away from his embrace and forcefully pinned him onto the plush blanket beneath them. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, Qianru Xue leaned against Su Xian, her hands instinctively resting on his waist. I shall teach you a lesson for your deliberate provocation. Let us see if you dare to tease me again. As she playfully tickled him, her previously angry expression morphed into one of joy. Oh no, stop. I can't take it. Ha! If you don't cease this, I'll call for help. Go ahead. Let us see if anyone dares to come in when you shout. Oh dear wife, I apologize. I shall never dare again. Ha ha. 3 minutes later, Su Xian and Qianru Xue had successfully swapped roles. Previously, she was dominant, and now he was in control, and am I wrong? Su Xian held Qianru Xue's hands firmly. Exuding an aura of authority, I fear tickling is my weakness. I concede. Qianru Xue pouted, appearing quite pitiful. She regretted allowing Su Xian to rise to his feet. Now that she recognized her mistake, it was too late. Having just endured a tormenting experience, it was his turn to taste the same fate. Oh no. Please stop. I admit my wrongs. Ha ha. Confess. If I lose, what do you want me to agree to? Su Xian pressed. I won tea. Oh no. Please stop. You're tickling me to death. Ha ha. Speak. Once you tell me, I shall release you quickly. I promise, if I... Oh no. I mean if I deceive you in the future, you mustn't get angry. Qianru Xue laughed joyfully, her demeanor lively as she squirmed, her laughter nearly bringing her to tears, her face flushed like the dawn. Upon hearing this, Su Xian froze momentarily, as if realizing something profound. He had not anticipated her concern over such matters. A flicker of unexpected warmth filled his gaze as he gazed tenderly at the girl beside him. Silly girl, you think too much. With eyes slightly reddened, Su Xian embraced Qianru Xue and lay back down, feeling a pang of emotion, yet his heart was filled with warmth. You. Feeling Su Xian's genuine affection, Qianru Xue, who had been ready to retaliate, suddenly became still, bewildered by the shift in atmosphere. Ahem. Let us play a game of Xia Jinhua. Fearing that Qianru Xue might notice something amiss, Su Xian hurriedly collected himself and began to shuffle the playing cards, attempting to appear nonchalant. Seeing his demeanor, Qianru Xue frowned, sensing something was off. However, her attention soon shifted back to the cards. As he shuffled, Su Xian explained the rules to Qianru Xue, ensuring she understood to avoid any confusion in her victories or his losses. Each player starts with 100 chips. Once you run out, You lose. The rules are simple. Each round, place a chip as the minimum bet that if you believe your hand is strong, you may raise or go all in. If weak, you may fold. With that, Su Xian cut the deck and began dealing. Placing chips for Qianru Xue as well. In this alternate realm, the first round begins. Xue Qinghe, a battle of spouses. Let the games commence. I raised 10 gold coins, just as Su Xian initiated the game. Qianru Xue had already tossed down her 10 gold coins. Peeking at his cards, which revealed 3 aces, Su Xian's mouth twitched in disbelief. What the? Just when I wish to lose, you give me this. Why have I never encountered such good fortune during previous games? I'll raise 10 more. Realizing he couldn't afford to lose too obviously, Su Xian decided to win a few rounds before allowing her to take the lead. I'm all in. As soon as he declared, Qianru Xue confidently pushed her chips forward, gazing at him with a cheerful smile that made Su Xian's heart race. Goodness, surely, she doesn't have 2 kings already? Unbelievable, resolutely refusing to believe it. Su Xian discarded his cards, convinced that if he continued, he would lose this round. With servants ready to attend to him, winning or losing didn't matter much. However, losing would grant a certain someone peace of mind, a calculation Su Xian had already made. I win with a pair. Seeing Su Xian fold, Qianru Xue triumphantly gathered her chips, revealing her pair of 5s. Su Xian exclaimed, should I be frustrated? I'm anxiously awaiting your response. A pair of 5s. And you dared to go all in? What audacity! In Chapter 45, Mixed Doubles of the Emperor and Empress. Previously, Su Xian had observed protagonists in historical novels triumphing in their crafted scenarios they least in the first round. The protagonist always wins. However, after today's experience, Su Xian's worldview had shifted. Indeed, he lost, losing 600 chips to Qianru Xue. 600? We started with only 200 chips. Where did the other 600 come from? He was uncertain, merely aware that Qianru Xue went all in every round, and he had followed along with a small hand, resulting in, fine, I lost. She dared to go all in with that hand. Such boldness was remarkable. Initially, he thought Qianru Xue was bluffing, but it turned out she was just making haphazard decisions. What baffled him further was that once he had good luck and won all her chips, she would miraculously have more gold coins in front of her, her large eyes sparkling with playful charm as she pouted for sympathy. Indeed, she pretended to be pitiful to garner my sympathy. When she had gone all in, she was so audacious, yet now she feigned innocence, playfully scratching his heart. How could he possibly endure it? After a stern reprimand, Su Xian finally relented, and they started anew. Ultimately, under his unrestrained generosity, Qianru Xue finally emerged victorious. Oh no, it was so hard to allow her to win. I nearly bit my lip in the process. With a beaming smile, Qianru Xue's crescent moon-like eyes sparkled with delight. Seemingly happier than ever. I won. Don't forget your promise. Rest assured, I, Su Xian, am a man of my word. He patted his chest, asserting his integrity, for he was not the kind of person to act shamelessly. If he were, it would surely be because the author, seeing he had a wife, was envious and wrote this nonsense to slander him. Yes, that must be it. Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence. Su Xian was about to discuss certain matters with Qianru Xue. The voice of the maid Qin Yao echoed from outside the door. You can entertain yourself at home. This game is best enjoyed in moderation. Do not become too engrossed, and do not forget to cultivate. Gently pinching Qianru Xue's delicate cheeks and teasingly tweaking her exquisite little nose, Su Xian reminded her with a playful tone before departing under Qianru Xue's indignant gaze. Humph, as if I were that frivolous. In the palace, Su Xian felt an involuntary twinge of wariness at the sudden summons from his mother. After all, he had swindled his father out of 3 million gold coins, and the conspicuous silence over the past few days was indeed suspicious. It was certain that his father was brewing some grand scheme, lying in wait for him. It must be so. Approaching Nangong Ling, he innocently inquired, Mother, may I ask what brings you to summon me? Is it not permissible for me to invite you over for a simple chat? Nangong Ling countered, her eyes glinting with mockery. Of course, whenever you wish for my company, I shall be at your beck and call. Su Xian responded with unwavering confidence. My beck and call. Nangong Ling could not suppress her laughter, her gaze laden with jest. Last night, someone had quite the time at the Soul fighting arena. Even coaxing Xue onto the stage to join in. Su Xian was taken aback. What? Who has been gossiping behind my back? Which of your eyes saw me enjoying myself? I was clearly not having a good time last night. Is there not a hint of discretion in you? His eyes narrowed as he began to ponder who might have betrayed him. Firstly, Yixing had not been with them last night. After all, one cannot be lovey-dovey with one's spouse while having a third wheel around. Clearly, it was not her. Secondly, regarding the Grand Soul Arena, he had shown his badge there. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando was under royal control, managed by his second uncle, King Xuan, who was a staunch supporter of their main lineage. When Xue Yi and Xue Ming contended for the throne against King Balak, he was indeed one of their greatest allies. However, given his personality, it was unlikely he would consult Xue Yi about his personal affairs. Thus, only Qin Ming remained. Remembering the visit from the Dream Machine earlier, Su Xian suddenly had an epiphany: a conspiracy. It was undoubtedly a conspiracy. The Dream Machine must have sought out his father for assistance, and knowing that he was currently unyielding, his father resorted to a roundabout strategy. Ingenious, truly ingenious, knowing that his son held deep feelings for Nangongling. He would not refuse her. Indeed, the emperor was a cunning old fox. Therefore, mother, have you come to persuade me to join the Imperial Soul Combat Team? Su Xian asked somewhat despondently. A mixed doubles match, and he had not even experienced the joy of it with Qianren Xue before being thrust into one himself. Nangongling shook her head. Not at all. Although the Soul Master competition does not permit lethal harm, accidents do occur, and as your mother, I naturally worry for your safety. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes brightened. See, this is what makes a good mother. You understand your son so well. He chuckled that I knew you would never agree. Observing Su Xian's elation, Nangongling shook her head and continued. Although you need not participate in the Soul Master competition, you must still attend the Royal Academy for your studies. You are not yet 15. And already a Soul Master of level 37. While I am unsure of the circumstances that have led to your rapid advancement, such talent cannot be squandered. Therefore, spend a few more days with Xue. And then you must attend the Royal Academy. The future of the Empire ultimately rests upon you four brothers. Nangongling gazed at Su Xian with profound affection, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. Captivating his heart, he could not help but soften that it must be said. His father truly had him under tight control, knowing well that he would fall for his mother's honeyed words. Alas, such underhanded tactics. Mother, is there truly no room for negotiation? Su Xian implored, his eyes pleading as he looked at Nangongling, hoping for a reprieve. In response, Nangongling shook her head, her expression resolute, taking a deep breath. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. Mother, as the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, it is my duty to bring honor to my nation. I was narrow-minded before and should not have rejected the gracious offer from the Dream Machine. You need not persuade me. I shall certainly participate in this Soul Master competition. That a true man stands tall and proud, never resorting to base survival. With a steady heart and unwavering resolve, Su Xian raised his gaze, casting it at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, a profound sigh escaping his lips as tears welled in his eyes. Though, how arduous my path is, yet, a man does not shed tears lightly. With a flourish, Su Xian strode out of the palace, seeking solace from his beloved wife to mend his wounded spirit. Watching Su Xian depart in a dramatic fashion, Nangongling momentarily lost her thoughts, only to be amused by his unashamed demeanor. Indeed, it seems the Empress has her ways. That a faint sound of delight emerged, and the Emperor Xue stepped forth, gazing with satisfaction at Su Xian's retreating figure. After experiencing so much in later years, was he now disheartened and unwilling to be the prince? Let me tell you, dream not of that. With a triumphant laugh, he relished in the sweet taste of revenge. Chapter 46. A brilliant strategy to secure the realm. Sighing as he glanced back at the palace receding into the distance, Su Xian vowed never to set foot here alone again. One must match strength with strength. He would certainly bring Qianren Xue with him next time, for that would render Nangongling less inclined to entrap him. Indeed, mixed doubles must be played with a couple's synergy. He was simply too weak on his own. Contemplating his upcoming participation in the Soul Master competition, Su Xian felt a tinge of helplessness. However, this was undoubtedly preferable to attending the Royal Academy. After all, if he did not participate in the preliminary rounds of the competition, given the strength of the Imperial Soul Combat Team, he could merely step in at the end to clean up the mess. At least he would not have to attend the Royal Academy daily. Wait, at level 30, could he not graduate? Suddenly, Su Xian seemed to have realized something, his face paling as if he might spew blood. Oh no. I've been tricked. He could graduate right now without attending the Royal Academy. After a moment's thought, he decided against rushing back to confront Nangong Ling. Alas, my father incites, my mother employs cunning. As a son, what else can I do but acquiesce? Should I act like a rogue in front of my mother and stubbornly deny the truth? Apologies, but I am a man of dignity and cannot stoop to such depths. After all, I am facing my amiable mother. Had it been my father, Xue, I would not hesitate for a moment. To swindle my father is one thing, but to swindle my mother feels like a transgression against heaven. Xue, I have a feeling I should refrain from expressing my thoughts here. Your double standards are glaring. With a determined gaze at the palace behind him, Su Xian imagined the loathsome figure of Emperor Xue laughing at him, gritting his teeth as he hastily departed. His mother appeared innocent in this matter. He would hold Xue accountable. Let us see how this unfolds. In Longxing City, located in the eastern part of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Xinghua Empire, the residence of the Yu clan was within the Grand Hall. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man, his steel-like short hair and bright, copper-ringed eyes radiating strength, with broad shoulders. He resembled a solid fortress. This elder was none other than the clan leader of the Yu clan, Niugao. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in plain garments, his demeanor stern and somewhat wooden, his piercing gaze exuding an air of coldness. Senior, I have conveyed the prince's intentions. May I inquire about your thoughts? Standing respectfully below, Commander Wei felt a heavy pressure even from merely locking eyes with Niugao. There was no denying the terror that accompanied high-ranking soul masters. Niugao's eyes were filled with caution. Are you certain the prince merely wishes for us to construct buildings, and that the royal family does not intend to annex our Yu clan? Although the Highness sect had retreated, they had suffered greatly over the past 2 years, yet they would never accept being subsumed by the empire. Their past glory was indelible. Senior, I assure you, there is no falsehood in my words. Upon my arrival, the prince instructed us to recruit craftsmen within the city. As for your concerns, given your strength and the presence of the Yu clan in Tiando City, there should be no cause for worry. With keen eyes, Commander Wei spoke earnestly, but when addressing Niugao's apprehensions, he hesitated slightly, refraining from further speculation. That is indeed a valid point. Hearing this, Niugao nodded in agreement. Both he and the Titan were sole Douluos. And with no title Douluos in the Tiando royal family, they felt secure against potential schemes. However, the absence of conspiracy did not guarantee feasibility. Though old Nio was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. The Yu family, once a subordinate of the Highness sect, had the audacity to construct residences for the royal family of Tiando in a manner that was both open and unassuming. The implications of this act were far from trivial. How might the other 3 clans perceive this? What thoughts would arise among other factions? What fate awaited the Yu family thereafter? Would it be an improvement or a further decline? After some contemplation, Niugao ultimately waved his hand. Rather than confronting an uncertain crisis, he preferred to ensure the Yu family's continued stability. You may return and inform His Highness that the Yu family finds it difficult to fulfill his request. And I ask for his understanding. Upon witnessing Niugao's outright refusal, Commander Wei was not taken aback. He promptly retrieved the first of the scrolls he carried. His Highness instructed that if the elder does not acquiesce, we may act according to the contents of the scroll. He explained to the perplexed Niugao before unfurling the scroll, revealing a brilliant strategy that left Niugao immediately enamored. Admittedly, the preceding segment was a fabrication of Wei's own imagination, for which I beg your pardon. Niugao's gaze was fixed upon the scroll, his eyes shimmering with derision. He was curious to see how a mere boy of a decade and more might compel him to comply. As the scroll gradually unfurled, a violet card tumbled forth, swiftly captured by the agile hands of Commander Wei. Gazing at the violet gold card, Wei was momentarily taken aback, soon descending into a state of utter bewilderment. What in the world? Where is the clever stratagem? Why is it merely a violet gold card? I am left at a loss for words. Niugao's large, copper bell-like eyes widened in shock, his expression darkening with fury. An inner tempest of rage already igniting. Think it was a gold card, and a violet one at that. How dare they regard the Yu family as beggars? This was an outrageous affront. The Yu family, once resplendent in glory, had reduced to such a humiliating state, especially in front of the once cowering lower sections. This was intolerable. Anger surged through him, his cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. His soul power surging like a tidal wave. Commander Wei lamented, Oh dear, how can one betray their comrades like this? Am I to vent my frustrations and perish for the nation? He swallowed hard, his complexion paling as he hastily produced the second scroll, hoping for some life-saving counsel. However, his disappointment was palpable. The scroll contained a black gold card. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. This must be a deception. Everything is a mere illusion. I must be dreaming. With tears of despair welling in his heart, Commander Wei's features contorted in anguish as he retrieved the third scroll, which yielded a red gold card. I cannot believe this madness. Cough, cough. I have realized. Our Yu family is renowned for its architectural prowess. If we decline, His Highness may struggle to find others willing. Just as Commander Wei was spiraling into despair, Niu Gao's voice rang out, assertive and unwavering, leaving Wei momentarily stunned. Young one, do you have many questions? As the patriarch of the Yu family, how could he refuse help when others sought assistance in their area of expertise? However, the dire financial straits of the Yu family weighed heavily upon him. They had been disbanded and oppressed by the Spirit Hall and other factions, reduced to constructing homes for lesser families in Longxing City. They could scarcely scrape together a few coins. They no longer even possessed 20,000 gold coins, and without their construction skills, they might have been left to starve. Even more tragically, the Qi family had required assistance from the three families just last month. A sole Douluo family unable to produce even 1,000 gold coins. Who would dare believe such a tale? This was the grim reality facing the four clans, a sight too harrowing to bear. As Niu Gao observed Commander Wei produce the black gold card, he felt a flicker of temptation, but upon seeing the red gold card, he immediately understood his course of action. To be a craftsman who aids others in construction is to be no true craftsman. Even if this might provoke speculation among other factions, even if it bore certain risks for the future of their construction industry, who else would rise to the challenge? After all, other factions were already eyeing them with suspicion. They could not afford to be deterred by trifles. Construction was the very mission of the Yu family. They would execute their duty regardless of the dangers, even if it meant facing ruin. Of course, he was not motivated by the allure of 100,000 gold coins. He was not so base as a chieftain. Had he not just turned down a lucrative deal worth thousands of gold coins? Seeing Niu Gao transform from indignation to noble determination left Commander Wei in stunned silence. Could it be that the elders were so capricious? Nevertheless, he felt relieved that he could report back. And thus he said, in that case, I hope the elder will make haste to Tiando City, as His Highness appears quite eager about this matter. Niu Gao waved his hand with great confidence. Rest assured, I shall organize a team to Tiando City by tomorrow. I shall not delay our important task. Then I shall await your departure tomorrow, and it seems I may intrude upon your residence for a night. Commander Wei suggested pensively, such is not the case. You are our esteemed guest. The Yu family would never treat you with anything less than utmost respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Niu Gao noticed Commander Wei preparing to take his leave and suddenly grew anxious. Cough. Commander, is there something you have forgotten? What do you mean, elder? Wei inquired, perplexed. Seeing Wei's apparent lack of understanding left Niu Gao feeling deeply disappointed, and he had no choice but to boldly gesture towards the gold card. As per the rules of business, the deposit must be paid in advance. Upon hearing this, Commander Wei finally grasped the implication. Examining the 3 gold cards in his possession, he ultimately handed over the red card worth 100,000 gold coins. Since you are so forthright, I shall boldly take the liberty of handing over the entire remuneration to you. 100,000 gold coins was no small fortune, especially as mere labor fees for construction. It was far more than sufficient. Commander Wei was not foolish enough to treat this as a deposit. Otherwise, upon returning, he would be compelled to cover the remaining labor fees out of his own pocket, perhaps even leading him to sell a kidney. Ha! Since you are so generous, I shall gladly accept, Niu Gao exclaimed, his joy uncontainable as he seized the red gold card, his eyes gleaming with avarice, causing Commander Wei's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Truly, the scroll had delivered a masterstroke. He was utterly convinced. Someone, please escort our esteemed guest to a guest room for rest. After bidding farewell to Commander Wei, Niu Gao hurried out, making his way towards the treasury of Longxing City. He could not rest easy without securing the funds. Wow, this is at least 100,000 gold coins. I must discuss my monthly income with that old gorilla Titan when I see him in a few days at the prince's residence. After receiving the tender comfort from Xue, Su Xian's wounded spirit felt considerably less burdened. Understanding the circumstances, Xue grew concerned. Though her worries soon dissipated, given Su Xian's current capabilities and strength, there was no cause for alarm regarding his participation in the Soul Master Tournament. Humph. If he were to triumph over the Spirit Hall's team, that would be even better, allowing me to vent my frustrations before that woman. More importantly, if grandfather witnesses his prowess, he might come to appreciate and side with him, alleviating my concerns about other members of the Spirit Hall targeting him. Should Su Xian become aware of Xue's thoughts, he would surely be both amused and exasperated by her naivete. Douluo was no ordinary individual. He was a ruthless man, though he refrained from killing Bibidong. Primarily due to his care for his granddaughter, as the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, he would prioritize the Hall's interests above all else. It was entirely plausible that upon seeing Su Xian, he would whisk him away to a secluded alley or forest, delivering a swift and silent end to him. There was a strong likelihood that he would simply eliminate him, ensuring that Xue could train without distraction, fully focused on inheriting the angel god's mantle. Alternatively, he might choose to imprison Su Xian for life, erasing him from the continent, only to later demand that he serve as a male concubine to the angel god Xue once the Spirit Hall unified the continent. A shiver ran down his spine. That old fellow was indeed cunning. Your mother and the others are only looking out for your best interests. You have little to do within the residence. Participating in the Soul Master Tournament will allow you to gain experience in real combat. Xue's voice chimed in, her crescent moon smile directed at him, filling Su Xian with despair. His wife was even urging him to join the Soul Master Tournament. Woo-woo. With a stern expression, Su Xian protested. How can you say that? Am I not here to accompany you, my dear wife? Is there anything more significant than that? In the world, could there be anything more important than spending time with one's wife? Did she think him the sort to keep a mistress? Tang San, just 2 years old, not interested. A blush of crimson crept across her cheeks, as Xue smiled helplessly, teasing, you only know how to use sweet words to amuse me. However, a true man should aspire to greater horizons. How can one spend all day cooped up with his wife, unbothered by the laughter of others? Therefore, you ought to heed the Empress Mother's advice and devote yourself to your training. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, betraying her playful demeanor. In recent days, Su Xian's revealed prowess had instilled considerable confidence within her. All they needed now was time that in the future, she could inherit the title of Angel God while he would possess the Tiando Empire. And together, they would wield dominion over the entire continent. At that point, they would no longer have to fear any interruptions and could live peacefully together. Chapter 48. Never pretending, just exceptional. In the afternoon, an insufferable scoundrel arrived at the estate once more. Dust had swirled around him that morning as he departed, yet he returned with an air of self-satisfaction, his face, wrinkled like gnarled wood, adorned with a mischievous grin. Majesty, brimming with confidence, jested, I knew the prince would prioritize the greater good and not overlook the empire's honored, Su Xian retorted. Do you believe me? Look at you. Old but not dead, he truly was a rascal. Observing Majesty's smug demeanor, Su Xian was tempted to pull out an 8th-level soul cannon from his storage ring and fire it at his face, making him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. With a stony expression, Su Xian's tone was icy. Meng Jiaoshi, are you here to flaunt your own cunning? The prince merely waved his hand, oblivious to the insinuation. What I do cannot be called cunning. It should be termed cleverness. Indeed, a kind and courteous instructor like myself, who genuinely cares for the academy, cannot be deemed cunning. Seeing Su Xian's cold stare, Majesty candidly stated his purpose. Your Highness is aware that there are only 3 months left until the Soul Master competition. And as a new addition to the team, the synergy is bound to be lacking. This only fueled Su Xian's fury further, nearly spitting in his face as he bellowed. And you dare speak of synergy? Knowing it is lacking, why drag me into this? Majesty countered. What do you mean by dragging you in? This is about selection, not rebellion. Surprised that the typically courteous crown prince had begun to curse. Majesty attributed the change in Xue Qinghe's demeanor entirely to Xue. With patience, he continued explaining, I came to suggest that your Highness join the academy for training, aiming to achieve perfect coordination with the team before the competition. What? A shriek echoed through the hall, startling the guards who rushed in, and Su Xian snapped back to reality, avoiding conflict. You want me to join the academy for training? He pointed at himself, disbelief etched on his face. His eyes wide as saucers that he had reluctantly agreed to let Nangong Ling join the team to ensure he wouldn't have to attend the Royal Academy. Now, after agreeing to join the team, he was expected to train as well. What was the point of his earlier commitment to the Soul Master competition if it meant he couldn't enjoy a peaceful life with his wife at the academy? It was a convoluted scheme, undeniably a series of traps. But you may have your strategies, yet I possess my own means. Witnessing Su Xian's overreaction, Xinghe was taken aback and urged, since you have joined the team, training is essential, or else there could be catastrophic errors during the competition. Su Xian's demeanor shifted. A smirk graced his lips as he proclaimed, "What need have I for synergy? Only the weak require such a thing. The strong remain solitary." What do you mean by that? Stunned into silence by Su Xian's lofty declaration, Xinghe found himself momentarily at a loss. That I have no need to train alongside them. I want to lose in the battle of souls. Just ensure they can fend for themselves. Instead of practicing synergy with me, they should focus on how to eliminate a few of the opponents. Making my victory a tad easier, Su Xian spoke with conviction, his youthful face radiating arrogance and confidence. What a joke. With my strength, I require no assistance. Once I absorb the celestial herb and break through to Soul Master, what can even a Soul King do against me? My martial soul is a swan, soaring in the skies, inherently invincible. As for our 6-member team, if we can take down 3 or 4 of theirs, the rest will be easy pickings for me. He was a man of pride. Even winning 7 against 7 would be a source of shame for him. Observing others' protagonists effortlessly conquering foes of 100,000. He felt speechless at the thought of needing to win 7 against 7 himself. He didn't need cooperation. If there was to be any, it would solely belong to his wife. That was his dignity and baseline as a man. Of course, it wasn't that he was avoiding training. He simply found it unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary. He was already nearly invincible. And why should he lower himself to spar with lesser soul masters while restricting his own abilities? In short, cooperation was nonsense. Seeing Su Xian's excessively arrogant demeanor, Xinghe's face darkened as his inner thoughts turned to curses. Damn it. I've seen arrogance, but never to this extent. So, the rest of the team are all worthless. And you alone are the backbone. You don't plan on losing, do you? Your Highness, Xinghe cautioned, confidence is admirable. But the Spirit Hall is not as simple as you imagined. I don't find the Spirit Hall simple either. But you are overcomplicating matters, Su Xian retorted bluntly, still seething over the earlier betrayal. If that is the case, I ask you to visit the academy and demonstrate your strength, compelling someone to willingly withdraw from the first team. Seeing Su Xian's audacity, Xinghe felt it necessary to bring him back to reality. Do you think you're strong enough? Then compete against the royal battle team and see if you'll still boast so boldly. Why should others withdraw? That would undermine their hard work. That I'm not a formal team member. The Royal Battle Team has substitutes, so just add me to the mix. Su Xian asserted resolutely. Hearing the first part, Xinghe felt he might have been in the wrong, but upon hearing the latter, he nearly spat blood. Damn, you were just so braggadocious, and now you want to be a substitute? Su Xian smugly declared. The finals are my battlefield. I have no interest in battling a bunch of weaklings in the semifinals. Xinghe muttered, I've never encountered anyone so adept at boasting. Under the imposing aura he exuded, he successfully dismissed Xinghe and secured a spot as a substitute AC. No wonder so many enjoyed boasting. It felt exhilarating that his excitement gradually subsided. Su Xian mused to himself, finally grasping the truth of the boasting world. After a prolonged period of pretense, one starts to believe in their own superiority, experiencing pleasure in waves. Alas, such illusions can be perilous. Unlike him, who never pretended because he was indeed exceptional. Chapter 49. Early Planning for the City of Entertainment. In the rear courtyard, a group of young women clad in white floral kipayos stood respectfully and orderly upon the grass, receiving instructions from Qianren Xue. Su Xian sat quietly beside them, not disturbing anyone. The girls appeared to be in their teens to early 20s, vibrant and youthful, a sight to behold. However, each face bore an expression unusual for their age, fear, confusion, akin to lambs ensnared in a wolf's den. Trembling yet fiercely yearning to survive, their eyes filled with pitiable longing, their bodies tense with anxiety. They were slaves, their lives no longer their own, having been purchased by the prince's estate. The less expensive ones were sold for a mere 1 or 2 gold coins. While those more pleasing to the eye fetched no more than 5, this was their sorrow and misfortune. Yet, fortunate for them, they had entered the residence of the Crown Prince. It was said that the Crown Prince was kind-hearted. At the very least, they could live well here, without the fear of being killed over scraps, discarded like a forgotten mat in the wilderness, their deaths as inconsequential as autumn leaves falling to the ground. Since you are now residents of the princess estate, you must adhere to its rules. As long as you are obedient, you may live here in peace. The reputation of the Grand Prince is well known to you all. Despite his amiable and benevolent nature, and his tendency not to take offense at trivial matters, certain decorum must still be upheld, and you must be cognizant of this yourselves, dressed in an elegant palace gown. Xue placed her hands delicately on her abdomen, gliding gracefully among the throngs, every gesture imbued with the poise and authority befitting her nobility, her voice soft yet fluctuating in warmth and chill. Observing Xue's deliberate mimicry of Nangong Ling, her endearingly cute yet solemn expression evoked a chuckle from Su Xian. While she did indeed resemble a capable matron, her youthfulness rendered her somewhat adorably fierce. In the forthcoming days, you shall learn the courtly etiquette from the matron of the estate. Those who qualify sooner will be granted more significant positions and will have their commoner status restored. It seemed Xue was oblivious to Su Xian's arrival, continuing her address with aplomb. Upon hearing the prospect of regaining their commoner status, the young women were overwhelmed with excitement, their previously fearful expressions suddenly radiating with hope. Their bodies trembling with anticipation, straining to maintain their composure, they were filled with fervent desire to inquire about the veracity of this promise, yet they feared that rushing towards Xue might jeopardize this long-awaited opportunity. And thus they gritted their teeth to stifle any sound. Though the distinction between slave and commoner is slight, it represents an insurmountable chasm in their lives, impacting their livelihoods and lands profoundly. For them, even if the prince's consort were to take offense and strike them down, she would face no reproach, for they are but slaves, while the nobility would bear the consequences of harming commoners. As commoners, they would also be entitled to their right to exist. Observing the restraint exhibited by the women, Xue felt a sense of satisfaction. Adherence to rules is commendable, and the ensuing matters would be far simpler. Once you have mastered the courtly etiquette, you will proceed to learn the subsequent tasks, which will soon be revealed to you. Qinghe, please escort them to the matron. I trust you will oversee this matter closely. With a tone of earnestness, Xue concluded, and Qinghe led them away in an orderly fashion. Xue, brimming with enthusiasm, bounded towards Su Xian, clearly having anticipated his presence. Husband, let us continue our game of Jia, she said, deftly intertwining her arm with his, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Su Xian remarked, this atmosphere feels somewhat off. It seems I have led you astray. Didn't I mention that we shouldn't be overly indulgent in play and should remember to cultivate diligently? He feigned indignation. He had no desire for Xue to become enraptured by such games, as they are fine for amusement but should not dominate one's thoughts. The little gambling can be delightful, yet excessive gambling is detrimental. Even if we establish a casino in the future, I shall ensure that rules are firmly in place that a gentleman appreciates wealth, but only through righteous means, though I may not belong to the Douluo world. I cannot poison others with my actions. That I am in the business of entertainment, not sowing seeds of vice. Are you upset? Xue inquired, noticing his altered demeanor, pouting her lips and gazing at him with big, pleading eyes. Su Xian nodded stiffly, affirming his genuine displeasure. Upon witnessing his reaction, Xue couldn't help but burst into laughter. My fragile little heart aches. You have changed, Snow? She chuckled, explaining, didn't you wish to use it for profit? Others must understand the rules, so I thought to compile a small booklet for their convenience. However, I am not yet familiar with the rules of Jia. I need your guidance to write it. Oh, this is what makes a good wife. She deserves a reward, he declared, his expression shifting from grim to bright. Ahem, let us return to the room and organize our thoughts at a leisurely pace. It's obvious you harbor ulterior motives. Xue shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks tinged with pink. That you've mistaken me this time. If I had ill intentions, I would have said, I am tired. Let us rest before discussing this further. Shameless, let's go. There are more card games than just Jia. Today, we shall take our time to sort through them, she asserted, and Su Xian, abandoning his jest, responded earnestly. The training of the attendants requires time. He must also prepare rules and guidelines for various games to avoid any embarrassing blunders once the entertainment city opens. My life is truly laborious. Money obtained through robbery is indeed sweet. What are you dawdling for? Su Xian queried, perplexed. I'm just fatigued from my earlier lecture. I need you to carry me. Xue whimsically grasped his arm, playfully shaking it. No, it would be too embarrassing if someone saw. He protested. Are you shy? I've never seen that side of you. She retorted, pouting her lips in disdain. Ahem, life is too short to dismantle joy. Come here, he thought, realizing the need to test his own resolve, and he half squatted down. Ouch, my waist. Snow, have you put on weight? You're so heavy. How dare you call me fat? I'll bite you. If you dare to bite, I want to make you dinner tonight. Humph, you wouldn't dare. Don't even think about it. Well, I'm tired now. I'm going back to rest. Why does that sound so familiar? Ugh, you big pig-s trotter. Chapter 50. The Great Mission of the Time Traveler. The training of the maids in the entertainment city continued at a measured pace, while Su Xian dedicated these days to organizing various card games. As for creating diverse board games, he would need professional assistance. This would be greatly facilitated when Niu Gao, the leader of the Yi clan, arrives. Although crafting board games may seem straightforward, one must not forget this is a fantastical world where mental and spiritual powers can penetrate all. Thus, he requires materials that can shield against such powers, ideally capable of alerting him when someone employs mental or soul energy. For this, seeking out Titan, the leader of the Li clan, would be most fitting. However, he had no intention of seeking him out proactively. Niu Gao would undoubtedly come to him, for he is in need of assistance. As for Titan, he would eventually find his way to Su Xian. Despite the Li clan enjoying a somewhat better existence due to Titan's master craftsmanship, they too suffer under the oppression of the martial soul hall. In short, they remain impoverished. He chuckled to himself, believing that once Niu Gao obtained his own funds, he would surely boast to Titan, for once one ages, pride becomes paramount. By that time, simply hinting at the desire to forge items would surely prompt Titan to visit eagerly. This is a strategy of feigned disinterest, or rather, a tactic of baiting. Indeed, applying military strategy from the past has its advantages. Ha ha ha. However, before that, he felt compelled to undertake a monumental task, one that would echo through the ages and leave an everlasting legacy. Indeed, this would be the establishment of a culinary class, to showcase the pride of the new Oriental and to promote the exquisite cuisine of Huaxia, transforming the world through culinary arts and conquering this Western continent with the power of food. Truly, the reputation of New Oriental and the culinary delights of Huaxia rest upon my shoulders. Shaking his head, Su Xian felt the weight of his responsibilities. The burden was indeed heavy, with promotional slogans echoing in his mind. He summoned the 5 chefs of the estate, striding in with background music. However, upon seeing their expressions, he was taken aback. The 5 stared at him with an intensity that conveyed both reverence and a hint of resentment. Akin to wronged wives dwelling in seclusion, their admiration tinged with astonishment, as if witnessing the return of a hero from an epic saga. Especially their fervent, excited eyes begged to rush towards him, sending a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling quite vulnerable. Were these individuals unwell? He certainly had no such inclinations. Perhaps he was overthinking it. I have gathered you here today to impart some new cooking methods. Soon, new chefs will be joining our ranks, and your task will be to teach them the art of cooking, he stated, steadying his nerves and speaking with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the light in their eyes intensified, and the head chef, Motala, was nearly moved to tears. Your Highness, rest assured, we will not disappoint your expectations. Motala stepped forward, his face flushed with excitement, responding with righteous fervor. Once he finished speaking, he turned to the crowd, his gaze suddenly icy and severe, resembling a merciless killing machine devoid of emotion. In a deep voice, he commanded, you must all heed His Highness's words clearly. Should anyone falter, do not blame me, old Mo, for my lack of mercy. After saying this, Motala turned back to Su Xian and offered a humble smile, his aged face contorted in a sycophantic manner, causing Su Xian's lips to twitch involuntarily. What on earth is going on today? Why does everyone seem so peculiar? Each one radiating joy as if they were flowers in full bloom, forever smiling brightly. Although he indeed looked extraordinarily handsome today, beyond words to describe, was it really necessary for everyone to act as though they were enamored? What Su Xian was unaware of was that the changes within the residence had not gone unnoticed. Everyone was aware of his recent significant actions, particularly after yesterday, when Qian Ringshu publicly announced that future rewards would include the abolition of servitude. The servants in the estate were electrified. The abolition of servitude meant that from this day forth, they would no longer work for the prince's household without compensation. They could earn wages and live lives of their choosing. Their fates would no longer be at the mercy of the nobility, who could arbitrarily decide their lives and deaths, nor could they be bought and sold at will. They were beginning to reclaim their rights as individuals. The other maids and attendants were filled with uncontainable anticipation, and the cooks were even more eager. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, a boon for the weary. They had endured too much hardship. Since a few days ago, they had ceased to enter the prince's private kitchen to cook and had been relegated to mere idlers within the estate. Even more despairing was the fact that the princess, Qian Ringshu, had begun to learn cooking herself, which felt like a death sentence to them. Useless slaves faced two fates, either being given away or sold, and they had no desire to leave the prince's household. Fortunately, they had persevered and finally saw the light of day. The eldest prince was finally willing to acknowledge them. They were overjoyed. No other words could describe it. They were ready to offer 20,000% enthusiasm and service, ensuring satisfaction. Come on, today I'll teach you Huayan cuisine. Seeing the exuberance on everyone's faces, as though they had taken an aphrodisiac, Su Xian's expression twitched. And without further thought, he led them to the kitchen. Huayan cuisine is one of China's traditional four major culinary styles. Its ingredients primarily consist of aquatic products, with an emphasis on river and lake delicacies. Resembling the Western preference for poultry and meat, its meticulous preparation and elegant style are highly regarded, befitting the tastes of the nobility. Moreover, it pursues the essence of flavors, being fresh and mild, without the sourness or spiciness of other cuisines, making it suitable for the palate of the residents of the Tiando Empire, while also incorporating deliciousness that is sure to tantalize the taste buds. This was precisely why Su Xian had chosen Huayan cuisine. While Su Xian was teaching them to cook, he remained blissfully unaware that there were always schemers plotting against him, particularly those cunning old men who were truly devious at the Royal Academy. Within a bamboo grove, Meng Xingji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. After a while, a young woman clad in a silver gown approached. Meng Xingji observed her with a hint of admiration in his eyes before stating directly, "Yu Tianmin, I have a task for you." "What task?" Yu Tianmin's cool voice inquired, laced with curiosity. "That I will tell you gradually, but do not disclose this to anyone for the time being, lest it incite discord among the team." Meng Xingji deliberately lowered his voice and proceeded to inform her about Su Xian's situation. "So, you wish for me to temper the eldest prince's arrogance?" "Exactly." Chapter 51. Xue Qinghe. "Who am I?" "Your Highness, it's bad. The second prince is fighting with someone." Just past noon, the tranquil life of Su Xian and Qian Ringshu was once again disrupted. Releasing Qian Ringshu, Su Xian rose from his reclining chair, smoothing out the wrinkles in his attire, while Qian Ringshu, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurried into the room. "What happened?" Seeing the maid's flustered demeanor, Su Xian snapped. He was risking a 3-year sentence for engaging in a semi-friendship exchange with Qian Ringshu, and now he was being thrown into chaos again. Was it impossible for him to have a peaceful day? It was merely an innocent emotional exchange. Their ages did not permit any further developments. "Your Highness, the second prince is fighting with the son of Marquis Nalan," the maid exclaimed, her face flushed, breathing heavily. Su Xian, is this the third incident this month? What on earth does he intend to do? Is he trying to punch the nobility of the Tiando Empire into submission and kick his way to the top? Damn it, take me there quickly. Frustrated, Su Xian felt an urge to whip the fellow. The maid promptly complied, and Su Xian hurriedly followed her out. What on earth is happening? After a while, Qian Ringshu returned to the courtyard, her expression calm. Noticing Su Xian had vanished, her brow furrowed slightly. But she did not dwell on it in the Tiando city. She figured no one could harm him, and thus she felt relatively at ease. With nothing pressing, Qian Ringshu decided to return to her room to practice, not wishing to be disturbed. Meanwhile, Su Xian rode in a carriage, following the maid away from the prince's residence. The carriage sped through the streets of Tiando City, the distinctive swan emblem causing people to step aside. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed in the direction the carriage was heading. Observing the maid outside the carriage, Su Xian spoke with an icy tone. "Do you know why they started fighting?" I don't know, my lord, that I just happened to be outside and was afraid something might happen, so I rushed back to inform you, the maid replied honestly. Hearing this, Su Xian felt a sense of helplessness. At least she understood what had transpired. Was he really going to charge him blindly? If it were because of that lad from the Nayland family, he wouldn't even need to think about it. He could just deliver a swift kick and be done with it. Bullying his younger brother? One must consider the master when dealing with the dog. If it was indeed his brother's fault, then he would prepare a rationale, for one must ensure that the other party was convinced before delivering punishment. He was not the type to act without reason. Xue Qinghe and others. What the hell? So you were coercing us to cook that day with logical reasoning. Not far from the holy hall of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, a squadron of soldiers clad in silver armor parted the crowd. In the center of the throng, two young men stood, one of whom was naturally Xue Qinghe, while the other appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in noble attire, exuding an air of refined elegance. Nayland Xiao, son of Marquis Nayland Tianqing, one of the four heroes of Tiando City, standing tall, Nayland Xiao gazed at the panting Xue Qinghe, second prince. Would you like to continue the fight? His tone was light, devoid of arrogance, his face adorned with a gentle smile that elicited no feelings of animosity. Spitting out a mouthful of bitterness, Xue Qinghe clenched his arms, suppressing the tremors of pain. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? His face contorted with disdain, his eyes glimmered with a fiery intensity, his muscles tensed with adrenaline, the noble demeanor dissipating in an instant. Boom! A surge of combative spirit erupted from his body, elevating his aura further, the three soul rings beneath his feet flashing as if poised to unleash an attack. Among his peers, he rarely faced defeat, even when contending with his older brother, Xue Qinghe, who was a year his senior. Now that he had broken through to the Soul Sovereign realm, he was prepared to face any challenge head-on. What if you're 3 years older and 6 levels higher in soul power? Levels and ranks have never determined absolute strength. He would not yield. With so many people watching, how could he back down? The dignity of a soul master sometimes outweighed even life itself. The tension escalated. The city patrol commander felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, frantically unsure of what to do. One was the second prince, known as the Little Tyrant of Tiando City. The other was the recognized son of the military leader of Tiando City. He could not afford to offend either. Oh dear, patrolling the city was truly arduous. Aside from bullying the common folk, he couldn't think of anyone else he could apprehend. He dared not intervene or arrest them. What on earth was he supposed to do? Seeing Xue Qinghe brimming with fighting spirit, Nayland Xiao narrowed his eyes. His own fighting spirit ignited. However, just as he was about to engage, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, causing his brow to furrow. Sizing up the holy hall not far away, Nayland Xiao withdrew his martial spirit and solemnly advised, Your Highness, it would be best not to let outsiders witness this spectacle. If you wish to spar, you are always welcome to come to my residence. As he spoke, Nayland Xiao prepared to depart. This place evoked an unsettling sensation within him, a primal instinct whispering that something was amiss. However, Xue Qinghe, brimming with combat fervor and still reeling from a prior setback, would not permit his escape. In an instant, the second soul ring around his body flared to life. Boom! Just as he resolved to strike, an abrupt sound of slicing air reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld a vast net hurtling towards him. There was no time for reaction, not even a moment to take flight, as the colossal net enveloped him in an instant. Whoosh! The energy net rapidly constricted, instantly immobilizing Xue Qinghe while siphoning away his soul power. Brother, what are you doing? Terrified and sprawled on the ground, he gazed at the approaching figure, his pupils contracting in bewilderment. I have been assaulted, and rather than assisting me, you dare to attack? What the hell? Am I the one who was found, or are you the one who was found? How can you be so heartless? MMP, this is not something a true brother would do. Ignoring Xue Qinghe's outburst, Su Xian's gaze swept across the Hall of Spirits before settling upon Nayland Xiao. There are other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Nayland Xiao offered a slight bow to Su Xian, an amiable smile gracing his face, as if nothing had transpired, and he departed with a calm demeanor. This fool, Su Xian thought. Witnessing Xue Qinghe still glaring at him, frustrated, he clenched his teeth, feeling a pang of urgency for this individual's intellect. Such an obvious trap, and yet you willingly stepped into it. Are you truly this foolish? Guards, take this impostor prince to the dungeons. Let him experience the warmth of the Tiando prison, Su Xian commanded angrily. The city patrol commander exclaimed, Imposter Prince. I have not read much, but do not deceive me. Your Highness, Xue Qinghe, bewildered, protested. What the hell? How did I become an imposter prince? So, I am not who I am then. Chapter 52. Heart like ashes Xue Qinghe. Third update. Brother, what are you doing? Upon hearing he was to be imprisoned, Xue Qinghe was rendered utterly confounded, writhing like a caterpillar, his face aflame with indignation. It's nothing. It's just that the meals in Tiando prison have been quite delightful lately, and I recall how much you enjoy dining. So it's an opportune moment for you to indulge, Su Xian replied with a nonchalant shrug. Xue Qinghe, the food in prison is delicious? How can I trust your words? Do you think because I am less educated than you? I am easily fooled. His face flushed, eyes wide as saucers, he exclaimed. It's not just me fighting in the streets. Why am I the only one being captured? Are you still my brother? In that moment, Xue Qinghe felt his mental state begin to unravel. Not only had he been attacked, but just as his true brother arrived, he found himself being aided by an outsider, and now being sent to prison. What kind of betrayal was this? Is this the righteousness you uphold, feeling pleased with yourself? Observing Xue Qinghe's furious expression, Su Xian shook his head in disapproval, asserting, How could I possibly be your brother? What? Hearing this, Xue Qinghe froze, as if he had misheard, staring at Su Xian in astonishment. Yet the subsequent words shattered his composure further. If I were to acknowledge you as my brother, I fear others might think me lacking in intelligence. Easily deceived like a fool, Xue Qinghe, are you calling me stupid, like an idiot? I dare you to let me go, and let us settle this one-on-one. Or are you still unconvinced and require me to explain it to you? Su Xian, disappointed, shook his head and then retrieved a gilded hammer from his storage ring. The hammer's head resembled a barrel, its handle as thick as an arm, emanating a sense of dense foreboding. Boom! When the massive hammer struck the ground, the solid granite street cracked under the impact, with the hammer's head sinking considerably. Kicking the hammer's handle, which remained unmoved and even hummed ominously, Su Xian displayed a friendly smile. What do you think of my hammer? How does my craftsmanship measure up? This single blow is not priced at 80. It's completely complimentary and comes with additional perks, such as a pitch-black wooden box, a round ceramic jar, not to mention the raucous sound of drums and the crackling of firecrackers. In short, it was a full-service experience. Xue Qinghe's mouth twitched. I am unsure if I should express my grievances or remain silent. His complexion shifted from purple to black, then to white, finally breaking into a bittersweet smile. Hey brother, you are always fair in your dealings. I wholeheartedly agree. This works out perfectly as I have a friend in prison, and I can take the opportunity to catch up. Did he think this was an act of submission? No, he was merely captivated by Su Xian's earnest reasoning. As a prince, violating the imperial laws and engaging in street brawls in Tiando was indeed detrimental to the dignity of the empire and the royal family. Over time, with no laws in place, the nation would crumble, and he would have no face to confront his ancestors. Thus, he resolved to reflect within the prison, using it as a lesson for all the citizens of Tiando. Princes who break the law must face the same punishment. As a member of the royal family, he must lead by example, serving the greater good. At this moment, he finally comprehended his brother's dilemma. The pain inflicted upon him was felt deeply within his heart. Yes, it must be so. Upon hearing this from Xue Qinghe, Su Xian's expression grew colder. So, you believe I am sending you to the dungeons to visit family? Xue Qinghe, Lu, do not inquire why my eyes brim with tears, for my love for this land runs profound. With a face bereft of hope, just then, a radiant figure appeared before Xue Qinghe. With slow steps, exuding the modesty of a goddess, her delicate form radiated infinite brilliance, illuminating the earth. She has arrived. She has arrived, he called out as if clinging to a lifeline. Third brother, quickly persuade our elder brother to spare me this time. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Xue Qinghe, who, upon receiving news, rushed over without pause. Observing Xue Qinghe's current bound state, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched, and then his gaze fell upon the massive hammer on the ground. Indeed, this must be a true elder brother. No one else could pretend. Ignoring Xue Qinghe's plea for help, Xue Qinghe leaned closer to Xue Qinghe, whispering, Elder brother, the situation appears rather peculiar. The adversary does not seem to be targeting Nalan Tianqing. We shall discuss this later. Su Xian shook his head, signaling Xue Qinghe to remain silent, then directed his gaze toward the city patrol commander. What are you waiting for? Take him to the dungeons. Do not release him without my command. Understood. Upon hearing this, the commander immediately clasped his fists, preparing to take Xue Qinghe away, when suddenly the crowd parted that a woman clad in a long palace gown approached. Flanked by soldiers. Father. Upon seeing the woman, Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing her identity, and warmth filled his heart. Indeed, it was his father who cared for him most, unlike his elder and third brothers, who were so cold-hearted. After offering a slight bow to Su Xian and the others, the woman retrieved a golden decree from her sleeve, proclaiming, His Majesty commands, the second prince, Xue Qinghe, as a member of the royal family, has disturbed the peace of the citizens and is to be imprisoned pending further judgment. What the hell? It felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, leaving Xue Qinghe in a daze. Wu, do not ask who Jing is. I simply wish to lie quietly. Collapsing to the ground like a dead pig, Xue Qinghe's eyes became hollow, as though his soul had been stripped away, leaving only an empty shell. His once fervent heart shattered like a hammer striking stone, then doused with cold water, ultimately reduced to mere fragments. Xue Qinghe felt utterly despondent. What had happened to this world? Had he forsaken it? Or had it forsaken him? It seemed even his father was aware of the situation. Upon hearing the command, Xue Mingtong's eyes narrowed, but then he felt a sense of relief. The affairs of Tiando City could hardly escape the emperor's attention. As Xue Qinghe was taken away, he initially thought this was the worst outcome, until he heard the surrounding citizens cheering, leaving him once more in a state of confusion. Was he truly so detestable? Noticing Su Xian preparing to leave, Xue Mingtong blinked in surprise. Elder brother, are you not going to the palace? Su Xian replied, You may enter the palace. Did my second brother provoke you? Glaring fiercely at Xue Mingtong. Su Xian picked up his hammer and approached, causing Xue Mingtong to retreat hastily. Patting Xue Mingtong on the shoulder, Su Xian earnestly advised, Put in more effort regarding this matter. Strive to secure the position of crown prince. Xue Mingtong murmured, Why do I suddenly feel that the position of crown prince has lost its allure? Chapter 53. Father, what a splendid sword. Was it the work of the Hall of Spirits? Or the Xingluo Empire? On the way back to the residence, Su Xian pondered deeply over the true nature of the matter at hand. At this moment, Nalan Tianqing was leading 2 legions, a total of 100,000 strong, in negotiations with the Balac Kingdom and the Xingluo Empire, aiming to resolve the border conflicts that had arisen earlier in the year. That it was quite plausible that the Spirit Hall intended to use this situation as leverage to incite chaos within Nalan Tianqing, thereby plunging the 2 great empires into warfare and weakening their military prowess. That it was precisely due to this grave consideration that Su Xian had taken the drastic step of imprisoning Xue Qinghe, a notion he surmised was also shared by the Snow Night Emperor. Yet, upon reflection, this situation seemed exceedingly trivial. 2 adolescents engaging in a mutual brawl, only to end up in tears and imploring their elders to settle the dispute. A marquis versus an imperial emperor. What a farce! Xue Qinghe was not one to lose face, and Nalan Xiao was no fool. He understood the severity of the situation, which was precisely why he had opted for a truce moments ago. Unless the Nalan family was eradicated by the royal family or Nalan Xiao met his demise, it would be quite difficult to instigate rebellious thoughts in Nalan Tianqing. Furthermore, the proximity of their earlier encounter to the Spirit Hall raised suspicions, suggesting that the latter might indeed be stirring trouble. As for the Xingluo Empire, despite its military superiority over the Tiando Empire, capable even of annihilating it, the current equilibrium maintained between the 2 empires was not without reason. Neither wished to see the Spirit Hall benefit from their discord. Therefore, igniting the flames of war would serve no one, which explained their inclination towards diplomacy. This was truly perplexing. Su Xian felt a throbbing headache. Wishing to exclaim, Yuan Fong, what is your perspective on this? Or perhaps to declare that there is but one truth, albeit he lacked the acumen to discern it. The matter at hand pertained to the stability of the border, and a single misstep could very well lead to the spread of conflict, particularly with Nalan Tianqing currently within the borders of the Balac Kingdom. Uncle Wang Xueming and Father Xue had both failed in their bid for the throne. Although the kingdom and the Tiando Empire appeared friendly on the surface, tensions simmered beneath, with both sides refraining from open hostility. Should Nalan Tianqing incite unrest, it would not only please the Spirit Hall, but also delight Xueming. This was indeed a formidable weapon. Was this fellow devoid of intellect? Or had his wits been devoured by a dog? Gritting his teeth, Su Xian harbored serious doubts regarding Xue Wuji's intelligence. Of all the adversaries in Tiando City, he chose to confront Nilan Xiao. Was he not simply inviting disaster? Moreover, given the substantial disparity in their levels, was he not merely asking for a beating? Indeed, he was asking for a thrashing, redirecting his course. He made his way to the prison. Gazing at the residence that was so near yet so far, Su Xian resolutely declared, "This matter concerns the stability of the empire and the welfare of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of citizens. I cannot remain idle." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon arriving at the Tiando Empire's prison, Su Xian had just disembarked from the carriage when he noticed two carriages, escorted by soldiers, arriving simultaneously. Xue Qinghe and the Snow Night Emperor emerged from their respective carriages, and the atmosphere grew instantly tense. "Your Majesty." The crowd hurriedly bowed. The Snow Night Emperor paid no heed, casting a fleeting glance at Su Xian, his expression inscrutable yet somewhat grim. Even upon encountering his adversary, Su Xian, his demeanor bore no trace of triumph. Rather, he appeared troubled, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, that if indeed the spirit hall was involved, matters would soon escalate beyond mere triviality. "Come forth," he beckoned to Su Xian and the others, striding swiftly into the prison. "Remember to conduct yourself appropriately," he reminded as he noticed Xue Qinghe hesitating. Alas, for the sake of his brother's ascension to the position of crown prince, he had truly exhausted himself. Xue Qinghe mused, "Why do I feel somewhat disdainful towards the title of crown prince at this moment?" In the prison, within a lavish cell reminiscent of a hotel, a solitary figure stood with his back to the wall, exuding an aura of deep resentment, his face a canvas of despair, as though lamenting, "My heart is heavy. I yearn for solitude." As footsteps approached, Xue Wuji raised an eyebrow, then nonchalantly made his way to the dining table. It was permissible to be embarrassed, but absolutely impermissible to lose face. The prison fare was surprisingly delectable. No wonder his elder brother had sent him here. There was a method to the madness. The prison's tranquility made it an excellent place for introspection and cultivation, yet he lamented that he could not linger here indefinitely. He ultimately had to return to the outside world. Alas, this was his first visit, and likely his last. Perhaps he would even find himself reminiscing about it in the future. With his back to the cell door, Xue Wuji held a chicken leg, chewing it with a nonchalant expression, embodying the ennui of a master, exuding an air of undeniable sophistication. Outside the cell, upon witnessing Xue Wuji's demeanor, the Snow Night Emperor's expression darkened. This truly was his son. How had he failed to realize how adept this child was at feigning composure? Su Xian interjected, "Xiu'er, please commence your performance of self-destruction. Do not cease." The Snow Night Emperor gritted his teeth, his tone icy as he admonished, "If you find the prison so agreeable, I can certainly arrange for you to remain here for a year or more before you are released." Hearing this, Xue Wuji was momentarily taken aback, a wave of immense surprise washing over him. "Father, I am wronged," he exclaimed, bursting into tears at the sight of the Snow Night Emperor. Unfazed, the Snow Night Emperor's gaze was sharp as a blade, penetrating and chilling. "You would do well to recount the details of this affair." I possessed little patience. The tremor coursed through him. Xue Wuji felt a surge of fear, realizing that playing the victim would avail him nothing. And he swiftly recounted the events that I broke through to Soul Master yesterday, pausing to gauge the Snow Night Emperor's reaction. He continued with a hint of disappointment. "I chanced upon Nilan Xiao on the street and wished to spar with him. But to my surprise, he was unwilling. The four heroes of Tiando are all outsiders. Now that I have attained Soul Master, I must bring glory to the royal family and claim the title of one of the four heroes." "Father, all of this has been for the sake of the royal family." With earnestness, Xue Wuji portrayed his intentions, yet his heartfelt efforts had ultimately been misinterpreted, leading to his distress that there was no one else instigating. The Snow Night Emperor trembled with rage, forcing the words through clenched teeth, his gaze nearly igniting with fury. "For the royal family? By the heavens, it seems you are desperate to see our royal family brought to ruin." Even Su Xian and Xue Qinghe, upon hearing this, were left dumbfounded, especially when they witnessed the glimmer of pride in Xue Wuji's eyes, as if 1,000 galloping horses rushed through their minds. "Where does this misplaced sense of superiority stem from? Do you not realize you nearly incited a catastrophe? Have your wits been crushed by the door and extinguished like a fleeting spark?" Xue Wuji nodded, then noticed the Snow Night Emperor glancing about as if searching for something, prompting him to ingratiate himself. "Father, what are you looking for?" With a swift motion, the Snow Night Emperor, incensed, drew his sword. "Father, what a fine blade." Su Xian and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, silently mourning for their brother. "Brother, we shall observe a moment of silence for you. The path to the underworld is long, and we cannot accompany you." Chapter 54. Tread lightly. Do not inflict any external injuries. Initially, Su Xian believed that defying authority and squandering resources had placed him on the precipice of recklessness. However, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe, he realized he had been overly naive. Look at him. Not only was he jeopardizing the stability of the empire, but even now, he dared to insult the Snow Night Emperor. This was true audacity. "Father, my younger brother is but a child and knows not the weight of his actions. Please show him mercy." Seeing the Snow Night Emperor poised to draw his sword against Xue Qinghe, Su Xian rushed to intervene, his eyes filled with brotherly affection. The elder brother. How could he bear to watch his sibling face such a fate? Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as Xue Qinghe fell unceremoniously to the ground, and Su Xian discreetly retracted his foot. "Father, all of this is my fault. I failed to keep an eye on him. Allowing my younger brother to cause trouble that if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." With profound loyalty, he clung tightly to the Snow Night Emperor's arm and kicked out once more. With a resounding crash, Xue Qinghe, who had just risen to confront Su Xian, was once again sent sprawling, his head buzzing. The Snow Night Emperor and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, exasperated. "Can you possibly sink any lower?" Both rolled their eyes at Su Xian, their expressions filled with disdain. "Is this what you call brotherly love? You spare him the rod but strike harder than anyone else. Where's your face?" With the chaos instigated by Su Xian, the Snow Night Emperor found himself at a loss for words, throwing down his sword in exasperation as he massaged his forehead, feeling a pang of frustration. "My second son is devoid of sense, while my eldest is cunning and shameless. How did I end up with such offspring?" Do not misconstrue. It is merely a cramp in my leg. It is somewhat uncooperative." Su Xian said sheepishly, scratching his head. A good elder brother of Tiando. How could he possibly engage in the act of striking his own brother, with his feet refusing to obey and the other party closing in? What could he possibly do? Yet, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating, almost as if he had developed an infatuation with his own feet. Haha. After delivering a couple of kicks to Xue Qinghe, Su Xian felt considerably uplifted. Initially, he had thought that Xue Qinghe was merely a victim of the spirit hall, but now it seemed that this fellow was entirely to blame for his predicament, all for the sake of a title among the four greats. He disregarded the front lines and engaged in a brawl with Nalanxiao. Is this truly the behavior of a rational individual? Deceiving me with expressions, wasting my genuine sentiments, squandering my brain cells on contemplation, and robbing me of precious time. I cannot quell my rage without giving him a good thrashing. As Su Xian unleashed his fury upon Xue Qinghe, both the Snow Night Emperor and Xue Qinghe couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. They had worried for nothing, only to find that this fellow remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, that a mere scuffle would not suffice to alleviate their frustration. Taking a deep breath, Xue suppressed his inner fury. "From this day forth, you shall remain in confinement for self-reflection. Without my decree, you are not to emerge." With a terse remark, the Snow Night Emperor departed, fearing that if he continued to lay eyes on Xue Qinghe, he might truly lose his temper and lash out, especially since there was another even more shameless and cunning individual present. Watching the Snow Night Emperor leave, Su Xian raised an eyebrow at Xue Qinghe. Instantly understanding, Xue Qinghe's gaze shifted toward Xue Qinghe. Having just witnessed Su Xian's actions, he too felt compelled to act. For Xue Qinghe had long been flaunting his bravado before him. He had yearned to give him a good beating. But his restraint and rationality had held him back. However, now the two turned their heads, fixing their gazes on Xue Qinghe, their faces adorned with amiable smiles as they slowly approached him. Xue Qinghe turned pale, momentarily forgetting his rage at being assaulted, and began to retreat in sheer terror. "What are you planning? Don't come any closer. If you do, I won't hold back. Brother, aren't you fond of fighting? Today, we shall indulge you in some practice." "Brother, you better stand still and let us have our way, or this matter will not be settled." Clenching their fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed as Su Xian and Xue Qinghe advanced relentlessly, quickly cornering Xue Qinghe against the wall. Lacking intellect, they could tolerate, as it made them feel superior. However, to lack intellect and seek trouble, Now that was entirely unacceptable. Do not push your luck. I have already advanced to the rank of Soul Master. Before Xue Qinghe could finish his protest, he was forcefully pinned to the ground by Su Xian and Xue Qinghe, his face rubbing against the floor. Let me go. What the hell, you two ruffians? Why are you stripping me? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe felt a chill on his back as his shirt was torn away, prompting a tightening sensation. Damn it. Are these two planning something? Help. This is harassment. A wave of dread washed over him as he struggled violently. His piercing cries echoing through the prison. Go ahead and scream. The more you shout, the more excited I become. No. Wait. Su Xian, feeling goosebumps rise, hastily stuffed Xue Qinghe's sock into his mouth to silence him. Third brother, the shirt is too short. Let's remove his pants and bind his hands. Su Xian suggested. All right. Xue Qinghe nodded vigorously, demonstrating not only his understanding, but also his adeptness at undressing. In an instant, Xue Qinghe's pants were stripped away and used to bind him. Xue Qinghe, I swear, I will not let this go. Just as Su Xian and Xue Qinghe were about to unleash their fists upon Xue Qinghe, footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. Upon seeing the Snow Night Emperor return, Xue Qinghe felt as if a savior had appeared, desperately writhing and making muffled sounds to attract his attention. Father, Xue Qinghe hurriedly began to explain, only to see the Snow Night Emperor cast a disinterested glance before picking up his sword and leaving without a moment's hesitation. Xue Qinghe, my heart is heavy, yet I am unable to express my sorrow. Upon witnessing the Snow Night Emperor depart with his sword, Su Xian and Xue Qinghe were momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. Before they could gather their thoughts, the Snow Night Emperor returned. Hastily approaching Xue Qinghe as he approached, Xue Qinghe's face was awash with tears. Having experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life, he knew deep down that his father still cared for him. Oh no. Father, you ought to untie me, not kick me. This is all wrong. I cannot be pacified without giving you a beating. With a powerful kick, the Snow Night Emperor struck Xue Qinghe's behind, cursing as he did so, leaving Su Xian and Xue Qinghe utterly bewildered. Soon, your mother will arrive. Do not inflict any visible injuries that might cause her distress, so be sure to strike gently, allowing for a proper lesson. The Snow Night Emperor was swift in his actions, leaving behind a succinct yet profound remark. Su Xian and Xue Qinghe. Father, you truly are a master. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's face turned ashen, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Xian and Xue Qinghe with a pitiful expression. Brother, for the sake of our bond, could you possibly go easy on me? Rest assured, we shall be gentle. Su Xian smiled and nodded, then picked up a blanket from the bed to cover Xue Qinghe. Su Xian indicated that when it came to brothers, their approach was always sincere. Before long, heart-wrenching cries echoed through the prison. You're really hitting me. I will not let this go. Be gentler, what the hell? Third brother, where are you kicking? Chapter 55, How lonely it is to be invincible. Within the prison, observing Xue Qinghe curled up in the corner, his clothes in disarray, his fair skin marred with wounds. He resembled a victim of assault, eliciting a tinge of sympathy from Su Xian. However, to be frank, he had indeed derived a sense of satisfaction from the earlier beating, almost becoming addicted to it. Brother, despite having given you a thrashing, we genuinely have your best interests at heart. Su Xian couldn't help but speak up. You may think he only appeals to reason. You are mistaken. He also employs reason. Albeit the latter is too cumbersome to articulate, while the former is far more convenient. If you refuse to comply, we will simply beat you until you do. It's that straightforward. Xue Qinghe shot Su Xian a glare, tears streaming down his face. For my well-being, I thank you with all my heart. You who yelled the loudest while beating me. How dare you utter such words? Xue Qinghe's lips twitched violently, and he silently took 2 steps back. Brother, please, commence your performance. I will remain a silent observer. What? Do you not believe me? Upon seeing the look in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Su Xian felt a pang of heartache. In this day and age, speaking the truth was met with disbelief. Do you not realize that Nalan Tianqing is negotiating with the Xinghua Empire? Engaging in a fight with Nalan Shao at this moment would only provide them with an opportunity to exploit. If Nalan Tianqing were to become enraged and revolt, how many lives would be at stake because of your recklessness? Thus, my father and I confined you, acting in the interest of the empire, to prevent you from making further mistakes. After speaking, Su Xian covered his eyes with his right hand, his expression a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xue Wujia's dim gaze suddenly brightened with understanding. He pondered seriously and seemed to grasp the situation. Slowly lifting his head, Xue Wujia, with tearful eyes, looked at Xue Mingtong. Third brother, is what my elder brother said true? Xue Mingtong. Damn it, did I not say I was merely here to watch? Why am I being dragged into this? Su Xian, damn it, I speak the truth, and you still do not believe me. This vendetta must be avenged. Sneaking a glance at Su Xian, Xue Mingtong added. Brother, what he said is indeed true. The front lines are of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any disruptions at this time. Seeing Xue Mingtong cooperate, Su Xian continued, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you nearly caused? Just now, you had the audacity to insult our father. Were it not for my intervention, he might have executed you. Do not be deceived by the fact that I merely kicked you a couple of times. The pain inflicted upon you also aches in my heart. Speaking earnestly, Su Xian wiped his eyes, which had turned red, and tears streamed down his face. Damn it, I accidentally used too much strength. It would have been better to use an onion. Xue Wujia. When did I insult our father? Boo-hoo. I am more wrong than Doi. I thought it was merely a regular contest. Little did I know it was so serious, with a despondent expression. His features contorted in dismay. Xue Wujia wiped away his sorrowful tears, feeling utterly disheartened. So, it seems he alone was just now coming to understand the circumstances. Truly unfortunate. Therefore, you must admit, disregarding the lives of the common folk and committing such foolish acts warrants punishment. Does it not? Su Xian gently coaxed. It does. Xue Wuji choked back tears and nodded slightly. Alas, such an innocent child. If I don't take advantage of him, I would feel guilty myself. Observing how Xue Wuji was easily deceived, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of ennui. Given this fellow's intelligence, there was truly no sense of accomplishment. It's no wonder he met his demise in the backstory of the original work. This certainly has its own reasons. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Xian's expression hardened, and the authority of the elder brother erupted in an instant. So, after all that just now, do you still feel wronged? Xue Wuji silently shook his head, though deep down, he felt that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Meanwhile, witnessing Xue Wuji being so easily duped, Xue Minghong couldn't help but admire Su Xian's cunning. Truly, as the elder brother, his shamelessness was indeed unparalleled, leaving others far behind. He had completely subdued the second brother, Xue Mingtong. Why does that sound a bit strange? Ahem, let us cut the small talk. Is there any fault on Xue Wuji's part? In terms of the situation, of course, there is. But the elder brother didn't need to be so furious, did he? Could it be that he is holding a grudge from the last time he caused trouble at his residence to mooch a meal? How chilling. Well, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is still commendable. You should stay here for a while. After all, you mentioned that the food here is delicious and comfortable. Consider it a retreat. With heartfelt sincerity, Su Xian patted Xue Wuji's head. Under Xue Wuji's incredulous gaze, Su Xian turned and left the prison. Alas, being too formidable indeed feels a bit lonely. Perhaps I should return home to find my little wife and get some rest. As Su Xian departed, the prison instantly fell silent. Turning to Xue Mingtong, Xue Wuji asked blankly, Third brother, what are you still doing here? Ahem, I let the elder brother leave first. Otherwise, the carriage and its entourage won't be able to move. Xue Mingong replied without a hint of embarrassment. He wasn't afraid. He was merely upholding the fine tradition of respecting the elders and cherishing the young. Su Xian chose not to dwell on Xue Wuji's reckless actions and took the carriage straight back to the residence. What is going on? As soon as he entered the door, Su Xian sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. This was not mere intuition. It stemmed from a man's instinct. Upon arriving in the great hall, 3 pairs of eyes swept over, and Su Xian's lips twitched. It seemed he had pinpointed the source of his unease. Elder brother, you're back. Xue Qinghe cheerfully bounded over, wrapping her arms around Su Xian's leg. Her adorable eyes squinting into crescent shapes, brimming with joy. Why are you out of the palace today? Does your aunt know? Su Xian lifted Xue Qinghe and playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as he spoke. With her large, glistening eyes fixed on Su Xian, Xue Qinghe explained, Mother consented for me to come find elder brother to play. I didn't sneak out. My little Qinghe is the most well-behaved. Teasing Xue Qinghe, Su Xian stepped further into the grand hall. She's here to find you. You can handle it as you see fit. Qianren Xue also approached, her expression impassive as she took Xue Qinghe into her arms. Casting a glance at Yu Tianmin with some irritation, a wave of sourness washed over, and Su Xian momentarily froze, looking innocently at Xian Xue. Although Yu Tianmin was indeed strikingly beautiful, he had nothing to do with her. He certainly wasn't the kind of man who would be swayed by every attractive woman he met. No, I must thoroughly sort this out tonight, ensuring you understand me on a personal level. Chapter 56. Why must you force my hand? Seriously assessing Yu Tianmin, Su Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. The woman was truly stunning, with a graceful and ethereal visage, alluringly elongated eyes, and an air of both coldness and dominance. Her skin as radiant as snow, her exquisitely shaped figure exuded a mature and voluptuous beauty, her delicate collarbone resembling a natural work of art, and her long legs, veiled by a split skirt, appeared mesmerizingly elusive, making it hard to look away. No wonder Yu Tianmin was dubbed the most beautiful woman of the Royal Academy, even outshining Qianren Xue by a few degrees. Of course, this was merely due to Qianren Xue's current disguise. If her true appearance were revealed, even in full bloom, she would not be able to compare. A smile that captivates a city, another that ensnares a nation perfectly describes the original version of Qianren Xue. Therefore, Su Xian's principle was to disregard any woman who wasn't as beautiful as Qianren Xue. It's a joke. I am a man you can never possess. Having just exhausted himself in a fight, Su Xian was too lazy to beat around the bush with Yu Tianmin and directly asked, "Did Meng Xinghe send you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianmin nodded slightly, her voice flowing like a stream formed from melting ice and snow. Both gentle and imbued with a chilling undertone. The formation of our battle team is now complete. To be honest, I do not agree with your inclusion, Your Highness, although Meng Jiao said you possess great strength. The gap between Soul Sovereign and Soul Sect will be magnified in team battles. This year, I do not wish for my team to lose. Do you understand, Your Highness? By the end, Yu Tianmin's gentle gaze turned as frigid as eternal ice. Devoid of any politeness, even towards the Grand Prince of the Empire, Yu Tianmin, 22 years old, level 48 Soul Sovereign, captain of the Royal Fighting Team, could have graduated from the Royal Academy, given her age and soul power level. Yet, she remained, determined to defeat the Wuan Temple team in the 5-year Soul Master competition and erase the shame of the previous defeat, an understanding of one another. Hearing such responsible words, Su Xian felt immensely grateful, almost wanting to rush over and take her hands in his. "You don't want me to join the team? Come on. Do you think I want to? I was merely ensnared by your committee. That old rascal Meng Xinghe is truly insidious. I thought he seemed rather normal in the original work, but didn't he realize he was so devious? It's not that age makes one more cunning. Rather, it seems he has become more audacious, not considering his future happiness at all." Su Xian blinked his large eyes, looking at her with naive anticipation. "Yu Tianmin, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Why don't you speak to Meng Xinghe and tell him not to let me join the team? I wouldn't want to hold you back. Look at me. I'm merely a Soul Sovereign." If it comes down to a fight, before Su Xian could finish his sentence, a pair of delicate hands pressed onto his shoulders, and he saw Qianren Xue smiling softly. "Husband, are you tired? Would you like me to give you a massage?" Su Xian's face paled slightly. "My dear wife, can we not make a fuss? I am trying to earn the opportunity to stay home with you." Understanding Qianren Xue's intent, Su Xian felt somewhat helpless. It seemed she was resolutely determined to have him participate in the Soul Master competition. Could it be she intends to introduce him to her mother, Bibi Dong, or Qian Douluo? If he were to visit her family, as her husband, he must support her, especially since no dowry had been provided. Furthermore, he preferred sleeping on a comfortable bed rather than the floor, especially if it meant cuddling with someone. The choice was already quite clear. Clearing his throat, Su Xian reorganized his words. The feeble and playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. "Yu Tianmin, I believe you seem to have forgotten that matters concerning the Royal Academy are dictated by the Empire. You are merely the captain." Upon saying this, Yu Tianmin's expression turned stern, her gaze towards Su Xian filled with incredulity. "Really? Can one retract words spoken so shamelessly? Are all men like this?" Meanwhile, Qianren Xue's kneading and massaging began to lessen in intensity as Su Xian relaxed slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Tianmin, exuding an air of unruly dominance. "Alas, it seems I cannot continue to feign modesty for even a day without my blissful life being disrupted. I initially intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but it seems that is no longer feasible. You think your level 48 soul sovereign prowess is strong? Huh. To me, it's merely a matter of waving my hand. With a slight smirk, Su Xian regarded Yu Tianmin with disdain. Don't even mention a one-on-one. Even if it were 1 against 7, he would not fear, especially at night. Confidence is commendable, but it seems the prince is rather overconfident. It appears someone needs to remind him why Yu Tianmin glared icily at Su Xian. Her soul power surging like a tidal wave, their gazes locked, sparks igniting between them. The tension palpable. 3 minutes later, on the back fighting stage of the royal prince's residence, 2 figures stood tall, a gentle breeze sweeping past, carrying away the fallen leaves, creating an atmosphere of chilling severity, as if thousands of swords were dancing in the air. With piercing eyes, Su Xian declared undeniably, "The victor takes all, the loser kneels in submission. If I win this battle, I shall become the captain of the royal fighting team, and you shall all follow my lead." Agreed. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Tianmin accepted, confident she would not lose. However, should I emerge victorious, you must comply with the academy's arrangements, even if it means taking on a substitute role and enduring training. Unfazed by Su Xian's domineering gaze, Yu Tianmin exuded an air of confidence, her demeanor striking and her icy glance devoid of any warmth. Without hesitation, Su Xian nodded and gestured toward Yu Tianmin, indicating that she should take the first move as she was a lady. A glimmer of cold light erupted from her eyes, and Yu Tianmin felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a soul master, she was reluctant to strike first for fear of losing honor even if she won, and thus she gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness, your soul power is lower than mine. You should strike first. That I do not wish for anyone to lose and refuse to acknowledge it." The confrontation intensified. Su Xian responded, "Indeed, the script is played out, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Since you insist I make the first move, I shall not hold back." With a slight smirk, Su Xian retrieved 3 capture cannons from his storage ring. With a thunderous sound, 3 enormous nets lunged toward Yu Tianmin. And then, there was nothing more to say. On the ground lay a creature resembling a mummy, accompanied by a heavy, moaning sound. "Why must you force my hand?" Su Xian sighed, blowing the white smoke from the cannon's mouth. Shaking his head, "I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. You cannot blame me for that." Chapter 57. The shamelessness continues. "You are shameless." Upon being released from her restraints, Yu Tianmin's face turned a deep shade of purple-black. Her once bright aquamarine eyes now ablaze with fury, her gaze fixed on Su Xian, and if looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Why Yu Tianmin could never have anticipated that this duel would conclude in such a manner. Though her martial spirit was not human, he was truly despicable. "If you have the ability, fight me honorably. What is the meaning of resorting to underhanded tactics?" Anger, defiance, and resentment brewed within her, leaving Yu Tianmin feeling utterly humiliated and speechless. "This is not shamelessness. Rather, I am imparting a lesson, one entitled social beatings," Su Xian remarked nonchalantly, shrugging. "History is always written by the victors. Apologies, but it appears that I have won. If you have the ability, let me go, and we shall fight again." Yu Tianmin's eyes widened in outrage, her teeth clenched, blood faintly visible at her gums. "That I could release you, and we could fight again." But Su Xian paused, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he looked at Yu Tianmin, his gaze brimming with malice. "But what?" Yu Tianmin's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to inquire urgently. "Only if you admit that you cannot handle losing. Shall we start anew?" Su Xian replied with an air of ease. Yu Tianmin exclaimed, "MMP, you are the one who cannot handle it. Your entire family cannot handle it. Losing is losing. Remember, in the future, the captain of the royal duel team will be my husband." At this moment, Xue stepped onto the duel stage, her gaze toward Yu Tianmin filled with mockery and satisfaction. Having said that, she paid no mind to Yu Tianmin's murderous glare and joyfully embraced Su Xian's arm. "Husband, you are truly remarkable." The sensation of her blossoming presence sent a shiver down Su Xian's spine, and he quickly waved his hand at Xue. "We must keep this discreet. You can tell me all about it later tonight." With that, Su Xian subtly gestured toward Yu Tianmin, feigning shyness, for there were others present. Yu Tianmin exclaimed, "Damn it! Out of nowhere, you caused trouble and strained my waist." Staring at Su Xian, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. She felt as if she were meeting him for the first time. "What nonsense are you spouting? I will not engage with you." Her face was as red as a cherry glistening with dew. And Qianren Xue, filled with rage, pinched Su Xian's soft waist, her eyes wide with indignation, before she hurriedly left with Xue Qinghe. Ouch, that was quite severe. Wincing, Su Xian rubbed his waist, feeling a bit better. This wife of mine is becoming bolder. If this continues, it will lead to chaos. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him, as he suddenly felt quite disheartened. He had traversed into this world too early. Had he waited until the original plot began, he could have showcased his treasured skills to assert his authority. Now, reflecting on it, he could only lament the missed opportunities. However, upon further contemplation, Su Xian felt something amiss. If he had arrived later, he would have been in Qianren Xue's position. A man's heart in a woman's body. Goodness, this is utterly useless. He shuddered, feeling a sense of isolation. Watching Su Xian lost in thought, his expression shifting like a tempest, Yu Tianmin found his gaze peculiar and suddenly felt a desire to keep her distance from him. However, regrettably, she found it impossible to do so. What are you staring at? Noticing Yu Tianmin's strange demeanor, Su Xian immediately realized she was scrutinizing him, but he glared back, exclaiming in anger, "Who cares?" Yu Tianmin disdainfully turned her head away. Su Xian retorted, "Humph, another local, not from that northeastern region. If you think you cannot handle losing, just say so. I am not the type to deny you a chance." Observing Yu Tianmin's indignant expression, he scolded her with annoyance. "You are the one who cannot handle it." Yu Tianmin shot him a fierce glare. Though she was unwilling to accept it, the truth had become undeniable, and she had to concede. "I concede." Each word was pronounced with great effort, as if forced out from between clenched teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as they bore into Su Xian. "Are you still unwilling to accept your defeat?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow, mocking her disdainfully. "Haven't eaten. Speak louder." "I didn't hear you." Veins bulged on her forehead, and Yu Tianmin's expression turned icy, her teeth grinding as she declared, "I said I lost." "That's more like it." "I commend your courage to speak your mind," Su Xian replied, thoroughly satisfied, as the position of captain of the royal duel team was easily within his grasp. "From now on, the arrangements for competitions will be dictated by me." Yu Tianmin exclaimed, "Which eye of yours saw me speaking from the heart? Not only deceiving others, but now even deceiving yourself. This is truly ridiculous. I have admitted defeat. Let me go." Yu Tianmin said with a resentful tone. "Rest assured, I keep my word." With that, Su Xian retrieved the capture cannon and retracted the energy nets. Suddenly, Yu Tianmin sprang up, kicking directly at Su Xian with a look of indignation. Despite her admission of defeat, this was far from over. "At such a short distance, let's see how you evade." The corners of Yu Tianmin's mouth lifted, envisioning Su Xian's cries of pain, a thrill coursing through her. Yet, could reality unfold as she wished? Seemingly spurred into action, a burst of red light erupted from Su Xian's body, and before Yu Tianmin could comprehend what transpired, she was sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of Yu Tianmin's mouth as she stared in shock at Su Xian, her mind in chaos. Yet, what followed left her even more bewildered. "Ouch, my stomach, it hurts so much." Su Xian clutched his abdomen, a pained expression on his face, as if he could no longer endure, slowly collapsing. Yu Tianmin. "Little one, do you have many questions?" Before she could react, 3 energy nets erupted once more. This scene was disturbingly familiar. Yu Tianmin. MP. The same scene, the same fate, the same shock. Yu Tianmin fell once again, staring blankly at Su Xian, who appeared unfazed as he stored the soul-guided cannon. Then winked at her with a smile. In that moment, he bore no trace of pain. "You are shameless." Yu Tianmin's composure shattered, her eyes bloodshot as she screamed. "Shameless? Apologies. The shamelessness has only just begun." Su Xian smirked, then once more clutched his abdomen, crying out, "Help! Is there anyone here? I have been injured by an assassin." "Assassin? I will stab you in the face." Yu Tianmin's expression turned dark as if soaked in ink. Feeling both wronged and frustrated, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Oh, please, be a decent person." Chapter 58. "Have you considered compensating me?" With a thunderous roar, within mere seconds, the dueling arena was enveloped by the guards of the prince's residence, rendering escape impossible. The spears glinted coldly, the soldiers' expressions as frosty as ice, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. Yu Tianmin found herself surrounded, her expression mirroring that of Xue Qinghe moments prior, devoid of hope. "Husband, are you all right?" Qianren Xue entrusted Xue Qinghe to others for care and hurriedly rushed over here. Upon seeing Su Xian lying on the ground in agony, She immediately dashed forward. As two soldiers approached to assist him, Su Xian forcefully broke free, only to collapse directly into a warm embrace. Cough, cough. Perfect. Xue, quickly help me back. My body is in excruciating pain. His right hand swiftly wrapped around Qianren Xue's waist, his complexion pale as he cried out in distress. Don't move. I will take you back at once. Seeing Su Xian's ghastly pallor, Qianren Xue felt tears welling up in her eyes and hurriedly carried him away. Woo, woo, woo. Watching Su Xian leave, Yu Tianmin immediately began to struggle. Her face filled with urgency. If news of the crown prince's assassination were to spread, it would surely cause an uproar. What was even more infuriating was that she hadn't even touched the guy. She was completely innocent. Woo, woo, woo. Although she did not know Douluo, she felt even more wronged than Douluo herself. In the courtyard, the bedroom door was flung open with a loud bang. Qianren Xue hurriedly carried Su Xian to the bedside and was about to place him on the bed when suddenly a tremendous force struck, causing her to tumble onto the bed as well. More accurately, she fell into Su Xian's embrace. Upon seeing Su Xian's mischievous grin, Qianren Xue instantly understood. So you dare to deceive me again? Pouting her lips, she angrily waved her little fists at him. Although she was furious, the concern etched on Qianren Xue's face gradually faded, replaced by a smile of relief. Grabbing both of Qianren Xue's hands, Su Xian forcefully pulled her onto himself. Their bodies seemed to meld together, with Qianren Xue lying completely atop Su Xian. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear. Their gazes locked. The warmth of her soft body in his embrace made Su Xian's heart flutter, and he carefully placed his fingers over Qianren Xue's lips, gently cautioning her. Her cheeks flushed with a visible blush. Qianren Xue's heart raced wildly, and the last remnants of her anger vanished, feeling two hands wrapped around her waist. She shot Su Xian an indignant glare, but made no move to resist. What are you planning this time? She rested her hands on Su Xian's chest, her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Su Xian did not respond, but instead gazed appreciatively at his petite wife, his eyes brimming with sweetness and infatuation. Her clear, bright pupils, gently arched brows, and long lashes trembled slightly with emotion, radiating a sense of shyness. The flawlessly fair skin of her face glowed with a faint blush, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders with a lazy yet youthful grace, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her lips curling into a captivating smile. What captivated Su Xian even more were her delicate, rose-petal-like lips, slightly upturned in a playful yet alluring manner, exuding an irresistible charm that felt both enticing and unattainable. At this moment, he was less than an inch away from them. Noticing the growing heat in Su Xian's gaze, Qianren Xue's heart raced, and she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, playfully scolding him. I still haven't settled the score for your earlier deception, and now you're trying to pull another trick? Su Xian suddenly became clear-headed, his impure thoughts dispelled. He coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness before revealing his plan. You really hold grudges, huh? Upon understanding what Su Xian intended to do, Qianren Xue burst into laughter, her heart silently mourning for the unfortunate individual involved. Well, what can I say? It's your fault for getting Yu Tianmin to set me up. Su Xian shrugged innocently. As if recalling something, Su Xian reminded her, make sure to handle this discreetly. Don't alert my father or anyone else. I'll deal with him privately. Of course. But Qianren Xue readily agreed. Her eyes mischievously fixed on Su Xian. Su Xian's expression stiffened. But what? How many gold coins are you planning to offer to keep my mouth shut? She playfully wiggled her eyebrows, grinning at him. Money is too mundane. As husband and wife, we should use methods befitting our relationship. Su Xian resolutely shook his head. Husband and wife methods. Qianren Xue looked utterly bewildered before she could fully process this. Her delicate face leaned in closer, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Qianren Xue finally regained her composure and, in a flustered and embarrassed manner, pushed Su Xian away. I haven't settled the score for your earlier deception. And now you're bullying me again. Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson. With that, Qianren Xue snatched a soft pillow and began to assault Su Xian with it. Ouch. Careful. If you keep hitting my hand, it might just break. I don't believe your nonsense. You're trying to deceive me again. Just watch. My hand is already moving on its own. Ah, you shameless person. Let go of me. I wish I could. But my hand won't listen. Shameless. Let go of me. No way. Resigned. Qianren Xue lay atop Su Xian, her face flushed, her expression radiating a serene and sweet smile. If you don't let go soon, news of the assassination attempt in the manor will spread. All right, you win. Upon hearing this, Su Xian generously released Yearns Xue, but not before scratching his waist, eliciting a burst of laughter from her. Remember, whatever compensation you owe, you must give me half. With a stern face, Yearns Xue declared, don't you have several million? Is the manor's expenditure really that high? Su Xian asked in disbelief. That's different. That was your money. Well, this is what I earned through my own efforts. Yearns Xue shook her head, her stubborn little mouth curling up, her eyes sparkling with excitement and delight. I don't care how the money comes. What matters is that I'm making it for the manor. Su Xian. So your skill is just economy? You're impressive. I thought I was shameless enough, but it seems I've finally met my match today. He gave Yearns Xue a thumbs up, feeling as if he could almost cry, fully empathizing with those he had previously deceived. Woo, woo, woo. I learned it from you. Remember, not a single gold coin less. Yearns Xue raised an eyebrow. Her eyes filled with mischief. Su Xian. Why does it suddenly feel like the gold coins I'm about to receive aren't appealing anymore? Have you considered letting me repay you in kind? I am quite willing. Bah. Chapter 59. At least 15 people. Come if you dare. With Yearns Xue's arrangements, the news of Su Xian's assassination did not spread, and everyone in the manor was now filled with enthusiasm, seeking opportunities to prove themselves and shake off their status as slaves, ensuring that no one would leak the information. Initially, Su Xian thought that after confronting the dream god machine, the other party would know to be more cautious. However, the next day, a beautiful woman was sent to placate him. Little did he know that he once had a moniker in the Sun Kingdom. 15 times a night. Did they really think one beauty could handle him? Was he someone to be underestimated? Thus, in order to teach this old man a proper lesson, Su Xian felt it was both necessary and appropriate to con him once again, making it clear how many people should be sent next time. Wait. What he really wanted was for the old man to understand that when it came to competing with him, he was nothing but a mere trifle, and by the end, he'd be left begging for a coffin, needing others to chip in. Isn't it better to save some money and enjoy a comfortable retirement? Sigh, there are not many young people left who think about the elderly like this. Xue, go prepare some purple grapes and tomato juice for me. Su Xian commanded authoritatively, confident in his skills at conning. Upon hearing this, Yearns Xue couldn't help but mourn for the dream god machine. Thinking to herself, why provoke this guy? Didn't she see that he had already subdued her? Sighing inwardly, Yearns Xue silently vowed that when it came time to distribute the gold coins, she would definitely not laugh out loud. Hee hee. At the Royal Academy, Dream God Machine leisurely savored fragrant tea in his courtyard, wearing a contented expression as he quietly awaited good news from Yu Tianmin. Although he had heard that Su Xian's strength was extraordinary, he did not believe that Yu Tianmin would lose. After all, their martial souls and soul power were not on the same level. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, a top-tier beast martial soul, and a level 48 battle soul master. She could not possibly lose. The younger generation these days is becoming increasingly arrogant. A little lesson wouldn't he hurt. Reflecting on Su Xian's boastful claim of fighting 7 opponents at once, Dream God Machine couldn't help but shake his head in mockery. Forget about fighting 7. You can't even handle one. It seems I can already envision Su Xian, with his tail tucked between his legs, returning to training in a pitiful state, and Meng Xingji couldn't help but chuckle. What good are your words when you ultimately fall to my hands? Do you think my esteemed title as the vice chair of the Royal Academy's Education Committee is merely for show? Ha ha ha. What a delight. The Dream Chair has sent someone from the Crown Princess side, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Just then, a servant rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. Ah, here he comes. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingji's eyes gleamed, and a look of pride spread across his face. Truly, this student reflects well upon me. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. I got too excited and nearly choked. Quickly, bring him in. With a grand gesture, Meng Xingji's face was radiant, resembling a triumphant general, exuding an aura of power and authority. The servant glanced at Meng Xingji in surprise, but upon meeting his gaze, quickly complied. Soon after, a man dressed as a servant entered the courtyard. He appeared rather ordinary, but his eyes were particularly small, giving him a furtive look. My lord, it's terrible. The crown prince has been attacked. Upon seeing Meng Xingji, the man burst into tears, frantically scrambling towards him and clutching his leg. Meng Xingji could have easily evaded him, but at that moment, his mind went blank. and he felt as though his very soul had been drained. An attack. His lips trembled as a sense of foreboding washed over him, a palpable danger looming in his heart that an attack, and they seek him out? Goodness, could it possibly be her? His face turned pale with horror, his mind buzzing, barely able to steady himself against the table. No way. There must be some misunderstanding. With a sudden kick, he shoved the man aside and rushed towards the Crown Prince's residence, unable to believe that Yution men from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family could commit such a foolish act. Indeed, there had to be another reason behind this. It must be said that Meng Xinghe is a good teacher, still worrying about Yution men. However, he could never have imagined that he was the mastermind behind this assassination. And he was unwittingly walking into a trap that, as Su Xian would say, he was a fool with too much money, lacking any sense of fulfillment in being deceived. The Crown Prince's residence. In the back garden, a fierce battle was underway, with Su Xian holding his own against two opponents without losing ground. Casting a glance at Xue and Qinghe, Su Xian smirked, his eyes brimming with pride. He knew he could easily take on two opponents. After all, how could he have earned the title of knightly champion without merit? Taking a bite of a purple grape, he pressed his hands down and declared, "I still call the shots here. Do you both have any objections?" "None at all." Xue and Qinghe exchanged glances at their cards, shaking their heads in dismay, sensing defeat looming. "Hee, I'll bet 500 gold soul coins. My brother will win." Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully pushed a pile of coins towards Su Xian. Although she didn't quite understand the game, her instincts told her she was in for a win. "With money, I can buy so many delicious treats." Su Xian looked at the 500 gold soul coins before him, then at his advantageous hand, and suddenly felt less enthusiastic, rubbing Xue Qinghe's little head. He lamented, "Kur, when you grow up, you'll surely be a wealthy woman, without any worries about marriage." Woo. Initially thinking that playing Do Diju would allow him to relish the thrill of winning and passing the time. He found himself winning every round, yet having to pay out money. What kind of logic was this? Those hundreds of coins were all his winnings. A single coin is still money, even if he had over 10 million left. Noticing something was amiss, Su Xian turned his head in curiosity. He saw Xue pouting unhappily, her big eyes filled with hope as she stared at him. His heart softened instantly, leaning his head on Xue's shoulder. He smiled and nudged her cheek, just as she pushed him away to be serious. "Kur and the others are still here." Her face flushed slightly. Xue shyly reminded him. Su Xian retorted, "Who is it just now? Acting pitiful to seek comfort, only to push me away now? Humph, women, truly my wife? I'll behave when they're not around." Su Xian maintained a serious facade while pinching her soft, bouncy cheek. Xue's face burned, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Su Xian. "I didn't hear anything. I was merely enjoying the dog food," Qinghe remarked, munching quietly. "This stuff is indeed not easy to pair with a meal." Nearby, Xue Qinghe, with her sparkling eyes, glanced at Su Xian, then at Xue, and quietly retrieved her little stash of coins. Her instincts warned her that something was off between her brother and sister-in-law. "This round was risky," Su Xian exclaimed. "Little sister, you wound me. Do you see me as the kind of brother who would sacrifice fairness for his wife?" Chapter 60. Look, I'm bleeding out. In the back courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence, sounds of joy and merriment echoed. Thanks to Su Xian's leniency, both Xue and Qinghe had significantly improved their game and were not defeated. My apologies. I only have one card left. Raising an eyebrow at Xue, Su Xian smugly informed her. With a frown, Xue instinctively glanced at her bomb and the cards on the table. Her expression conflicted. She was the landlord this round. She couldn't possibly lose. A king bomb. Seeing she had two powerful cards, Xue swiftly played her big and small kings. Her bright eyes scanned the two, her expression a mix of seriousness and dominance. "No," Su Xian responded. Clearing his throat, he noticed Qinghe's movements and quickly coughed. "What are you doing?" Noticing the sidelong glance directed at Qinghe, Xue suspected they were conspiring and quickly admonished them. "Nothing." Su Xian shook his head nonchalantly, secretly signaling Qinghe. When Xue wasn't looking, "I don't want to either." Qinghe immediately understood, smiling as she shook her head, feeling a tinge of envy towards the Crown Princess. However, some things were beyond her reach as a mere maid at a straight 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just one card left. Gripping her too tightly, Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her face flushed with anticipation. Su Xian naturally couldn't intervene. After all, his wife was too formidable. As for Qinghe, after receiving Su Xian's hint, she also shook her head. To be able to play games with the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, experiencing wins and losses, was already a tremendous honor. She knew to hold back. I played it too. I won as the landlord. Seeing both of them concede, Xue swiftly threw down her cards, seemingly afraid they might reconsider. Alas, I only had a 2 left. You made it too easy for me. While Su Xian and the others were enjoying their game, a carriage hurriedly approached the streets of Tiando City. Upon arriving at the Crown Prince's residence, Xinghe wasted no time, his expression grave as he rushed inside. After inquiring with a maid, he stormed into the back courtyard, his heart tormented as if being fried in hot oil that he feared for Su Xian's safety. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to clear his name. After all, Tianmin was the one he had summoned to temper Su Xian's edge, and considering this, goodness, it seemed he was the true mastermind. If Tianmin pushed him, all the blame would fall on him. Truly, it was a case of sitting in someone else's courtyard while the pot fell from the sky. Oh, how distressing. Yet, upon arriving at the back courtyard, his heart sank further. I won again. Hurry and pay up. Give it. It's not like we don't have money. Your Highness, if I lose again, I might not have any left, and no worries. All your losses will count under my account. Just settle it with the accountant later. Thank you, Your Highness. With excitement and surprise on his face, Su Xian transferred the coins from the table to himself, his lively demeanor immediately leaving Xinghe dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this how you react after an assassination attempt? I can't believe I fell for your tricks. Internally cursing Su Xian's family, Xinghe's heart grew vigilant. His instincts warned him that this was certainly not a good sign. Oh, seeing Xinghe actually coming to the bowl, Su Xian's eyes lit up, confirming his suspicions. This was undoubtedly a foolish person with too much money. Take her away. Things might get a bit bloody from here on out. Waving to Qinghe, Su Xian remained composed, not showing any signs of panic at Xinghe's arrival. There exists a form of deception that requires no theatrical performance. It suffices for the other party to feel anxious. Qinghe nodded, her gaze falling upon Xue Qinghe, who was sound asleep in the rocking chair, clutching a bulging golden pouch. Unable to suppress her laughter, she mused, Your Highness, you are indeed quite adorable, fortunately, as a soul master. She found the weight of the pouch to be inconsequential. As she watched Qinghe depart, Xinghe snapped back to reality, approaching Su Xian and his companion with a bewildered expression, as if questioning the very essence of existence. Your Highness, were you not attacked? Xinghe's mouth slightly agape, his eyes fixated on Su Xian. Indeed, I was attacked. Do you not see my current agony and fury? I can only play games to soothe my wounded spirit. Su Xian replied, blinking his large eyes and maintaining a serious demeanor. You have no idea how formidable that female assassin was. She nearly took my life. As he spoke, Su Xian pressed his left hand against his chest, feigning anguish, while his right hand casually plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth. What a sweet grape. My heart aches so. Xinghe, clearly exasperated, retorted, I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. Could you not exhibit a modicum of decorum and take your performance a bit more seriously? Show me some respect. Upon hearing that it was a female assassin, combined with Su Xian's current demeanor and the mysterious absence of Tianmin, Xinghe realized he had once again been duped. An assassin. I ought to assault you right in the face. It is painfully clear that I have been set up. Your Highness, Tianmin is certainly not an assassin. She was sent by me to test your strength. There must be some misunderstanding, Xinghe replied, his frustration palpable. So that was the intention of the Dream Sect leader. I mistakenly thought she was here to assassinate me. Su Xian feigned enlightenment, a smile playing on his lips. Well, Your Highness, it would be prudent to release her. I can confront her directly. Xinghe was taken aback by Su Xian's nonchalance regarding the assassination attempt, expecting him to be more tenacious. Had he misjudged the situation? We can discuss her release later. It is imperative that the Dream Sect leader is held accountable for sending someone to injure me. Su Xian's expression hardened as he reminded Xinghe, Your Highness, it appears you are not injured, are you? Knowing Su Xian would not let this go, Xinghe inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain his composure. Wait. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. In these times, who truly cares about a mere pound or 2 of blood? He lifted a glass of freshly squeezed tomato juice and took a sip. Not swallowing it, spitting it out, He pointed at the bloodstains on the ground with innocent eyes, asking, Dream Sect leader, do you not see that I have spat blood? How is this not serious? Meng Xinghe exclaimed in outrage. You are outright slandering me. His eyes reddened with fury. Oh, slander. That term sounds quite impressive. However, I shall refrain from shamelessly slandering you. What can you do about it, Dream Sect leader, if you continue this way? I may very well call for an assassin again. With a resigned gesture, Su Xian picked up a dark purple grape and smashed it against his forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. Meng Xinghe was left speechless. Realizing the extent of the absurdity, am I to understand the situation with the assassin now? His internal frustration boiled over. Chapter 61. Are you threatening me, Your Highness? Everything I do is for the honor of the Tiando Empire. Are you not afraid of disheartening the students of the Royal Academy with your actions? His eyes ablaze, Meng Xinghe could no longer contain his fury, bellowing in outrage. He had sacrificed so much for the Royal Academy, tirelessly coming here to uphold the honor of both the Empire and the Academy. Look at what the Crown Prince has done, openly distorting the truth and shamelessly framing me. This is intolerable. Su Xian, taken aback by Meng Xinghe's sudden outburst, moved aside, holding on to Xue. Dear, have we perhaps gone too far? He hesitantly suggested. This is none of my concern. You instigated all of this. I am merely responsible for dividing the spoils. Xue replied playfully, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Xian exclaimed, Goodness, my dear, you are truly heartless. You have changed, becoming quite wicked. His face fell, feeling somewhat despondent. Woe is me. It seems my wife has learned to be bad alongside me. With a smile, Xue teased, Who told you to always bully me? Now you realize your mistake. Wrong? I'm afraid not. Regarding this matter, I will not compromise. I will continue to bully you. You can never escape. He pinched Xue's cheek, speaking with a mock ferocity. You are such a brute. You show no regard for tender feelings. Xue's neck flushed crimson as she was flustered by Su Xian's words. Instinctively swatting his hands away in embarrassment, Su Xian beheld Xue's shimmering eyes, her long eyelashes quivering with her heartbeat, and her face flushed with shyness. He found himself momentarily at a loss. His wife's beauty was both a blessing and a torment to him. Suppressing his inner desires, he gently embraced Xue, inhaling the delicate fragrance of orchids that enveloped him, with a mischievous smile. Su Xian leaned closer to Xue and whispered, So, you yearn for my tender affection. When we go to bed tonight, why do you not allow me to hold you? Seeing Su Xian taking advantage of the situation, Xue shot him an indignant glare, her fair face flushed with anger, akin to a blooming rose, vibrant and alluring. Her eyes flashed with ire as she glared at Su Xian, who seemed to revel in teasing her. Despite her insistence that he not hold her before sleep, she knew he would inevitably wrap around her like an octopus, all while claiming she did not permit it. After all, she was still a girl, young and unmarried. Some modesty was necessary. Despite this, her demeanor was not sufficiently clear, was it? Humph, you odious fiend, I shall not let you sleep in my bed tonight. Let us see how you fare. While Su Xian and Xue engaged in their playful banter, Meng Xinghe was left seething, his face flushed with indignation, then turning to a deep shade of purple and ultimately black with rage. Internally, he began cursing. Damn it, my emotions are raging like a tsunami, and you two should have provided me with some explanation first. To leave me here while you flirt is beyond intolerable. I, Meng Xinghe, have fought valiantly for the Empire, only to find myself in such a predicament. Truly, the heavens are unjust. Coughing violently, the surge of soul power emanating from Meng Xinghe alerted Su Xian and Xue to his imminent explosion. Dream Sect leader, please do not be so agitated. I was merely jesting, Su Xian quickly interjected. Meng Xinghe retorted, joking, Do you truly believe I can jest with you? I have stripped myself bare, and you dare say it is but a joke? Taking a deep breath, Meng Xinghe's icy gaze bore into Su Xian, clearly still seething with anger. Your Highness, why have you summoned me here? Like an enraged lion, Meng Xinghe's voice was low yet charged with an explosive potential. Su Xian shrugged, casting a peculiar glance at Meng Xinghe. Did I not say? I was attacked. What? Did you not claim it was a joke? Meng Xinghe's mind reeled, struggling to grasp the situation. Did you not hear? I said the tomato juice was a jest. However, everything else is quite genuine, Su Xian clarified. Meng Xinghe was left speechless, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. So you still maintain that I conspired to assassinate you? What nonsense is this? And do not glare at me. It was you Tianmin who attempted to ambush me after conceding defeat. Had I not reacted swiftly, the tomato juice on the ground would indeed have been my blood. Su Xian feigned innocence. Why you Tianmin lost. Meng Xingji, disregarding the rest of Su Xian's comments, felt a shock run through him as his pupils dilated in disbelief. Why you Tianmin, a 48th level battle soul master, losing to a 37th level battle soul sovereign. Surely, this was a jest. Had this individual truly grown so powerful? If only Yu Tianmin could hear the thoughts of Meng Xingji, she would likely explode in incredulity. Powerful? Heavens, it is all a scheme. She caught me completely off guard. Taking a deep breath, Meng Xingji's astonishment began to overshadow his anger, his tone softening considerably. Your Highness, even if Yu Tianmin attempted to ambush you, it may not qualify as an assassination. Upon hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Then, pray tell, Dream Sect leader, what exactly constitutes an assassination? This left Meng Xingji momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Your Highness, perhaps you could discuss how to absolve Yu Tianmin. Considering she is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Xue Qinghe harbored the intention of being unyielding in his pursuit of reason, while Meng Xingji found himself in a state of helplessness. However, it was imperative to bring attention to Yu Tianmin's sensitive identity, urging Xue Qinghe to carefully consider the ramifications involved. Are you threatening me, belonging to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Upon hearing these words, Xue Qinghe's gaze sharpened, coldly fixing on Meng Xingji. He had always preferred gentleness over force. His earlier concession was merely a jest, rooted in respect for Meng Xingji's age and contributions, for he believed in honoring the elderly and nurturing the young. Otherwise, he would have pushed him to his limits. As for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, what significance did that hold? With 2 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannons at his disposal, he had nothing to fear. Were it not for his inherently kind nature, he could have easily dominated the entire continent. Seeing Xue Qinghe exhibit no trace of fear, Meng Xingji was momentarily taken aback. This was not the script he had envisioned. My dear fellow, that is the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family we are discussing, one of the 3 great sects. Your Highness, are you aware of how obstinate you are? If the Snowy Night Emperor were to hear these words from Meng Xingji, he would undoubtedly shake his head in disbelief. He knew nothing of the matter, nor did it concern him. He was simply desperate for relief. Chapter 62. Is there a hint of aristocratic flair? Your Highness, I assure you, I am not issuing a threat, merely offering a reminder. Perplexed by Xue Qinghe's seemingly unhinged behavior, Meng Xingji took a moment to ponder before taking a step back. You need not remind me of that. Instead of thinking of me, perhaps consider how you might compensate me. With a cold, unwavering gaze locked on Meng Xingji, Xue Qinghe stated firmly, compensation? What compensation? Meng Xingji was momentarily flummoxed, utterly bewildered by how the conversation had veered into the realm of recompense. How could you not understand this? No wonder you will forever remain outside the position of the dean. Xue Qinghe felt a tinge of disappointment as he regarded Meng Xingji. It was evident that this old man was oblivious to the harsh realities of society. With a piercing gaze, Xue Qinghe gravely reminded him, although Yu Tianmin did not intend to assassinate me, she nearly inflicted serious harm, and she was sent by you. Do you not believe you should take responsibility for this matter? But your Highness, was there not any injury? Meng Xingji's lips twitched as he attempted to defend himself. Indeed, I was not injured, Xue Qinghe conceded with a nod. Initially, he had contemplated inflicting a wound upon himself to extract some blood. But he quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it not worth the trouble for such a trivial sum. However, pausing briefly, Xue Qinghe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he continued, the absence of injury does not absolve the necessity for compensation. I am still extending you the courtesy of not escalating this matter further in your presence. Every year, there are those who claim to have made attempts on my father's life, yet they now lie in unmarked graves. What difference does it make whether one is injured or not, Meng Xingji? Is there truly a distinction? Of course, there is a significant difference. Others engage in deliberate assassination attempts, and whether His Majesty is injured or not, there is no escape for them. However, this situation is different. Yu Tianmin had no intention of assassination. It was likely a momentary lapse in judgment. The weight of the term assassination is heavily reliant on your own rhetoric. With a long sigh, Meng Xingji finally grasped the situation. He had likely sent Yu Tianmin to suppress Xue Qinghe, and this fellow was seizing the opportunity to make things difficult for him. How absurd! Could you not be so petty? Where is your demeanor as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? Your noble virtues of kindness and humility? beloved by the people, have all been devoured by dogs. Your Highness, please be straightforward. What is it that you truly wish for me to do? Meng Xinghe, utterly exasperated, gave up the struggle, conceding, certainly, compensation is in order. Am I to demand your flesh as recompense? Xue Xian retorted. Irked, Meng Xinghe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? I would never agree to such a notion. His chest heaved with anger, and his complexion turned crimson. However, considering that it was merely a matter of monetary compensation, he could begrudgingly accept it as the least burdensome option. How many gold coins do you seek, Your Highness? Meng Xinghe inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Wait a moment, let me calculate, Xue Xian replied with a sly smile. Beginning to assess the extent of Meng Xinghe's wealth, a Soul Duo, and the Dean of the Royal Academy, Meng Xinghe's monthly stipend amounted to approximately 40 to 50,000 gold coins, translating to 500,000 gold coins annually. After a decade in his position, he would have accrued around 4 to 5 million gold coins. My word, he is positively swimming in riches, after accounting for his expenditures. He likely still possessed over 100,000. Xue Xian's mind began to whirl with possibilities, a smile gracing his lips as he adopted a congenial demeanor. I can see that this was an unfortunate mishap on your part. Thus, I shall extend a friendly price of 99,000. 99? Meng Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The figure was simply too low. A trip to the Qinghe garden. He would never set foot in such a place. Even a visit to a hotel to converse with a few wayward girls, guiding them to become true women, would cost about the same. Observing Xue Xian's beaming countenance, Meng Xinghe began to understand. This was a deliberate attempt to provide him with an avenue for escape, a strategy of feigned indignation followed by ostentatious generosity in hopes of winning Meng Xinghe over. Ah, Your Highness, your cunning maneuvers are commendable. However, it is a pity that I have unraveled your scheme. Was he not merely attempting to recruit Meng Xinghe to aid him in his ascent to power? I shall dangle this before you and see how you respond. 99 is far too meager. While it is true that Yutian acted without intention, the fact remains that her ambush nearly resulted in Your Highness being harmed. I propose 1,000 instead. Meng Xinghe chuckled heartily, unwilling to accept the paltry sum of 99 gold coins, as it would be far too embarrassing. By the heavens! Xue Xian exclaimed, taken aback, his excitement bubbling over as he grasped Meng Xinghe's arm. Truly, you are a generous soul, proposing 1,000,000 gold coins. You are indeed a man of great fortune. I had assumed you possessed only a modest sum of over 100,000 gold coins, which is why I suggested 99,000. Little did I realize you had embezzled so much. I must confess, I misjudged your character. Dean Meng, you are a true man of society. Rest assured, I shall never reveal your misdeeds. With tears glistening in his eyes, Xue Xian clung to Meng Xinghe's arm, overwhelmed with emotion that it was his first encounter with someone so eager to bestow wealth upon him. Oh, how joyous to have experienced such generosity for the first time. 99,000. 1,000,000. Meng Xinghe's pupils constricted in shock, his countenance paling as he vehemently retorted, Your Highness, did you not just say 99? Are you not referring to 99 gold coins? How did it suddenly become 99,000? And furthermore, when did I ever embezzle? Upon hearing this, Xue Xian's expression darkened, his face set in a grimace. Does Dean Meng wish to retract his words? 99 gold coins. What do you take me for? Do you believe I am so lacking in dignity that I would accept such a paltry sum? Do you harbor disdain for the royal family, or for me personally? We are all members of the upper echelons of society. Who would dare speak of sums below 10,000 gold coins? Do you not feel ashamed? I feel embarrassment on your behalf. As his agitation escalated, Xue Xian felt profoundly betrayed, his eyes seemingly ablaze. 99 gold coins? Am I jesting with you? We are both highborn individuals. Can we not maintain a semblance of aristocratic dignity? Is it so difficult to comprehend the concept of 10,000? Alas, the current generation of elders seem to forget their manners, turning their backs when it suited them, leaving Xue Xian with a heavy heart. I shall employ this tactic in the future. It is quite effective. Seeing Xue Xian erupt in fury, Meng Xinghe was left bewildered. As if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Did he mean 99,000 gold coins and not merely 99? What the hell? How could this be? Is this how you play the game? Do you not fear my curse that you shall never have friends again? Upper-class society? Who would dare call me that? I am merely a pitiful pauper. while he could scrape together 99 gold coins. 99,000 was simply unattainable. Chapter 63. Conservation of Water, a Shared Responsibility. After a heated half-hour of negotiation, Meng Xinghe, maintaining an amicable demeanor and a sincere eagerness to learn, ultimately agreed to pay Xue Xian 500,000 gold coins. As he departed, a radiant smile adorned his face, as if he had just received divine wisdom, his soul cleansed. Indeed, the preceding words were laden with irony, yet they also contained a kernel of truth. Meng Xinghe would recount this tale 2 decades later while imparting wisdom to his grandchildren. By that time, the continent would have welcomed an ordinary deity, heralding a new era. The reason for the ordinary designation was akin to his current experience of dividing wealth with his beloved wife. Here are 2 gold cards. Each shall receive one. That after scrutinizing the values, Xue Xian decided to give the card with the higher amount to Qianru Xue, who accepted it with a beaming smile. Displaying no reluctance whatsoever, with a complexion as rosy as a blooming flower, Qianru Xue's starry eyes twinkled with curiosity as she inquired, "By the way, when did you set up these formations in the estate?" The vivid scene of the dream god's machine being relentlessly battered by layers of formations lingered in her mind. She had not anticipated that Su Xian had installed such formations within the manor. Fortunately, she was not a villain. Otherwise, of course, from the day you moved in, if you intended to keep a concubine in a golden chamber, you ought to ensure the manor's security. Gently caressing Qianru Xue's delicate and resilient face, Su Xian smiled and said, "A golden chamber for a cherished one." A sense of warmth, akin to having consumed honey, enveloped Qianru Xue, causing her lips to unconsciously curve upwards while her ears suddenly flushed. Humph, this fellow must be planning to raise her like a pig. Women's thoughts are always peculiar, shifting in an instant. In a heartbeat, her fleeting delight dissipated, and Qianru Xue feigned anger, her large eyes fixed intently on Su Xian. Expressing her concern, "Honestly, in such a vast palace, how many do you intend to hide?" "As many as I desire, as long as I have your approval, my wife," Su Xian replied without hesitation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qianru Xue. His clear pupils reflecting an exquisite figure, like a crystal-clear spring flowing through her soul. Qianru Xue felt her spirit tremble slightly, a soft glow blooming on her flawless skin. Her large, shimmering eyes sparkled with a barely perceptible joy. Shyly avoiding Su Xian's gaze, gripping her palace dress tightly, all remnants of her past pride and rationality vanished. Her face flushed to the point where she could hardly think. "You were the one who said that there could only be one mistress in this manor." Her lips, glistening and slightly parted, Qianru Xue's voice was sweet and tender, as if it could melt Su Xian. The atmosphere was imbued with a warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze laced with honey. Intoxicating in its sweetness. "Of course, I have never deceived you," Su Xian declared firmly, stroking Qianru Xue's golden, alluring hair. His words. Qianru Xue instinctively nodded, a smile of happiness lighting up her face, with a timid lift of her head. Qianru Xue caught a glimpse of Su Xian from the corner of her eye, and suddenly burst into laughter, shattering the tender, sweet atmosphere. "What is so funny?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow, asking with some annoyance. "We finally reached a good mood, and now you're laughing. What is the joke? Look at you, with that purplish mark on your forehead. One might think you've truly been struck." Qianru Xue couldn't help but chuckle. Kindly pulling a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve, intending to wipe Su Xian's face clean, the thought of a prince displaying such roguish behavior made her smile, and she felt a strange delight within. Had it been in the past, such a personality would have been among her most despised, yet now he had become someone she cherished, a rather ironic twist of fate. But what was it that she truly liked about him? His shamelessness, his cunning, his lewdness, or perhaps his audacity? Gazing at Su Xian, Qianru Xue's eyes filled with confusion. She could not grasp why, only that being with him brought her joy and warmth. "What are you doing?" Seeing Su Xian grasp her hand, Qianru Xue frowned slightly and inquired, "Don't use the handkerchief. Use something else to wipe it." Su Xian insisted earnestly. "Something else?" Qianru Xue's face was filled with bewilderment. Su Xian gestured with his mouth. A mischievous glint in his eyes as he stared intently at Qianru Xue, his gaze burning with desired no. Qianru Xue's face flushed crimson as she directly rejected Su Xian's outrageous request, preparing to leave. However, Su Xian would not allow her to depart so easily. He pulled her into his embrace. "Are you certain you don't want it? This is grape juice. It's quite sweet." Su Xian tempted her. "No, you've been sweating. It's definitely not sweet, Qianren Xue countered once again. Then I suppose I could take a bath. Is that acceptable? Su Xian stepped back, then lifted Qianren Xue as he headed towards the bathhouse. Why are you dragging me to wash? Let me go. Isn't this a way to conserve water? Besides, it's getting late. Let us wash together, I don't mind. Why should you? You certainly don't mind. You must be overjoyed inside. She scoffed. How shameless. Observing Qianren Xue's flushed face as she fled in embarrassment, Su Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that individuals from other realms indeed lacked an appreciation for conserving water, a rather unfortunate habit. Without the disturbances from the dream god's machine, Su Xian enjoyed a leisurely few days, either accompanying Qianren Xue in the manor or training the cooks. Xue Qinghe was utterly captivated by the food in the manor, and even Yang Fei refused to leave, ultimately compelling Su Xian to stay out. A 6-year-old boy named Xue Beng also arrived at the manor, sharing a similar fondness for food as Xue Qinghe. But he was promptly dismissed by Su Xian. There was no choice. The inner courtyard was filled with women, and having a young boy there was too conspicuous. Moreover, this boy had the audacity to compete with Xue Qinghe for food, causing her to cry incessantly, which led to Su Xian deciding against keeping him. After all, someone who had once been an emperor in the original story could not be coddled. Self-reliance must begin from childhood. For days later, Captain Wei returned, accompanied by over 100 members of the Yu family. I have long heard of the Crown Prince's straightforward temperament. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you. Niu Gao, with a hearty smile, opened his arms as if to embrace Su Xian, who quickly dodged aside. An awkward expression fleetingly crossed Niu Gao's face before he continued, I wonder what kind of building the prince wishes to construct? Rest assured, since I have accepted a substantial reward, I will certainly deliver. I am not boasting, but whatever the prince desires to build, my Yu family can accomplish, Niu Gao declared confidently. Hearing this, Su Xian's expression tightened as he hesitated to ask, may I inquire how much you have received from me? Could it be that the prince wishes to reclaim the sum of 100,000? That simply cannot happen. Niu Gao's eyes instantly turned vigilant. 100,000. The third strategy. Damn it, Wei Chongfeng, you extravagant fool. Why couldn't you haggle? Wait a moment. I have urgent matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian's eyes turned bloodshot as he stormed outside. Shortly thereafter, an enraged roar echoed. Wei Chongfeng, you spendthrift, reimburse me with gold coins. Niu Gao. Who am I? And where am I? Thank goodness I stored the money in Longxing City. Truly, I possess foresight. Chapter 64. Life is a play. All dependent on acting skills. Tell me how you managed to squander 100,000 gold coins. Are you a fool? Su Xian glared fiercely at Wei Chongfeng, his expression menacing, his eyes already blood-red. Wishing he could strike him down with a single blow. Damn it, that was 100,000 gold coins. In the system mall, I could buy dozens of level 9 soul guiding devices with that. He had thought he was extravagant enough, only to realize the true spendthrift was this fellow. Given the current circumstances of the Yu family, offering 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins for labor to build a recreational city would have been more than sufficient. They need not fear rejection. Yet, all 100,000 gold coins were squandered. Damn it. I gave you a card worth 100,000 gold coins, and you threw it all away without a second thought. Do you not understand the concept of bargaining? Or do you simply feel no remorse spending my money? 100,000 gold coins. This was his final trump card to ensure Niu Gao's agreement. In other words, this was his last line of defense, beneath which lay a landmine. Stepping on it could trigger an explosion. To hire the Yu family at such a price was a tearful loss, something he found intolerable. He had unwittingly given away an extra 50,000 gold coins, which, converted into system coins, amounted to 500 million. Damn it, I genuinely want to cleave this spendthrift in two. Glancing at the sword in Su Xian's hand, Wei Chongfeng instinctively swallowed hard, beginning to ponder how to respond if he were to reveal the truth, admitting that he was intimidated by the strategies and had hastily revealed all three, ultimately allowing Niu Gao to see the bottom line in such a situation. It was likely he would either be cleaved in two or forced to pay. However, should he lie and be exposed, given the Crown Prince's current disposition, never mind, I can't afford to provoke him. I'll just tell the truth. Ahem. Your Highness, you cannot possibly know, but when I presented the first strategy, I was immediately captivated by your brilliance. Given the Yu family situation, using money as bait is undoubtedly a masterstroke. Enraptured by your astuteness, I couldn't help but reveal the remaining two strategies as well. Your Highness, it is all my fault for being too enamored with you, eager to witness your ingenious ideas, and thus allowed Niu Gao to seize the opportunity. I have wasted your funds entirely. I am truly deserving of death. As the conversation grew increasingly fervent, Wei Changfeng, overcome with emotion, shed tears of regret, appearing as if he wished to atone for his foolish actions with his very life. This sight left Su Xian profoundly shaken. "Do, I never expected that you would act so foolishly because of me. It is truly moving," he exclaimed. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend, one whom you cannot emulate, nor should you attempt to imitate me. I am but an actor, and you are incapable of replicating my performance." Alas, while the world is intoxicated, I alone remain sober. While all are muddied, I alone remain clear. Life is indeed as lonely as snow. After a moment of self-indulgent reflection, Su Xian's expression turned grave, the earlier tremors of emotion dissipating. His clear eyes, now tinged with disdain, regarded Wei Changfeng as he arched an eyebrow and said, "Enough of the theatrics. Do you not feel the pain of pinching your own leg?" Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng froze, instinctively retracting his hand, staring at Su Xian in bewilderment. Though he maintained a facade of calm, internally he was in a state of turmoil. His ploy had been unexpectedly unveiled. What was he to do now that the other party was a prince? Time was of the essence, and he felt a pressing urgency. "Wei Changfeng, I previously thought you to be quite serious, yet it seems you are quite the character," Su Xian remarked with a smile. Patting Wei Changfeng on the shoulder, his scornful gaze now laced with a hint of admiration, be able to speak falsehoods with such conviction, to the extent of deceiving oneself into acting. There was no one else quite like him. Life is but a stage, reliant on skill and performance, and such dramatic talents are indeed rare. Ahem, he was not praising himself, merely stating a fact. What a pity. Displaying such theatrics before me is akin to showing off one's skills in a carpenter's workshop, entirely out of one's depth. The Academy Awards surely owe him a little golden statuette, though he remains humble. One must exercise their imagination. Do not flatter me here. Instead, deposit 50,000 gold coins into the treasury, Su Xian declared decisively. Have you been frightened by your own astonishing strategy? I believe you are simply overwhelmed by the golden card. Utterly unaware of what was hidden within your own pouch. Hence your impulsive demand for assistance. Have the audacity to claim it was for my sake. Such shamelessness is truly remarkable. In this era, what is most lacking? Talent. The city of entertainment is in dire need of such audacious performers, and Su Xian saw no reason not to forgive him. Wei Changfeng, upon hearing this, became solemn, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. He could not help but exhale in relief. 50,000 gold coins might seem a substantial sum. Yet with his capabilities, earning it would take no longer than half a year, especially given the lucrative opportunities available at the prince's residence. Without further ado, Su Xian hastened back into the main hall. Big Black Bull, no, Niu Gao was still waiting for him. Such behavior was unbecoming of a host. Before he even entered, a hearty laugh echoed through the air as Su Xian, brimming with excitement, strode in. "Rest assured, my esteemed elder, I have complete confidence in the craftsmanship of your esteemed family. To secure your assistance for 100,000 gold coins is undoubtedly the best deal one could find." With a grand gesture, Su Xian exuded an air of unrestrained opulence, an aura bursting forth from him. What could he do? The money had already been spent. He had to maintain his bravado, otherwise, others might deem him a fool. Do you not feel even a twinge of guilt? Seeing Su Xian's flamboyant demeanor, Niu Gao's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he struggled to find a response. He had witnessed Su Xian's previous display of distress over financial matters. It was evident he felt the price was excessive. Now, however, he was putting on a show of grandeur. Did he think Niu Gao was simple-minded? This was nothing short of an affront. Had it not been for the spirit of craftsmanship, he would have walked away without a second thought. Regardless, there would be no refunds. Your Highness is overly generous. However, the craftsmanship of the Yu family is, without a doubt, the finest on the continent. The price is reasonable, and we shall not disappoint your expectations, Niu Gao assured, a smile gracing his lips as he carefully structured his words. That's Su Xian. Reasonable price. Do you not have any sense of self-awareness? To call you fat. And you still take a deep breath. Do you understand what humility means? Rolling his eyes at Niu Gao, he realized the matter was beyond his control. After all, the loss was not his to bear. Elder Niu Gao, here are the blueprints for the entertainment city I intend to construct. Please take a careful look. Retrieving the plans from his storage ring, Su Xian handed them over to Niugao. As the construction of the entertainment city would rely on him, just an ordinary building, this is a trivial matter. I expected you wished to construct a castle or something of that nature. Niugao remarked. Glancing at the blueprints, he suddenly felt that this was an easy way to earn money. Apart from the unusual design, there was hardly any difficulty involved. Must we not encounter something more challenging? Chapter 65, Xue Wuji. I have it so difficult. The chosen location for the city of entertainment was situated in the eastern part of Tiando City, a relatively prosperous area. The land was a gift from his maternal grandfather. Negong Yushan, though it was ostensibly bestowed upon his granddaughter, Qianrenxue. In a place like Tiando City, where every inch of land is precious. The ability to secure a plot of 0.1 square kilometers speaks volumes about the wealth of the Nangong family. With the arrival of the Yu family, the construction of the entertainment city could commence without delay. Su Xian entrusted the matter to Niugao, as the craftsmen in the city had long been assembled. Eagerly awaiting this day. As for Su Xian, he would oversee everything from the residence, focusing on recuperating and replenishing his strength. In the backyard, as Su Xian reclined on a chair, leisurely fishing, Qianrenxue smiled gently and said, "Are you truly so at ease in trusting everything to them? Are you not concerned something might go awry? Professional matters are best left to professionals. My presence would only serve to muddle the efforts." Su Xian replied candidly. The construction of the entertainment city was not particularly challenging. It was not meant to be an impenetrable fortress, but rather ordinary high-rises, and having the Yu family undertake this task was indeed a waste of their talents. You simply wished to be idle, finding excuses to avoid work, Qianrenxue teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Is it permissible for a husband to be spoken of in such a manner? I see your backside is becoming rather itchy, Su Xian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qianrenxue, feigning indignation. You dare? She instinctively stepped back, her cheeks flushing, her sparkling eyes glaring at Su Xian as she growled. You know I detest being provoked. Su Xian's expression turned serious, and he replied with utmost seriousness. Humph, I shall ignore you then. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's heart trembled. She knew full well Su Xian's intentions. Angrily and embarrassed, she threw down a parting remark before attempting to leave. In a flash, the figure sitting in the chair vanished, wrapping his arms around Qianrenxue's delicate waist. Su Xian leaned in close to her ear, whispering softly, "Now that you wish to leave, do you not ask whether I permit it?" A wave of warmth enveloped her, as if soft fur were teasing her earlobe, leaving Qianrenxue feeling a delightful shiver. Her face flushed. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and indignation as she protested, "Please let me go. I'm a bit tired and wish to rest." "Very well. I shall take you to rest," Su Xian replied, a playful smirk forming on his lips as he lifted Qianrenxue into his arms. "What are you planning?" "I will not acquiesce," Qianrenxue exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment coloring her voice. "What do you think I am thinking?" "I am simply bored," Su Xian replied dismissively, then laid back in the chair, allowing her to rest beside him. The chair was long enough for two, covered in a plush blanket, with a design that allowed for both sitting and reclining, providing utmost convenience. This was a Su-style design, specifically created for the entertainment of couples. "If you are tired, then sleep. I shall watch over you," Su Xian said with a smile, arranging a comfortable spot for Qianrenxue, allowing her to lean against him. Initially fearing Su Xian would tease her again, Qianrenxue finally felt relieved. Casting a tender glance at him, she leaned against his shoulder, resembling a docile golden-haired kitten, her face adorned with a gentle smile that warmed the heart at if recalling something. Qianrenxue added, "Mother mentioned she wishes to find you a teacher, someone for you to learn from, lest your talents go to waste." A teacher? Su Xian paused, caught off guard, before immediately thinking of someone. Indeed, in terms of demeanor and presence, that person resembled Xue Qinghe the most. It was likely that his elders wanted him to study under Ning Fengji to subtly alter his habits. Although referred to as a teacher, it was essentially a form of goodwill and an attempt at fostering a connection. Ning Fengji held a high rank, yet Su Xian was not a support-type soul master, and one could hardly expect him to impart his knowledge freely. It would be more akin to an exchange of respect. I regard you as my teacher, and you treat me as a guest. However, this teacher must be accepted, for the sake of the Empire's great cause and the balance of the continent. He absolutely could not refuse. Indeed, he is not merely attracted to Ning Fengji's wealth, Did the Empress not mention that it is Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School? Su Xian asked, his breath slightly quickening. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Xue immediately lifted her head, her gem-like pupils brimming with curiosity. She had only just exited the palace and had not disclosed this matter to anyone. Just a guess, with my intellect. This is hardly a challenge, Su Xian shrugged, exuding nonchalance that I don't believe you. Xue shook her head without hesitation. Such matters are not easily guessed. Looking around, she lowered her voice and hesitantly inquired. You didn't, perhaps, place someone within the palace, did you? Su Xian, am I truly perceived as such a vile and cunning individual in your eyes? Gazing at Xue, Su Xian felt a twinge of heartache. Don't ask me. You know it in your heart. Xue playfully stuck out her tongue in response. I am indeed innocent and charming. You have quite the discerning Su Xian immediately concurred. Upon hearing this, Xue's expression stiffened, staring blankly at Su Xian, her disdain nearly spilling over to Su Xian. My dear, your words wound me deeply. All right, I do have someone in the palace. He is the third young master of the Tang family. Su Xian shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. Alas, there's no helping it. For a transmigrator, the original author is the greatest informant. There's no deceit in that. Indeed, I remain quite innocent, yet some refuse to believe it. What can he do? Upon hearing the name, Xue instantly realized that Su Xian was merely jesting, and she couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further. Stretching lazily, Xue leaned against Su Xian and drifted off to sleep. She had played too late with this rascal the night before and had just entered the palace. She desperately needed to catch up on her rest. Noticing Xue had closed her eyes, Su Xian extended his right arm to embrace her shoulder, lazily resting his head on the chair, relishing the delightful sensation of blooming flowers. Your Highness, this is not good. After a while, Qinghe hurried over, her face filled with panic as if something grave had occurred. However, seeing the state of Su Xian and Xue, she immediately lowered her voice, fearful of disturbing them. Hush, gently allowing Xue to lean against the chair. Su Xian then stood up. What has happened now? Su Xian furrowed his brow and asked in a hushed tone. The entire Nalan family has been murdered, Qinghe replied, her complexion pale and filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. Could he truly be a harbinger of doom? He could not help but begin to mourn for Xue internally. This fellow truly had an unparalleled knack for attracting trouble. Emerging from prison only to encounter such a calamity. Simply astonishing. Oh dear brother, you must save me. Before Su Xian could gather his thoughts, the woeful Xue had already rushed over, tears streaming down his face like pearls strung loose. Woe is me, to emerge from prison only to face this calamity. Life is indeed harsh. Chapter 66. Must one pay to investigate? Little brother, if you do not court misfortune, it will not find you. With a heavy heart, Su Xian patted Xue's shoulder, feeling a tinge of sympathy for him. Alas, a fool has stirred up trouble. Can one truly blame him, akin to a madman committing a crime? Yet, he truly was unfortunate. Having just been released in the morning, the Nalan family found themselves embroiled in this affair that it seems, indeed, he could retreat into seclusion in prison. Although Su Xian could see someone was plotting against Xue, others would not think so, particularly Nalan Tianqing. Once the news of the Nalan family's massacre spread, the borders would undoubtedly become unstable. With a family exterminated, who knows what wrath might be unleashed? This was akin to his mother-in-law. Bibi Dong, it would be strange if she did not turn to darkness. Brother, you must save me. I swear I did not do this. Grasping Su Xian's hand tightly, Xue's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart-wrenching appearance truly evoking sympathy. Little brother, perhaps you should surrender. After 18 years, you will still be a good man. That Su Xian, with a heavy heart, patted the back of Xue's hand, his eyes reflecting compassion and pity. Xue, surrender? He is innocent. What nonsense is this? He never expected Su Xian would make such a flippant remark at this moment, causing his heart to chill. He felt on the brink of collapse. Woe is me! Is this truly what a brother is like? Life is indeed harsh. Enough? Why is a grown man crying? Let us discuss what exactly has transpired. Seeing Xue on the verge of tears, Su Xian quickly waved his hand. He despised seeing others cry, especially grown men. It made him uneasy. Observing Su Xian's serious demeanor, Xue Wujie hurriedly relayed the information he had gathered. It turned out that someone had just discovered the entire Nalan family had been slaughtered, shaking the very foundations of Tiando City. Even more distressing for him was the news that a message had been scrawled in blood on the wall. "This is the consequence of offending me." Damn it, this was a veiled accusation against him, and his belongings had even been found at the scene. I can't believe this. He even began to suspect that this was a vendetta of his own making. Yet he was truly innocent. A few days ago, after hearing Su Xian's explanation, he had achieved a profound understanding and had kept his distance from the Nalan family. Although he relished combat and had many adversaries, he had never sought private revenge. He had always preferred fair competition. This was a blatant framing. He was truly at a loss for words. The more he listened, the more peculiar Su Xian's expression became. And he even felt a sudden urge to have this guy arrested. "Brother, you don't think I did this, do you?" Noticing Su Xian's gaze turning strange, Xue Wujie's lips twitched violently, and he exclaimed in horror. "No, absolutely not." Su Xian immediately shook his head. Just as Xue Wujie thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Xian's next words made him question his very existence. "With your intellect, you could not possibly pull off such a magnificent feat, let alone kill the Soul Sect level elder of the Nalan family." Su Xian stated decisively, with utmost seriousness. "Xue Wujie, MMP, I truly thank you for acknowledging my abilities. What's wrong?" Seemingly disturbed, Xue drowsily opened her eyes, only to see Xue Wujie weeping pitifully. Her mind instantly filled with confusion. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. You may continue to sleep." But Su Xian waved his hand with a smile. Xue Wujie's face darkened. "This is merely a trivial matter to you. This concerns the very life and livelihood of your own brother. Is that not of greater importance than your sister-in-law's sleep? Is there not an ounce of humanity in you?" Glancing at Su Xian's nonchalant demeanor, and then at Xue Wujie's despondent visage, Xue's drowsy eyes suddenly brightened, her intuition telling her that something significant was amiss. There's something grave afoot. Xue approached, fixing her gaze on Su Xian. "It's nothing much, just some trouble with the Nalan family," Su Xian replied helplessly. "The Nalan family?" Upon hearing this, Xue's heart tightened, and she immediately understood that only such an incident could cause Xue Wujie to be in such a state of panic. Moreover, it seemed the situation was quite dire. As if recalling something, Xue's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression darkening, her demeanor becoming somewhat absent. Just then, a squad of silver-armored soldiers burst into the residence, unmistakably the royal guard. Led by the commander Yu Qianxing, by the emperor's decree, capture the second prince Xue Wujie. Others are not to interfere. Glancing at Su Xian, Yu Qianxing's gaze locked onto Xue Wujie, his eyes sharp and predatory. And with a furious roar, two captains immediately restrained Xue Wujie. Xue Wujie did not struggle. Instead, he complied obediently, his expression unusually calm, for the greatest sorrow is often that of a heart resigned to despair. "You all wait a moment." Seeing Yu Qianxing about to take Xue Wujie away, Su Xian quickly called out to them, "Your Highness, I merely have a few words to exchange with him. Is that not permissible?" Just as Yu Qianxing was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Xian. After a moment's consideration, he waved his hand to allow Xue Wujie to be released. Taking Xue Wujie aside, Su Xian's expression turned serious. "Do not worry, I will definitely save you. But you must honestly disclose everything so that I can assist you." Upon hearing this, Xue Wujie was deeply moved, gripping Su Xian's arm tightly, his choked voice resolute and unwavering. "Brother, you can rest assured, I will speak without reservation." "Good." Su Xian nodded in satisfaction and began his inquiries. "Regarding your jade pendant, who among them could access it without your knowledge? Are you suspecting my household?" Xue Wujie's eyes flickered as he immediately comprehended. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Xian interrupted him with a firm tap on his forehead. "Just answer the question. Where do all these unnecessary words come from?" Su Xian said with a hint of irritation. Aside from a few close maidservants in my residence, it seems unlikely that anyone else would know." Xue Wujie replied earnestly. "Are you certain that there are no acquaintances outside who might have inadvertently fallen into the wrong hands?" "I have just been released from prison. How could I possibly?" Cough, cough, cough. Su Xian exclaimed. "Oh, what unexpected gains! Let us temporarily set aside that matter," he continued. "Upon returning to the estate, did you notice anything amiss? Perhaps personnel who should not be present? personnel that should not be present? It seems everyone is behaving normally. Xue Wuji responded. At this, Su Xian's heart sank. It was highly probable that Xue Wuji's residence had been infiltrated by spies. After all, he had Qianren Xue at his side. With this fellow's intellect, it would be as easy as drinking water for the spirit hall to plant someone among them. Lastly, where have you concealed your gold cards? Su Xian inquired. Not under the bed. Why are you asking this? Xue Wuji replied. Oh, just a casual question. After all, we need funds for the investigation, Su Xian remarked. Xue Wuji protested. I may not be very educated. And I might be a bit foolish, but please do not deceive me. Chapter 67. The Great Brother emerges. Watching as Xue Wuji was led away, Su Xian felt a profound sorrow. To possess such an unfortunate and foolish younger brother was a stroke of fortune he had accrued over several lifetimes. The title of the first scapegoat in Douluo was truly well-deserved. If he were to perish so easily, who would he find to take the blame in the future? Xue Mingtong. That fellow is cunning and harbors ill intentions. He would be quite difficult to manipulate. As for Xue Bang, he feigned ignorance and ultimately ascended to the throne. His mind is rather agile, and deceiving him a second time would be no easy feat. Given his own explosive temper, he anticipated numerous challenges ahead. In the absence of rational persuasion, Xue Wuji must make a grand appearance, ready to shoulder the blame and charge forward. Moreover, having just drawn out that fellow's little treasury, he was now apprehended. Rest assured, during your incarceration, I took care of your meals and spent your money to prevent its devaluation. Alas, I am just too generous. This truly is not good. Considering both aspects, Su Xian felt it was his duty and necessity to rescue him. However, he first needed to retrieve the funds from his estate. After fantasizing for a moment, Su Xian returned to reality and approached Qianren Xue, who was lost in thought. Your husband. Some matters are best left unpondered. I will handle them, he gently reassured her, wrapping his arms around her waist. It was only natural for Qianren Xue to worry. This incident was most likely orchestrated by the spirit hall. Alas, he found himself torn between his own brother and his wife's future dowry. A dilemma indeed. Inner monologue. Qianren Xue, how dare you? Not only do you covet my body, but you also are my influence. What a despicable and shameless person you are. Humph, I shall make you sleep on the floor. At this, Qianren Xue felt a tremor within her. Raising her gaze to meet Su Xian's sincere eyes, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Yet upon further reflection, she quickly put her mind at ease. He could not possibly know her true identity and was likely referring to Xue Wuji's situation. Do you have confidence in capturing the culprit? Qianren Xue asked, feigning calm. Not at all. Su Xian shrugged and replied candidly. What a joke. I merely watch dramas and anime. I cannot summon D. Renjia or Conan to possess me. I am but an ordinary individual, and the system has not bestowed upon me any omnipotent abilities. How could I possibly have confidence in succeeding? All I can do is treat this as a last-ditch effort. At the very least, should Xue Wuji find himself in a dire situation, he will not regret it too much. Xue Wuji. MMP. Do you hear yourself? Hearing Su Xian's unfiltered honesty, Qianren Xue couldn't help but chuckle. Her worries slightly alleviated. Stay put in the estate. I have matters to attend to. Su Xian said with a smile, ruffling Qianren Xue's hair. Return early. I want you to sample my culinary skills, she replied, her gaze lingering on him, still tinged with concern. All right, but before tasting your dish, I shall first sample the sweetness of the one who prepares it. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then playfully pecked her cheek. Quite sweet indeed. It seems your culinary skills will not disappoint. With a mischievous wave to Qianren Xue, and seizing the moment while she was momentarily distracted, Su Xian hurriedly made his escape. That fellow. Watching Su Xian's departing figure, Qianren Xue felt a mix of helplessness and embarrassment, stamping her foot in frustration, yet unable to suppress a smile. In the palace, within the study, Emperor Xue paced back and forth. His expression dark as water, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, ominous and terrifying. The Marquis of the Empire had been slaughtered in its entirety. This was an outright declaration of war against the Empire. Emperor Xue was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the work of the Spirit Hall. To kill everyone in silence, including a soul sage, could only be attributed to the Spirit Hall. No one else possessed such capability. After all, other sects were stationed outside of Tiando City, and there were no grievances between the Empire and the top 3 sections the only faction that could potentially take action. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had an exceedingly slim chance of involvement. Spirit Hall, do you truly believe the royal family is easy to bully? Emperor Xue ground his teeth in fury, his face darkening to a deep purple, veins bulging in his fists. Though furious, Emperor Xue felt somewhat powerless. The annihilation of the Nalan clan not only implicated the front lines, but also pointed to Xue Wuji, forcing him into a corner. If the true culprit could not be identified in a short time, not only would the border be in chaos, but even other nobles would be filled with trepidation over this matter. If the empire could not protect its nobility, how could they safeguard the royal family and the empire? Without the support of the nobility, and with turmoil at the borders, the royal family would truly be in grave peril. Although there was a viable solution to this problem, he would absolutely refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. After all, even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Your Majesty, you must save Wuji. He is your own son. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and Negong Ling rushed in, her expression frantic and disheveled. At this moment, she was merely a simple mother, not the exalted queen. Seeing Negong Ling, Emperor Xue felt his heart constrict. Before he could gather his thoughts, Negong Ling abruptly stumbled and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, Emperor Xue felt a surge of panic, swiftly rushing to support her, his heart aching at the sight of her pained expression as she slipped into unconsciousness. Call the imperial physician. Summon the imperial physician at once. In an instant, his roar echoed through the palace like the growl of a ferocious tiger. As for Su Xian, he was completely unaware of the turmoil within the palace. At this moment, he had arrived at Xue Wuji's palace. However, just as he disembarked from the carriage, he encountered someone he wished to avoid. Nangong Xiu, his aunt, a cold and unyielding figure. It made sense. Having her surround the area would put his father at ease. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Su Xian, Nangong Xiu's brow furrowed, swiftly blocking his path. Currently, Xue Wuji's palace was surrounded by heavily armed guards, and no one was permitted to leave that as the eldest prince. It was best for Su Xian to avoid any association with this incident. Otherwise, it could easily lead to misunderstandings that he was attempting to frame someone. I wish to enter and take a look, Su Xian stated frankly, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Nangong Xiu. The emperor has decreed that no one may enter. What do you wish to accomplish by going in? Nangong Xiu replied tersely. Of course, to investigate. Am I to take advantage of the chaos to loot? Su Xian retorted irritably. You investigate? Nangong Xiu paused, her expression one of contempt as she regarded Su Xian. You have yet to grow up. And you wish to learn how to investigate like others? Su Xian, could your tongue be any more venomous? Chapter 68. The investigation commences. Alas, second brother, it is not that I, your elder brother, lack effort. Rather, I lack motivation. Observing Nangong Xiu, Su Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They simply could not see eye to eye. Every encounter seemed to bring misfortune. What was even more exasperating was that this individual was his own aunt. Had it been anyone else, he would have swiftly dealt with them. To confront the female lead and male protagonist directly was a fate that typically did not bode well for anyone. It was no wonder she remained single to this day. He could not abandon that foolish brother. Thus, Su Xian took a step back and inquired, have all the suspects in the palace been apprehended? All personnel in the estate have been detained and are awaiting the emperor's next orders. Nangong Xiu answered honestly. Did I understand? Upon hearing the words, Su Xian nodded slightly, refraining from further discourse with Nangong Xiu as he boarded the carriage that was headed towards the imperial palace. Watching Su Xian depart, Nangong Xiu returned to her post, her posture erect, resembling a spear, and her piercing gaze dissuading any who dared to approach. Upon arriving at the palace, Su Xian was immediately informed of Nangong Ling's illness, prompting him to hasten towards the inner palace. Father, mother, are they well? He thought anxiously, his heart tightening at the sight of Nangong Ling, whose pallid complexion betrayed her distress. Fear not, your mother merely suffered a fright. After all, with the affairs of Wuji, even the Snow Night Emperor lacks the leisure to reckon with Su Xian, he said, his own expression laden with concern, hesitating as he pondered how to address the situation. If my father trusts me, I can investigate this matter, Su Xian replied thoughtfully, his gaze unwavering on Snow Night. Raising an eyebrow, the Snow Night Emperor asked in astonishment, are you confident? I must caution you. This matter cannot be prolonged. It requires swift resolution, or else chaos will ensue. Though Tiando City and the Balak Kingdom are distant, News typically travels within days, and through special channels, even faster. The truth cannot be concealed. Although I have dispatched men to the border, who knows what Nalan Tianqing might do? To be honest, I lack certainty, but I will exert my utmost effort. Su Xian responded earnestly. Very well, this is my token. You shall manage as you see fit. Gazing intently at Su Xian for a moment, the Snow Night Emperor produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it over to I in the city. The other nobles were in a state of alarm, and concerning the life of the prince, no one was willing to wade into such murky waters. Nodding seriously, Su Xian accepted the token and then retrieved a plant from his storage ring. This is dragon's grass leaf. It possesses the ability to fortify the body and nourish the essence. It would be prudent to administer some to your mother. You little rascal, always thinking of your mother when you have something good. The Snow Night Emperor shot Su Xian a reproachful glare, yet a smile of satisfaction graced his face as he cautiously accepted the dragon's grass leaf. I shall take my leave now. After casting a lingering glance at Nangong Ling, Su Xian addressed the Snow Night Emperor before turning to depart. You have 3 days. After that, I shall expect an explanation for Tiando City. Suddenly, the voice of the Snow Night Emperor echoed again, his unwavering gaze fixed on Su Xian, filled with expectation. Su Xian paused momentarily, nodding heavily, his mind quietly noting the weight of the task ahead. An explanation, to eliminate Xue Wuji, or to find a scapegoat. In any case, bloodshed seemed inevitable. With an inward sigh, Su Xian felt the burden upon him grow heavier. In Xue Wuji's palace. What brings you back? Upon seeing Su Xian return, Nangong Qiu's expression was stern as she spoke in a low voice. This matter is now under my full responsibility. I must enter. Without time to exchange barbs with Nangong Ling, Su Xian displayed the token to the gathered crowd and proceeded directly into the estate. I said, step aside. Do you not comprehend? As Nangong Qiu attempted to obstruct him, Su Xian's countenance darkened, and a frigid, emotionless gaze swept over her. Like an ancient glacier, a sudden, bone-chilling wind surged forth, causing Nangong Qiu's heart to tremble, leaving her staring at Su Xian in bewilderment, feeling as though he was a stranger. Ignoring her, Su Xian strode into the estate, leaving behind a stunned Nangong Qiu. The premises were tightly controlled by soldiers, with guards stationed every 5 steps, and the servants moved about in trepidation, while rummaging through Xue Wuji's treasury. Su Xian summoned an elder from within the estate. The elder, known as Xue Qinghe, belonged to the Xue family and, by rights, should have been addressed as grandfather, though their blood relation was somewhat distant. Leading to his assignment as steward, Your Highness, you must save the second prince. I have watched him grow. He would never commit such an act. Xue Qinghe's expression was filled with anguish, his aged face etched with worry, as he prepared to kneel before Su Xian, only to be caught by the latter. After soothing him, Xue Qinghe understood Su Xian's intentions, promptly assuring him of his cooperation, his willingness to sacrifice himself, causing Su Xian to fear that he might inadvertently strike him down. Elder Lin, I need you to investigate these 2 matters. Leaning in close to Xue Qinghe's ear, Su Xian conveyed the tasks he required. The matter of the jade pendant was orchestrated by someone within the estate. Even if he left, he could not escape the citywide lockdown of Tiando City. Whether fleeing or remaining would reveal flaws, so Su Xian sought clarity to determine his next steps. Rest assured, I know how to proceed, Xue Qinghe replied, his expression darkening with a desire for vengeance upon learning of the traitor within the estate. Proceed covertly. Do not alarm the enemy, Su Xian advised. Understood, without delay. Su Xian boarded the carriage, departing towards the eastern part of the city under Nangong Qiu's suspicious gaze. Meanwhile, in a residence bearing the inscription Dugu, an elderly man with silver hair, appearing ethereal, lay in bed, his body wrapped in white cloth, clearly suffering from grave injuries. Nevertheless, his complexion radiated vitality, and he bore a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by his condition. Beside him stood another elder, expressionless and rigid, with deeply sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair. The elder appeared ordinary, yet only a truly formidable soul master would grasp the terror he embodied. Dugu Bo, a title de Old Han. I recall mentioning before that you would die before me. Yet here we are, and it appears to be coming true sooner than expected. Observing the elder in bed, Dugu Bo teased, his expression filled with mockery. Bah, I'm still alive, the elder retorted, though the movement aggravated his injuries. Drawing in sharp breaths without uttering a cry. Come now. If it hurts, just let it out. I want to mock you. Douluo jested, a slight smile gracing his stiff lips. You can take your jokes and shove them. The elder snapped back, clearly irritated. Father, the first prince has arrived and wishes to pay his respects. Suddenly, a knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by the voice of a middle-aged man. Douluo and the elder exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of unease. After a moment's thought, the elder broke into laughter. I suspect he has come regarding the poison incident, seeking you out specifically. Indeed, Douluo said, his stance exuding arrogance as he nodded. Though Nalan Jun was directly killed, the majority of the Nalan family succumbed due to the poison, and no one in Tiando City understood poison better than him. Right, and this wounded old ghost before me. However, he certainly had it coming. After contemplating, Douluo decisively declined, his voice cold and domineering. Tell that brat that I'm not available to see him right now. Upon hearing this, the outsider, Gu Wu, momentarily stunned, felt helpless about Douluo's foul temper. After all, he was the first prince. It was unreasonable to refuse him entreated. I say, you old poison master, can't you let me exact my revenge? Listening to Gu Wu's retreating footsteps, the elder glared at Douluo in frustration, his pale face reflecting both pain and anger. You deserve your injuries. Let us not forget the scorpion poison originated from you. Douluo shot a sidelong glance at the elder, his tone irritable. What can I be blamed for that? I merely sold poison. Like stepping on a tail, the elder was indignant, nearly leaping up if not for the pain radiating through him. Is that so? Is there anyone else in Tiando City with such poison? Douluo asked icily. Cough, cough. You must be complimenting me, right? Surely, that's a compliment. Outside, upon hearing that Douluo would not receive him, Su Xian's expression darkened, frustration simmering within him. Damn it. So, you think you're invincible, huh? Don't you know that when the sky falls, it's the tall ones who get crushed? If it weren't for the Douluo family's standing in Tiando City, he would have made Douluo feel the sting of Italian artillery. Your Highness, I truly apologize. My father is simply like that, Gu Wu said, observing Su Xian's darkened visage, offering a respectful bow before departing. Beneath the autumn sun, a chilling wind swept through, causing Su Xian to shiver involuntarily. This cannot be. I am the protagonist. How can I be turned away? Must this lead to another round of pretentious face-slapping? He reminded himself to advocate for nuclear peace, to remain calm, and above all, not to succumb to anger, as Su Xian pondered how to coax that old rascal Douluo out to greet him. A voice as melodious as a lark suddenly rang out from behind. Who are you? And what are you doing in front of my house? Yinner, don't speak nonsense. This is His Highness. Before Su Xian could turn around, a scolding voice had already resounded. Turning his head, he beheld an elegant young woman standing before him, holding the hand of a girl around 8 or 9 years old. Su Xian's expression stiffened, his gaze fixating on the girl, lost in thought. The girl possessed an oval face, her youthful innocence not entirely faded, yet she exuded an air of aloofness and disdain. Her petite figure already hinted at a poised and graceful stature, suggesting that she would undoubtedly grow into a beauty. However, her pair of half-emerald green eyes appeared somewhat unsettling. I truly apologize, Your Highness. Yinner did not recognize you just now. It was quite rude of her. Noticing Su Xian's intense scrutiny of her daughter, the woman hastily offered her apologies. You are His Highness, Xue Qinghe. Douluo blinked her emerald green eyes, a sudden blush blooming on her flawless face as she curiously inquired. Su Xian thought to himself, for heaven's sake, what nonsense is this? A 9-year-old girl blushing like that. Doesn't she realize how easily it could be misconstrued? 3 years at a minimum. The death penalty would not be unjustified. I can't afford to offend. I am already taken, so little girl, please don't be infatuated with my handsome visage. My wife would truly not hesitate to take you down. There's no need to be so concerned. It's perfectly normal for Douluo to not recognize you. Su Xian quickly regained his composure and smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Since His Highness is here at the Douluo residence, why not come in and sit for a while? The woman gently nodded and smiled invitingly. No need to sit. Su Xian quickly shook his head. He had just been turned away, and now to shamelessly enter would be beneath him. At the very least, Douluo should personally apologize and make amends. It must be arranged. I observe that Douluo may seem somewhat unwell. It appears she may be poisoned. His gaze shifted to Douluo as Su Xian's expression turned serious. What? Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned ashen, her legs trembling slightly, clearly terrified. Looking at Su Xian, Dugu Yan's bright emerald eyes also reflected panic, her lips pressed tightly together, her complexion paling in an instant. "Your Highness, this is no joking matter." The woman's expression tightened, her voice involuntarily laced with anger. She had only one daughter, her entire world. "I misspoke. The poison may be hereditary, if I am not mistaken. It likely relates to Dugu's mastery of toxic arts," Su Xian kindly corrected. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, the woman's face grew even paler. "Hereditary? Does that not imply that all of my future children will also be affected?" "Mother, are you all right?" Seeing her mother's legs buckle, Dugu Yin was startled and quickly supported her, concern etched across her youthful face. With reddened eyes, Dugu Yin's tears were on the verge of spilling over. Evidently shaken by Su Xian's assertions, "Do not worry, my lady. This poison is not incurable if discovered in time. It can be dealt with quite easily." Observing the woman's sudden overreaction, Su Xian hurriedly offered reassurance. At his words, the woman's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and she leapt forward, grasping Su Xian's sleeve. "Your Highness means to say there is a solution?" "Indeed," Su Xian nodded earnestly, then feigned a sigh. "I initially sought to consult with Dugu Senior regarding this matter, but it seems he does not hold me in high regard." Pointing toward the gates, Su Xian feigned regret, lamenting how someone as kind-hearted as himself could be rejected at the door. The heartache. The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, and no wonder Su Xian had appeared so distressed earlier. It all made sense now. "Please wait here, Your Highness. I shall consult with my father-in-law at once." Understanding Su Xian's intent, the woman offered an apologetic reply before hastily leading Dugu Yin into the residence. This matter was far too serious. She was unwilling to gamble on whether Su Xian was simply speaking nonsense. "Su Xian, just wait for someone to summon me." 3 minutes later, in front of the Dugu residence, an odd atmosphere enveloped the scene. Dugu Bo and his companions stared blankly at Su Xian. Their expressions a mixture of anger, astonishment, and confusion. Each face bore a resemblance in emotion that conveyed vastly different sentiments. "Kid, if you dare to speak recklessly, do not blame me for taking your life." Dugu Bo's gaze turned icy, his pupils morphing into slitted serpent-like eyes, a torrent of soul power surging forth. He had just conducted a thorough examination of Dugu Yan's condition and found nothing amiss. A chilling gust swept through, as if it penetrated to the very marrow, causing Su Xian to involuntarily shudder. Soon, an even more terrifying sensation enveloped him, as if he were adrift on a lone boat amidst a tumultuous sea, confronted by towering waves that could crush him at any moment. That feeling of helplessness, of being subject to fate, sent a chill down Su Xian's spine, granting him a renewed appreciation for the terror of a titled Douluo. Sigh, facing the 4 pairs of menacing eyes, Su Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Was he truly so fearsome that they felt the need to guard against him? If Dugu Senior did not believe him, he need only observe the expressions of the 3 others to understand. Su Xian spoke plainly. Hearing this, Dugu Bo and Dugu Wu were momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting to the other 2, confusion etched upon their faces. At that moment, Su Xian's voice rang out once more. "Senior, having cultivated toxic arts for so long, your eyes and hair have turned emerald green. Your son Dugu Wu, having not practiced as deeply as you, possesses only emerald green eyes, while his hair carries a hint of purple." Pointing to Dugu Yin, Su Xian smiled slightly at her before continuing. "Now look at Dugu Mei. Her eyes are already a vivid green, yet her hair remains purple. This is indicative of someone who has only recently begun their cultivation." Upon hearing this, the 4 of them were left speechless. Dugu and his wife stared blankly at Dugu Bo, a wave of dread washing over them. Initially, they believed these changes were merely a result of their increasing power and the influence of the emerald scale, serpent martial spirit. Now, however, the implications were chilling. Raising his head slightly, Su Xian noted the astonished expressions on their faces and knew they were beginning to believe him. He quickly launched into his ultimate move. Fixing his piercing gaze on Dugu Bo, he stated with confidence, "If I am not mistaken, Senior, your health has likely already deteriorated, especially on nights of the full moon that I imagine that experience is anything but pleasant." Boom! His words struck like a thunderclap, causing Dugu Bo's complexion to shift dramatically. This was a secret he had kept, one that not even his son Dugu Wu was privy to. "This is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed to my study." Dugu Bo's face regained its composure in an instant, responding with an air of nonchalance. Yet, The change in Douluo's expression did not escape the notice of Douluo and his wife, nor Yin, all three feeling their limbs weaken and fear bubbling within them. This was all too real. Yin's face turned pale as tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. How could a 9-year-old girl withstand such a shock? Tears welled in Yin's eyes, and her mother, heartbroken, cradled her daughter's head, wishing she could bear the weight of it all. Yar, do not worry. His Highness can discern the situation, and surely possesses a remedy. Douluo hastily comforted. Earlier, it seemed Douluo Sr. did not hold me in high regard. Perhaps we can discuss this matter another day when you are in a better mood? Su Xian shrugged, responding with feigned indifference. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he glared at Su Xian, wishing he could tear him apart, under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes. Douluo felt tremendous pressure, especially when seeing his granddaughter Yin's tear-streaked, pitiful visage, intensifying his feelings of guilt and sorrow. Kid, I apologize to you. Will that suffice? Douluo's face was stormy as he gritted his teeth. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction, then expressed a hint of regret. Senior, your sincerity seems lacking. Is it too much to ask for an additional word of courtesy when receiving guests? Yinner, do not fear. Your grandfather will save you. Douluo's eyes reddened. His teeth gritted as he struggled to contain his rage, but just as he was about to speak, his daughter-in-law's voice echoed in his ears, looking at the soft and pitiable figures of mother and daughter. Douluo's heart softened. With a resigned sigh, the complex emotions churning within him, he regarded Su Xian and stated stiffly, Since you are here, Your Highness, please, let us discuss matters within the residence. Upon hearing these words, a knowing smile blossomed on Su Xian's face, and his smug grin made Douluo wish he could land a punch on him. MMP. How utterly despicable. Is this truly the demeanor of a grand prince? The group arrived at the study, and unable to contain his impatience, Douluo directly said, Your Highness, you can now enlighten us on how we might resolve this matter. He understood his situation better than anyone else, for he too felt utterly powerless, and he certainly did not wish for his 9-year-old granddaughter to endure the same fate. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of the 3 others converged on Su Xian, filled with urgency and anticipation. No need to rush. First, you should hear my conditions. Su Xian waved his hand and stated. Gritting his teeth, Douluo gestured for the 3 to remain silent and said, Your Highness, please proceed. As long as I am able, I will certainly not decline. Indeed, now that is the mark of a good grandfather. Su Xian replied with a smile. The first condition, I require your assistance in investigating the matters concerning the Nalan family. No problem, Douluo responded without hesitation, leaving Su Xian quite taken aback. Wait, aren't you going to consider this at all? Su Xian asked, somewhat incredulous. In his memory, Douluo was a wild and unruly character who typically wouldn't bother with trivial matters. No need for that. Please proceed with your second condition, Douluo replied confidently, his demeanor radiating self-assurance. Well, in a while, I will be heading to Wuhan City to participate in the Soul Master competition. I would appreciate your support in maintaining my stature, Su Xian said with a peculiar expression. You think of me as your muscle? Douluo's expression darkened as he roared, No, merely as a figurehead. You need not engage in any fighting, and besides, you wouldn't stand a chance against other titled Douluos if it came to blows. You'd merely be serving as a side dish. Su Xian quickly waved his hands, appearing earnest. After all, he was going to meet his mother-in-law, and he needed to present himself as formidable. Although Douluo was known as the weakest titled Douluo in single combat, he was still a titled Douluo. As for fighting, he was far too weak. It would be better for him to do it himself to avoid losing face. A figurehead? A side dish? Damn. You insolent brat. Douluo's anger erupted instantly. Boom. A torrent of green poisonous mist surged forth from his body, akin to a whirlwind, engulfing the space. Father-in-law. No. Douluo and his wife were immediately alarmed at Douluo's actions and shouted in unison. Douluo was jolted back to reality by their voices. But it was too late to retract his attack, as the fierce poisonous mist was about to engulf Su Xian. Boom. Just then, a sudden violet light illuminated the room, as if the poisonous mist had encountered its nemesis, causing it to halt abruptly. Chapter 71. Douluo, is your heart cold? The violet light quickly receded, and a faint white glow vanished alongside it, revealing Su Xian standing before everyone as if nothing had transpired. Old Poison Master, if you wish to fight, we can select a secluded location another day, and I would gladly entertain you, Su Xian remarked with a glint of coldness in his gaze, had it not been for his desire to avoid causing a scene in Tiando City. Coupled with the matter of Xue Wuji, he would have surely pressed Douluo into the ground just now. A flicker of surprise crossed Douluo's face, but it quickly transformed into an inscrutable calm. His eyes, sharp as blades, were filled with an icy intensity. You, a mere soul sovereign, dare to challenge me? Truly, you are overestimating yourself. Your sharp tongue may be impressive, but I hope that on that day, you do not plead for mercy. Su Xian shrugged, offering a friendly warning. Upon hearing this, Douluo appeared completely unfazed, his expression laced with arrogance as he regarded Su Xian with a sneer. What a joke! Were it not for my need of you. Do you think you would have a future at all? Unfazed by Su Xian's bravado, Douluo dismissed it as mere bluster. Des, if a dignified title Doa could be defeated by a soul sovereign. What a fanciful dream. Oh, you are aware that you have need of me. Otherwise, I might have thought I was the one pleading. Su Xian replied sarcastically, raising an eyebrow and provokingly glancing at Douluo. However, at that moment, the attention of the 4 members of the Douluo family was not on this exchange. Your Highness, are you implying that I have but a few years left to live? Douluo's heart quaked, his complexion drained of color. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, causing both Chuya, Douluo's wife, and Douluo Yin to pale, their expressions filled with shock as they stared at Douluo. Even Douluo, a title Douluo, trembled, his limbs growing cold as if he might collapse. Indeed, Su Xian, filled with satisfaction, patted Douluo's shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo, his heart already bursting with laughter. Kekekek, your entire family's lives rest in my hands. Let us see you continue to strut about. Observing Douluo's ashen complexion, Su Xian gradually elucidated. Your father has cultivated poison techniques and currently possesses the strength to contain the poisonous outbreak. However, you have been tainted by toxins since your mother's womb. The toxicity within you is far more potent. Should you persist in your cultivation, it would not be long before you meet your demise. In the original text, Douluo's grief over losing a loved one was indeed a result of a toxic outbreak, and the death of his son made him realize that this poison would be passed down to future generations. Thus, after being confronted by Tang San, even he, a title Douluo, had to relent. After all, he had only one granddaughter remaining. As these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the study. The 4 members of the Douluo family exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, their pale faces reflecting their dread. No one understood better than they the terror of the biphosphorus snake venom. Should it truly erupt, there would be no saving grace. Your Highness, can you save my father? Tears welled up in Douluo Yan's eyes as she suddenly approached Su Xian, her gaze pleading and filled with trepidation. Do not worry, young lady, though your grandfather may be lacking in character. Your father is quite commendable that I could never stand idly by, Su Xian replied with a smile, adding a touch of salt to Douluo's wounds. Douluo, damn, you truly think my character is flawed? You make a statement without calling me out. Is that not unsatisfactory? Douluo glared at Su Xian, his chest rising and falling with rage. Now that you have stated your conditions, is it not time to reveal the solution? Who said I was finished with my conditions? Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately retorted, his emotions flaring, launching into a tirade against Douluo. Just look at your mindset. I tell you there's an issue with your character. And you still believe you're in the right, don't you? Your life, that of your son, and your granddaughter, do you truly consider their worth to be merely the effort of running a few errands? While you may disregard your own life, is it acceptable to trivialize the lives of your granddaughter and son? Or do you believe that you can withstand the poison, that their fates are of no consequence to you? Complying with these 2 seemingly simple conditions, you think that is the epitome of benevolence. Alas, old poison master, though your martial soul is a serpent, could it be that your heart is equally cold? As he spoke, Su Xian clutched his chest in melancholy, feeling a profound pain. What a jest! Are these 2 conditions even worthy of being called conditions? One must not be so selfish in life. Upon hearing his words and witnessing Su Xian's demeanor, the countenance of Douluo turned a ghastly shade of purple, his body trembling violently, utterly at a loss for words, particularly as he noted the skeptical expressions of Douluo and the others. Douluo's heart felt as though it were shattering, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Good heavens, he was not this type of person. while he could accept threats to his own family's lives. It was intolerable to instigate discord for the sake of a few conditions, accusing him of belittling their lives. This is something only a base individual could do. Such baseless accusations must surely be a trait inherited from your royal lineage. Investigating the annihilation of the Nalan family and traveling to Spirit City, which of these tasks is simple? I could easily say you wouldn't believe me if I told you. What deep despair Douluo felt as he realized that Douluo and the others actually believed the accusations. Indeed, are we truly a family? Or are you the only family that matters? Of course, I am a man of my word. Observing the fire in Douluo's eyes, Su Xian smirked and nodded. The Douluo family, due to their spirit beast, the green-scale serpent, inevitably absorbed toxins during their cultivation, coupled with their toxic arts. From the day of their birth, Douluo, you have harbored poison within. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the toxicity, and thus the subsequent generations inherit an even higher concentration of poison. Just like you, old poison master. Pausing slightly, Su Xian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the ornate ceiling. And continued, the Douluo family cannot forsake cultivation. Spirit power and poison are intertwined. Therefore, the most effective method is to transfer the toxins cultivated to another source. Transfer. Douluo's expression hardened, suspecting he had been played for a fool. Enraged, he bellowed, even I cannot extract the poison. How could they? Are you deliberately mocking me? Sighing, old poison master, you are still too inexperienced. Su Xian shook his head in lament, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority that made Douluo wish to strike him. Young, I could easily be your grandfather. I never said to extract it. Unless your family forsakes poison altogether, I meant to transfer it into spirit bones. Disregarding Douluo, Su Xian turned his attention to Douluo and Douluo. Lingering a moment on Douluo, altering the narrative this way. If Douluo were to possess a spirit bone, would the Shrek 7 not have a chance of victory? It seems I must venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire to introduce some challenges to their journey. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Xian mention spirit bones, Douluo's eyes lit up, nearly slapping his thigh in excitement. Good heavens! Why had he not thought of this before? This was truly a significant oversight, relishing in the radiant glory of this newfound insight. Su Xian felt a swell of pride. How exhilarating it was to have such advantages, transcending time and space. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Old Fool had been too focused on detoxification to consider this. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from outside, followed by the door to the study creaking open. Old man, are you tired of living? Douluo scolded as he watched the frail old man stagger in. Gesturing for Douluo to assist him. Cough, cough, I know better than you whether I live or die, the old man retorted, his gaze landing squarely on Su Xian. What was that thing you had on you just now? His murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, the pallor of his face tinged with a flush of fervor, akin to a devotee beholding their deity. Taken aback, Su Xian stared at the elder, bewildered. Who are you exactly? In his recollection, he had never encountered this person, nor had he heard of Douluo having any acquaintances. I am Su Han, and in the realm of spirit masters, I can barely be considered a poison master. The elder chuckled, his demeanor deceptively calm. Yet Su Xian's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. You are a poison master. Su Xian's pupils constricted, astonished yet internally elated. By heavens! With both titans of the poison world present, the Nalan family's predicament would surely be resolved with ease. Although merely a spirit saint, the poison master was feared and shunned by the spirit master community for his adeptness and toxicity, to the extent that even Spirit Douluo would hesitate to engage him in combat. Additionally, he was revered for the powerful detoxifying capabilities of his Snow Lotus martial soul, the first support-type spirit master capable of contending with his peers of equal rank. He was indeed a remarkable figure. It seems His Highness is familiar with me. It is indeed an honor, Su Han smiled. Predecessor Poison Master, you are far too modest. Your reputation is known far and wide across the continent. Su Xian hastily waved his hands in deference. Where, good heavens. Seeing Su Xian and Su Han engage in lively conversation as if they were old friends, Douluo's internal frustration boiled over. What the hell? I am still a poison Douluo. He is merely a poison master. Can no one see that he is the one who should be groveling before me? May I inquire, what was that substance you possessed earlier that could instill such fear in the poison insects? Su Han inquired, his eyes fixed intently, brimming with curiosity. Just a herb. It has no remarkable effects. Merely capable of resisting myriad toxins, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, His expression sharpening, Su Han's breath quickened as he fervently asked, "Might I see it?" Upon hearing this, Douluo's countenance shifted, but Su Xian simply shook his head. Not possible. In an instant, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Su Han, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Not even a glimpse. As his gaze shifted, Su Han remained undeterred. How about this? I resolve the Nalan family's issue, and you grant me the herb in return. What do you say? The earlier appearance of the exquisite fragrance had set both his poison insects and his snow lotus martial soul ablaze with agitation. A treasure, an absolute treasure, which is why he had rushed over despite his injuries. Hearing that Su Han could resolve the Nalan family's matter, Su Xian's eyes brightened, but upon hearing the request, he hesitated. The effectiveness of the herb was far too potent. He would prefer to carry it with him forever. Just as the two were at an impasse, Douluo's voice suddenly rang out. The perpetrator of the Nalan family massacre has already been captured by me. Your first request has been fulfilled. As he spoke, Douluo flashed a subtle smile at Su Han, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and cunning. That you've long boasted that your poisons are unrivaled. If I do not obtain this treasure, neither shall you. You old cur, I will not let you off easily. Su Han's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward. Crash, sound of a fall. Ah, my back. Someone help me. Everyone. You truly are something else. Chapter 73. Douluo, you are a miser. At the entrance of the Douluo family, a figure stood momentarily still before a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Su Xian to shiver involuntarily. Awakening him from his reverie, is it really this simple to solve the case? Gazing at the figure lying on the stretcher carried by the soldier, Su Xian was suddenly engulfed by a surreal feeling. As if caught in a dream, he turned back to glance at the Douluo family, his eyes filled with confusion. He had come seeking assistance to investigate a case, yet how had it abruptly transformed into a resolution? Could it be that, as a man, his speed in resolving matters was truly that swift? A chill ran down his spine. Beside him, on the stretcher, lay a man clad in black brocade, his complexion a sickly green, the kind that glows unsettlingly. His body twitched slightly, as if he were enduring immense agony. The man's name was Fan Jinxiang, a sensitive attack-type soldier, rumored to have joined the Spirit Hall, although the Spirit Hall would certainly deny this now. Indeed, the troubles afflicting the Nalan family were caused by this fellow. As for the poison that plagued the Nalan family, it was procured from the poison master Su Han. Unfortunately for him, while he was in the midst of attempting to eliminate Su Han and destroy the evidence, he encountered Douluo, who was searching for Su Han. With the strength of a soldier, he managed to endure for a minute under the effects of their poison. In the end, he lay there in such a state on the stretcher. Had he not possessed formidable power, he might have perished long ago. Alas, he suddenly felt that there was little challenge left. Su Xian shook his head in resignation. Sometimes, having too much luck could be a torment, for one could never truly experience a sense of accomplishment. Xue Qinghe, accomplishment? How absurd. I am still locked up in a prison, and you talk of accomplishment without a tinge of conscience. You all wait here. I have some matters to attend to. Reflecting on this, Su Xian once more stormed into the Douluo residence. He had been too caught up in merriment earlier and realized that he still had a good deed left undone. As a good person, one must provide timely assistance in times of crisis. This is the duty of a fine young man in the 21st century. However, having offered such assistance, surely he ought to receive some form of remuneration? After all, he was merely a low-cost courier for the system. Life could be summed up in 2 words: poverty. In the study, Douluo and the others were pondering the issue of soul bones. Even Douluo, a titled Douluo, found himself somewhat troubled. Their family suddenly required 3 soul bones. That was no trivial matter. Even for someone of his status, he had yet to find a suitable soul bone for himself. Possessing only one, yet he could not simply select any soul bone. After all, once affixed, it was a lifelong commitment. What are you back for? Just then, Su Xian pushed the door open once more, upon seeing him. Douluo could not suppress his displeasure and let out a cold snort. I heard you all were in need of soul bones, so I naturally came to discuss business, Su Xian replied earnestly. The expressions of the 4 darkened immediately. Heard. That's precisely what you said. Now you're just pretending. Douluo's eyes brightened, suppressing his inner fury as he asked eagerly, are you implying that you possess soul bones? Of course. What else could it be? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, nonchalantly waving his hand as he boasted. These items are quite inexpensive. A 10,000-year soul bone goes for a few hundred gold coins, while a 100,000-year one is merely 1,000 gold coins. The most expensive external soul bones are only a few thousand gold coins. Alas, the supply is somewhat limited. I only have just over 50 pieces, and they won't last long. Even if you have soul bones, they likely aren't what we need, Douluo remarked with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Are you trying to provoke me? Su Xian shot him a sidelong glance. When faced with provocation, the best course of action is to deliver a resounding slap to the face, leaving no room for further discussion. This is a 30,000-year black mamba snake trunk soul bone. This is a 50,000-year purple crystal rattlesnake skull. And this, a 100,000-year ice extreme viper trunk bone. Su Xian casually retrieved the soul bones from his storage ring, his demeanor as indifferent as if he were merely pulling out copper coins. Leaving Douluo and the others momentarily stunned, there was no helping it. When adequately equipped, one could be so audacious. As they beheld the 3 soul bones concealed within the study, the atmosphere grew palpable, and the 4 gazes widened in astonishment. 3 soul bones, a skull and trunk bone, all of serpentine origin. Was this tailored specifically for them? Even Douluo's eyes glistened with a hint of red, his breathing becoming slightly rapid as an inexplicable impulse surged within him. Ahem, relax, it's just 3 soul bones, hardly a monumental affair. Noticing the sinister glint in Douluo's eyes, Su Xian hurriedly stowed the soul bones away. This old man clearly had intentions of seizing them. How shameless! As the soul bones vanished, the 4 of them were momentarily taken aback, then quickly snapped back to reality. Douluo and the others exchanged glances with Douluo, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, as if urging him to make a decision. There was no alternative. Those were 3 soul bones. Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable as he assessed Su Xian, seemingly calculating something. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of resorting to violence, his instincts warning him that something was amiss. Speak. What are your intentions? Although he found Su Xian quite unpalatable, Douluo, being under the same roof, had no choice but to relent, his voice tinged with resignation. Nothing too complicated. Simply pay me for them. Su Xian shrugged and replied directly. Though Douluo still owed him 3 conditions, he might be able to extract the entirety of his family's wealth. Yet he was not one to be excessively greedy. 3 conditions would certainly be reserved for critical moments, such as tricking him into carrying a 9th-level soul cannon for a suicidal assault. In any case, anything that could be accomplished with a soul bone was trivial. He was, after all, an honest businessman who never engaged in unscrupulous dealings. Pay for them. Upon hearing this, Douluo and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Su Xian, clearly taken aback by this unexpected proposition. How much do you intend to charge for the 100,000-year ice extreme viper trunk bone? Douluo regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xian, his eyes gleaming with fervor as if they might incinerate him. Not much, just 15 million gold coins. Su Xian smirked, responding with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing this, Douluo's brow furrowed, although the price seemed reasonable. The reality was that he simply could not muster such a sum. Douluo and the others were well aware of the family's financial situation and held their breath, not daring to interrupt Douluo. Is there any possibility of credit? Suddenly, Douluo's face flushed red, hesitantly posing the question. Su Xian. What? Are you truly that impoverished? You can't even scrape together over 10 million gold coins. As he observed Douluo's embarrassed expression, Su Xian's lips twitched violently, his mind racing with disbelief. What the hell? I have stripped down to my pants, and you tell me you lack funds. You, a titled Douluo, can't even gather over 10 million gold coins. Why don't you go find a tofu to crash into? Seeing Su Xian's horrified countenance, Douluo's eyelids twitched, his inner frustration boiling beneath the surface, yet he could not express it, leaving him utterly distressed. He lacked the backing of a major sect for support, always walking alone. Coupled with the continuous use of precious materials to counteract toxins, how could he be as affluent as others? So how much do you have at present? Su Xian sighed in resignation, taking a step back to inquire. About 10 million, Douluo admitted with reluctance. Indeed, it was true that money could be a hero's downfall. Even the formidable Douluo, known for his audacity, seemed somewhat deflated at this moment. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression darkened. It seemed pointless to continue. That if you're interested in the other 2 soul bones, we can continue our discussion. 10 million gold coins. While he had acquired it from the system for only 1,500 gold coins, he could not afford to sell it at such a loss. By doing so, he would effectively be forfeiting 5 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins, when converted, amounted to over 3,000 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. If he were to resell them, it would result in a significant loss. What the hell? 4 to 500 billion gold coins. Thus, to lower the price would be tantamount to a lifetime loss. Hearing this, Douluo let out a long sigh, finally grasping the significance of money. How much do you intend to sell the 50,000-year purple crystal rattlesnake skull for? Douluo inquired cautiously. 0.8 million gold coins. Su Xian replied without hesitation. Great. I'll purchase that soul bone, Douluo declared through gritted teeth. Having spent his gold, with his strength, he could easily earn it back. But soul bones, once lost, could never be regained. Then this, Su Xian's lips curled into a smirk, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together. The implication unmistakable. Consider it a gift. Douluo, with a stoic expression, retrieved 2 crimson gold cards from his belt. Upon receiving the cards, Su Xian immediately broke into a smile, scrutinizing the amount, which was even more than expected by several tens of thousands. Without hesitation, Su Xian tucked the cards away. This soul bone now belongs to you. With a cheerful demeanor, he produced the 50,000-year-old soul bone and handed it to Douluo subsequently. He revealed the 30,000-year-old bone, speaking with eager anticipation. If you could somehow gather an additional 5 million, that would be splendid. Su Xian blinked his large eyes, brimming with expectation, his considerate expression rendering Douluo and his companions speechless. Goodness, are you made of money? Douluo shook his head in distress. 5 million was beyond his reach, yet he did not wish to forfeit this soul bone, fearing that Su Xian might sell it to someone else in a blink. 0.5 million gold coins. I will purchase this soul bone. Just as Douluo was wrestling with his dilemma, a familiar voice echoed once more. The poison master Su Xian re-entered the room. He cast an impassive glance at Douluo, seemingly still brooding over their earlier encounter, before turning his attention to Su Xian. Here are 5 million gold coins. This soul bone is mine, Su Xian asserted, pulling out a gold card with an air of finality. As a poison master, he could earn money selling toxins, treating ailments, and selling medicinal herbs. In short, he was not in need of funds, perhaps even wealthier than the titled Douluo. Truly, the esteemed poison master exuded an air of grandeur. Su Xian admired him greatly, and with an unflinching demeanor, he accepted the gold card. Then it is settled. This soul bone is yours. He prepared to hand the soul bone directly to Su Xian. Douluo seized it with urgency. Wait. Douluo glared at Su Xian with fiery intensity. What do you want with this soul bone, old man? Don't make me turn hostile. The rarity of serpent-type soul bones was exceedingly low. Serpents lacked limbs, typically yielding only trunk and skull bones. This soul bone was of paramount importance to the Douluo family, an old comrade, knowing that this matter pertained to his family's very existence. How could Douluo not be furious at such an underhanded move? The fragrant and exquisite spirit products were merely a competitive jest between the two, but the significance of a soul bone was entirely different. Step aside. If you wish to turn hostile, then so be it. Su Xian nonchalantly brushed Douluo's hand aside, then directly took the soul bone. I am not as cold-hearted and ruthless as you. Douluo. Su Xian shot an irritable glare at Douluo before approaching Douluo. A warm smile spread across his face as he gently took Douluo's arm. Little Yin, Grandfather Su is gifting you this soul bone. He added teasingly, just remember not to learn any bad habits from your grandfather. That old man is no saint. Su Xian seemed to harbor a lingering grudge, taking another jab at Douluo. However, Douluo now held a black soul bone in her hands. The sight of Su Xian gifting the soul bone to Douluo surprised not only Douluo and his companions, but also Su Xian. It was a soul bone worth 5 million gold coins, and he simply gave it away. Douluo felt a sudden sting in his nose, unsure of what to say, his emotions tangled. Stop right there. Our earlier business is far from over. Su Xian cast a sidelong glance at Douluo, his eyes still blazing with resentment, his stubborn and proud demeanor resembling that of an endearing old rascal. Yinner, hurry and thank your grandfather Su. Noticing Douluo lost in thought while holding the soul bone, her mother Chuya gently nudged her as a reminder. Thank you, grandfather. Douluo snapped back to reality. Her clear, bright eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Su Xian, her expression radiating the joy and appreciation of being unexpectedly blessed. Chuya and Douluo looked at Su Xian with grateful eyes. Their own eyes slightly reddened, struggling to contain their emotions. My back is still a bit sore, so I won't linger here any longer. Clearly uncomfortable with the scene, Su Xian leaned on his cane with one hand while supporting his back with the other, slowly making his exit. Father, perhaps you should. Dogu Wu instinctively moved forward to assist, but midway, he seemed to recall something and retreated to Dogu Bo's side, whispering. Upon hearing this, Dogu Bo's brow furrowed, his expression shifting as if battling an internal struggle. Very well, he finally sighed reluctantly, as if having made a certain resolve. You wait here for a moment. I will be right back, he said to Su Xian before his figure vanished in an instant. Count Dogu, you're not planning to go rob someone, are you? Su Xian's face turned pale with shock, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement, appearing utterly exhilarated. Dogu Wu. What the hell? Rob? Does the Dogu family have no shame? Chapter 75. Father, you insult mother. After a brief wait at the Dogu residence, Dogu Bo finally returned, his expression complex and difficult to articulate. Here is 15 million gold coins. Now give me the soul bone. With an unchanging expression, Dogu Bo produced a diamond gold card. Wait, you didn't steal this money, did you? I cannot accept stolen funds, Su Xian questioned warily, hastily tucking the diamond card away. Dogu Bo, damn. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Hand over the soul bone. Dogu Bo snapped irritably. He had sacrificed a significant favor for this 15 million gold coins. The mere thought of Ning Fingji's ostentatious demeanor earlier filled Dogu Bo with rage. Damn it, it's just money. What's the big deal? Keep it for yourself. Su Xian casually tossed the soul bone over as if discarding refuse, causing Dogu Bo's eyelids to twitch as he swiftly caught it. For goodness sake, be more careful. Dogu Bo huffed. Su Xian shrugged, indifferent, and was about to leave when suddenly an idea struck him, and he turned back. Observing Dogu Bo cautiously stowing away the soul bone, Su Xian felt speechless. Did he seem like the type to steal? Su Xian licked his lips and casually remarked, I am currently developing an entertainment city. Once it's completed, there will be treasures auctioned off. You should come take a look. Treasures at auction? Dogu Bo froze momentarily, then blurted out, You wouldn't happen to have another soul bone, would you? Keep it low-key. This is just the beginning. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, yet his face radiated pride, leaving Dogu Bo utterly stunned. What the hell? 3 soul bones already, including one that's 100,000 years old, and you have another soul bone? I swear, as a titled Douluo, I only possess 1 soul bone. Forgive me for feeling a bit envious. Dogu Bo licked his lips, solemnly declaring, Honestly, I'm seriously considering robbing you. Upon hearing this, Dogu Wu and the others immediately tensed up, holding their breath in silence. Suddenly, Dogu Bo sighed. But my instincts tell me that if I act rashly, I might end up regretting it. Once he said this, Dogu Wu and the others once again gaped at Su Xian, as if they had just heard the greatest joke of their lives. They titled Douluo, afraid of a mere soul master. Ignoring the trio's astonished expressions, Dogu Bo fixed his gaze on Su Xian, his mind suddenly recalling the scene where Su Xian had invited him for a duel that he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his conviction about his suspicions growing stronger. This kid must have an incredibly powerful titled Douluo backing him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess so many soul bones. Could it be him? A figure suddenly flashed through Dogu Bo's mind, causing his heart to tremble, but he quickly shook his head in denial. For that person was unlikely to support the Tiando imperial family. Robbing is bad, especially when it involves stealing money, Su Xian replied with utmost seriousness. Well then, I must be on my way, old toxic one. You should earn more money, lest you allow the external soul bone of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor to be auctioned off to someone else. Waving goodbye to Dogu Bo with a smile, Su Xian suddenly felt a surge of light beneath his feet, and in an instant, he was whisked away by the radiance. External soul bone. Clenching his fists tightly, Dogu Bo stared in the direction Su Xian had vanished, his eyes alight with an intensity capable of igniting a conflagration. Dogu Wu was equally startled, swallowing hard before hesitantly reminding, Father, if there truly is an external soul bone, we might not be able to auction it either. With a crash, it felt as if a downpour had drenched him, and then a chilling breeze swept past, leaving Dogu Bo feeling utterly cold. Oh, I need you to tell me that. The once ignited flames of desire were abruptly extinguished as Dogu Bo delivered a sharp blow to Dogu Wu's forehead, vociferously exclaiming, What the hell? How can you bring up such matters when you know I'm financially strapped? Yet, The allure of the external soul bone belonging to the azure phosphor snake emperor was simply too tempting to relinquish. Could it be that I, a dignified title Douluo, must resort to thievery to survive? A sudden thought surged within Douluo, sending a chill down his spine. As a proud title Douluo, even in poverty, he would never stoop so low. However, the prospect of robbing appeared to be a swift route to riches. If he disguised himself, surely no one would recognize him. An intriguing notion took root in his mind, rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Su Xian escorted Fan Jianxiang to the imperial palace, recounting the details of the case to Emperor Xue. Upon hearing that Su Xian had single-handedly solved the case, Emperor Xue felt as if 1,000 llamas were galloping through his mind. Damn it! This luck is almost excessive. A mix of joy and bitterness flooded his heart that he waved dismissively, saying, "Very well. I shall handle this matter. You may return now." Return? At these words, Su Xian's anger flared. "Father, I have accomplished a significant feat for the royal family. Will you not reward me in some manner?" Emperor Xue raised an eyebrow, becoming cautious. "And what exactly do you desire?" Cough. "Perhaps you could generously bestow upon me a mere 100 million gold coins. My demands are not excessive," Su Xian replied with a playful smirk. In response, Emperor Xue stood from his throne, expressionless, and pointed to the seat, declaring with conviction, "Here, I offer you my throne. My demands are modest. Merely 100 million gold soul coins annually as tribute." "Father, it is still daylight. Why are you speaking in riddles?" Su Xian questioned, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. "Becoming emperor? Dream on. And 100 million gold coins annually? Surely you jest." Emperor Xue slammed the table in anger, bellowing, "If you know it is still light outside, why are you here speaking nonsense with me?" Su Xian retorted, "Oh, quite impressive. You've learned a few tricks. But, father, weren't you just cursing mother with foul language?" Emperor Xue's furious demeanor faltered, a look of fear flashing across his face as he hastily waved his hands. "You misheard me. I said nothing of the sort. That I was merely jesting with you." "Ah, so it was a joke? Then let us return to discussing my reward." Su Xian suggested earnestly, "By the heavens. A reward? Do not push your luck. I have yet to settle the matter of the 300,000 gold coins from last time." Emperor Xue's eyelids twitched in frustration. "Father, you just insulted mother in jest," Su Xian pointed out, his expression deadpan. "What the hell? Is that all you know to say?" Chapter 76. An Irresistible Countenance. After entrusting Fan Jianxiang to Emperor Xue, Su Xian believed the curtain on this calamity that had gripped Heavendo City was drawing to a close as expected. Upon Su Xian's return to his residence, the emperor's decree began to spread like wildfire throughout the city. In essence, it proclaimed that the perpetrator of the Nalan family's tragedy had been apprehended. The motive stemmed from a vendetta between Fan Jianxiang and the Nalan family, leading to the massacre of the Marquis of Nalan's household. With the blame deliberately placed on the second prince, Xue Wuji, the culprit was captured, restoring peace to Heavendo City. However, Su Xian's contributions went unmentioned in the edict, which instead expressed gratitude towards Douluo. With the arrest of the culprit, everything seemed to settle into place, as if the spirit hall were entirely detached from the affair. Although aware of the true schemer behind it all, Emperor Xue could only swallow his grievances. Not to mention that Fan Jianxiang was now on the brink of death, rendering any potential identification of the spirit hall's involvement meaningless. If the situation escalated, the royal family would find itself in a precarious position. Should they fail to punish the spirit hall severely, their authority would crumble in the eyes of the common folk. Yet, if they struck against the spirit hall, how could the matter conclude? War? The royal family had no title de law. Even with the aid of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, they would still suffer losses. Thus, Emperor Xue was compelled to choose silence. However, silence did not equate to complacency. He would likely find ways to undermine the spirit hall behind the scenes. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Su Xian. Emperors had their own strategies, and in simple terms, he was cunning. In the pavilion, Su Xian was enthusiastically recounting his impressive feats to Qianrenxue. "After all, good fortune was indeed a facet of strength. Your luck is quite remarkable. You managed to capture the culprit so easily," Qianrenxue said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yet, her smile bore an enigmatic undertone, tinged with bitterness. By the way, the poisoned Douluo must have had to rely on some means to hand over the culprit to you," Qianrenxue continued, though she had never met the poisoned Douluo. She had heard tales of his reclusive and eccentric nature, making him difficult to interact with. Despite the prince's title, it held little weight in the presence of a titled Douluo who would not assist the royal family without due cause. I sold him some soul bones and made a bit of profit in the process, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, pouring Qianren Xue a cup of tea brewed from medicinal herbs, beneficial for nourishment and beauty. You have soul bones? Qianren Xue exclaimed, her lips parting in disbelief. First, it was celestial herbs, then formations, followed by defensive masks, and now soul bones. Could it be that she was destined to become a pampered wife? Indeed. I have quite a few, but you may not find use for them. Su Xian nodded. However, as soon as those words escaped him, he realized he had misspoken. With his inherited soul bones, he indeed had no need for others. Qianren Xue instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook her head, pouting in mock anger. I can indeed cultivate now. How could I possibly not need soul bones? Very well, if you desire them, choose some to keep. Let us proceed to the study. Su Xian said with an affectionate smile, taking Qianren Xue's delicate hand as they made their way to the study. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of soul bones appeared scattered across the floor, around 50 in total. I must be dreaming. Yes, I am definitely dreaming. Otherwise, pinch me and see. Staring at the sea of soul bones, Qianren Xue was rendered speechless, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had drifted far beyond. All right. In response to such a request, Su Xian felt compelled to oblige, promptly pinching Qianren Xue's cheeks and playfully teasing her. There was no help for it. Qianren Xue's visage was simply too exquisite. Her skin, as flawless as jade, was complemented by her enchanting azure eyes, lending her an ethereal beauty akin to that of a fairy. Each time Su Xian beheld her face, an inexplicable urge surged within him, as if he longed to cradle it gently, fearing it might be swept away by the wind. Simultaneously, his curiosity about Qianren Xue's true appearance intensified. Just how breathtakingly beautiful could she be? Regrettably, Qianren Xue showed no inclination to reveal her true self. Thus, he decided to keep it a surprise for later, lest his parents suffer from a heart attack. Perhaps it was best to wait until after their marriage, once they had children, at which point there would be no issues on either side. Let go. You're hurting me, Qianren Xue exclaimed, slapping Su Xian's hand away, her annoyance evident at his teasing grin. You asked me to pinch you. Su Xian defended himself. Stop making that face, Qianren Xue retorted, clearly agitated. Fine, since you insist, I have something for you. Gently ruffling Qianren Xue's hair, Su Xian led her to a particular soul bone. Before them lay a pair of external soul bone wings. Isn't your martial soul a white swan? With these, you shall be able to soar? Su Xian proclaimed. External soul bones. Qianren Xue gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the pure, crystalline wings before her, her heart racing with excitement. Qian Douluo had once mentioned that she would eventually possess a soul bone set, the only missing piece being an external soul bone. That T.O. thinks she would encounter it now. Are you truly giving this to me? Qianren Xue asked incredulously, her gaze fixed on Su Xian. Of course, you need not worry about me. I have another set of external soul bone wings. Feel free to keep this one for yourself. Su Xian stated plainly, with Qianren Xue's martial soul being the six-winged angel, her speed would be greatly enhanced with the addition of the external soul bone wings. Su Xian had chosen the white spear falcon for her, while he retained the peregrine falcon for himself. Although the latter was swift, it mattered not, for his martial soul was a swan. Utterly useless. I observed with astonishment that Su Xian had unexpectedly bestowed the external soul bone upon himself. Qianren Xue, at a loss for words, found her heart warmed yet undeniably fluttering with unease. I is it that you find yourself at a loss for gratitude, requiring my guidance, drawing Qianren Xue into his embrace. Su Xian wore a smile laced with mischief, his gaze filled with ulterior motives. Upon witnessing Su Xian's grin, Qianren Xue, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly raised the corners of her mouth, gently rising onto her toes to meet him. As Su Xian's pupils contracted sharply, the exquisite sensation akin to the delicate touch of a peeled egg stirred his central nervous system, causing his mind to come to a standstill. After several seconds, he finally regained his composure, instinctively wrapping his arms around Qianren Xue's back, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. What ensued was a fervent pursuit initiated by Su Xian, accompanied by heavy breaths that made both their faces appear as though they had indulged in intoxicating revelry. A few minutes later, Qian Rinxue languidly reclined upon Su Xian's chest, the rosy hue upon her cheeks still vivid. Her face resembling a ripe peach, ready to yield drops of nectar with the gentlest of touches. Her crescent-shaped eyes squinted slightly, her finely sculpted nose nestled against Su Xian's body, a sweet, enchanting smile gracing her features. Rendering her breathtakingly beautiful as her hands tenderly brushed through her lustrous golden hair. Qian Rinxue's expression grew increasingly gentle and content, akin to a tranquil pool reflecting the serene autumn sky, detached from the tumult of the world. Raising her head slightly, Qian Rinxue's eyes revealed a tangle of emotions as she pondered. Why are you so kind to me? Are you not afraid I might deceive you? Don't move. Lie still, Su Xian admonished. Sensing her restlessness as he playfully ruffled her hair, Qian Rinxue pouted but ultimately obeyed, settling down. You still haven't answered me, she remarked, noticing that Su Xian appeared to be lost in blissful enjoyment. Seemingly oblivious to her inquiries. Oh, let it be. If you deceive me, then so be it. I shan't hold it against you. He entwined his fingers with hers, resting them upon his chest, his eyes still closed in contentment. Seemingly indifferent to the unfolding dialogue, witnessing Su Xian's unguarded demeanor, Qian Rinxue felt torn between amusement and irritation. Though her secret delight betrayed her true feelings, this fooled a wave of emotion surged within her. Guilt intensifying, particularly in light of today's events concerning the Naylan family. She was acutely aware that the spirit hall was behind it all and feared that their differences might deepen, spiraling into irreconcilable conflict. Perhaps it would be better to address this now. After a moment of internal struggle, Qian Rinxue, with trepidation, swallowed hard and whispered, Actually, my name is not Xue. I am a member of the spirit hall. The last two words fell from her lips like a heavy weight, and it seemed as if all her strength had been sapped, her body going limp in Su Xian's embrace, her gown dampened by perspiration. Holding her breath, the world around them grew eerily silent, a chilling breeze sweeping through, penetrating to her very core. As she instinctively clutched Su Xian's waist, it felt as though only his warmth could offer her solace. Yet, after a moment, when no response came, Qian Rinxue looked up in confusion, only to find Su Xian in a deep slumber, resembling a dead pig. You! Qian Rinxue's face flushed crimson, a surge of anger bubbling within her. She had been terrified moments ago, and this rascal had the audacity to fall asleep, rendering her words meaningless. Humph! This lazy and slovenly individual. It was his own fault for dozing off. She bore no responsibility. Pouting in indignation, Qian Rinxue settled back down, exhaling a relieved sigh, as the earlier fright had truly unsettled her. With the matters concerning the Naylan family seemingly resolved, Su Xian leisurely spent his days at home with Qian Rinxue. While also tending to his affairs in the entertainment city, Xue Qinghe had visited to express his gratitude, though his expression was one of pain, as if he had learned of his own misfortune. Su Xian, in a gesture of kindness, reassured him that the perpetrator would be found within 20 years. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe left with a darkened expression, perhaps a testament to the trust shared among brothers. One day, as the gentle sunlight cascaded down, warming the air and illuminating the lake with a kaleidoscope of colors, Su Xian reclined on the grass by the lakeside, his hands crossed behind his head. With his eyes squinted, he occasionally glanced at Qian Rinxue, who was frolicking in the water, his demeanor radiating tranquility. Everyone believed that traversing realms was a blessing, and now he could feel the comfort of it himself. Darling, look at that fish. It's so adorable. Why not try to catch it? Qian Rinxue called out, pointing at a golden carp in the water. Are you sure it's the fish that's adorable and not sweet and sour carp? Su Xian teased, slightly turning to face her with a smile. Aren't they all carp? They're equally adorable. Qian Rinxue replied, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. Very well, your beauty grants you the right to be correct. Su Xian responded, somewhat speechless. Then shall we have sweet and sour carp for lunch? Qian Rinxue exclaimed with delight. You should continue honing your basic culinary skills. Otherwise, I fear I may lose my sense of taste one day. Su Xian quickly waved his hands. Recalling her previous culinary debut with vivid clarity, he had no desire to serve as a test subject again. Are you implying my cooking is subpar? Then you can prepare your own meals. Qian Rinxue retorted, advancing towards him with an air of authority, indignant. Then let us teach you how to make sweet and sour carp today. Su Xian replied, exasperated. Hee, let us hurry and catch that fish. Qian Rinxue beamed. Her smile radiant. Agreed. As Su Xian accompanied Qian Rinxue at the lakeside, Nangong Ling arrived with a rather distinguished guest at their residence. The newcomer, clad in a flowing white robe and leaning on a staff, exuded an aura of refined elegance, his bright eyes seemingly capable of piercing through one's heart. Upon learning of Nangong Ling and Ning Fengji's arrival, Su Xian and Qian Xue hastily set aside their fishing rods and made their way to the main hall. Xue Qinghe, you must greet Master Ning. Nangong Ling beckoned to them. We greet Master Ning. Su Xian and Qian Xue offered a slight bow, though Su Xian's gaze was fixated on Ning Fengji, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Behold the resplendent attire adorned with emeralds and pearls, the shimmering crown of jade, and the staff encrusted with white diamonds. By heavens, this is the epitome of opulence, he thought. Without a doubt, it was time to take down the wealthy and redistribute their fortunes for the benefit of the common folk. Noticing the peculiar expression on Su Xian's face, Ning Fengji's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing the gaze of a hungry wolf upon him. Nangong Ling, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, Ahem, Qinghe, this is a teacher specifically sought by the Empress for you. You shall follow Master Ning in your cultivation henceforth. Disciple pays respects to the teacher, Su Xian proclaimed without hesitation, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing deeply. Oh, you think he seeks the wealth of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school? No, he seeks the enduring stability of the empire, Su Xian resolved, steeling himself for the challenges ahead in order to serve the empire. Seeing Su Xian so readily agree left Nangong Ling somewhat astonished. He had always intended to stay home with Xue and avoid the rigors of training. Why the sudden willingness? Very well, Your Highness, it is my honor to be the first disciple of Ning. Ning Fengji replied with a smile of genuine satisfaction, revealing no hint of pretense. The 7 treasures glazed tile school and the Heaven Do Empire have always supported one another. Thus, his role as the teacher of the beloved prince could further strengthen their ties. Bringing benefits without detriment. Teacher, you flatter me. It is truly my honor, Su Xian responded earnestly, admiration swelling within him like an unending river. Nangong Ling observed Su Xian's fervent demeanor, sensing an odd sensation. Something feels off here. Qian Xue, having recognized the signs, thought to herself, this is definitely someone about to be taken advantage of. Master, I believe the interactions between Heaven Do City and 7 Treasure City could use improvement. Perhaps I should reside in 7 Treasure City for a time to better absorb your teachings, Su Xian suggested, reveling in the subtle shift in Ning Fengji's expression. Your Highness's words are indeed reasonable. Having just taken on a disciple, Ning Fengji found it somewhat inappropriate to return to Qibao City the very next day. He pondered for a moment before turning to Nangong Ling with a smile. This matter was beyond his control. After all, Su Xian was a prince. Moreover, he was quite curious as to how Su Xian managed to persuade the illustrious Douluo to seek a loan from him. Indeed, Ning Fengji had long been aware that it was Su Xian who visited the Dugu family, for he could not overlook the actions of a titled Douluo. According to his intelligence, only Su Xian had been to Dugubo's residence at that particular time, and it seemed he had not been seen departing. The circumstances surrounding this intrigued Ning Fengji immensely. Feel free to go. I shall speak to your father, and I assure you, he will not object. Nangong Ling said if the Snow Night Emperor were to learn of Nangong Ling's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be deeply moved. This was the essence of true partnership. Objections? No. He would rather die than voice any. At present, he simply wished to distance himself from this troublesome son, lest he be driven to his wit's end. Nodding, Su Xian's gaze sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Ning Feng. In that case, if my teacher returns today, I could accompany him. Learning fills me with pride. Learning drives me to madness. Learning brings me joy. Humph. No one shall deter me from my quest for knowledge. Indeed, he could hardly wait. Countless gold coins seemed to rain down upon him, each one clamoring for his attention. How could he possibly neglect them? Su Xian vowed to ensure these coins fulfilled their life's purpose. However, there was no rush. There were no pressing matters within the sect, so returning tomorrow would be perfectly acceptable. Observing Su Xian's fervor, Ning Fengji felt a sense of comfort, though an inexplicable oddity lingered in his heart. Then I shall depart with my teacher tomorrow, Su Xian quickly proposed. Very well. Having bid farewell to Ning Fengji like a dutiful child, Su Xian turned to the seemingly immovable Nangong Ling, who appeared disinclined to leave. Mother, do you have any further matters to attend to? He inquired. Speak honestly. Are you plotting something? Nan Gongling gazed at Su Xian with a stoic expression. By heaven's grace, I truly intend to study. I cannot believe you do not trust me. Mother, Su Xian lamented, feeling a pang of heartache as his eyes reddened. He was genuinely seeking to learn the essential lessons of life. How to extract money from others' pockets into his own without remorse. How could that be considered a devious scheme? You ought to be more prudent. The relationship between the Douluo sect and the royal family, while not one of intimate closeness, is still a partnership that should not be severed, with a solemn reminder. Nan Gongling took her leave, undeterred even by Xue's attempts to persuade her to linger and disrupt the two. Witnessing Nan Gongling's concern, Su Xian felt a twinge of emotions. Alas, she did not comprehend the current situation. What partnership was there? Only eternal interests remained. Who could predict what the future held? Nevertheless, the Douluo sect was undeniably a veritable treasure trove, rich enough to rival nations. Therefore, if the treasury were to be short by millions or even billions, would anyone truly notice? After parting with Nan Gongling, Xue approached Su Xian, her expression slightly anxious. Are you truly planning to go to the Douluo sect? Are you not afraid I will be left here alone in an empty mansion? Observing Xue's worried demeanor, Su Xian took her hands in his, teasingly replying, Not at all. Who would find that appealing? Avoiding Su Xian's fervent gaze, Xue pouted and turned away, her stubbornness rendering her irresistibly adorable. I have heard that the Douluo sect is filled with many beautiful young ladies. What if? Before Su Xian could finish, Xue's sharp gaze silenced him. Her expression remained impassive, her tone as cold as the winds of winter. If you dare to glance at them. Do you believe I shall let you sleep on the floor forever? If I must sleep on the floor, then you shall accompany me. The question lies in whether you are willing. Rubbing his cheek against Xue's delicate face, Su Xian's eyes brimmed with affection. You. Even after being bombarded by Su Xian's sweet words countless times, Xue found herself unable to withstand the heat of his gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. So, will you or will you not? Su Xian pressed, tightly holding her waist and preventing her from escaping, gently swaying her side to side while grinning mischievously. Let go of me. This is no way to coerce someone. Xue protested, her face aflame as she struggled in vain. You are always trying to make me sleep on the floor. It is only fair that you receive some punishment. With that, Su Xian swiftly smacked Xue's rear before quickly retracting his hand, firmly holding her in place. That felt quite delightful. I may become addicted. A soft moan escaped her lips, and Xue's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her expression a mix of anger and embarrassment as she glared at Su Xian. Quickly say you will, or I shall strike again, Su Xian threatened. You dare, Xue exclaimed, baring her small fangs in anger. Do you believe I will bite you? Her body swayed slightly as Xue, overwhelmed by shyness, felt her skin glowing like a blooming flower, her fiery gaze directed at Su Xian. So, will you or will you not? Su Xian insisted, his fingers poised to unleash further mischief. You? Xue's face burned with embarrassment, utterly at a loss as to why she found this fellow so intriguing, lamenting his utter lack of consideration for her feelings. Fine, I will go. She finally relented, rolling her eyes at Su Xian, fearful he might strike again. That is more like it. You will accompany me to the Douluo sect tomorrow. Yes? Su Xian queried with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Xue paused, momentarily taken aback. You intend to take me with you? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she fixed her gaze upon Su Xian. What kind of couple would we be if separated? If I do not bring you along, who shall I bully in the future? Su Xian raised an eyebrow at Xue, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Humph. Then I shall not accompany you. Pouting her cheeks, Xue feigned annoyance, her expression adorably defiant. Enough of this nonsense. Go gather your things. We depart tomorrow. Ignoring her protest, Su Xian playfully pinched Xue's cheek, earnestly advising her. Nodding in response, Xue instinctively prepared to leave and gather her belongings. However, after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. Wait, why am I going to gather things? What is it? Su Xian inquired curiously. Nothing. During dinner, as sweet and sour carp was just served, two fools arrived in unison, observing Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong. Su Xian couldn't help but suspect that these two had planted spies in his residence, appearing with such impeccable timing each time. Xue Wuji was brimming with excitement, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Brother, are you truly going to the Qibao Liuli sect to study? Though Xue Mingong remained silent, his eyes mirrored Xue Wuji's sentiments, albeit more subtly concealed. Xue Wuji was likely weary from being deceived and wished to keep his distance from Su Xian. As for Xue Mingtong, he probably still harbored aspirations for the throne, hence his probing inquiries. Of course, it could also be that he genuinely came to bid farewell, but Xue Wuji's enthusiasm made it difficult for Su Xian to entertain that notion. Upon seeing Xue Wuji, Su Xian's eyes brightened. He just happened to need a scapegoat, and here was a professional. Wuji, I believe you should also consider studying at the Qibao Liuli sect. Remaining at the Royal Academy does little to broaden one's horizons. Su Xian remarked with an air of maturity. Brother, I find the Royal Academy quite satisfactory, Xue Wuji replied, visibly shaken as he quickly waved his hands. In no way, he would rather die than go to the Qibao Liuli sect. He wanted to enjoy a few more days of bliss. Seeing Xue Wuji's strong aversion, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. Why could they not place a bit more trust in one another as brothers? Alas, it seemed he would have to resort to cunning to ensnare him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive him. Very well, let us sit down and have a meal together. Noting the two fools standing around awkwardly, Su Xian remarked with exasperation, at once. Both figures darted to the table, where they sat upright, exuding an air of distinction. Bring me a set of cutlery, Xue Wuji commanded with authority. 2 sets, Xue Mingtong added simply. Su Xian, MMP. They were undoubtedly here to mooch off his meal. Upon learning of Su Xian's plans to visit the Qibao Liuli sect, Yang Fei arrived with Xue Qinghe in tow. This girl insisted on accompanying you. And as her mother, I could not dissuade her. Gently stroking Xue Qinghe's small head, Yang Fei sighed in exasperation. Oh dear, ever since this little girl has been here for a few days, she's become quite spoiled. Insisting on leaving the palace every day. Now that I've heard Su Xian plans to depart from Tiando City, she has been crying incessantly that I truly have no choice but to bring her along. Perhaps in her eyes, I, her own mother, pale in comparison to her half-brother, Su Xian. Have you been crying again? Seeing Xue Qinghe's reddened eyes, Su Xian knelt down, gently cupping her face and teasing her with a smile. Xue Qinghe pouted defiantly, retorting, I haven't. Observing Xue Qinghe's adorable demeanor, Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle, enticingly asking, would you like to visit the Qibao Liuli sect? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated, looking up at Yang Fei, her expression filled with grievance, as if to accuse. Mother won't let me go. Child, have you learned to play tricks on your mother? Yang Fei exclaimed. Su Xian continued with a smile. If you wish to go, I can speak to Auntie and arrange for you to join us, all right? Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe released Yang Fei's hand and hurried to Su Xian's side. Witnessing this, Yang Fei shook her head helplessly, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. Alas, this daughter has been raised in vain. Su Xian smiled gently, saying, Auntie, if it eases your mind, I can take her along. After all, Xue is going too. Moreover, Ning Rongrong and Kuer are of similar age and can keep each other company. It wouldn't be ideal for Kuer to remain in the palace every day. Seeing that Su Xian's words had reached such a point, Yang Fei had no grounds to disagree, and that evening, she allowed Xue Qinghe to stay. He returned to the palace to prepare her belongings. The next morning, the three of them set off for Qibao City in a royal carriage. The distance between Qibao City and Tiando City was not vast, and a 2-hour journey sufficed to reach their destination. Although Qibao City was not as bustling and grand as Tiando City, it thrived due to the Qibao Liuli sect, with various businesses flourishing within. They soon arrived at the Qibao Liuli sect's residence and were settled into a luxurious guest suite. Corruption, pure corruption, Su Xian exclaimed, astonished at the room adorned with various gemstones, even the floor laid with jade. The claim that the emperor is wealthy beyond measure is utterly deceiving. Something must be done. We must redistribute the wealth from the tyrants and abolish the exploitation of the Qibao Liuli sect, returning the hard-earned money to the common folk. I must find out where the Qibao Liuli sect's treasury is hidden, and indulge in the thrill of being a gold transporter. Yower, tidy up here. I'll take them out for a stroll, Su Xian instructed, taking Xue Qinghe and Qianrenxue to wander around the Qibao Liuli sect. The sect was built around the mountains, nearly encircling the entire Qibao mountain. Thick walls, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, separated it from the outer city, with outer disciples residing outside, while the inner gate housed core disciples. The architecture harmonized with the mountainous terrain, appearing to float amidst the trees from a distance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find the buildings remarkably flat, leading one to believe they were constructed on level ground. As a prince and a disciple of Ning Fengji, Su Xian enjoyed the highest treatment. Naturally residing within the core buildings atop the mountain, as the trio roamed the Qibao sect, they undoubtedly attracted attention. After all, this was the allure of humanity, with a breathtaking beauty on his right and a delicate, adorable child on his left, combined with Su Xian's own royal good looks, their family portrait radiated happiness, eliciting envy from countless onlookers. This is what we call flaunting affection in public, a rather dangerous endeavor. One observer remarked, "Do you think they are a family?" Another mused that it seems so warm and cozy. That girl resembles the young man somewhat. I truly admire him. He must be quite the charmer. Wow. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed, but that girl appears to be around 3 or 4 years old, while the boy seems to be merely 15 or 16. What a scandal. Noticing the peculiar expressions and barely audible whispers around him, Su Xian's brows furrowed. Is this my first visit to the Qibao sect? Could it be that my reputation precedes me, but I prefer to maintain a low profile? Must you not tone it down a bit? Feeling quite helpless, Su Xian shook his head, realizing that being too eye-catching was not necessarily a good thing. They must be envious. At that moment, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in. Are you newcomers? Is that Ning Rongrong? Su Xian inquired, gazing at the girl before him, clad in a white dress, her skin fair as snow. Resembling a fairy, it wasn't that Su Xian was blind. Rather, Ning Rongrong was only 2 years old, and her appearance diverged significantly from her animated likeness. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as milk. Her chubby face framed by bright, expressive eyes that seemed to communicate. With 2 little buns adorning her hair, she looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale, adorably enchanting. You know me. But I don't recall seeing you before, she said, scratching her head, her innocent expression adorably puzzled. Indeed, it appears that the beauties of the Douluo world mature early. She is merely 2 years old, yet speaks so fluently. This young lady is the prince of the empire, a newly accepted disciple of the master. A nearby maid promptly whispered, offering a respectful nod to Su Xian. The master's disciple? Then, that makes him my junior brother. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing revelation. She turned to the maid, who was momentarily speechless. With great excitement, Ning Rongrong waved her tiny fists, her face feigning indignation as she declared, Junior brother, I shall protect you from now on. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I will teach them a lesson. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong attempted to pat Su Xian's head, only to realize her height was insufficient, so she settled for patting his thigh instead. Su Xian, are you some sort of jester sent by monkeys? A little girl claiming to protect me? Good grief. Though you may become a wealthy heiress in the future, you are merely 2 years old now. How has this royal prince fallen to such a pathetic state? How chilling. Equally awkward was Ning Rongrong's maid, whose face flushed crimson, suppressing laughter. Puffed. Qianren Xue also chuckled, her shoulders trembling slightly. Big brother, Kura will protect you too. Just then, a voice filled with rivalry and defiance rang out. Xue Qinghe clenched her small fists, her face brimming with vigilance as she glared at Ning Rongrong, seemingly fearful that her toys would be taken away at Su Xian. Wait? Why has the atmosphere suddenly shifted? Are my feelings not being considered at all? Let us discuss this when Kura grows up. Regardless, Su Xian felt a sense of comfort in his little sister's loyalty and affectionately ruffled Xue Qinghe's small head, saying, Xue Qinghe nodded firmly. Seeing the newcomer vying for attention and the young junior brother ignoring her, Ning Rongrong's frustration flared, and she put her hands on her hips, defiantly declaring, I am the young lady of the Qibao sect. My word is law here. Junior brother belongs to me, and you need not protect him. Humph. My brother is a prince, and I am a princess. Who needs your protection? Xue Qinghe retorted unreservedly. I don't care. Here, I am the most important, and you must listen to me, Ning Rongrong asserted stubbornly. Seeing the 2 little girls poised for a confrontation, Su Xian felt as if 1,000 galloping horses were racing through his mind. While he could accept 2 beauties fighting over him, even if it ended poorly for him, at least he wouldn't lose much. But 2 cute little girls, he could already envision the scene. A second ago, they were inseparable, and now they would be tossed into a stinky ditch. This is the fate of being a toy. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong were already rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. Had it not been for someone holding them back, a delightful battle of adorable toddlers would have erupted. All right, enough of this nonsense. Su Xian's expression turned serious as he spoke authoritatively. With that proclamation, Xue Qinghe's flushed face trembled, tears welling in her eyes, exuding an aura of heart-wrenching grievance as she obediently approached Su Xian. Ning Rongrong's expression also paled, and she bit her lip, indignantly exclaiming, "You dare yell at me? Do you believe I want to have my father teach you a lesson?" With eyes ablaze like fire, Ning Rongrong glared furiously at Su Xian, her face awash with indignation. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to raise their voice at her, and she felt utterly humiliated. Despite her anger, her words retained a softness akin to cotton candy, and paired with her little adult demeanor. Even the most steadfast heart would be softened by her charm. Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle Ning Rongrong's hair. Truly a little enchantress, showing her true colors. "Let go of me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously as she hastily wriggled free from Su Xian's grasp, her expression growing even more incensed. "Ha ha." Su Xian laughed, unable to contain his amusement at Ning Rongrong's flustered state. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly noon, and he scooped up the pouting Xue Qinghe, teasing, "Kur, it's time to head back. Your big brother has prepared delicious food for you." The mention of a feast. Xue Qinghe's previously pitiful demeanor vanished in an instant as she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and eagerly nodded, her excitement palpable. She shot a playful glance at Xue, who promptly linked arms with Su Xian, and the trio departed together. Having seen all there was to see at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, only a few forbidden areas remained off-limits. Presumably where the treasury lay hidden, Su Xian was in no hurry, planning to act under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, feeling even more furious as she watched Su Xian disregard her, vowed to compel her father to punish him. However, recalling Xue Qinghe's earlier excited, greedy expression, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about the delectable food. No, that guy's cooking must be terrible. That little chubby princess has probably never tasted the delicacies of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Which is why she's so excited. That's definitely it. Suddenly inspired by a thought for revenge, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, and she hopped eagerly to catch up. Upon returning to the guest house, Su Xian entrusted Xue Qinghe to Qianrenque's care while he went off to prepare the meal. Unfortunately, his palate was quite discerning and couldn't acclimatize to other foods. "Your big brother has said to limit your intake of sweets," Qianrenque gently reminded as she watched Xue Qinghe munching on a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer. "But sister-in-law, you are eating them too," Xue Qinghe retorted, her mouth full, the delightful sweetness and the crisp aroma of the fruit mingling in her mouth, her eyes squinting in bliss at her words. Qianrenque's expression stiffened, unsure whether she should put down the skewer in her hand. This flavor is rather delightful. I wonder how he concocted it. It truly is quite tasty." Licking her lips, Qianrenque swallowed and took another bite, her face glowing with pleasure as she slyly countered, "You and I are different, sister-in-law. You are still young. Too much will give you cavities that I don't care," Xue Qinghe declared defiantly, chewing vigorously with a stubborn expression. Seeing this, Qianrenque could only shake her head in resignation. She was powerless against this little girl, deciding it was best to let Su Xian handle it. A moment later, a small figure slowly entered the room. "Wow, this candy is amazing. I need to ask father to buy some more." She held a mountain of sweet treats in her arms, walking proudly with her head held high, her face brimming with satisfaction as she munched on her snacks. Embodying the very essence of a little foodie. Chapter 81. Adorably simple little girl. This scene feels rather peculiar, doesn't it? Just as Su Xian emerged from the kitchen with the prepared dishes, he was met with a rather bizarre sight that made his face twitch. "Goodness, my eyes!" On the soft carpet, Ning Rongrong clutched a pile of snacks, her gaze fixated longingly on the sugar-coated hawthorn skewer in Xue Qinghe's hands, her mouth watering. "Can I trade you for some?" "Just one will do." Her sparkling eyes were filled with hope as she circled around Xue Qinghe, looking rather forlorn yet determined. "No, I'm sick of those. They're not even that good." Xue Qinghe pouted, her eyes full of disdain. However, upon noticing Su Xian's return, Xue Qinghe hastily concealed the skewer behind her back, her face suddenly flustered. "Kur, didn't I tell you to limit your sweets before meals?" Su Xian spoke with mild displeasure. "I only had 2. The rest were all eaten by sister-in-law." Xue insisted, her little face serious. Coughing, Xue nearly spat out her drink, glaring at Xue in exasperation. This child, what an outrageous truth-teller. At this, Su Xian cast a peculiar glance at Xue, who immediately lowered her head in embarrassment that another little glutton has joined the household. Su Xian chuckled silently, knowing that with Xue's cultivation, no matter how much she ate, it would hardly affect her body. Thus, her indulgence was purely for pleasure. What on earth is happening here? Su Xian asked curiously, gesturing towards Ning Rongrong and Xue. It's all about that sugar-coated hawthorn skewer. Xue couldn't help but chuckle, recounting the events that it turned out that Ning Rongrong had brought a pile of snacks to show off to Xue. But Xue had ignored her, relishing her own treat, prompting Ning Rongrong to persistently pester her out of curiosity. She truly acted like a child. Su Xian couldn't help but find it amusing. The things that were unattainable were forever the most desirable. This was true not only for adults, but even more so for children. Xue, having long grown tired of palace delicacies, found the sugar-coated hawthorn skewers refreshing since they offered a tangy flavor that whetted her appetite, making them endlessly enjoyable. Ning Rongrong's offer of ice cream was unlikely to tempt Xue into giving up her skewer. Cooer, give her a skewer. It's time to eat, Su Xian said, beckoning to Xue with a smile. At the mention of food, Xue's eyes lit up as she nodded furiously, quickly handing the skewer she had been hiding behind her back to Ning Rongrong and scampering back over eagerly. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the skewer in her hand, suddenly finding it less appealing, but she still took a bite. So sweet. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her face radiating delight. Miss, the master and madam must be getting anxious. We should head back, a maid urgently advised. You go ahead. I'll play here a bit longer. Ning Rongrong waved her hand nonchalantly, stealthily making her way toward the dining table, her instincts telling her that the food here was far more appetizing. As Ning Rongrong approached, Xue, seated in a chair, covered her pocket protectively. What do you want? I gave you the sugar-coated hawthorn skewer. There's nothing else. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her legs bouncing energetically as she gazed longingly at the dining table. But alas, she was still too short to reach it. Seeing Ning Rongrong's adorably naive antics, Su Xian and Xue exchanged knowing smiles. Su Xian regretted not having a camera at that moment. A single photo could be worth a fortune in a decade. All right, if you want to eat here, then join us, Su Xian said as he watched Ning Rongrong attempt to climb onto a chair. Swiftly lifting her and placing her atop it, I want a drumstick too. Ning Rongrong pouted, glancing at Xue, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg. If only Ning Rongrong 10 years from now could witness this scene. One could only imagine her reaction. Reflecting on Ning Rongrong's haughty little witch demeanor, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. After serving Ning Rongrong some dishes, Su Xian instructed Qin Yao to attend to the two girls while he sat down with Xue. You seem quite fond of children, Xue noted, tenderly placing some of Su Xian's favorite dishes onto his plate. Children, though they have many needs, are the easiest to please. Unlike adults, who may have but one desire, yet find it perpetually unfulfilled, often insatiable, Su Xian stated earnestly. That's true, Xue acknowledged, unconsciously nodding in agreement. Just like her mother, whose singular desire was for the spirit hall to reign supreme, yet achieving that required countless conditions and demands. Seeing that Xue had not quite grasped his point, Su Xian smiled awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate. However, the train of thought had already begun. How could they not accelerate? In the future, we will have our own children. Won't we? Su Xian said with heartfelt sincerity, his smile lingering while his gaze remained intensely focused on Xue. Boom! It felt as though a deep-sea bomb had detonated within her heart, sending a tremor through both her body and spirit. Scattering all her thoughts. Just eat your meal. How can I silence you? With a piece of meat pinched between her fingers, she stuffed it into Su Xian's mouth, to which Xue retorted with irritation. Her flawless cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a fire's glow. All right, let us eat, she responded meaningfully, while Su Xian savored the delectable dish he had prepared, his face radiating bliss. By the way, do you prefer boys or girls? Su Xian whispered inquisitively. Xue, mortified and furious, shot him an indignant glance. Ahem, let us focus on eating, shall we? Su Xian hastily waved his hands, obediently starting his meal, his demeanor transforming into that of a well-behaved child. which only served to exasperate Qian Rinxue further. After the little girl Xue Qinghe, Su Xian had once again acquired another petite companion, proving that food was indeed the key to communicating with children. This dish is delicious. It feels remarkably different, Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she voraciously devoured her meal, devoid of any semblance of a noble lady, but rather embodying a little glutton. Even Ning Fengji, who had come looking for her, was momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's behavior, though he quickly found himself speechless after tasting some of the dishes. Sighing, he had initially intended to invite Su Xian for dinner to introduce him to the other members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, it seemed he would need to reconsider his plans. Chapter 82. Nonsensical Royal Bloodlines. In the stillness of the night, the pure white moonlight cascaded from the heavens, filtering through the window into the room. On the bed, the opaque purple curtains had been drawn, and unlike the darkness outside, the interior glowed brightly under the illumination of the soul guide device. What is this? Qian Rinxue inquired curiously, eyeing the water blue, luminous triangular object in Su Xian's hand. This is the Hanhai Qianquan shield, a relic of the sea god, which I acquired from the old man. Su Xian replied in a hushed tone, the sea god. Hearing those two words, Qian Rinxue's expression shifted to one of shock. Startled by her sudden exclamation, Su Xian quickly covered her mouth. Wife, could you please lower your voice? He said, his face tinged with anxiety. After all, he was about to embark on a heist. Though a brazen robbery could be executed openly, it would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with the title Douluo, which contradicted his principles and royal status. He always advocated for harmonious wealth accumulation. If he were to steal openly, would the golden goose continue to lay eggs here? Robbery also required strategy, much like how a cunning bandit would allow the common folk to cultivate crops. Thus, not only should it not be blatant, but it also had to be executed with restraint. Regardless, after the auction, most of the wealth belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would also be his. So a day or two wouldn't make a difference. For now, let us aim to procure 50 million. Oh, upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded eagerly, though her eyes remained filled with curiosity and concern, fixating intently on the Hanhai Qianquan shield in Su Xian's hand. Just watch me closely. If anything goes awry, you mustn't panic, all right? Su Xian warned solemnly, his gaze locked on Qian Rinxue. He recalled that when Tang San had made the item recognize its master, there had been some unforeseen incident. Though he couldn't quite remember the details, only that it was the sea gods doing da-da. What a pity that the system cannot be exchanged. Otherwise, I could have traded for a copy of Douluo Continent to see what the situation truly was. Rest assured, I have everything under control, Qian Rinxue assured him, her expression serious as she focused all her attention on Su Xian. This is a dragon grass leaf, which aids in recovery, and this is an 8-tiered ginseng king. Known for its miraculous restorative properties, be cautious. Su Xian produced the remaining half of the dragon grass leaf and a stalk of 8-tiered ginseng king, handing them to Qian Rinxue. Seeing Su Xian's solemn demeanor only heightened Qian Rinxue's worries. As she gazed at him with an air of concern, why not just forget it? You have plenty of gold coins now. It's not worth it. Not fret. Nothing major will occur, Su Xian reassured her. Patting the back of Qian Rinxue's hand, he then attempted to lighten the mood, teasing, have you forgotten? I promised you that before marrying you, I absolutely wouldn't. Before he could finish, Qian Rinxue immediately clamped her hand over Su Xian's mouth. Her face a picture of panic, terrified he might utter that word. I forbid you to say that, she declared, her eyes clear and untainted, resolute. All right. A warm current flowed through Su Xian as he pinched Qian Rinxue's cheek. Inhaling deeply, his gaze now fixed on the Hanhai Qianquan shield. The Hanhai Qianquan shield was an artifact he had acquired from the Snow Night Emperor. Such a powerful treasure should not be sullied by his hands. If memory served correctly, this object seemed to require blood to recognize its master. With a swift motion, Su Xian sliced his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Hanhai Qianquan shield. And then he waited in silence. Qian Rinxue also held her breath, her eyes glued to him. 1 second, 3 seconds, 15 seconds. Half a minute. Finally, Qian Rinxue could no longer contain herself and looked up in bewilderment. Are you sure this is how it's used? You Haven T made a mistake, have you? Shouldn't be wrong, Su Xian mused, beginning to harbor doubts himself. He distinctly remembered that this item required blood to recognize its master. Why was there no reaction now? Could it be that the sea goddess consciousness was dormant within? Or perhaps it was merely slumbering? Damn, where was the professional integrity? Although he had no desire for the sea goddess position. A mere acknowledgement would suffice. Creak. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a creaking sound echoed as Su Xian thought to himself. Should I say something or not? Aware of an intruder, both he and Qian Rinxue's expressions turned serious. Immediately adopting a vigilant stance, with slight hesitation, Su Xian parted the curtains slightly. Peering towards the entrance, he beheld a small figure stealthily entering, her demeanor timid, as if even the slightest sound would send her into a state of fright. What was she doing here? Spotting Ning Rongrong, Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback and whispered, "What is she doing here? Not sure. Let us watch and see," Su Xian replied. Outside, Ning Rongrong tiptoed around, glancing about as if searching for something. Xue said that guy had plenty of delicious food. Why haven't I seen any? She scratched her head, her lips forming a pout, her expression a mix of grievance and irritation. After another thorough search, realizing there was truly nothing to be found, Ning Rongrong, in a fit of anger, decided to leave, intending to ask Xue the next day about the location of the food. Watching Ning Rongrong depart, Su Xian and Qian Rinxue exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell? They thought something serious was afoot, but it turns out she just came to steal food. Su Xian exclaimed incredulously. You are the little princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Can you not have some decorum? She's so small, yet she managed to sneak in. That's quite the skill, Qian Rinxue teased. Although there were no guards in the courtyard, there were certainly some outside, making Ning Rongrong's ability to reach this place quite impressive. Who knows how she got in? Su Xian shrugged, returning to contemplate the Hanhai Qianquan shield. That it was certain that it required blood to recognize its master. Could it be that his bloodline was insufficient? His expression shifted as a sudden realization struck him. In a way, this can't be true. He shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept that reality, though his countenance darkened further. Tang San's bloodline included both Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, combined with the effects of the celestial herbs. It seemed intertwined with his 4 soul bones. Thus, it appeared that both bloodline and potential were critical determining factors. However, he was not lacking either. Bloodline, supreme level royal bloodline, celestial herbs, 2 strains absorbed, soul bones, 1 external soul bone, soul power. If he absorbed a bit more energy, he would soon break through to level 40. Well, it seemed that in any aspect, he was currently at a disadvantage. The royal bloodline was indeed a joke, and the notion of his blood not measuring up was somewhat understandable. Fine, I want to curse. Just a bit of venting is enough? Announcement. Indeed, you read that correctly. This book has been re-released once again. Ahem. Now let us get to the main matter. Yes, it's time for the sob story segment. Qian Rinxue. Husband, we have no rice to cook. Why hasn't anyone subscribed or donated yet? Su Xian. What the hell? You spendthrift. I've given you so many gold coins, and you're telling me we have no rice. Qian Rinxue. It's just that there are too many gold coins. The granary is overflowing, so there's no room for rice. Su Xian. So we're left with only gold to eat. A knowing grin spread across his face. Wife, it's time for us to play the sympathy card. We have no gold coins, right? Uh-huh. Qian Rinxue nodded eagerly. Good. Go fetch a broken bowl, while it's still daylight and we have nothing to do. Let us teach everyone how to beg for a living. Su Xian concluded that a minute later, Qian Rinxue returned, clutching a worn-out bowl. Observing the golden bowl in her hands, Su Xian was left speechless. My dear wife. In this state, even begging would fail to elicit sympathy from anyone. Qian Rinxue, pouting in a manner that exuded a sense of injustice, replied, but this bowl is indeed the most dilapidated in our household. Filled with sorrow and indignation, Su Xian declared, I hereby announce, our attempt to garner sympathy has been a dismal failure. No sooner had he spoken, than a slipper soared through the air, sending Su Xian crashing to the ground. The author, brandishing an axe with an expression of fierce determination, approached him menacingly. You better sell your sob story properly. If your performance falters, don't blame me for making your life difficult. As the author cast a meaningful glance at Su Xian, the latter exclaimed, What the hell? Are you forcing me into this? Woe is me. I beg for subscriptions. Chapter 83. The Great Power of Displaying Affection. Bloodlines are inherited from one's parents, and Su Xian found himself unable to enhance his own at the moment. Therefore, he resolved to improve in other areas. Wait a moment. Let me absorb an external soul bone first, he said, waving his hand at Xue as he retrieved the wing of the sky feather falcon. This soul bone, having existed for over 50,000 years, contained terrifying energy and provided a rapid enhancement of attributes. The last time Su Xian chose the dark gold terror claw, it was with the intent of using its core to absorb other soul bones and facilitate their evolution. He had no choice. The age of the dark gold terror claw soul bone was the lowest among them. Seeing Su Xian's stubborn determination, Xue paused for a moment before responding. Go ahead and absorb it. The sooner you absorb the external soul bone, the better it will enhance your abilities. Once you obtain your fourth soul ring, they can also upgrade alongside it. Understood, Su Xian nodded earnestly before commencing the absorption of the external soul bone. Xue stood by, vigilant against any potential mishaps. In terms of soul beast classification, the sky feather falcon fell short, even lagging behind the dark gold terror claw, and its energy was far less violent. Once absorbed, it was quickly subdued by the energy of the dark gold terror claw, with the excess power beginning to flow into the latter's soul bone. On the bed, Su Xian's right palm emitted a golden radiance, shimmering intermittently, revealing the faint outline of a claw. Complementing this, a white glow surged from his back, as if enveloping something. Su Xian's swan martial soul was activated at T3 in the morning. Su Xian finally completed the absorption of the external soul bone. However, unexpectedly, he did not sprout two wings but rather retained just one. The pristine white wing radiated sharpness, its smooth curves surpassing those of a swan, with tightly packed feathers that lacked the uneven layers of a swan's wings. Even the tail feathers were firmly fixed in their rightful place, neither excessive nor lacking. It seems that this external soul bone has merged with your martial soul, Xue remarked, unable to resist reaching out to touch the now substantial shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with realization as she instinctively voiced her thoughts. That should be the case, Su Xian nodded. Not only could he sense the wings of his martial soul, but he could also perceive the presence of the soul bone's wings. The two had indeed fused, rather than a mere merging. It was as though the external soul bone had transformed the martial soul to meet its own requirements, in addition to acquiring a soul bone skill. Su Xian also felt a significant enhancement in his dark gold terror claw soul bone. Let me give this sea and sky shield a try. Keep an eye on me, he instructed, then forced a drop of blood onto it. Yet, to his dismay, there was still no reaction. Damn it! Is the sea god discriminating against royal bloodlines? As the ruler of the ocean, can't you show some respect to the rulers of the continent? This is blatant regional discrimination. His inner fury ignited. Su Xian's eyes turned red. He despised having his patience tested. So, you wield divine thoughts, do you? Very well. You have successfully ignited my fighting spirit. Xue, you should rest. Tonight, I shall settle this matter. Su Xian declared with fervor. I'll keep watch over you. I'm not sleepy anyway, Xue replied, shaking her head, her pure and clear gaze revealing a hint of concern amidst the affection. Then I shall trouble you, Su Xian said as he embraced Xue, feeling a warm surge within him, suddenly longing to hold her forever, never letting go. Sensing Su Xian's emotions, Xue's lips curled into a gentle smile, her face radiating serene happiness as if all worries had faded away. After a while, she gently nudged Su Xian. All right, let go now, or we might miss the dawn. Just a little longer. There's no rush. Su Xian insisted stubbornly. All right, just for a moment. You said so, she acquiesced. 15 minutes later, observing that Su Xian remained unresponsive, seemingly asleep, Xue wore a helpless expression, resigned to his embrace. You two little rascals are truly infuriating. Suddenly, a deep, exasperated male voice echoed, and the sea and sky shield began to emit a sparkling aquamarine glow. In an instant, it crashed into Su Xian's forehead, causing him to faint immediately. Damn it, I merely wished to see your potential. And here you are, flaunting your affection. Have you considered the feelings of a solitary old man? My lord, are you all right? Startled by the voice, Xue looked towards Su Xian, who lay unconscious with the sea and sky shield upon his forehead, her face paling in alarm. Especially upon witnessing the blood flowing from Su Xian into the shield, her anxiety intensified, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not remove the sea and sky shield. Are you perhaps a descendant of that angelic deity? I mean no harm. You need not worry. The sea god's voice resonated again, piercing Qian Rinxua's mind like an arrow, his commanding words imbued with an irresistible power that evoked a sense of submission. A golden shadow flashed behind her, startling Qian Rinxua awake. Knowing the presence she faced was the sea god, she remained slightly apprehensive and promptly fed Su Xian a dragon-s herb leaf. As for the method of administration, well, it was of course oral, the 999 sugar-free kind. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Su Xian slowly regained consciousness, his head throbbing as if he had been struck. His body felt utterly drained. Ah, the sea and sky shield. Suddenly recalling something, the weariness in his eyes vanished, and he attempted to rise, only to find himself firmly restrained, his back barely a few centimeters from the bed, observing Qian Rinxua clinging tightly to him. Her ethereal visage gently resting against his arm in peaceful slumber, Su Xian was momentarily entranced, then smiled and lay back down. Who needs the sea and sky shield? Who needs a bicycle? The world is vast. But my wife is supreme. Feeling drowsy once more, he decided to indulge in a little more sleep. Ugh, I am truly exhausted. I feel I need a day or two to recover, or I want to be able to gather my thoughts. Gently enfolding Qian Rinxua in his arm, Su Xian closed his eyes again, his expression serene, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sea God's divine thoughts. Damn it. This really stings. I'm offline. Chapter 84. How a Wealthy Lady is Cultivated. When Su Xian and Qian Rinxua finally awoke, it was already noon, and they were roused by Xue Qinghe's incessant chatter. After sending Xue Qinghe away, the two began to tidy themselves up. What happened last night? How did I end up fainting? Su Xian inquired curiously while adjusting his clothes, struggling to recall the events of the previous evening. You might want to take a look at the mark on your forehead, Qian Rinxua suggested as she arranged her hair accessories, glancing at him through the mirror. My forehead. Su Xian exclaimed, startled, before moving behind Qian Rinxua to peer into the mirror. Indeed, he discovered a blue diamond-shaped mark adorning his forehead, the sea and sky shield. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, a wave of immense joy washing over him. This treasure has finally submitted to me. It truly lives up to my expectations. From now on, everything will be so much easier. For instance, sneaking into widows' quarters, infiltrating wealthy ladies' chambers, slipping into beautiful maidens' rooms, and drunkenly collapsing onto their beds. Coughing, he quickly reminded himself of his honorable character, resolutely rejecting any thought of engaging in such shameless acts. With a mere thought, a blue light surged forth, landing steadily in Su Xian's hand. It appears it has truly recognized you as its master, observing the Hai Qian Kuanzha in Su Xian's hands. Qian Rinxua couldn't help but chuckle. If Su Xian were to inherit the title of the sea god, and she were to claim the title of the angel god, their union would indeed be flawless. This evening, a visit to the treasury of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect would be in order. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is this a sign of a thief's unyielding heart?" Qian Rinxua covered her mouth, laughing playfully. Of course. Otherwise, how would I steal your heart? Wrapping his arms around Qian Rinxua, Su Xian leaned closer, gazing into her eyes through the mirror. Humph, I know you only speak sweet nothings. I have no desire to hear such words from you. Even if you don't wish to hear, you'll have to listen for a lifetime, won't you? As noon approached, after they had tidied themselves, it was time for Su Xian and Qian Rinxua to pay a visit to the couple Ning Fingxi and his wife. The banquet the previous night had primarily been a gesture of courtesy from the empire, a mere interaction between powers, and they had not encountered Ning Rongrong's mother. Now, their purpose was simply to greet their teacher's wife. A matter of propriety and decorum, particularly given their royal backgrounds, where such matters could not be taken lightly. Naturally, gifts had long been prepared. Upon entering the grand hall of the guest house, an eye-popping scene unfolded before them, causing Su Xian to shake his head in exasperation, utterly speechless at the sight of the two little girls, Xue Qinghe and her companion. The two were sprawled on the ground, their small posteriors raised, thoroughly engrossed in their play, watching the glittering diamonds and rubies bounce from their hands, colliding with the walls and floors, producing a cacophony of delightful sounds. Su Xian felt a sudden pang of disbelief. What on earth? These two truly are little heiresses. While others play with marbles, you dare to use diamonds and rubies. Unbelievable. Hee, I won again. This one is mine. Elated, Xue Qinghe dashed over to claim a diamond that belonged to Ning Rongrong, her face radiating joy. Humph, this time, I shall not lose, Ning Rongrong declared, her little face stern as she retrieved a sapphire from her pocket and placed it on the ground. She then positioned herself, fixating her gaze on the two marbles, muttering incantations under her breath. Miss Su Xian, do not tell me this is Ning Rongrong and the royal princess Xue Qinghe. My heart can scarcely take it. Letting you teach Xue Qinghe to play, are you not afraid of being scolded by your aunt? Qianren Xue quipped, unable to suppress her laughter. Children are simply playful. They will grow out of it. With a nonchalant reply, Su Xian approached Xue Qinghe. Kuer, where did you acquire this ruby? The Empress Yang, having no sons, doted immensely on Xue Qinghe. Yet this ruby was so exquisitely translucent and rounded that it must be worth tens of thousands of gold coins, far too precious for mere playthings. It was given to me by Rongrong. She said it was for playing mahjong, Xue Qinghe replied, her eyes fixated on the ruby nearby, her head not turning as she spoke. Su Xian. What the hell? Mahjong? Suddenly questioning his existence, Su Xian found himself at a loss for words, utterly disenchanted, simply wishing for silence. Gazing at Xue Qinghe, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, pondering how a little heiress was being molded. Xue Qinghe was 5 months older than Ning Rongrong. Having just turned 3, their marble game was purely a venture into wealth. Yes, a game capable of generating tens of thousands of gold coins in a single second. Not wishing to disturb Xue Qinghe's potential fortune, Su Xian departed the grand hall with Qianren Xue, in the garden not far away, for figures engaged in conversation, particularly a gray-haired elder whose countenance bore signs of exasperation. Fengji, why have I not seen that clever little Rongrong these past few days? Where has she gone? His fingers drummed impatiently on the table. Douluo expressed his boredom. She is merely indulging in play. Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile, showing no signs of anger, which only served to further irritate Douluo. That is tantamount to saying nothing. Rongrong is but 2 years old.